The story begins with a guy sitting with his eyes closed and thinking that his days are numbered, as anyone would think. The young man's hands were covered in blood. Was he really going to go to hell, and would it happen so soon? He wondered only one question. Would he see the end? Because even the creatures in hell think about heaven. The guy understood that he was not able to stop all this even for a moment. He was very much interested, gnawed at from within by the question of whether he would see the end of this world. Out of despair and anxiety, the young man lay down on a large stone, and fragments of phrases that he had probably heard in a past life swarmed in his head. Shin Hyun, as if in a dream, recalled happy moments, a trip with his family in a car. They were having a good time together, but suddenly something appeared in front of the car and an accident happened. The young man missed his family. He had not seen them for a long time, and immediately after the incident, he woke up in this place. The event happened several years ago, and it was then that a book called The Celestial Harmony of Pure Art fell into his hands. The book had a small hint on how to return home. For this, it was necessary to see the end, so he wanted to complete this task so much. The young man saw a table in front of him which indicated that he had completed the training. His joy knew no bounds, because he was sure that it would finally all end. He fell to his knees, called out to his parents, his little sister Yun-Sol, and realized that he was in a different place and that this was not the end. The guy came out of the cave. At the foot of the mountain there was a beautiful view, but this did not make him happy. The young man realized that everyone was lying, that the beginning of his journey was just beginning, and this did not make him happy. He pounded the ground with his hands intensely, screaming hysterically, asking why this happened to him. The young man realized that he had been in this place for about 10 years and could not understand what to do in order to see the end of the world. He didn't hear someone quietly approach him and call out he wasn't ready to see anyone else here. The stranger said that the guy had a good outfit, although it was already torn in several places, and noted that he screamed very loudly. The wanderer did not want to do anything bad to him, but since his family was starving, he was forced to do it. The eccentric had a huge sword in his hands, and he offered the young man to become dinner for their family. The young man certainly didn't expect such a turn of events from the stranger. He was very shocked. Not far from the young man, a huge sword fell onto the grass. It was covered in blood. The guy fell on his back because the stranger threw a huge sword at him. He did not expect such a turn of events. Everything happened very quickly. Tears rolled down the young man's cheeks. He insisted that he was not guilty. He did not want to kill, but only defended himself. But a table appeared in front of him that his external level was elevated. He couldn't understand what this outer level was and how he managed to kill a man. In a state of shock, the young man alternately laughed and cried. Tears and sweat mixed on his face. The guy burst into hysterical laughter, remembered the message, and realized what he needed to do next. He remembered the book he had recently read, and intuitively understood what he needed to do and what levels were. With their help, it was easy to return to another world. A huge number of bloody swords appeared before his eyes. He was ready to reach the maximum level. The events of our days, one young man wants to clarify who this guy is in front of him. He angrily answers that he is the head of a demonic sect. Apparently, he is not pleased with such questions. The interlocutor, with a grin, clarifies which eye number it is and puts a sword to his neck. The man repeats the same words. The interlocutor notes that he is an immortal emperor of the sword. He asks which cult leader he is, since he killed 6 other leaders. But he still decided to count all those he killed on his fingers. Perhaps he was mistaken in his counts. The immortal sword emperor noted that he would meet the sect leader and his team every 10 years. After a while, he no longer found it so funny, and animal horror appeared in his eyes. At some point, everyone became cheerful. A huge whirlwind whirled the men around, and a very strong wind blew. The immortal sword emperor and the sect leader clashed, with pieces of clothing flying in all directions. The sect leader called the master and reported that the sword emperor was a demon-like bastard. The sword emperor was surprised by these words, and he decided to clarify whether his enemy was really a member of the demonic sect. The same one froze in a silent question and did not know what to answer the question, because he did not expect it at all. The enemy told his enemy that he did not like his fighting spirit at all. He began to laugh at these words and realized that his body was completely beyond his control. It did not happen to him. The opponents stood before each other in a blue light, with blue smoke curling around them. The men looked at each other with either contempt or a smirk. The Sword Emperor put his hand on the sect leader's forehead. He said that it was normal for someone so young to not feel their body. The Sword Emperor advised the sect leader to learn something new and come to him again, and then added that this was the only way he could make him laugh again. The sect leader looked at him with bewilderment. The immortal Sword Emperor was confident that the boy would become the best sect leader. He then left, leaving behind the sect leader and the guys who died during the battle. The Emperor threw the sword near a large stone and said that the head of the sect, this time, turned out to be a dud. The young man sat down under a tree and thought about how he could best amuse himself this time. He thought that he should create his own new sect, but it should be stronger than the one he met. The young man's eyes became very sad. He remembered the events of the past days. He sat under the rays of the moon and thought that 140 years had already passed since those events. It all started a long time ago, and the young man had already forgotten what the faces of his loved ones looked like. He was willing to see the end just to see them, so he continues to live a hellish life. The moon illuminated his face. The man calmed down a little because he understood perfectly well that the situation could not be fixed so easily. And then a message appeared in front of him that he had reached the maximum external and internal levels. Thus, he had unlocked the last level. The young man was very surprised by this message because after the last level, he would be returned to Earth. He burst into hysterical laughter. The guy gave in and even thought that one day his dream would come true. Here he began to think that perhaps they were trying to insult him in this way. The man thought about the fact that he had reached such a level that he could consider himself a god. The question seemed strange, but in order to be a divine being, one must cast aside everything worldly. The guy remembered his family, whose faces he no longer remembered, and his feelings took on new colors. There was a whole swarm of thoughts in his head. The young man thought that his loved ones had long since died, and if they were still alive, they had long forgotten him. And now he thinks about only one thing: to take revenge as quickly as possible. Anger and hatred boil in his veins. The young man promised himself that he would definitely take revenge, and he didn't care who it would be. He, the immortal Emperor of the Sword, will fulfill the oath he made to himself. In 2011, in dark and cloudy weather, an accident happened to Shin Hyun and his family. It had been planned long ago by higher powers. This day was supposed to bring horror. In the other world, not everything is so smooth and wonderful. Drastic actions are needed. It's not a coincidence because humanity should develop and not stand still. Only in this way will it be possible to easily resist all the horror that exists in the world. The hidden blessing must be spent on fighting all sorts of monsters. There are many monsters that plot against humanity. He was really looking forward to this, and it finally started, which made the man incredibly happy. The events take place in 2025 in Korea. A beautiful girl holds a bow and wants to shoot an arrow. She must save the young man from the terrible monsters, of which there are countless numbers. The monsters are huge, incredibly scary, with huge white teeth that are so eager to tear human flesh. The girl took aim, and her arrow flew right on target. She received the title of Archer Power Arrow. The monsters became enraged, as if they had gained strength, and they ran even faster after their victim. His strength is already running out. Tears are mixed on his face. He screams, thinking that this will help. The girl takes aim again in order to at least cope with the huge number of monsters, and recognizes her friend Lee. He found out that it was Cha Yun-sol, the leader. The girl assessed the situation and said that they needed to get out of this trap as quickly as possible. Lee was amazed by her beauty and skills. At that moment, the young man's shoulder was bitten by a huge monster, but he did not expect it. The girl screamed loudly. She wanted to save as many people as possible and lost sight of the monsters. The young man fell to the ground, his strength leaving him. He could not fight the huge monster. The guy kept saying that he would survive, but there were many dead people lying on the battlefield. The monsters continued their hunt. People were calling for help. Cha Yun-sul didn't know who to help first because there were so many scary monsters. Some of the guys fought with all their might, beating the monsters while the days of others were already numbered. Yun-sul understood that there were a lot of monsters and they were not going to leave the battlefield. She saw before her eyes burning with fire, open mouths with white teeth. The young girl held a bow in her hands and understood that her mana was almost gone, and if she did nothing, she would die. One of the young people realized that he could save himself and began to run further into the forest. Yun-sul saw the back of the fugitive who ran away so quickly and many monsters who were approaching her. The girl frantically called the fugitive by name because she understood that he could save her. But the guy didn't respond. Yun-sul realized that she could only rely on herself and began to run away from the monsters. She understood that compared to the monsters she was very slow, and in her hands she only had a bow, and it was a poor weapon. The young man became nervous. He was all in a sweat. He knew perfectly well that he had been so reckless. The young man realized that he should not have joined this group, but it was too late. The guy decided for himself that he had to escape, and he had to do it as quickly as possible. Something flashed before the young man's eyes. It was an arrow flying at the speed of light. She landed very quickly at his feet. The guy did not expect such a turn of events. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs and asked the girl why she was doing this, since he could not understand her intentions. The beauty held the hand that held the sword and, gritting her teeth, asked the guy where he was running away to. The guy said that the leader survived. He was incredibly happy about it, and she just needed to calm down. The beauty grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. The young man certainly didn't expect this. He was surprised to the depths of his soul. The girl said that she warned him not to go to the battlefield because it was very dangerous there. Tears flowed like a river from her eyes. She called her interlocutor a coward who fled in the face of danger. The girl reported that the entire team died because of a traitor who values only his own skin. Then he said that he was not obliged to sacrifice his precious life for someone. The leader answered Junhyun that he was indeed right. There was some truth in his words. The girl turned away from the would-be warrior and said that nothing more could be expected from trash like him, and that he should go back to his daddy, who would take pity on him. She thought for a bit and said that it was unlikely that the coward's handsome dad would be able to turn a blind eye to this, and this whole situation would greatly affect the Dawn Guild. These words hurt Junhyun very much, because he believed that his life was the most important thing. The beauty turned around and walked away from the traitor. She didn't want to be near him. And then a sign appeared in front of them that the rock destroyer skill had been used, and it was used by Junhyun. An unknown force began to surround the girl. Everything that was happening around her was a complete shock to her. She flew into the unknown. She felt so bad, as if a fire was burning inside. She screamed. The bow fell out of her hands. She also lost her arrows. She was scared, hurt, and offended. She finally landed on the ground, hit her back hard, and screamed. The guy used superpowers, so the girl flew from one place to another and told her, "Let's see what happens next." Junhyun approached the girl, leaned his head against hers, and said that she was a bitch who didn't even have any relatives. He noted that she was famous and strong, but after what happened, nothing good awaited her. The guy promised that he would do everything to glorify her in a dark light in front of others, to make her look like a scoundrel. After all, it was she, the leader Cha Yun-sul, who let down everyone who was in her group and led the entire group to destruction. The guy grinned because he had made it up himself and checked with the girl that the story turned out to be quite plausible. Yun-sul was very upset and hurt. She could barely restrain herself from crying. And Junhyun continued to mock her, ridicule her, and say that she did such a great job that all the members of the group died. The young man stood at the edge of the forest and could not understand what was happening to him or where he was. He saw some kind of creature in front of him. It was mysterious and was looking at him. It was a guy with long hair. Junhyun froze in surprise. He couldn't utter a word. The young man saw a sign in front of him that he had reached the external and internal maximum level, and that what he had been waiting for so long had finally happened. He was incredibly happy. He didn't know whether to laugh with joy or cry, because finally he would return to where he had long dreamed of. This was his reward for reaching the maximum level. He will return to the ground, and this is not a joke. He was speechless with joy, but he remembered forever that he needed revenge. He would definitely kill the offender. The thought that he needed to take revenge kept playing over and over in his head. He had to take revenge. And then his girlfriend asked him why he was talking to himself. Everything was fine with him. Jin Hyun was interested in why he appeared out of thunder and shouted about some kind of murder. He became interested in the magician in front of him and how he teleported. Jin Hyun asked the guy to clarify where they were now, since he did not understand where they were. The young man didn't say a word, but simply walked away from the guy. She realized that he had been out of his mind for a long time. Jin Hyun watched the guy leave and thought about how this bastard was ignoring his. The long-haired guy looked at the girl and realized that they had had a mortal duel and the girl was dying. Jin Hyun was shocked by this news. He had spoken to the girl, and everything was fine with her. The guy who came down from the sky approached Yunsol and landed above her, and her offender gritted his teeth and couldn't understand how this happened. Jin Hyun thought he made a mistake, but the guy also saw what happened to Yunsol. He thought that he couldn't just let it go, he needed to get rid of it, and he picked up the stone. Jin Hyun thought that it didn't matter how many people he eliminated and turned to the guy, but he was talking about some necklace. The long-haired guy grabbed the girl's face and began to stare at her. Jin Hyun said that they enjoyed the death match, and it would be good if the gods brought her back. And he began to run very quickly to the clearing where Yunsol was lying, and the stranger was sitting, leaning over the girl. Jin Hyun raised the stone over the boy's head and screamed furiously. He was ready to kill him. The stranger, who had appeared out of nowhere here in the dungeon, seemed not to have heard his cry. Some force whirled Jin Hyun around. He couldn't understand what was happening to him and gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand what was happening to her and what kind of deadly aura it was. And from the sky, an entity in black clothes with black disheveled hair began to descend towards him. The young man looked at her for a long time and could not understand what was really happening, whether it was a dream or reality. A being in a light blue glow appeared before him, looking at him with a silent question. Jin Hyun gritted his teeth, sweat running down his face. He thought that this couldn't be happening. The creature's eyes were like ice, and it asked the young man if he knew who appeared before him. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and the stranger began asking if he knew who she was and asking him to tell her name. Ji Hyun didn't know what to answer, and the entity replied that the one in front of him was the immortal Emperor of the Sword. After a short time, he called his name in that world. It was Cha Shin Hyun. The Sword Emperor Immortal was furious. His eyes were blazing with an icy light. He walked towards Ji Hyun, and he was very scared. He told the guy that it definitely didn't help him anymore, and his eyes narrowed with hatred. The immortal Sword Emperor used his incredible powers, and everything around him turned bluish cold. Jin Hyun fell to his knees in front of the stranger, and he only said that everything that was happening here was true and not a dream. The young man in blue clothes said that his name was Cha Shin Hyun and left Ji Hyun. Yunsol lay on the ground not far from the immortal Sword Emperor. Her eyelashes began to move. Someone pulled the girl's hair and said that her older brother, the immortal Sword Emperor, and Cha Shin Hyun was Yunsol's older brother. The little girl held a teddy bear in her hands. There were tears in her eyes because she was told that she had to leave and could not stay here. If she really wants to, she can stay there, but it's getting dark, and it's better to go home quickly. The brother asked Yunsol if she liked the amusement park, since that was where they often spent their free time. The older brother leaned over his sister and said that if the girl stayed in the park, her parents would be in big trouble. Yunsol clenched her fists and couldn't come up with any arguments as to why she should stay in the park. There were tears in her eyes. She said that if she went home, she would not see her brother again. Her mother told her about this, since her brother had school. Shin stroked his little sister's head and told her to calm down, because there was no reason to be upset. He asked, "Does she know that she loves her so much like a brother?" Shin continued to stroke Yunsol's head and said that he would visit her after school. The older brother asked the little girl if she wanted to go for a walk in this very park next time. The tears in the girl's eyes disappeared. She began to laugh and agreed with her brother's proposal. Everyone decided it was time to go home, and the girl asked her brother to carry her to the car in his arms. Shin said that he couldn't do that every time because Yunsol was heavy. The worst thing happened. The car with the family got into a serious traffic accident. The little girl blamed only herself for what happened, because in her opinion, it happened because of her strong stubbornness. She thought that all this was because of her desire to walk in the park longer. She blamed herself for the fact that her parents died in an accident. The girl started calling her brother, but he didn't respond either. He just disappeared somewhere. Yunsol was left completely alone. She cried, suffered, and did not know what to do, being alone in this world. Someone's hand touched the sore arm, which was wrapped in white bandages. The girl opened her eyes. Huge tears like peas flowed from her eyes, and she screamed. Shin asked if she was awake and said that he had healed her with spiritual power, but the wound was deep, so it was not worth moving yet. The wounded beauty asked who was in front of her. The guy said that he had thoughts that the girl would immediately recognize him. The stranger touched the girl's wounded hand with his hand and said that he was very happy to see her again. She had grown so much and became even heavier than she was. And then, with love in his eyes, the guy said that he had probably changed too, and tears were flowing from Yunsol's eyes. She didn't fully understand what was happening. There was a silent question in her eyes, and tears were running down her cheeks. The young man handed the girl a chain with a round, bright pendant and said that it was a gift from him. There was a small photograph in the locket, which showed all the family members. The guy said that you need to always be strong and never give up. Yunsol cried loudly. She clenched her teeth, remembered her childhood, and told her brother to leave. She thought that she was dreaming all this. The girl called her brother names, said that he suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared in her life, but she still held the pendant in her hands. Her brother hugged her and said that he understood her and knew very well how hard it was for her. The girl calmed down a little and began calling Seo Jun-hyun to her, but he did not respond. Her brother told her that the guy who was going to kill her was there, standing a little distance away from them. Yunsol stood next to her brother, who was sitting in front of her, and couldn't understand what was happening. The sister asked her brother why he killed him and realized that something was wrong in this situation. She grabbed her brother's wrist very tightly and helped him get up from the ground. And then Yunsol said that we needed to flee the crime scene as quickly as possible. A beautiful, modern, tall building, their home, appeared before the young people. The brother told his sister that the house remained the same as it had been before, and she was perplexed by these words. The girl was very upset and said that director Seo Kang-jin would arrive very soon. The brother asked who should come. The girl answered that Seo Kang-jin was not only the CEO of the Dawn Guild, but also Seo Jun-hyun's father, whom he killed. This director is a member of the local mafia and is known to everyone for his ferocity and cruelty, and Seo Jun-hyun is also one of the 11 hunters in Korea. Yunsol took the phone, looked at the time, and said that she had been unconscious for a short time, so the director had probably already been informed of his son's death. She cried, because she knew that she was the only one who survived from the entire raid and that she would be the one suspected. The brother looked at her tears and asked if this situation was really such a big problem. And with a smile on his face, he said that it was easier to get rid of them than to talk about anything. You just need to kill the director. He took his sister by the pike, and like in childhood, stretched them into a smile and said that he was the immortal emperor of the sword. The sister replied that it made sense, but Seo Kang-jin was over level 50 and held a very high position. Yunsol got really angry and asked what that was all about and who the Sword Emperor was, and also noted that her brother had been gone for 14 years. The girl tore her hair and asked her brother if he understood how hard it was for her. The appearance of her brother was a huge shock for her sister, and he cannot even imagine how she feels. The brother walked up to the photograph, which was hanging on the wall in a frame, and began to stare at it. He looked at his family for a long time, paused for a moment, and asked where his parents were. They also died in a traffic accident. The silent pause dragged on, and the brother asked if his tone had been too rude and if he had asked something unnecessary. Since his sister remained silent, he told her that he had been to a place called Murim, but the reason was too long to explain. Yunsol stood there in bewilderment for a long time, looking at her brother and not being able to understand anything. The young man asked his sister to tell him what happened while he was away. Shin Hyun asked Yunsol to tell him who hunters are and what a guild is. Then he asked if there was such a thing as levels in this world, and his sister froze in a silent question. She grabbed her head, thought for a bit, and told her brother to wait. This was all very difficult for her, and her head could explode from unknown information. And then she told her brother that she would tell him everything a little later. But now she had a very urgent matter and needed to leave. Her brother could not understand anything. He was interested in where his sister was going. Yunsol replied that she was heading to the Dawn Guild and took the keys to the car and asked her brother to stay in the apartment and not do anything wrong. Shin entered the room with books, looked around, and thought that he would wait for his sister, and realized that everything in the apartment was untouched. It felt like he was here yesterday. He wondered what had just happened, because he had been traveling alone for a very long time and had reached the heights. He no longer remembered what it was like to be an older brother, because it was so long ago, probably in a past life. Shin Hyun began to think about what his sister said about Seo Kang-jin. He needed to find out about him. He began to get ready, because he wanted to find out as much about him as quickly as possible. And then 3 strangers appeared in front of the young man. They were in a threatening mood. They were very angry and aggressive and pulled their hands towards him, using their power. One of the men grimaced aggressively. They were sure that soon everything would be over. Each of the young men had a weapon. They definitely did not come to this house with good intentions. The young man calmly looked at the uninvited guests who had appeared to him so unexpectedly. It occurred to Shin Hyun that these guys were probably very dangerous. One of them was the one the sister had spoken of, the director of the Dawn Guild, and he was looking for Yunsol. Meanwhile, the girl arrived at the second largest guild headquarters in Korea called Dawn. She thought that she had simply left home. Flowed from her eyes, and she thought about how the guild director had not yet had time to do anything. She stood near her car and thought about who to ask for help, but then someone called out to her. Lee Ji-hee, the vice leader of the Dawn Guild, called Yunsol and asked what she was doing here. The deputy head said that the director had gone somewhere, probably on business, and the head of the raid was also with him. Lee Ji-hee asked what happened to Yunsol and why she was so upset. The girl looked at the guild deputy and thought about something, remained silent, and did not answer Lee Ji-hee's questions. Yunsol thought that the deputy head was one of the 4 strongest hunters. She was very strong but very difficult to understand. Maybe she should ask for help. The girl still dared to talk to the deputy head because she really was in a hopeless situation. And in the brother and sister's apartment, the guild leader and his assistants stood and looked at Shin. The guy wasn't afraid of them at all, but he didn't know what to tell them or what to ask. He didn't think they would come to them so quickly. The young man then asked the uninvited guests who they were and whether their parents had taught them to knock before breaking down the door. This question baffled the bandits, but they did not lose their heads and began to ask Shin what he imagined himself to be. The guild leader said that his brother should report the location of his sister Yunsol. Shin was surprised. He didn't think that they came specifically for him, but it was he who killed Seo Kang-jin's son. The man bit his lip until it hurt. The loss of his son had left him at a loss, and he didn't even think that some stranger had dealt with his offspring. He clenched his fists and screamed very loudly. In this way, he wanted to drown out the grief and hatred. Shin Hyun realized that the guild director wanted to get even with him for the death of his beloved son and was ready for battle. Seo Kang-jin said that Shin Hyun can start, and he doesn't mind seeing his opponent's skills. And so the unequal battle began. Anger drove the grief-stricken father. He had a huge sword in his hands. While Woo Shin Hyun had no weapons, he was ready to fight with his bare hands. The vice director of the guild said that if everything happened like this, then she wanted to see him and called Yunsol to follow her. Shin clashed with Dao, the guild director's assistant, who was wielding a huge sword. He understood that the opponent really had mysterious powers. It was very similar to the sword spirit or sword energy. The young man thought about it and realized that the people from the guild had powers from another source. This was the power of the hunters that his sister had spoken of. Shin Hyun remembered that Seo Kang Jin also used a strange power during the fight. The young man only thought that he needed to study her as well, because she was very interesting to him. The hunter was fierce and angry. He screamed and waved his hand, in which was a huge sword. It was a fight to the death. 3 people were fighting against 1 unarmed man. Shin Hyun was confident in his abilities. He was not afraid of anything and was ready to fight further. The young man looked at the 3 fierce people and thought about something. He was very calm. The guild director looked at Shin with such anger and ferocity that he was ready to kill him. The young man realized that he didn't want to watch all this and that he needed to start acting. He said that he finally understood what the guild leader was capable of and that he really did have amazing power. He, in turn, yelled that something was happening with his hands. They seemed to have gone numb. Some force was blocking them. Shin held back the sword and then asked the director that there were 10 more strong people like him in Korea, here to help the director. So Kang Jin's assistants decided to go through with him. They understood that their boss couldn't handle it on his own. The guards were ready to give their lives for the CEO and actively protected him during the fight. Shin Hyun angrily noted that they were just a big nuisance and shouldn't get underfoot. He looked into his opponent's eyes for a long time, making it clear that he was not afraid of him. One of the guild director's hunters used the mage skill fire step, and Shin disappeared into the fire. The man from the guild made a decision to quickly get rid of the killer of So Kang-jin's son, the head of the guild. Dawn watched everything that was happening, and the assistant was surprised at how he managed to do it. One person from the group was sunbathing. That this was not all. He was glad that the problem was resolved so quickly. The Dawn Guild hunter waved his entourage. He was serious and warlike. But then Shin appeared out of nowhere next to him, grabbed his sword and said that they had exceeded his expectations. Shin Hyun easily broke the sword, which shattered into small pieces, and looked at the attacker. The guy who held the sword couldn't understand why it crumbled like sand. Shin looked at the offender, who covered himself with his hands, but continued to hold the broken sword. The attackers had nothing left but swear words. They didn't think that it would drag on for so long. Shin Hyun looked at them calmly. He was surprised that the guild hunters were so afraid of him. The young man remembered his sister's words that he had been gone for 14 years, but he had been there much longer. He thought about the 3 hunters and realized that their level was quite good, and their abilities were similar to innate talents that had been developed over 1,000 years. The people he had to fight with were really strong, but how did they manage to overtake Murim in 14 years? Shinzan was of the opinion that people were pumping up their abilities to perfection. Despite the fact that the opponents were very strong, the young man realized that it was impossible for him to happen. The young man realized that the hierarchy of power in this world did not affect him at all. He thought that it was worth rebuilding. It would be better to get to the very top. Shanhaken was very pleased with this decision because he understood that he could do a lot. The young man climbed up onto the platform and began to think about how to put his thoughts into action. At this time, a car was in a great hurry along the highway. The driver was trying to get to his final destination as quickly as possible. Yunsol was driving, and the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was sitting next to her. Yunsol thought that this definitely couldn't be. Why would the deputy head of a large guild see her brother? Why would she need him to be so unremarkable? The deputy head asked for a meeting with her brother in order to resolve the conflict situation. Yunsol thought that it would probably be better to refuse such an offer. The deputy head seemed to read her thoughts and asked, "Will my sister be an enemy to my brother?" Lee Jihye was very curious about the disappearance of Yunsol's brother. She asked when and for how many years he disappeared. The sister said that her brother disappeared back in 2011, which happened 14 years ago. The vice guild leader thought that if it was 14, then it meant that 140 years had passed, which meant that the guy was quite strong. Then Lee asked what kind of person her brother was, to which her sister said that he was kind, sweet, and very smart. Yunsol said that her brother studied at the 20th University and constantly helped her with her homework. The head of the vice leader of the guild noted that it was very difficult to get into that university. Shin Hyun did well in college because he was a persistent student. Everything he takes on, he does to the end. And in Yunsol's apartment, the fight continued. The hunters decided to put an end to it all. Shin felt that even in Murim he had never encountered such power and decided to use the strange aura once more. He formed a fist and hit the attacker, who had approached Shin from behind with all his might. The enemy gathered all his strength. He was in shock from everything that was happening. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. Shin replied that he liked the enemy's cold and that he could only meet him in the ice palace on the North Sea. The young man put his hand to his face. He smiled and began to summon the ice dragons. They arrived very quickly. They were huge and scared the stranger very much. The hunter was frozen very quickly. Shin said that he failed the test, and the second hunter was very scared. The enemy felt very bad. He thought that he would quickly deal with Shin, but he definitely did not expect such abilities from him. The guy screamed in fear, then turned on the flashlight and shouted to the leader that he was blocked by the barrier. He was very scared and wanted the leader to help him get out of this trap. The guild leader said that the warrior should stand in the vanguard and stop the attacks of the enemies, but he cowardly ran away, showing his back. He continued to say something. When Shin Hyun appeared behind him and addressed him, he was very scared. Shin Hyun laughed, was very surprised, and then asked if they were all so cowardly. His opponent thought about the ice magic and the strange beam from Shin's fingers and how he managed to stop all these attacks. Even though the battle was large-scale, nothing was damaged in the house. Everything remained in its place. This cannot be an accident. The opponents had a lot of questions for Shin. They were simply sure that he had prepared very carefully for the battle. Shin replied that he had not been home for a long time and he could not destroy his home, so he put up the sword protection. The attacker was very surprised, but the young man did not want to explain anything further. He said that people who came into his house automatically found themselves in his world. The enemy realized that he had fallen into a trap, called Shin a monster, and said that he would not die in this house. Out of anger and despair, he didn't know what to do. His eyes burned with hatred and anger. Seo Kangjin used the berserk skill. He screamed like a wild wounded beast. His scream made the blood run cold. The director of the Dawn Guild held a sword in one hand, the other one clenched in a fist, rage boiling inside him. Shin Hyun was calm as never before. He said that he could be a monster, then said that the enemy's aura had increased, and asked what he wanted to do. Seo Kangjin continued to vent his anger, shouting very loudly, rolling his eyes and clenching his teeth. Shin was definitely not surprised by this. He had seen worse situations. He calmly looked at the guild director. Anger, rage, and anger sucked in everyone around him, but Shin Hyun was unwavering. The offender screamed as if he had lost his mind, and with each passing minute he became more and more insane. After some time, the sword fell out of his hands. It was damaged. This happened not without Shin's help. Hen picked up the sword, from which the tip had already flown off, and said that he didn't want to endure all this. He began to swing his sword from side to side, and drops of Seo Kangjin's blood flew in all directions. Seo Kangjin was definitely not prepared for this turn of events. He was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Shin Hyun threw the sword on the floor and said that everyone should know their place. This also applies to the guild director. The young man told his offender that he was nothing before the immortal sword emperor. Yunsol invited the vice guild leader into her apartment. She was shocked that the door was open. The girl immediately asked her brother many questions. She was embarrassed by the bloody puddle on the floor. Her brother calmly replied that she was late. Shin calmly said that they had guests coming to their housewarming party, and thus the celebration turned into a bloody battle. Yunsol asked her brother what happened in their apartment. He said that he liked her look, and in Murim she would become much stronger. The vice leader of the guild smiled and said that it was definitely fun in the apartment. Shin inquired about the stranger and felt the harmony of pure art resonate. The young man said his name and could not understand what kind of sound was coming from the stranger or who she was. She calmly replied that he was not the only one of the people who was there. Hearing the pink-haired beauty's answer, Shin thought deeply about her words. A new, sunny, beautiful day had arrived. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. White clouds floated in the sky. The girl slept soundly in her bed. The rays of the sun were breaking through into her room. And suddenly she woke up in tears. Was it a terrible dream, or was it all happening in reality, she thought. Yunsol ran out of her room into the hallway and began looking around, looking for someone. Tears were rolling down her eyes. She couldn't understand where her older brother was now. Shin Hyun smiled and noted that Yunsol had gotten up very early and could have slept some more. The little sister looked at her brother with great surprise and questioning in her eyes, and a tear ran down her cheek. Shin Hyun asked his sister that she was scared because she thought he had disappeared again. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said that she was so glad that her brother was with her again and that he should get some more sleep. Shin Hyun was holding a mobile phone in his hand, looking at something, and asked his sister to wait a minute. The message he received most likely did not please him at all. His pupils narrowed. Then he got a call and he told his sister that he needed to answer the call. Shin Hyun went down from the apartment to the street, and his sister, who was in the house, was thinking that a week had already passed since the day of her brother's return, and this was so unrealistic for her. Yunsol thought that the vice leader of the guild, although she saw her brother, did not say anything, only said that they would see each other again. After the incident, people from the guild arrived at the apartment and took away the bodies of his employees. And then on TV they reported that Seo Jun-hyun had died and Seo Kang-jin had resigned. Vice Guild leader Lee Ji-hee fulfilled her promises in full. Yunsol was given extra leave because she was the only one who survived in the Red Wolf's dungeon. The Vice Guild leader called Yunsol's brother and invited him to her place meeting. The girl was very interested in the question of what the deputy head wanted to get from her brother. She had a lot of thoughts in her head, and she thought that her brother should return unharmed. Something was bothering the girl very much. Lee Ji-hee sat at a table in a small open-air cafe and drank aromatic tea. The young girl was thinking about something carefully, but someone's voice tore her away from her thoughts. Shin Hyun came up to her and without greeting her, immediately asked why she was following them and what was so interesting about it. Lee Ji-hee was surprised that Shin Hyun noticed her there, and then replied that the surveillance was organized for the protection of her and her sister. Shin did not take this answer into account, as he realized that it was a lie and took the cup to take a sip. Lee asked if he knew about Silver Needle tea. She comes to this cafe very often because she likes tea. Then the girl, without further ado, asked him to tell her how the young man arrived in Murim. The young man noted that he did not like the meeting with that world, and he did not want to talk about this topic, and suggested that the girl start a conversation. The deputy head seemed not to hear his proposal, and said that 3 people returned from Murim: Shin Hyun, herself, and Park Tae-hun, the head of the Twilight Guild. Lee Jae noted that the Twilight Guild is on par with Dawn. They have a lot of strong hunters, but they don't get along with them. The girl said that they once compared their stories of being in that world when they found themselves in an unknown cave. On one side of the cave was a mysterious treasure called the Harmony of Pure Art. And on the other side, there was an exit from the cave. With its help, one could get into the world, which was called Murim. Memories came over Shin Hyun, and he said that they came through the cave at the very beginning, and Lee had the same thing. Signs in the form of messages also appeared in front of her, which suggested performing this or that action. The girl noted that everything was exactly like that. Lee said that we returned to this world very quickly. Upon arrival, a new era began. She told Shin that she found nothing in that world, but this world is very closely connected with Murim. The guy thought about it, and she asked if he knew when the hunters and dungeons appeared. The young man replied that it happened 14 years ago, when the goddess made her revelations. Dungeon monsters and hunters appeared unexpectedly, and with them, classes and skills that are very reminiscent of games. Shin wondered how he and Park Tae-hoon got back to Earth. They managed to reach the end, but Lee replied that they died there and immediately returned back. The young man was so surprised, and Lee asked him how he returned to this world. The guy squeezed his hand so hard that the cup he had in his hand began to crumble into small pieces. He didn't even think that he could just leave. The young man became hysterical. The fact that he could simply fall back shocked him. The guy mentally asked the goddess if she had sent him to that Murim on purpose. Why did he need all this? After all, she simply sent him to the ground for reaching the maximum level in Murim. Shin thought that the reward for such an achievement should be much greater. The deputy head of the guild was overcome with sweat from all the details of the young man's stay in Murim. Shin Hyun calmed down a little and asked Lee to tell him why she invited him and what she wanted from him. The girl thought for a bit and suggested that the young man take a little walk. The young people went for a walk, and Lee told Shin that her relationship with Park Tae-hoon was tense, and now Seo Kang-jin was dead. Lee told the boy that Hyun should take responsibility for his death. She also invited him to join the Dawn Guild and promised to give him a high position and provide him with wealth. Lee thought that Hyun would not refuse such an offer, and the guy said that it was difficult for him to ignore such an offer. Then he paused for a moment and said that he would still refuse such a sweet offer. The Vice Guild leader was completely shocked by Shin's words. She definitely didn't expect such an answer. The young man didn't beat around the bush and said that he lived on his own. Shin then smiled and asked Lee if she could submit to someone weaker than her. The Vice Guild leader looked Shin in the eyes and smiled, and then suggested that the young man test which of them was weaker. Shin Hyun asked his interlocutor if she knew that a year here was equal to 10 years in Murim, and that he had been there for 140 years. Lee had told him that age was not proportional to skill or strength at all. The guy couldn't help but agree, but a person who lived there for 300 years certainly wouldn't become stronger than him. The Vice Guild leader asked Shin if he was sure of his words. Without waiting for the young man's answer, she began to use her strength, apparently wanting to catch him off guard. A pink ball suddenly flew across the entire forest, straight into Hyun's heart. Lee Ji-hee used the origin skill she had received in Murimi. Shin thought that some of his feelings had left him, and the space had become darker, creating such a formation that in Murim required a lot of effort and time. The Vice Guild leader said that this skill was called Blood Plum Blossom, and with it, she never failed an assassination mission. Shin realized that she was a killer, and thought that fighting her would be like fighting against water with your hands tied. Lee Ji-hee said that it was very easy to get out of here, you just need to kill her. And then suddenly the young girl had 2 swords in her hands, and she used her skills. Then she offered him another solution to get out of here. That was to die himself. Shin laughed and asked the girl if she wanted to kill him, but the guy wasn't afraid. At that very moment she began to run towards the young man and put one of the daggers under his throat. The girl looked Shin Hyun in the eyes and said that he was indeed right. The boy wasn't afraid of Lee at all, but was only thinking about the words she had said to him. He understood that the deputy head of the guild wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Lee rushed towards Shin Hyun at the speed of light, waving the daggers she had in her hands. But after a moment the girl had the feeling that her hands stopped working, as if someone had cut them off. Shin began to use his abilities, because it was not for nothing that he had been in that world for so long. And the deputy head of the guild did not expect such a strong confrontation from her opponent. She fell head over heels to the ground. Her head was spinning. The girl did not understand where she was. Without giving Lee time to come to her senses, an unknown force lifted her up and spun her almost to the sky. Shin realized that Ji-hye could change the direction of the daggers she had in her hands with one hand. The weapons had a unique shape. She replied that in Murim she was the best assassin, whose name was the Dark King. Lee's eyes lit up with fire, and she wanted to use the skill, but she realized that Shin recognized her at first sight. He replied that he had met with a guy who claimed to be Lee's successor. Shin Hyun noticed that it was a long time ago, and he immediately killed that boy. The Vice Guild leader opened her eyes in surprise, sweat running down her face. The young man offered Lee to use her skills from Murim, but she only has 3 attempts. The guy said that he would only join the Dawn if Jihi harmed him. The young man gave the command to begin, and the girl gripped her weapon tighter in her hands. Lee Jihye gathered all her strength into a fist, and she liked this proposal. She was ready to begin. The young man thought that all feelings in the world had disappeared, as if there was nothing in it. He looked like a lost kitten and was surprised by the skills of the deputy head of the guild. The young man felt out of place. He had never felt anything like this in his life. He was pleasantly surprised, because he knew nothing about such a skill and was stumped by Lee. Shin felt as if he was flying under the sky. Some force was lifting him up. The young man simply could not control his body. It no longer obeyed him. Here he realized that he shouldn't give up, but it was important to start acting as quickly as possible. Therefore, Shin Hyun began to use all his strength in order to stay alive. He was able to easily descend from a height to the ground and was completely unharmed. The guy looked at Lee and said that her skills were indeed worthy. Well, the girl wasn't going to give up either. She didn't let go of her weapon. Shin Hyun said that Lee has come quite far and she can use her second try. The vice leader of the guild gritted her teeth, and beads of sweat appeared on her face from the strain. She decided to do everything in order to win. Jiha knew that Shin was very strong, but she still had minimal hope. She then told Shin that the strongest man in Murim was Shaolin Sinsin, who lived for 150 years. But Shin lived there almost as long, so he can be compared to Shaolin. Jiha told Shin that he really is the strongest person in this world, and the guy thought about her words. The girl's mood changed dramatically in just a second. She smiled slyly. Then Lee asked if she could become the strongest in Murim if she killed Hen. These words made the young man very amused, but he did not know whether the girl was telling the truth or not. The guy was sure that the deputy head of the guild would not be able to do this. The girl did not lose hope and, despite everything, decided to fulfill her wish. The vice guild leader decided to use the assassin skill, shadow daggers. Lee Jihi, no matter what it took, decided to use all her strength to finish off Shin. The young man stood and looked at her very calmly. He was not at all afraid of her skills. Shin used a defense skill, but it greatly surprised the vice guild leader. She just stood there with swords in her hands, like a stone statue, unable to move. The girl screamed. She couldn't understand why her body stopped obeying her. The deputy head of the guild began to use her powers, but for some reason nothing worked for her. Her hands were clenched into fists. They were like stone. Lee Jihye could not straighten her palm. Suddenly she found herself at the edge of the forest near Shin Hyun, with a weapon in her hands as before. The beauty was upset. There was fear, pain, and surprise in her eyes. She knew that she had a third try. The young man asked if she would use it, and whether they should continue. Lee no. She let go of the daggers, but still did not want to continue fighting. She realized that she had lost. The girl promised Shin that this would not happen again, but she wanted to clarify something with him. She wondered what he had done, because for a moment she had thought she was fighting an invincible being that was beyond this world. Shin said that he had expected this to happen, and that if they had fought in that space, an ordinary person would have definitely been killed there. Lee Jihi was surprised by the young man's answer and whispered that she had survived after all. The girl grabbed the daggers with a death grip. She was very surprised by the strength of the young man. The young man replied that her martial arts skills were very effective and decided to immediately move on to the recent conversation. He recalled the proposal of the deputy head of the guild and agreed to accept it. Such mutual cooperation would be convenient for both of them. At the same time, Shin Hyun set his conditions that he would not be a member of the guild and would remain an outsider to him. Whether he suggested some kind of alliance, the guy just didn't want anyone to boss him around or help him. The girl thought for a while, and after a while asked the guy to promise him one thing. She asked the boy not to support any guild, especially one called Twilight. Shin didn't even think about it, so he made a promise and asked Lee not to even mention it. He then reminded her that he was the immortal Sword Emperor and would never betray his word. The young men shook hands, thus confirming the agreement. Shin said that he wanted to fight with the strongest and asked to remove the guards. Lee said she had no intention of harming his family, and the young man thanked her for her understanding. Shin tore a piece of fabric from his black t-shirt and asked Jihye for forgiveness. The young man gave the girl some fabric, but she couldn't understand what she needed it for. Lee finally took her in her hands, and Shin noted that he provoked the girl with 3 attempts, as he wanted to learn the skill of one of the strongest people in this world. The young man understood that he had gone too far. Perhaps he should have acted differently. The beauty forgave Shin and replied that thanks to such a test, she was able to gain determination. The young man said that this matter was already closed, but he was curious why Lee Ji-hye chose the path of a killer. The girl reported that in that cave she almost went crazy and had a desire to kill someone. Shin thought about the Vice Guild leader's answer and remembered himself in that cave. He replied that he thought the same thing in that cave and constantly had the desire to kill someone. A black car drove along the road and stopped not far from the young people. The driver looked at his watch to determine whether he was late for the appointed time or not. The deputy head sat in the back seat. The driver was shocked when he saw her. He asked if everything was okay with the girl. Lee said that she used shadow play, but it didn't help her touch Shin even with the tip of a dagger. The driver couldn't believe it, and Lee clarified that Shin had exceeded all her expectations. The deputy head said that she had spent a lot of her energy. It had simply run out. Lee noted that she spent all her strength and energy, but the enemy did not even attack her. The girl also shared with the driver that she did not know how Shin blocked her daggers. The deputy head of the guild noted that she had suffered a complete defeat in the battle, and an unequal one at that. The driver was shocked and said that Shin should not join the Twilight and asked if Jiha had thought about sending him to the Sun Festival. Lee said that the only way to stop Park Tae-hun is with Shin Hyun's help, and she will do everything for that. The vice leader of the guild realized that she had to be wise and be sure to follow his will. The driver thought about Jihee's words and asked if she would repair the heavenly warrior. Beauty Lee noted that they all together must help Shin Hyun with all their might. Shin Hyun finally returned to his beloved sister's house after so many adventures. Yunsul greeted him with joy, threw herself on his chest, and began to sob with joy. The brother could not understand what had happened to his younger sister. He was surprised and a little scared. Yunsul clung to her brother. He already thought that his sister would tear him apart. It was clear from her that she was very worried. After some time, the little sister asked her brother not to go anywhere and not to take any risks at all. The girl thought it was better to stay at home. It increasingly seemed to her that her brother would disappear, like he did then. The older brother tried to calm his sister down. He said that he knew how she felt, but he couldn't stay at home all the time. Yunsul looked at Shin very carefully, and after a moment he said that he wanted to become a hunter. The sister didn't like this information. She clarified with her brother that he was already tired of life. Shin Hyun took out a mystical cube from his pocket and showed it to his younger sister, which Jihye had given to him. The elder brother boasted that with the help of this cube he would be able to obtain a window of hunter status. Yunsul said that her brother can do whatever he wants, and she will see what happens next. Shin Hyun picked up the cube, which shone with all the colors of the rainbow. It was incredible. The stone illuminated everything around with its light, which made the young man very happy. The guy's joy was short-lived, as the club began to fall apart right before his eyes. All that was left of the beautiful, multicolored, brightly glowing cube in his hands was ruins. The joy turned to disappointment. Shin was surprised. Did Lee really fool him? Yunsul said that they were finished, and it was necessary to say the phrase status window. Suddenly, 2 windows of his status opened up in front of the young man. It was very interesting. The young man thought that this window belonged to Stasu from Murim, but he was seeing something like this for the first time, and this proved his strength. After some time, he saw the hunter's status window and began to study it in detail. Yunsul came up from behind and also began to get acquainted with her class. Older brother, she looked at the sign for a very long time, wanting to get acquainted with all the data in detail. Yunsol realized that the path of a hunter is definitely not for her brother, so he should forget about it. The older brother, who heard about this from his sister, could not understand why this had to be done. Yunsol told Shin-hyun that hunters are divided into 6 classes. She said that hunters come in a variety of types: warrior, priest, mage, tank, archer, and assassin. But if the higher classes are included, then there can be many more. But the 6 are the most basic. Yunsol has the archer class, top class sniper. The sister explained to her brother that the basic classes are innate, and her brother has no class, so he has no chance. Shin said that you can become a hunter without a class, but you need good skills to do so. And in order to increase the level, the hunter first of all needs experience, and it can be obtained after killing a monster. Yunsol told her brother that the classless hunters, unlike the 6 who have classes, simply don't have skills, but they can be obtained through the skill cup. The cheapest cube with hand-to-hand combat skill costs 20 million won, and fencing costs 25 million won. Shin was shocked. Yunsol continued that hunters with classes acquire skills automatically, while those without a class must invest money in them. The young girl looked questioningly at her brother, wondering what his decision was. And then she asked if he had money. Shin, of course, was very upset. He thought for a moment and said that he had Lee Ji, who would definitely help him. The young man knew very well that the deputy head of Dawn had a lot of money and she could help him. Yunsol was very upset because she thought she could dissuade her brother from becoming a hunter, since he didn't have the money for it. The young man noted that this is not the most important thing, a problem for him, because he can count on Dawn. Then the brother asked his sister how it happened that he didn't have a hunter class, since he was a genius. The guy believed that there would definitely be no other person like him in Muram's history, so why didn't he have the talent of a hunter? The territory of the training dungeon of the Dawn Guild has picturesque views, and there are rabbits in the clearing. But only at first glance are these animals harmless, because it is not for nothing that they are in the dungeon, which is also called the rabbit. After some time, the rabbit turns into a terrible monster with red eyes and an evil grin. Yunsol holds a bow and arrow, aims carefully, and hits him, causing a large explosion. Then the girl asks her brother if he saw how agile she is, and Shin notes that they caught a rabbit. The girl replied that with a mood like her older brother's, hunters most often end up very badly. A red stone fell from Shin Hyun's hands, and he said that this would definitely not happen to him. He picked up the stone and said that it was a monster stone, and he had heard that it could be exchanged for money. Shin told his sister that it was a resource. It produced a lot of energy when processed, and because of them, nuclear power plants disappeared. But she told him to be careful, because anything could happen in the dungeon. Shin turned away from his sister and used his magic power, causing several dead rabbits to fall to the ground. Yunsol was shocked by her brother's behavior and thought that he didn't listen to her at all. A status window opened in front of the young man, and this kind of prank with monsters did not bring him any experience. Yunsol said that there was no need to worry. They had a whole dungeon at their disposal. Her brother had the opportunity to calmly master the skill. The young man couldn't figure out what level of swordsmanship he had, so he decided to ask Lee Ji-hye about it. Yunsol said that she doesn't know what kind of contract her brother has with Lee, but she is an unusual person and will try to get the most out of her brother for herself. Hearing these words, the elder brother stepped aside and thought about something, most likely about Ji-ha. The sister was also silent for a while and wanted to hear at least some kind of answer from her brother. But the young man remained silent, which scared the younger sister a little. Then Shin-hyun walked up to Yunsol and grabbed her wrist hard. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. He asked his sister to go to another place, as he considered it much better than this clearing. What Yunsol saw left her in shock and surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she clenched her teeth in horror. There were a lot of cute little rabbits frolicking in the huge clearing. My brother said there were 337 of them. The young people stood and looked at the clearing with a huge number of rabbit monsters. Yunsol noted that there were a lot of animals, and her brother was only at the beginner level. Shin-hyun replied that there was no need to worry about anything, and began to gradually approach the monsters. The sister was not sure about this, so she screamed very loudly for him not to go far from her. The young man thought that he had never experienced such shame in his life. Shin thought that he was an immortal sword emperor who had trained for a very long time and had a D-level swordsmanship. The young man was very upset, since he didn't even have a hunter class. His sister tried to calm him down somehow, but he pulled out his sword and began to use his magical powers. Shin Hyun cut the air with his sword and screamed so loudly that everyone decided to make fun of him. The rabbits that were in the clearing were angry and aggressively disposed towards the guy, since he disturbed their peace. "Just a little more and they would have attacked him," Yunsol called out to her brother. She was shocked by his actions. The older brother said that he was fed up with the constant arguing with his sister, especially the fact that she was against him becoming a hunter. Then he turned to the rabbits as a monster, because he was already ready to fight them in an unequal battle. Well then, a huge number of information windows appeared in front of him. He was a little shocked. But then he realized that they wanted to help him in this way. They were giving him certain hints. Shin Hyun didn't want to obey the system, so he used his sword to cut them in half. Even though he had no skill, he was very confident in his abilities. Well, the rabbit monsters didn't look at all this. They were getting closer and closer to Shin. They opened their mouths and wanted to say goodbye to the young man who had disturbed their peace. Shin Hyun held his sword very tightly and began to use magical power. He was angry at the system that dared to teach him, such a great man, fencing and tell him what to do. The young man was confident in his abilities and thought that he did not need to be taught, especially fencing. The guy realized that he had acquired these skills 14 years ago, so he fought with a huge number of rabbits with one sword. The young man was very self-confident. He thought that the skills he had previously acquired would guarantee his safety. Shin was simply confident that it didn't take 100 years to teach him something new. Information windows appeared in front of him again, but he didn't want to read them. They were boring to him. One of the tables had a warning about fencing skills, and the guy decided to read it. The information he saw left him in great shock. He certainly didn't expect this. A huge number of system messages appeared in front of Shin. He couldn't understand what they were. The young man couldn't figure out how to close the window. He wondered how to change the settings. Yunsol was very scared and upset. She couldn't understand what her brother was doing. He tried to figure out the system messages, but he was doing a very bad job of it. The guy couldn't find information about the strength of fencing. The young man continued to read the information that the system messages provided him. There were a lot of them. Yunsol saw that her brother had become level A+. The guy who also saw this data froze in amazement and went into shock. Then the brother told his sister if it was possible to get experience points with a passive skill, and the sister confirmed his guess. Shin looked at the system message data and realized that this was what had happened to him. The young man used these manipulations in order to make his life easier in the future. Shin folded his hand into a fist and began to run away very quickly. The rabbits no longer posed a danger to him. And then the young man used his magical powers. The guy was very happy with his achievements. He told his sister that he could now use his martial arts to gain experience. Shin also told his sister that the strongest hunters in Korea gained their skills in the same way. Yunsol was in great shock from the information she heard. She had no words to respond. The girl took her bow in her hand, looked at it, and thought about the flow of air. Then she thought about something for a while and called out to her older brother. He looked at her, and the girl said that she wanted to have a very serious talk with him. The sister told her brother that she had guessed that he was very strong, but today she saw his strength with her own eyes, and it was amazing. The girl remembered what happened in the Red Wolf's dungeon, and she didn't want it to happen again. Yunsol noted that unfortunately there was no guarantee of this. She reminded her brother that she led the team. Her subordinates died because of her weakness. The situation that happened in the dungeon does not give her peace. She does not want to make any more mistakes in life. The sister told her brother that she couldn't become as strong as him, and she wanted Shin to teach her something. The brother put his hand on his sister's shoulder and told her not to get excited. He would try to tell her everything and teach her. And then Shin Hyun noted that he had never had any students, but this time he would be the most severe. The young man thought that his sister would not always be by his side, so she needed to learn to stand up for herself, because no one knew what would happen in the future. The brother told his sister that it makes sense to teach her to be strong and that it is necessary to move on to a new point. The young people ran along the green edge to get to their destination faster. After some time, the sister asked what her brother would do next, since he had already mastered fencing skills. She wondered if he would continue to use his warrior skills, and from above, the rabbit monsters looked down on the young people. The older brother raised his head and also saw monsters jumping from the cliff onto him. Shin-hyun thought that he could now level up using his powers. He did this promptly and at the same second in order to stop the monsters. The sister agreed with her brother's words and said that in her situation, the hunter's further path was unclear. Shin-hyun said that he can now use his martial arts. He also informed his sister that he needed to learn certain class skills. The young man thought that Lee Ji-hee, a former assassin, was able to combine martial arts and skills, thereby becoming stronger. Therefore, he too must find skills that are compatible with his martial art. Then, the young man thought for a while and looked straight ahead for a long time. The sister was perplexed. She looked at her brother, who used his power and flew over the edge of the forest where the rabbits were. The rabbit monsters that were in the clearing raised their heads and saw Shin rise up. The young man began to use his powers, using his magical abilities. Then he shouted very loudly that he could combine any skills with his strength. Then the young man thought that he had seen skills that were difficult to combine with his powers, and that was how great magic was created, and he received the fireball magician skill. Yunsol saw all this and told her brother that if he continued like this, he would definitely end badly. These words only made my brother laugh very loudly and said that this danger could easily be combined with martial arts. Shin-hyun landed at the edge of the forest, sat down on the grass, began to smile, and told his sister that he would become a magician. The girl thought about it, because she told her brother that he didn't have a class, so it would be very difficult to be a mage, because it was not easy to get mage skill cubes. The brother sat at the edge of the forest, rejoicing, singing songs. The sister closed her eyes and thought that let everything remain as it is. System messages appeared in front of Shin-hyun, and he began to examine them in detail. The young man thought that there was a gap between the Murim and Hunter systems, since Murim only showed his own body characteristics. Shin thought that the knowledge he gained now would help him with Murim, and he liked that the Hunter status window displayed all the data. The young man realized that the systems were very different and were created by different people, but with the same abilities. He analyzed that in Murim, one had to spend a lot of time practicing and risk one's life to improve one's skills. Shin-hyun thought that the legendary hero Heavenly Warrior became a god above legends. It was he who wrote the book Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art. In Murim, many fought over this ancient treasure, and it was in that cave that he woke up in his time. At that time, he took everything that was happening for granted, but he lost sight of the main thing. The being that gave humanity the Hunter system was most likely a goddess, and she sent him to Murim. Shin-hyun's pupils narrowed to dots. The information he had deciphered shocked him. He felt like he was chained in strong metal chains and he felt unwell. The young man began to suspect that the Heavenly Warrior had done all this to him. Shin-hyun is at the edge of the forest. Squirrels are frolicking near him. He is resting and thinking about something. The young man wanders through the dungeons for a month, raising his level, and this is not without the support of Lee Ji-hee. He had a strange feeling, as if he was not yet on Earth, but in Murim. Shin-hyun used his magical powers, and everything around the young man began to glow with blue flames. The young man was able to reach level 22 and said that he really wanted to freshly cooked chicken. The older brother taught his sister, told her that there are 365 vessels in the human body, but the sister did not want to listen to it. Shin-hyun also learned to speak in a normal way with the help of his sister, since he had missed out on a lot during his years in Murim. The older brother thought that Yunsol, due to her age, was too late to study martial arts. The girl understood that studying was difficult for her, but her brother encouraged her as best he could and always helped her. The young man asked his sister not to scream or cry if she suddenly started bleeding. This message was unexpected. For Yunsol, when the girl heard this, she was very upset. The brother pierced his sister's vessels and directly injected his power into her. The scream echoed throughout the entire yard. Thanks to these simple actions, Shin Hyun managed to at least somehow teach his sister. Everything went well, and one day, during training, the sister almost burned her older brother's hair. Shin and Lee met again over a cup of aromatic, delicious tea, and the interlocutor asked if everything was okay with her and her sister. Then Lee Ji-hee suggested that the young man get straight to the point, which was very important to her. Shin Hyun was not surprised that the Vice Guild leader, as usual, did not stand on ceremony. She noted her unique character. The young man asked the girl what she was planning, since she hadn't called him for a long time. Lee Ji-hye didn't expect this turn of events and looked at the guy with narrowed eyes. After a few seconds, she asked Shin Hyun if he wanted to go on a date with her. The young man certainly didn't expect such a question. He didn't know what to answer and froze. And then he said that such invitations were new to him, so he would better refrain from them. Lee said that she should not refuse. She then reported that in Bushin, a new dungeon with a high level of danger has opened, and only high-ranking hunters are allowed into it. That's why Lee wants to go there with Shin Hyun, since he's level 20. The young man asked why she wanted to go into the dungeon with him. The girl reported that in high-level dungeons, there is control over the number of hunters. She also wants Shin Hyun to increase his strength faster, which is very easy to do in this dungeon. The young man asked the girl if she wanted him to speed up his improvement in this way. Jiha said that the young man uses strange words, but for him it is normal, since he has lived for more than 100 years. Shin said that he will support the girl regardless of what kind of alliance they have. And then he asked her why she needed to make him even stronger, what would she get from it. Lee asked if he had heard of the Sun Festival, an event held annually between the Dawn and Dusk guilds. The Festival of the Sun, a grand event that helps to show off the strength of the most powerful guilds in Korea. But from the outside, it looks like the guilds are strengthening their relationships with each other. In fact, these are competitions that determine the position of power. It can be compared to a small war. Now the fight is for the right to the dungeon, so the fights take place underground. Shin Hyun asked what they were fighting for anyway. If it was just for interests, then that was very stupid. The deputy head of the guild replied that all this was happening because of Pak Tae-hun. Everything was stable before, but then he chased after power. Lee Ji-hye said that Park then began to blindly obey the Heavenly Warrior. Shin Hyun shouted and asked what kind of relationship Park had with the Heavenly Warrior. Lee said that she didn't know anything about the Heavenly Warrior, but only heard how Pak received a message in Muram's status window. Shin thought about it. The young man couldn't understand why he was doing this because he had previously been friends with Lee. Jiha noted that Shin and Park were the only people who had experienced Muram's horror firsthand. The young man looked at the deputy head of the guild for a long time and thought about something. Lee Ji-hye asked to participate in the Sun Festival and be an ally of the Dawn Guild. The driver sat in the car and thought about how the balance of power had recently been on the side of the Twilights. This was due to the fact that they were capturing new dungeons and making frequent raids there. He looked ahead and saw the Vice Guild leader walking along the road with Shin. The young men sat in the back seat and began to talk about how Dawn would be finished if the secret information was revealed. Sheena was tormented by his conscience, because it was because of him that the director died at such an important moment, and he was the main force of the guild. The young man told Lee that he understood the situation in general terms, but could not understand the benefit of his height as a hunter. Lee said that the Festival of the Sun is broadcast to the entire world, and there will be a lot of foreign press there. The driver asked if they were planning to show martial arts to the world, as this might cause envy among hunters. He asked if Shin Hyun was ready to face the World Hunters Association, and he replied that he was ready to fight them. Lee pointed out that only hunter skills should be used at the Sun Festival. Shin couldn't object to this. Lai was glad that Shin agreed and still wanted to tell the young man something. She opened a suitcase with 6 magic cups and skills in front of Shin. There was one highest skill of a magician and a sorcerer. Shin Hyun thought that he wanted to meet Park Tae-hoon anyway, and it was probably worth it. And then, out of nowhere, pieces of paper began to fall on the young man's head one after another. There were very, very many of them. The young man could not understand what was happening around him. Lee said that in this world there are legal processes, and all these sheets, official documents that confirm the alliance with Dawn, all these documents are official. Shin asked why he needed to register a guild. Jiha replied that the registration process for the Sun Festival was very problematic, and there might be problems with processing the documents. She asked the young man if he knew how much the cubes cost. Each of them was more expensive than any house, which is why it was necessary to sign a contract. Shin said that all the conditions should have been discussed from the very beginning and began signing documents. There were a lot of them. The deputy head of the guild said that these were all formalities, and he could write any name for his guild. Shen Heng stands on the ground, and he has such an unusual feeling that the guy is a little surprised. The young man thought that every day he was running between the sky and the dungeons, as if he was going to school. The vice guild leader approached him. They were in the Wyvern Dungeon in Bucheon. A huge number of monsters were flying above the young people. Lee said that they needed to be careful, but dragons alone are not so strong. And then the monsters became more and more. Jiha clarified that she was told that there were a lot of these dragons in the dungeon. Shin Hyun used his power and said that he sensed more than 3,000 monsters. The young man concentrated for a moment and noted that these monsters were not a problem for him. The young man's eyes lit up and he said that the more targets, the better for him. He was ready to fight, so he concentrated and began to use all the strength he had. The monsters flew above them, and the deputy head of the guild asked how the skills had been mastered so quickly, in a few hours. Shin Hyun noted that magic power and body energy control are very similar. Lee said that she did not succeed in this. The vice leader of the guild pointed out that there was no need to overdo it, as the ohm would run out very quickly. Shin Hyun reassured her. Lee asked him if it seemed unfair, and he replied that it did. In dungeons, monsters are not always of the same type. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild said that the young man was right. Shin Hyun thought for a while about the words he heard from his interlocutor. Lee told the young man that 13 years ago the first dungeons appeared, and they filled the entire world. Since then, more than one type of monster has not been recorded in the dungeon. And at this time, terrible monsters were frolicking above the young people because they felt great in the dungeon. Shin Hyun began to use his power, and the monsters flew away from him at the speed of sound. They were very angry that people came to their dungeon and imposed their own rules there. There was fish food in a large bucket, and some man was scooping it into a plate. He feeds the colorful fish that are in the pond. They trust the man and swim up to him. The action takes place near the villa of Park Tae-hoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, which is in Seoul. A young man in glasses approaches the guild leader and says that there is information about the suspicious location of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The subordinate also noted that there was a newcomer in the Dawn Guild who was being heavily supported, and he and Lee went to clear the dungeon. The head of the Twilight Guild continued feeding the fish and asked the guy what happened next. The subordinate said that they managed to find out that the newcomer was Yun-sol's brother. She is also one of the leaders of the Dawn Group. The bespectacled youth said that Shin Hyun had disappeared for 14 years and had reappeared, his appearance coinciding with Seo Kong-jin's resignation. The head of the Twilight Guild asked where he had been for 14 years, and his subordinate noted that intelligence could not find out. The guy with glasses shared what he found out about Seo Kong-jin. He didn't resign, but simply disappeared, and before his disappearance, he went to Yun-sol to teach her a lesson for killing his son. Guildmaster Twilight thought for a moment and said that Seo Kong-jin was most likely dead. The subordinate agreed with the head's version and said that this news was quite good for them. Now, Twilight Guild leader Park Tae-hoon has come to the conclusion that Shin Hyun is collaborating with Dawn. Meanwhile, the young man continued to fight monsters in the dungeon. During the fight, he actively used all the powers he had, including those from Murim. He was very happy with the work he had done. The young man was happy with the stones that had fallen out of the monsters in huge quantities. Then the guy noted that destroying monsters is the best entertainment for him. Shengen knows that trying out new skills is a lot of fun and he really enjoyed it. Lee noticed that an entire hour had passed, but Shin was not tired at all and still cleared everything in the dungeon. Shen told the girl that he was finishing his work and wanted to talk to Lee about something. I asked her if she knew that there was a life exchange cube among the cubes. The girl replied that for this skill you can exchange health points for mana points. Shin Hyun told Lee that in Murim achievements can be obtained in a certain way. Then the young man asked if he could endlessly draw the amount of mana he needed, and the girl thought about it. The young man was silent for a while. He thought about something for a long time and persistently, but then it dawned on him. Shin Hyun began to think that he had an inexhaustible source of energy. This information made him very happy. The young man said that by reaching the limit in one art, it would be easier to reach the limit of another. Shin Hyun then said that he would destroy the small change that was left in the cave so that the boss could see how clever he was. Lee replied that the boss had a strong character. Then she thought about how she was an idiot when she wanted to use him and kill him. He definitely wouldn't let her down at the Sun Festival. Monsters were actively flying around above the head of the deputy head of the Jihi Guild. She saw them and also began to fight them, using her power to help Shin. Then the girl thought that she could achieve the same abilities as Shin Hyun. And for some reason there were more and more monsters in the sky. They began to fly closer to the clearing. The deputy head of the guild did not stop fighting them. She became curious why there were so many of them. The fight was unequal. Lee stuck one dagger into the mountain to rest a little and fought back with the other. The girl realized that she was very high up, and a piece of rock broke off unexpectedly. She was flying head over heels, fighting huge monsters, because there was a huge risk that they would destroy her. The vice leader of the guild managed to land in the clearing, safe and sound. She looked down and saw a huge number of cubes there, and wondered when Shin would take them. Lee thought about going back to raise the danger level of the dungeon, because it was much higher than it should have been, and the monsters here were flying type. And she had a hard time dealing with them. The young girl wondered what kind of raid would be most effective here. The vice leader of the guild thought about who it's best to take it to help you. While DG Ha stood quietly and thought, a huge monster began to circle above her. After a while, several more joined him. They all circled above her, opening their huge, scary mouths. The deputy head of the guild realized that she couldn't handle them on her own, but there was nowhere else to go. The monster's scary face was getting closer and closer to her. She was scared by how huge it was, and she also had no idea how monsters of different levels appeared in the dungeon. Lee Ji-hye used all her magical powers to escape from him with all her might. But the monster still continued to pursue the deputy head of the guild. It was ferocious. The girl looked around and realized that there were a lot of monsters. They were everywhere. The deputy head of the guild was no longer fighting them so much as trying to outwit the monsters. More and more scary monsters flew towards the girl. They all wanted to attack her together. One, the largest dragon monster, flapped his wings and hit Jihi with all his might. And the dagger suddenly fell from the hands of the deputy head of the guild. She was unarmed. The girl was in shock. She understood that she could not cope with this demonic force. The vice leader of the guild understood perfectly well that this level of unusual monsters. Jiha then came to the conclusion that something was wrong with the dungeon system, and that there was most likely a glitch. The fear left her after she felt Gin Hyun's hand on her shoulder. Finally, a young man came to her aid. Lee Jae-hee had been waiting for this for so long. The guy took the girl in his arms and they flew down together. The young man said that the entire dungeon was captured. Stronger monsters appeared in it. The vice guild leader was confused as to why he allowed the scary monsters to roam around here. He said he was waiting to deal with the bosses at the end. Now Shin Hyun told Lee Ji-hye not to worry, but rather to look for a place to stay. The young people walked across the clearing and began to discuss what they wanted to eat for dinner. Lee replied that now was not the right time for dinner. After everything that had happened, there was no time for food. Shin Hyun laughed happily upon hearing these words and began to use his magical powers against the monsters. He told the girl to wait for him off to the side, laughed, and noted that there would be fried chicken for dinner. A huge number of monsters, who were very ruined, flew up to the young man. Shin Hyun clenched his fists and was ready to fight, although he was completely unarmed. The Vice Guild leader saw Shin fighting monsters and was shocked by his abilities. The guy saw no one around him except monsters, heard nothing, and used magic. From the outside, it looked like simple blows, but each blow was imbued with pure magic. It was incredible. Lee Ji-hee watched the fight and was simply in awe of the young man. Then she saw that a portal had opened, so she started screaming at the top of her lungs for Shin to leave. But the young man seemed to be hanging in the air and had no intention of finishing his business. Lee noted that the monsters were appearing from the portal, which is why there were so many of them, and she wondered how Shin was going to continue to destroy them. The girl wanted to help the young man. She said that it was very dangerous, asked him to run, but Shin did not hear her, so the deputy head of the guild wanted to break through to him. Lee began to fly, but a huge monster with a terrible grin and glowing eyes appeared in her path. And more monsters began to fly out from the huge portal. The vice leader of the guild saw that the main monster was being protected by small ones. She understood that Shin needed to be saved. More and more little monsters flew up to help their boss. Lee thought that she should have warned about all this, but the little monsters continued to move involuntarily. The vice leader of the guild realized that the large monsters command the smaller ones. They protect the bosses with their bodies. Lee thought about how she could approach Shin to help him defeat the big monsters. Because of the huge number of dragons, the girl could not see the young man. But she still managed to fly closer, and she saw that Shin felt calm. From the outside, it felt like he was specifically among the dragon bosses. Lee concentrated on what the young man was thinking. He could contact her through a mental link. The girl realized that she was encountering such anomalies for the first time and considered them very dangerous. Lee stood below and looked at the monsters. She understood that she had to help the young man somehow. An idea struck her. She climbed onto the big monster's back, pressed herself against him as tightly as possible so that the others wouldn't notice her. She was scared, but she needed to hold out a little. If there were no abnormal monsters, it would become much easier. After some time, the deputy head of the guild realized that she was flying head over heels. The monster realized that she was on his back and threw the girl off and then began to fight with her. The vice guild leader slashed her sword at the huge monster's back with all her might. He screamed in pain, and Lee only asked how he noticed her. An unequal fight began. The deputy head of the guild became very angry and shouted that no monster was her opponent. The girl looked ahead and saw a huge number of red eyes. She certainly didn't expect this turn of events, and Lee was also very tired during the fight. Shin, who was standing calmly in the air and saw what was happening, began to use his magic power. Lee Ji-hee realized that Shin had summoned the swords without using the source of power. The young man controlled them alone, and Lee was surprised at how much energy was in his body. Shin Hyun fought hard and then decided that it was time to end the fight. He was a little tired, so he decided to stop pretending to be a hunter, and he dealt with all the monsters. Lee noted that without Mr. Shin, no one would have been able to cope with this problem, but this is also possible in other dungeons. The Vice Guild leader wasn't sure if they could handle such portals under the current danger level system. She thought about it, as she wasn't sure if the guild members would be able to destroy such portals. Shin Hyun held the cube in his hands and wondered if he was spending too much time on the Sun Festival. He needed to investigate. The catch was that Park Tae-hoon wouldn't let this pass and would know about the investigation. If he takes any action, Twilight will find out and destroy Dawn. All this will negatively affect the deputy head of the guild, Lee, and Shin did not want this. The girl thought about what would be the best thing to do in such a situation to conduct an investigation. Lee Ji-hee stared at the cube that Shin Hyun held in front of her for a long time. The young man asked what kind of stone it was and how it differed from other stones and monsters. The vice leader of the guild replied that this stone was a monster skill stone, and it was very lucky. They were very rare of this size. Lee Ji-hee also noticed that this monster was not simple. It was huge and very strong. The vice guild leader thought for a moment and called out to Mr. Cha Shin Hyun. She looked at the young man for a long time and said that she wanted to talk to him about something very important. A month later, people were actively discussing the participants of the Sun Festival. They were interested in what would happen this time. Shin Hyun was the main character who had many rumors circulating about him, including the internet discussing that he had become a hunter a month ago. Everyone was curious as to why the Dawn Guild was so actively supporting him. The young man looked at the tall building and thought that he was most likely a corpse. The respectable man yelled at his subordinate because he didn't know Shin Hyun's level or skills and where he had been for 14 years. The ward was very nervous, sweating profusely and saying something under his breath, and thus an emergency meeting of the Twilight Guild leaders was taking place. All the members of the congregation were in shock, as they did not know with whom they would be dealing during the feast. The leader of the Twilight Guild sipped his soda and smiled. Despite everything, he was very calm. He ordered his subordinates to sit down and calm down, since there was no reason to panic yet. The leader noted that the Dawn Guild was very hasty in choosing hunters, and all because they revealed their cards much earlier than Twilight expected. The guild leader believed that it was also necessary to reveal the cards to understand whether Dawn was bluffing or not. The head of Twilight took a sip of soda and said that the sprouts of the competitor's power needed to be destroyed before they sprouted. An employee of the Twilight Guild was in a cafe. He was scared and had been waiting there for a long time. The young man was drinking coffee and was thinking and worrying about something very intensely. It was noticeable to the naked eye. Then he looked at his wristwatch and said that the time had already come and the man had not yet arrived. A visitor entered the cafe. He stood up from his table and waved his hand at the newcomer. Then he thanked his interlocutor for coming to him because he made the right decision. Shin Hyun suddenly appeared in front of the man with glasses. But how did he end up here? The young man looked intently at his interlocutor and looked around. The guy with glasses was very worried, took out a handkerchief and began to wipe beads of sweat from his face. He didn't know how to talk to Shin Hyun and what he needed to talk about, so he was very nervous. And then the man in glasses extended his sweaty hand to the young man in greeting. Shin Hyun clarified whether the man's name was Suha Cheolho and whether he was a representative of the Twilight Guild. The man with glasses said that it was he, and that it was a great honor for him to meet Mr. Shin Hyun. Cheolho was sweating profusely. He wanted to find out as much information as possible from Hyun. He then took out his briefcase and started rummaging through it, and Shin Hyun thought that there was no need to worry if everyone in Twilight was such a slob. The man in glasses took out a magical instrument which he called a soundproof barrier. This device can block out external sounds and is ideal for private conversations, Cheolho said. This information surprised Shin Hyun, and his interlocutor asked if he understood what they were going to talk about. The man in glasses said that their guild wanted to form an alliance with Shin Pen's guild. He replied that he already had partners, and the Twilight Guild had already gotten acquainted with the participants of the Sun Festival. The man with glasses remarked that he knew that Dawn was putting a lot of effort into developing Mr. Cha Shin Hyun. Cheolho said that they knew about Seo Kangjin's disappearance and the joint dungeon raid with the deputy head of Dawn. The guy with glasses also asked why Shin didn't join the Dawn Guild. And then he added that their guild realized that Shin had created his own guild as a cover. Cheolho explained that they could easily guess everything, since Shin had a close relationship with Dawn. The man with glasses then offered Shin Hyun to join them. As their conditions were much better than in Dawn, Shin laughed and noted that Cheolho was much braver than he could have thought, and the offer was not bad. The man in glasses took documents out of his briefcase and offered to discuss specific terms. Shin said he came to the meeting to find out why he was invited and he wasted his time. Cheolho was nervous again. He said that their guild was ready to offer an amount twice as much as Dawn. Shin noted that he promised Lee Ji-hee not to accept their offer and that he was not interested in money at all. The guy with glasses asked Shin to wait. He was not ready for such a turn of events. Cheolho, with tears in his eyes, begged Cha Shin Hyun not to leave. He didn't know what to do in this situation. One of the cafe visitors asked the guy in glasses, "How long will he stand there?" Cheolho looked at the visitor and realized that this was the head of his guild, but how did he end up here? He put his arm around his subordinate's shoulders. and said that he had told him in detail about the situation that had developed. The chief had an earpiece in his ear and told his subordinate to continue the conversation as long as possible. He installed a microphone on his subordinate's tie, since there was no other point in eavesdropping on them. Cholho continued to be nervous. He sweated heavily and told the chief that he was very sorry for his ignorance. Then the leader of the Twilight Guild thought about Shin Hyun. His action was very strange. The leader had no idea what exactly that Cha Shin Hyun wanted from them, why he came to this meeting at all. Lee Jihye was talking on the phone, and she told her interlocutor that Park Tae-hoon was very upset. The girl spoke with Shin Hyun, who told her that the leader of Twilight most likely knew that he was from Murim, but the heavenly harmony did not resonate. The young man noted that when he entered the cafe he felt someone's energy. Shin was very cautious. He is not the type of person who waits until the last moment. Shin Hyun said that the Twilight Guild leader would not touch Lee Jihye and asked how the investigation of the dungeons was going. The girl thanked him for his help and said that there was no more information about similar anomalies. The vice leader of the guild thanked Shin Hyun once again because he took on the investigation. He replied that all this was not a burden to him because he was raising his level. Shin Hyun asked if there was anything else she needed from him. Jiha replied that she had no more requests for him. The young man asked the deputy head why she had a gloomy tone and whether anything else new had happened. Shin Hyun's sister Yunsol approached him and asked if he had finished talking. The sister told her older brother to go quickly and walk with her. She wanted to take him somewhere. He took the mobile phone away from his ear and agreed with her proposal and went with his sister. After some time, the younger sister brought her brother to a huge building. There were different cells. In front of one of them, the young people stopped. Yunsol put her hand on the photograph of her mother and father. The cell contained the ashes of their parents. The girl put her hand to it and said that her brother had returned. Shin Hyun looked at all this and stood there in bewilderment, his face no longer showing any emotion. He thought about how coming to this place was a really bad idea and what Yunsol was thinking. Shin Hyun knew that from that moment on, he had changed a lot. He had become different, and seeing the ashes of his parents, he felt nothing. The sister stood next to the cell with the ashes of her parents, and the brother turned his back to her and did not want to look at all this. Yunsol stood near the cell, looking at her brother, and tears were rolling from her eyes. She did not understand why this was happening. After a while, the girl calmed down and asked if Shin Hyun was okay. She noticed that her brother did not look sad or upset, which shocked her. The young girl could barely contain her emotions, as she could not understand what was happening to her brother. Yunsol screamed, "Why is Shin standing there rooted to the spot and silent, not saying anything?" The younger sister couldn't believe that her brother didn't feel anything at all. Was his heart really turned to stone? Shin Hyun knew that he couldn't hide his feelings from her. He said that he was still her brother, but he couldn't show her what he had lost. The words that Yunsol heard from her brother hurt her very much. She did not expect such a reaction. And then she clenched her hand into a fist and screamed that her brother looked like the strangest person. She wanted to hear an apology from him. The girl said that she wanted very little from her brother, and he was a complete stranger to her. She remembered Shin Hyun as a child, how he carried her in his arms. They always had fun together. She asked why her brother had changed so much, and even now, next to the ashes of his parents, he looked too normal. Shin Hyun put his hands in his pockets and stared at his sister, and she said that she wanted to see the brother she once knew. The guy noted that it was a long time ago and he would never be the same again, and he didn't care. The sister said that she doesn't feel like she lives with her own brother. He's like a stranger to her. The elder brother thought for a moment and said that he should not have come to this place. The sister's heart was breaking with pain. She could not understand why her brother was saying such words. Shin replied that he would like to know this himself and why it happened to him. A window with Murim's status appeared in front of the young man, and he couldn't understand why this happened again. Then a question appeared in the status window asking why he still considered himself human. Shin Hyun froze in front of the system message as if he were made of stone. Was he really not a human anymore? The young man couldn't understand it. He was interested in why there was some nonsense on the screen. A new system message appeared, telling Shin to stop resisting. The young man noted that this is a system that speaks only one way. But Shin Hyun remembered that he was a heavenly warrior according to the reports and laughed cheerfully. But a system message warned him that it could take everything away from him again, but it would take time. Shin said that he doesn't know who sends him such messages, why he needs it, but if he needs it, then let them take everything from him, otherwise he will find it himself. The young man stood near the building where the ashes of the deceased are kept. He was powerless and took the tie off his neck. Cha Shin Hyun so stood in place. He couldn't move and thought about something for a very long time. Having weighed all the pros and cons, he came to the conclusion that he would not give anything of his to anyone and began to look at his sister. Yunsol's eyes filled with tears. She didn't expect such a bad behavior from her older brother. The girl turned around and walked away from the building where the deceased were kept. Her brother did not follow her. She walked along the streets, the wind blowing in her face, and she thought about how her brother didn't follow her. What an idiot he was. A few days later, the day so long awaited by all people arrived, the Festival of the Sun. Today, people will be able to see heroes exploring dungeons and hunting monsters, the announcer said. All the people in Korea were really looking forward to this holiday. They were in anticipation because it happens once a year. The announcer emotionally shouted that this event in Korea would be the biggest and most grandiose. Everything had been ready for the competition for a long time already. The guilds were carefully preparing for the holiday. Fans gathered on the field as this holiday is not only entertainment, but also strengthening the ties between guilds. Ordinary people could only see duels between hunters during the Festival of the Sun. Shin Hyun stood to the side and thought that this holiday reminded him very much of the Olympic Games. Lee Ji-hae said that there is a big difference between the Sun Festival and the Olympic Games, and it is the hunters who attract the public's attention and interest. And all because the hunter's strength is very similar to the strength that is shown in films, and it looks much more interesting. The Festival of the Sun is not only an occasion to improve relations between guilds, but also helps to improve the image of hunters. The girl spoke for a very long time and realized that Shin Hyun could not hear her at all. She called out to the young man. He stood in front of Lee Ji-hae and seemed to be in himself, hearing nothing and seeing nothing. Before taking the cup of tea, Lee thought of something and an idea occurred to her. She asked Shin if it was true that he had a fight with his sister Yunsol. Then she saw that the brother and sister seemed to be strangers, and there was some strange atmosphere between them. Lee asked what happened between them. Did they do something wrong again? Shin Hyun asked the vice guild leader to find him a house in a quiet and secluded place. Lee asked him why he needed all this. Shin replied that he received a message in the status window from Murim. Shin thought that he didn't know who his opponent would be. He didn't know his goals. Yunsol picked up her bow and looked at it intently. Shin thought that his only weakness was his sister. Lee Ji-hae asked Shin Hyun if he had received a message from the heavenly warrior and what was in it. She then pointed out to the young man that he must remain with his sister, despite what had happened, as it would be unwise to live separately. The young man was silent for a moment. Some interesting thought crept into his head. Then the guy said that Yunsol doesn't need a brother like him because he's not worthy of her. Shin looked out the window at the happy people and noted that he was no longer the same person his sister once knew. He told the vice guild leader that his sister would be much better off if he disappeared again. Lee Ji-hae got really angry and punched Shin right in the chest. He definitely didn't expect such a trick from her. She said that she doesn't like to interfere in other people's affairs, but if her brother said something like that, she would never forgive him, although she doesn't have a brother. Lee Ji-hae then asked if he knew about his sister as the leader of the guild group. Shin was speechless at those words. A man entered the room and began asking if the deputy head of the guild was there. He apologized and said it was a holiday. It was already starting. The man saw the fight between Lee and Shin. The vice guild leader laughed and said that they had to knock on the door before entering, and told Shin to stay inside until she arrived. Shin stood to the side, confused, unable to understand what was going on or why he had to be in the room. Shin thought for a moment, wondering if Lee Jihye was angry with him. Meanwhile, at the stadium before the start of the fights, the spectators sat down in their seats. They were waiting for the opening ceremony, which was to be conducted by representatives of the Dawn and Twilight guilds. The audience was greeted by the head of the Dawn Guild, Chukno Chan, the Crusader class, and Deputy Guild Leader Twilight Jang Sun-hyuk, Assassin class. People were asking each other if it was true that Lee Jai and Park Tae-hoon were from the same guild. To the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was approached by a man named Park Tae-hoon, with whom they began their lives as hunters, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man was very glad to see the deputy head of the Dawn Guild and extended his hand to her. Lee Ji wasn't as happy to see him as he was to see her, and she clenched her teeth in anger and didn't offer her hand. Then she came to her senses a little, smiled, and asked how Park Tae-hoon was doing. She couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment and asked the head of another guild if the guy who was once her deputy was any good. Shin Hyun watched all this and squeezed the sword in his hands very tightly. He was very angry. Then the head of another guild said that he heard that she was secretly leveling up a newbie and asked if she was always keen on helping the weak. Anger towards the leader of the other guild filled Shin Hyun. He squeezed the sword in his hand tighter and tighter. An unknown force took possession of him, and he decided to get rid of the head of the Twilight Guild with his own hands. Terrible events from her life flashed before the eyes of the deputy head of the guild. It was very painful and unpleasant for her to remember what had happened before, but she didn't show it. Although Lee didn't like this conversation, she continued to control herself and smiled sweetly. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild said that she would take everything Park Tae-hoon said as a compliment. Lee's interlocutor pretended to be an innocent lamb and smiled sweetly at the girl, although his eyes were angry. The interlocutors shook hands, and thus the Festival of the Sun began. The first hunter who entered the arena had the warrior skill consecutive attack. The guild members fought very intensely, and their future fate depended on it. Each of them used all their strength, skills, and abilities on the battlefield. Each wanted to win. The hunters were determined to win, each of them fighting for their place in the sun. The fight was fierce. They prepared for it carefully. Blood and sweat flew in all directions. The spectators watched the first fight with great interest. They couldn't believe that the holiday had already arrived. Duel number 5 was over, and the winner was a member of the Twilight Guild named Sonmo. He demonstrated incredible strength with a blunted weapon. Park Tae-hoon was very happy with his subordinates. He was ready for this, so he recommended Sung Mo to continue this rhythm. And Lee, the deputy of the Dawn Guild, thought that with such warriors, they didn't have to worry. The head of the Twilight Guild decided to leave for a while. He was no longer interested in watching all this. He told Lee Ji-hee that he hoped that he would definitely be entertained in the next fight. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild looked at Park Tae-hoon with anger. He went outside to have some peace and quiet for a while, as the fight had tired him out a bit. Park Tae-hoon didn't expect any trick, but then someone called him, and he really wanted to rest. It was Twilight Guild member Sun-hyuk, who was standing near the column, holding a weapon in his hands. The young man twirled the sword in his hands and asked if he could kill Lee Ji-hee. The sword flashed in the hands of the subordinate of the Twilight Guild leader. Park Tae-hoon smiled and told Sun-hyuk that there was no need to rush in the current situation. The chief asked if he knew Cha Yun-sol, and he promised to say hello to the girl. The organizer of the event said that now the action will take place in the Battle of Archers Arena. All the experts can be seen, and the fights will take place any minute. Her assistant said that there are a lot of outstanding members, but he is rooting for Cha Yun-sol. The event organizer told her friend that Yun-sol had had an accident. The members of the Dawn Guild were wondering if Yun-sol would participate in the battles, as she could destroy the entire group. The girl heard gossip behind her back and told her colleagues to speak up and not whisper behind her back. The young people felt awkward and uneasy about being heard. The guild members quickly left the room because they didn't know what to answer Yun-sol. The girl was left alone in the room. She was not pleased with these discussions that were often held behind her back. Yun-sol closed her eyes, and I thought about the events of the past days. Enough of them happened. After that day, when she and her brother had a very big fight, they no longer spoke. It made her furious. The girl often thought that her brother was to blame, and she was sad. A girl suddenly burst into the room and invited Yunsol to go to the waiting room. This visit was unexpected for Yunsol. She was very surprised by such an invitation. And then she became happy because she thought that her older brother wanted to see her. The girl entered the waiting room and saw the vice leader of the guild there, who asked about Yunsol's well-being. She asked Li Jihye why she was called just before she was about to go out, and the vice guild leader replied that she simply wanted to support promising talent. Li also said that she wanted to see her older brother Yunsol, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Yunsol was thinking about something again. The deputy head of the guild looked at the girl with sympathy. Li then said that she didn't know what exactly happened with her brother and sister, but that the situation was best resolved. Yunsol didn't like that the vice leader of the guild was meddling in things that weren't her business. She asked since when the deputy head of the guild interfered in family matters. Li asked not to get excited because she was worried about both of them. Yunsol just laughed. She didn't like the amount of attention being paid to her. The girl then told the vice guild leader that she didn't like her because she was increasingly influencing her brother. Li said that it was not true, but Yunsol emphasized that her brother decided to become a hunter only after meeting the vice leader of the guild, which is why he is moving away from normal life. Yunsol whispered that her brother should never have become a hunter under any circumstances. The sister couldn't understand what her brother wanted if he became stronger. She understood that he was striving for something, but Shin kept silent about it. The vice guild leader looked at Yunsol questioningly. She couldn't understand what was bothering the girl. The sister's eyes were full of tears. She noted that her brother was not the same as before. He was becoming unfamiliar and moving away from her. And then the loudspeaker announced that the archers' battle was beginning and that the participants needed to enter the arena. Yunsol wiped away her tears and told Li that she didn't want to appear in front of her like that. The girl apologized and said that she felt that her brother did not want to change so much. Li Jihye replied that she understood him very well, as she had experienced the same suffering at one time. The deputy head of the guild said that the brother returned from hell, where he could die at any second. After what he went through in that world, he can't be the same as before, the girl added. Li remembered how she was in that world and told Yunsol that her brother was trying to be the person of the past, but was hiding from his sister what he didn't want to show. Yunsol walked to the arena and thought that it was very strange to hear information about her brother that her boss was saying. The sister thought about Li Jihye's words and realized that her older brother thought of her as unreliable. But compared to the deputy head of the guild, he stands on equal terms with her. Yunsol left the room. She had to have a fight, and Li stayed and thought about something. Then she saw Shin and said that she thought he was missing, but it turns out he was here. Then he asked why his brother was so worried about his sister, since he was planning to distance himself from her. The young man said that he was just passing by the deputy head, but Li did not believe him and said that Shin looked very much like Park Tae-hoon. This information from Li's mouth greatly surprised Shin, and the vice leader of the guild asked why he couldn't tell his sister the truth. The young man asked whether it was worth hiding all his intentions from his sister. Li replied that if you want to say something, you need to say it directly. It makes life much easier that way. Then the deputy guild leader Dawn calmed down a little and told Shin to come with her. She wanted to show her brother a side of her sister that he didn't even know about, as a friend fired a starting pistol. Thus, the Battle of the Archers began in the arena, and the spectators were waiting for it with great anticipation. In a moment, the teams of the Dawn and Twilight guilds will meet in a duel. Well, who will be the winner? The head of the Twilight Guild looked at all this and thought about what would happen next. Park Tae-hoon was very pleased with himself and thought that Li Jihye would like his gift. Yunsol prepared herself for the competition, and the leader of the Twilight Guild was looking forward to an interesting start. The girl had an earphone through which she could hear her group. They also had headphones. Yunsol was very serious, focused, and ready to fight. She understood that a lot depended on it. But then the girl remembered her conversation with the deputy head of the guild about how her brother was trying to be his old self for her sake. She remembered her brother's actions and Lee's words about him hiding so as not to show his true nature. Yunsol punched the wall with all her might, sending small pieces of stone flying off. The girl thought that it was impossible to hide everything, and Lee's brother was not telling everything. Yunsol suffered from the fact that her brother still considered her a child, and thought that he was the only one who had changed during this time. After some time, the girl realized that there was an enemy 300 meters away from her. The girl had to concentrate because during the competition it was unwise to use a bow and arrow without reason. Yusol heard in her headphones that they needed to wait for reinforcements, but she reported that everything was under control. The girl took out her bow and took up a fighting stance, as the enemy was not far from her. Yunsol braced herself and used her signature sniper skill aiming shots. The other team member didn't even suspect that he had been spotted and only saw an arrow flying in his direction. Yunsol attacked the enemy without much difficulty, because she had trained for a long time. A message has appeared stating that one Twilight member can no longer continue the fight. And Yunsol was pleased with herself, and knew that she had done a great job, which she had worked hard and for a long time to achieve. Thoughts about her brother did not leave the girl, and she thought that he was constantly looking down on her. People were talking about the little girl who lost her entire family in one day. They felt sorry for her. Her older brother was not found, and the little girl heard this information and clenched her hands into fists. Yunsol was sure that her brother was not dead and that he was definitely alive somewhere. She felt it. The girl prayed and believed that her brother would come to her very soon, that he would definitely be found. The TV that was hanging on the wall started to work with some kind of glitches and interference. The heavenly being prophesied that the day that would bring horror was just around the corner and that humanity must evolve. Yunsol couldn't understand what was happening. She thought that the TV was broken. The girl was taken to the Hunter Academy. She was there under government care. Other children constantly bullied Yunsol, and one day a carton of milk was poured on her head. The students bullied the girl and often made fun of the poor orphan. Yunsol, however, kept herself in check. She did not give in to provocations and did not cry. Her classmates were talking about how they were paying to study at the academy, but for her, everything here was free. The girl couldn't take it anymore and hit the main offender in the face with a tray with all her might. Then she said that her classmates should not be envious, but rather become orphans like her. They insulted and bullied her, but Yunsol said that it was better to stop wagging their tongues and go with her. The main offender held his head. It was very painful for him. He did not expect such resistance. After training, Yunsol was hired by the large guild Dawn, and this job was a dream for many. A huge dog attacked her and broke her bow, but the girl was not ready to give up. She picked up an arrow from the floor. It was an insignificant test for her, since she had gone through so many tests. Then Yunsol quickly dealt with the huge, scary dog with a small arrowhead. The girl had enough strength to finish the job, and both the dog and Yunsol were covered in blood. The deputy head of the guild came to the lawn with an assistant and announced that they had come to help. Yunsol, who was covered in blood, said that there was no need for this anymore. Lee asked the girl's name and whether she was new to the guild. Yunsol introduced herself, and the vice leader of the guild was impressed. She said that the girl would definitely become stronger and promised that she would remember her. Seo Junyoung, who was next to Lee, felt annoyed. He wasn't the only one who envied Yunsol because he wanted to be the leader of the guild group. But Yunsol didn't need any titles. She wanted to be stronger. She needed this in order to hold out until her brother returned. The girl did not allow the slightest weakness. She always thought only about the positive. She trained actively in order to push herself to the limit. She understood that a lot depended on it. Yunsol always had a medallion hanging around her neck. She never took off the chain with it and took great care of it. The locket contained a photograph of her parents with her older brother, and she opened it from time to time. The girl was sad because her brother did not compliment her or pay attention to her, but was friends with Lee Jihye. Yunsol thought that from the perspective of her brother, who studied martial arts, it might seem like her sister was lacking something, but that was not the case. The girl was angry and did not want to forgive her brother for treating her like a little child, because she was not that weak. Yunsol held a bow in her hands, clenched her other hand into a fist, and became very angry. The girl listened for a minute and realized that it was very quiet around her, but it shouldn't be like that at a competition. She said into the headset that she was going to change her location to a new one. And then, very unexpectedly, arrows began to fly at her from all sides. There were a lot of them. The girl did not expect such a development of events. One arrow flew tangentially and hit her in the hand. There were 4 guys standing nearby. They said that the target had been detected and they needed to stop shooting. The arrow didn't hit the muscles, but only damaged the skin, and the attackers were hanging over Yunsol. The girl thought that the arrows for competitions had a blunt tip, so how could it have happened that blood was pouring out of the wound like a stream? Yunsol realized that the arrows were real. One of the attackers said that help for the girl would not arrive. There was no need to wait for it. They also said that they blocked the radio waves and made sure that the broadcast cameras did not illuminate the area. Yunsol laughed because she never hoped for anyone's help in her conscious life. The girl pulled the arrow out of her hand, the blood gushed out with greater force, and she understood that she had to rely only on herself. Yunsol threw the arrow away, laughed, and asked why they were making such a fuss just to catch her alone. And while the villains were thinking about the question, she took the bow and began loading it with arrows. She was prepared for the attack and told the attackers that today would be their end. One of the villains shouted very loudly that the girl needed to be killed as quickly as possible. A moment later, a huge number of arrows flew towards the defenseless Yunsol. The girl turned away from them as best she could, and the attackers only looked in her direction. After a while, Yunsol used her archery skill, and her arrow hit the target right on target. The gang leader certainly didn't expect such an event to develop. He thought that everything would be quick and easy. The girl missed one of the attackers because her arm was injured, and the one who remained couldn't understand how Yunsol managed to hit 3 people at the same time and was still in an unstable position. He knew perfectly well that the girl's arrows were for competition, but she was able to use destructive power at a short distance. The villain knew that there were 3 classes of archers, each with their own weakness, and there was a huge difference between them. Yunsol knew that she wasn't as strong as she wanted to be, but she was able to deal with those who attacked her. The villain took out a bow and aimed to kill Yunsol, but she acted as if she didn't see him. The girl very quickly, almost at the very last moment, dodged the arrow that was flying towards her. Then, Yunsol used her sniper skill, as she needed to deal with the attacker as quickly as possible. An unknown force began to carry the attacker away somewhere into the distance. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. He certainly didn't expect such a development of events. The guy was angry, including at himself, and disappointed. Very soon, almost all the targets were destroyed, and Yunsol calmly thought about what to do next. One of the attackers shouted that Yunsol was an impudent girl and was using magical powers. A moment later, an arrow that the girl shot from her bow hit his body. And Yunsol, who was standing on the roof, looked down. She needed to understand that she had neutralized the enemy. She leaned down, but what he saw shocked her. She did not expect such a development of events. A stranger pointed a loaded arrow at her from below, and the girl immediately loaded her bow. Yunsol looked down at the stranger. She couldn't understand what he was doing here. And he looked at her. Everyone was waiting to see who would shoot first. There was a strong tension in the air. An unknown force seemed to pierce the enemy. The girl watched this from above. The villain tensed up and released an arrow from his bow, which flew at the speed of light. Just a little more and a sharp arrow will pierce Yunsol's body. Will this really be the end of it? But with the last of her strength, the girl also took aim and fired her bow with lightning speed. She raised her head up to see if the arrow had reached her enemy and was very surprised. Her older brother stood in front of her and told her to use her martial art. Yunsol's opponent screamed very loudly because he couldn't understand what was happening to him. The girl heard her older brother's recommendations and immediately put them into action. She flew up to her opponent and with all her strength, with great hatred, punched him in the face. He fell head over heels on the floor. He couldn't resist the girl. His bow and arrows fell somewhere. Yunsol was very pleased because she was able to deal with the offender on her own. She was about to finish him off, but then she heard someone approaching her from behind. The man told her that there was no need to kill him, he would surrender himself, and they would sort everything out. Yunsol was reported to have done a very good job during the fight, and dealt with her opponents on her own. Radio communication was restored, but it was too late for reinforcements to arrive to help the girl. The people who came to reinforce Yunsol said they had no excuse. Dawn won 6 archery survival competitions. All TV channels reported about it. Television reported that the competition was taking place in a blind spot, where there were problems with the broadcast. Hunter Cha Yunsol was able to take on 4 members of the Twilight Guild on her own. The Dawn Guild members who had been discussing Yunsol recently were happy about this ending and praised her skills. The girl closed her eyes and thought that she would like to cope with all this without her brother's help. Then she thought for a bit and came to the conclusion that it was thanks to his skills that she had survived after all. There was a medical helicopter in the sky heading to save the girl. Inside the helicopter was the older brother. He was very happy for his sister, proud of her. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was with him in the salon, and she asked if he had seen how his sister had fought. Shin was silent for a moment, then he coughed. He didn't expect such a question from Li Jihee. The young man then replied that his sister had escaped defeat through the power of martial arts, something he had taught her. Then the guy laughed and said that he was just joking, and that Li was right because he didn't know a lot about his sister. He remembered what Yunsol was like as a child, and couldn't understand when she managed to become so strong. The elder brother thought that his sister was no longer the child he remembered. He knew that this was to be expected from his sister, and Li asked if he had suggested to his sister to use martial arts. It's a good thing Shimp and Li's conversation wasn't broadcast, even though there was a drone flying above them. It would be very bad if the head of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hun, found out about their conversation. At this time, he was sitting in a chair, drinking soda, and was very angry. He was ready for a different development of events. He assessed Yunsol's movements and realized that the girl used martial arts. The people who were near the stadium were glad, happy, smiling, having fun. The result of the holiday was to everyone's liking. Yunsol was happy that she had defeated her opponents and asked her brother how his sister's strength to him. Shin thought about something, brought the bottle to his mouth, and said that everything was clear, but the cap was not open. The girl said that she lacked a lot, especially when viewed from the perspective of the strongest brother in the entire universe. But if it weren't for martial arts, she definitely wouldn't have made it to the finals. The sister told her brother that her internal energy was running low. The brother finally opened the bottle of water and told his sister that she was indeed strong, all thanks to her hard work, martial arts, and hunting skills. Then Shin was silent for a moment and asked for forgiveness for hiding many things from his sister. He wanted to be the brother he used to be. The young man recalled how he came home from school to see his sister, and she greeted him with joy. He said that he considered his sister innocent and very small, and now she has become much more mature, independent, and can easily stand up for herself. Yunsol really wanted to find the person who caused great grief in their family, so she became their hunter. The girl thought that she would reach the highest level and be able to get at least some hint, but in this way she plunged headlong into all these subtleties. Yunsol shared with her brother that at first, everything didn't seem that hard to her, and that's how she got to the level she has today. The sister told her older brother that everything that happened was already in the past and asked him to never leave her again. Yunsol extended her little finger to Shin, and he replied that it was already obvious the girl did not agree with him. The sister told her older brother that she had been feeling very lonely lately because he was hiding something from her, and that he should not hide anything from her in the future. The older brother looked at his little sister with love and smiled at her with love in his eyes. The close people took each other's little fingers, and the brother promised never to leave his sister alone. Then Shin said that there was something else that Yunsol needed to know, and the girl was surprised. The young man said that his nickname was not Immortal or something, but Immortal Sword Emperor, and the sister laughed. Yunsol listened very carefully to her brother and was surprised at how much he had changed. Then she looked down and felt a little angry at Shin, because he had left her at her most difficult moment. Then the loudspeaker started to speak. It informed the audience that the great battle would begin in an hour, and that everyone who wanted to should hurry to its beginning. Shin said that he needed to go, and his sister recommended that he try hard in the fight. She also clarified what clothes her brother would wear, since it was an official event. Shin replied that he felt comfortable in these clothes and asked if she thought those guys at the competition were very strange, since they were specifically targeting her. She said that when guilds meet in dungeons, there are often skirmishes, but those guys openly attacked her. It was very strange. Then Yunsol said that such events happen very often in life, and those guys probably wanted to get rid of the pros from Dawn as soon as possible. The older brother thought that his sister was really a pro, especially when she was driving him crazy, and a system message appeared in front of Shin. The vice leader of the Dawn Guild brought the imposing man to Shin and Yunsol. He said that he had heard a lot about the guy from Lee. The men took each other's hands, and the stranger said that he believed that Shin would take the lead in the great battle and was looking forward to it, and that he was pleased to meet Shin. Then the young man asked how things were going for the others. Shin was shocked. Lee and Shin communicated mentally, and she said that this was the guild leader, Junho Jong. He was a level 60 hunter. Junho Jong wished Shin good luck in preparing for the competition and decided to leave. Shin thought that highly developed martial arts were indistinguishable from magic. The young man mentally thanked Lee for reconciling him with his sister. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was very happy that she managed to reconcile the closest people. She happily wished Shin good luck in his torture, and the guys smiled happily at her. Shin was approached by two young guys who said that they had heard a lot about him, that he was incredibly talented, so they asked him to take care of the first squad. The party was in full swing, and Shin was thinking about what happened to him and his sister. He knew it was all suspicious, and those guys were following some kind of instructions. Shin then came to the conclusion that there was only one person who could give such orders, and that was the head of the guild, Park Tae-hun. He just approached a group of people and asked if he had disturbed his interlocutors. Shin thought for a moment. He was not happy about the presence of the head of the Twilight Guild because he realized that this person was involved in the fight with his sister. Pak understood that they were not happy to see him, but still claimed that he just came to say hello. The Dawn Guild members felt uneasy around the Twilight Guild leader and noted that they were not on very good terms. Guildmaster Twilight smirked and asked if he was pretending so badly, then said that he came to spy. He approached Shin and said that he had heard a lot about him and that he was pleased to meet him. Then the head of the Twilight Guild asked the young man if this was their first meeting. Shin replied that this meeting was indeed the first, and they had not seen each other before, and the guys shook hands. Guildmaster Twilight thought about how the heavenly harmony of pure art was not finding a response. He couldn't understand anything. Then Pa thought about Yunsol. He was curious about where she learned martial arts, because a person who has not been to Murim cannot master them. Shin told Twilight's head that he was very well acquainted with one of his workers, and Pen's subordinate laughed hysterically. The man with glasses was sweating and felt awkward. Park said he wanted to get closer to Shin through his secretary. Shin noted that his sister had given the Twilight Hunters a lot of trouble in the Archer battle, but the guild leader laughed and said that he expected his sister to have great skills. Shin looked into the eyes of the head of the Twilight Guild and said that he would not forget about the situation that happened and that he would pay for what he did. But Pak found it funny. He was not afraid of Shin's words and said that he would look forward to this event with impatience. Shin said that he would put on an interesting show that Pina would definitely not be disappointed with. He promised that he would wipe the Twilight Guild from this world. The stands were hot, and the spectators were waiting with great impatience for the festive offer. The commentator was very cheerful. She was talking about the event that everyone was so eagerly waiting for would happen very soon. The Deputy Guildmaster Dawn and the other people understood that this was the main event of the Sun Festival, which did not require words. The commentator continued to talk about how this was going to be a great battle between the Dawn and Twilight Guilds, and it was finally starting. Everything was ready for that very main battle. There were a lot of words. People were dying of anticipation. Shin was introduced as a super rookie who was offered to become a partner of the Dawn Guild. The commentator said that he is the head of the martial arts guild. For the first time, a hunter not from his own guild, but an invited one, is participating in the great battle, for which he was invited to the dawn. The commentator asked this question. No information was known, so they wanted to file a complaint against the deputy head of Rasvet, because Shin could psychologically influence the enemy. Then the enemy was introduced. It was the head of the advanced department of Twilight. He told Shin that he had an impudent face. The commentator said that the representative of Twilight is a genius magician with fiery charisma. His name is Fire Dragon Flame Ryu Seung-gon, and he told Shin that he would incinerate him to a crisp. Shin just laughed at the unusual name and thought about what kind of fiery charisma this was. Wasn't he ashamed to introduce himself like that? The young men looked at each other, Shin calmly, and his opponent bared his teeth. The first match of the great battle was announced. The head of the Twilight Guild ordered that Shin not be left alive under any circumstances, or that all of his abilities be revealed. Ryu Seung-gon understood Guildmaster Peng's order and was ready to carry it out as quickly as possible. Shin immediately revealed his class as he flew very high, thereby surprising everyone around him. Shin revealed his highest class and made it clear that levitation is a skill of the sorcerer class. Hunter Shin also demonstrated his high control over magic, maintaining such a high level. The head of the Dawn Guild asked Lee if Hyun had a strategy or a plan. She thought for a moment and replied that there was no plan or strategy. Shin just wanted to show off his skills. He was floating in the air and thinking that Ryu Seung-gon is a level 50 hunter. He is a wizard. Shin was well aware that his opponent had the same level of skill as So Kangjin. The young man thought about what skills to use in battle to test the enemy. Hen thought that he had raised his levels in strength very quickly, but he didn't have the experience as a hunter. He was also very worried about the head of the Twilight Guild, who was trying to help his ward. Park Ta-hoon also watched Shin Hyun every second, monitoring his every action. Shin understood that the guild leader wanted to learn more about him in this way, and he even thought it was cute. The young man laughed and said that Park Ta-hoon could watch this for 100 years until his eyes dry out. He would show the bastard what he was waiting for. And after a few seconds, the guild representatives began the main battle of this holiday. Shin used a huge amount of energy spheres. They literally rained down on the enemy, and the enemy defended himself with a fire barrier. Ryu Seung-gon understood that with the faith of mana, without attributes, it was a very high-class skill, so Shin was testing the waters. Hunter Ryu swung the burning flame like a whip to attack Shin. Ryu Seung-gon realized that his opponent was a sorcerer, and he was definitely up to something evil. Mages who engage in non-combat activities, making skill cubes and items, are artisans, and those who specialize in combat and endow mana with special attributes are wizards, Ryu thought. And sorcerers are the embodiment of the phenomenon and concept of magic. Closer to people than to magicians, they use flight or teleportation. In battle, such warriors take up a position in the rear, not at the front, and become exhausted when using secret weapons. Ryu Seung-gon decided to go into battle rather than stand and watch his opponent Shin. Ryu Seung-gon's stance surprised Shin Hyun a little. He didn't think that he would attack. Ryu immediately gave Shin an ultimatum to show his trump cards right away, and he immediately began to use his skills, using a force that sprayed heat. Ryu Seung-gon realized that it was best to start attacking the enemy right away to put him in a dead end. He was proud of himself because he was already prepared for the fact that he would win soon. The spectators in the stands stirred. They were shocked by the fight and saw how Ryu Seung-gon's flames exploded. Shin Hyun. It was not for nothing that Ryu was called the Fire Dragon. He used fire flame magic and his physical strength, and Lee and the guild leader tensed up. They did not expect such a development of events. Shin himself didn't expect it to be so hard, because he thought he was the only magician from Murim. Shin said that his thinking was very similar to Ryu Seung-gon's, and that it spoiled his mood a little. The opponent did not pay any attention to this phrase, but continued to use firepower. He warned Shin again that he could give in, or he would be crawling on the floor. He didn't answer, and Ryu Seung-gon decided to use his special skill. Shin defended himself as best he could from the attacker's magical power, and the latter, in turn, demanded that he show everything he had and used the Fire Dragon March. Hen told his opponent that he had surprised him greatly and decided to show his trump card. Ryu Sung-gon did not expect such a strong response and began to shout and call his opponent names. Shin was calm. He put his finger down and began to use his magical powers. The commentator, who had been watching the entire fight, was very surprised and could not understand what had just happened. It turned out that Shin simply miraculously avoided the attack of the fire dragon. Using fast movement, everyone was surprised how he managed to survive. The fans started whispering among themselves. They couldn't understand what it was, and from the outside it looked like Ryu was roasting Shin with his own strength. At this point, Hen only snapped 2 fingers. He used his magic perfectly. The man sitting next to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild couldn't understand what just happened, and Lee laughed. The girl thought that no one could distinguish the power of Shin from magic, and that he had fooled many people, and she told her interlocutor that she also did not understand what was happening now. They continued to watch the fight with great interest. Passions continued to escalate. The head of the Twilight Guild couldn't sit still either. He was also perplexed as to how Gin had gotten out of this situation unscathed. He was surprised that the Fire Dragon's special move was useless against Shin Heon, and Ryu Sung-gon himself really hoped that his special move would bring him luck. Ryu Sung-gon, who was so disappointed that the fight would be over, screamed at the top of his lungs. Shin calmly asked his opponent why he was so upset and offered to show him something interesting as a consolation. Ryu Sung-gon continued to be angry at the whole world and wanted to show off his special skill. He yelled at Shin to shut his mouth and not talk to him, and began to prepare himself to show off special skills. Ryu Sung-gon decided to launch a series of vicious attacks, rather than wait for an attack from an opponent who was holding them back so well. Shin was calm. The audience was shouting that the battle was very exciting, and some thought that there would be hand-to-hand combat between the magicians. Ryu Sung-gon was furious. He said that Shin was holding up well, but he made a huge mistake, ruining his mood. Shin ignored his words and said that his opponent was very green, since he immediately opened up and the center of gravity should be his legs, but he just stupidly lifted them off the ground. Ryu Sung-gon fell head over heels, and Shin advised his opponent to correct his bad habit of not raising his shoulders too high when striking and to focus more on his opponent. The red-haired boy couldn't understand how Shin did it. It was also unexpected. Shin Hyun responded with a sneer that he had been studying martial arts for a long time. Ryu Sung-gun grimaced, and Shin lamented that the enemy had very little experience for such battles. Then, he asked the representative of the Twilight Guild if he understood everything and what he thought about his abilities. Shin told Ryu that he must have hurt his pride by showing him that his pathetic techniques were very weak. Instead of simply giving up, the enemy told Shin that he would incinerate him very soon. Ryu Sung-gon continued to use his magical powers against the enemy. He was very angry. The Twilight Guild representative told Shin that he would burn him to the ground even if he had to exhaust all of his mana to do so. Ryu Sung-gon was very angry and began to use his true powers to defeat his opponent. Thus, the representative of the Twilight Guild began to use the March of Fury of the Fire Dragons. He used all his strength to the maximum, as he wanted to teach Shin a lesson as soon as possible. He looked at his opponent with mockery. He was not afraid of him, as he was confident in his own strength. Shin decided that it was enough to watch his opponent show off his strength and to put in his own strength as well. The commentator said that the entire stadium was covered in flames. Fire dragons were flying everywhere, and Shin needed to sweat a lot to protect himself. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn thought that Shin was cornered. Then she took a closer look and was very surprised, because Shin is not as simple as he might seem at first glance. He erected a strong protective barrier that could not let through the enemy's strong attack. Shin told Ryu that his attacks really irritate him, but they are not that hard to fight off. He noted that while his body was immortal, he did not feel either heat or cold and was not so easy to deal with. Shin informed Ryu that his attack was so pathetic that it couldn't even touch him. The commentators at the stadium said that Shin had dealt with the terrifying force and defeated the fire dragons very easily. The Twilight Guild representative couldn't understand how Shin could resist him. He thought that Shin used gravity or his magic was so strong, and even for him, an experienced one, this was all new. Ryu understood that Shin's power was beyond gravity and understood that he was definitely not a newbie. He told him that their battle was more fun than he expected. The representative of the Twilight Guild realized that things would be very difficult from now on and became nervous. Now it's time for Shin to show what he's capable of, rather than fend off his opponent's attacks. Shin Hyun decided that it was time to finish the fight with Ryu Seung-gon and got down to business. Guildmaster Dawn asked who would be the next one to compete with Shin. He told his assistant to go to Choi Ji-hyun and ordered him to use a special power. Choi was well prepared for the fight. He had special protection and a spear, which he was very good at it. The Spear of Twilight protects all guild members. It erases everyone from Dawn. Choi entered the arena and was introduced as the mage killer and owner of the Twilight Spear. Commentators noted that, judging by Choi's nickname, he has never lost to magicians, and the warrior has a high percentage of victories. Then, one of the commentators said that although the percentage of victories is higher than that of magicians, magicians have more techniques that are not widely known. Shin, when he heard the enemy's reality, only smiled that he was really looking forward to the battle with the magician killer, and he also liked Choi's costume. The head of the Twilight Guild only smiled. He thought that Shin was very relaxed, and this time everything would be different, because while he was a magician, he would not be able to defeat Shin Hyun. And so the second duel of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival began. Choi held a spear in his hands and was ready for the duel. He used the Night Enhancement skill and immediately began fighting. Choi was ready to win. He immediately went on the attack, while activating all possible physical strength buffs. Shin just laughed at all this. He noted that the opponent was quite fast and was going to suddenly break through the front. The young man then used his magical powers. Despite the fact that Choi was at first glance a dud, it was necessary to defend himself. The Twilight Guild representative continued to attack Shin, as he was only determined to win. Choi moved closer to Shin Hyun. The young man was a little surprised by this development. Shin noted that his opponent is not only strong and powerful, but also has a fairly strong will to win. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that the best way to fight against such opponents would be aerial combat. But Choi didn't seem to be thinking about anything. He was very active in attacking and used his night skill. His eyes glowed red and he swung his weapon at the speed of light. Shin most likely underestimated his opponent. He was surprised and dumbfounded. And Choi suddenly used the jump attack power and Shin defended himself from it as best he could. The young man understood that the defense was already cracking at the seams, and each subsequent attack was becoming stronger and stronger. Viewers noted Choi's incredible attack and the fact that he does not allow Shin to fly, but successfully attacks him. Shin lay in the ring and thought about how difficult it would be for those in charge of the ring. They would have to fix everything. He couldn't remember how much time had passed since the last time he was slammed into the ground. And Choi was already ready to launch a new attack. He didn't give Shin a minute to think. And he thought that he could finish Choi in a second if he could use martial arts. Choi noticed that Shin was a rather stubborn player because he had long been prepared for the fact that, seeing the pressure, he would give in. Shin pointed his finger down and told the Twilight Guild representative that he would show him what he wanted to see. Some incredible force took possession of Choi's weapon, and it began to be thrown from side to side. The leader of the Twilight Guild was sipping soda when he heard information from the audience that Shin had used an unknown skill again. The commentator then announced that Choi, who had been non-stop since the start of the round, could not move. His weapon was driven into the floor, and he himself stood as if made of stone. No one could figure out what was going on with Choi, but he told Shin that it was very difficult to stop him using gravity. The opponent still did not give up and warned Shin that he needed to prepare for the worst. Shin only laughed at the Twilight Guild representative. He was planning to make Choi even more angry. Shin then asked his opponent when he used gravity. Choi thought about it, but Shin immediately began to act, because in a fight there is no point in hesitating. An unknown force lifted Choi up, and then he fell to the floor with all his might, the impact cracking his armor. The head and deputy head of the Dawn Guild were simply shocked by what was happening in the arena. And the head of the Twilight Guild was angry. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from anger. The commentators couldn't understand what was happening. All the spectators were simply in shock. They talked about Shin using gravity again, and maybe it was some other unknown force. Shin waited for his opponent to rise, and the audience discussed what skill he had used during the fight. Choi thought that the boy was really very strong, and he was surprised that Shin had managed to hold out until this moment. He informed the enemy that his power is not gravity. He uses two forces of attraction and repulsion. This is his main skill. And if Choi knows basic physics, he should know that gravity is the force that attracts an object to something. Choi listened attentively, and Shin continued that the repulsive force is a repulsive force. It's all difficult to explain, but the essence is clear. Shin said he applied force in the direction he wanted, but his opponent interrupted him and said he was wrong. Choi interrupted Shin and told him that he shouldn't have told all those details. Choi came to his senses a little and continued to attack Shin because he had set a specific goal for himself. Ji-hee heard the thoughts of the head of the Twilight Guild. He asked if she knew why Ji-hyun was called the Mage Killer. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild thought that Jae had a special skill, and Shin-hyun had nothing but magic, which meant he was finished. And the battle continued. The representative of the Twilight Guild was advancing on Shin. He saw a target in front of him, but did not see obstacles. The opponent's hand stopped just a few millimeters from Shin's face. Guildmaster Twilight was very pleased. He was waiting for the end of the fight and believed that Shin would die in the arena. The deputy was horrified at her beads of sweat appeared on her face. She wondered if Shin was going to die. But Shin wasn't prepared for this development, so he used a counterspell, but a system message appeared in front of him that he couldn't use magic for 10 seconds. This was just inopportune, as his opponent raised his sword above his head and prepared to strike. Choi Ji-hyun received orders to use a counterspell. He thought that he wouldn't want to use these skills in front of such a huge audience and shouldn't go that far. The assistant of the head of Twilight insisted on using a counterspell because the head believes that Shin is hiding something. He is very dangerous, since he has the power of attraction. So Choi Ji-hyun must kill his opponent and do it well as quickly as possible. Shin knew that his time was numbered, but he wanted to use magic, but its use was still limited. Shin looked at the system message and was very surprised. He definitely did not expect such a development of events. And his opponent had already raised his weapon up and was in the air, just a little more, and he would use his power. The sword struck a few centimeters from Shin, who managed to jump back at the last minute. The opponent noticed that Shin was very surprised. He explained that he used a true counter-spell skill that temporarily disables the use of magic. Choi told Shin that he was about to die because without magic, he had no chance of winning. The fans were all in shock. They expected a different ending to this fight, but everything happened the other way around. Choi suppresses Hunter Hyun. The head of the Twilight Guild noted that Ji is an honest and stupid guy by nature. He will not be able to hold back his anger in front of those who secretly use magic attacks. Lee Ji-hee said that Shin himself did not dream of such a skill. He simply does not have it. She began to mentally transmit a message to Shin that he needed to run away. He needed to give up, that the competition no longer made any sense. The guy understood that she wanted him not to use martial arts, but how could he escape from the battlefield? Shin looked at the enemy's weapon and thought that running away was definitely not for him. Choi increased the attack power several times and told Shin that he would be unable to escape or surrender. He asked Shin if he could survive without magical protection, since the tip of his spear was concentrated with a huge amount of power that could destroy an entire house. Choi held the spear tightly in his hands and was already approaching Shin, who was standing calmly in the arena. Shin-hyun thought that he would die very soon, but how could all this happen to him? Then the young man came to the conclusion that all these words from his opponent were complete nonsense. And Choi calmly approached Shin because he was confident that victory was in his pocket. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was not prepared for such a development of events. Everyone who knew Shin well was horrified. and the question arose in their eyes as to why he did not give up. The head of the Dawn Guild asked if Jiha was okay because the girl had turned very pale. And the head of the Dawn Guild felt that the heavenly harmony of pure art began to resonate. But what kind of energy was this? He looked at the fight and realized that he had never felt such energy. This was a large and frightening flow of energy. Choi was very shocked by the developments. He did not understand how this happened. The Twilight Guild representative screamed in surprise, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He didn't understand how it was possible. He thought that Shin was using magic, but it definitely wasn't that. The counterspell was still in effect. Choi felt as if he was being chained with invisible shackles and could not move. He seemed to be paralyzed and couldn't move his arms, and he was surprised by what skill Shin used. He also told the enemy that it was not a skill but martial arts, but if he was interested in what it was, let him ask Park Tae-hun. Choi didn't believe that these were martial arts, and Shin admitted that a couple of minutes ago he had almost become his old self. They were offering him to run away, and he hates it. Choi realized that he was trapped. He noted that Shin seemed very surprised, but only he felt and saw his strength. Shin told Choi that the energy that binds his body is a separate type of swordsmanship. It is called the spiritual sword. He then explained that the word sword symbolizes human pain, and if he reaches the required level, he too will be able to kill people or separate heaven from earth with his thoughts. Choi became nervous, and Shin said that this ending was too boring, wasn't it? Shin felt he had to teach the younger hunters a good lesson and freed Choi from his shackles. Choi knew very well that his days were numbered, so he screamed very loudly. And Shin just laughed, because no matter how hard the fight was, he would still emerge victorious. He began to use his powers and mentally asked Park Tae-hun if he was watching everything very carefully. Then he told him that he should watch as much as he wanted, because these were the true martial arts that he so wanted to see. Shin used a special whirlwind attack. Choi was lifted up and spun around like in a funnel. Then everyone saw that Choi was reduced to a skeleton, his remains falling onto the arena. The Twilight Guild leader couldn't understand what was going on because he thought that Shin had stopped this strange skill. But the situation has changed again, and Choi can't resist. Does it have to do with the energy that comes from Shin? The fight finally ended. Shin was very happy, and the medical team hurried to the field. The young man noted that he had not used martial arts for a long time. The commentators reported that Father Shin Hyun had won the second duel of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival. And the head of the Twilight Guild was very angry. He did not even hope that this would be the outcome of the battle. Cha Shin-hyun withdrew from the match after this duel because his mana was depleted. And on television they said that the martial arts guild he created took first place at the festival. Twilight lost. Shin became a star among hunters. Journalists trumpeted that Twilight's prestige had fallen significantly. The guild leader was upset. An employee of the Twilight Guild was very worried about the head, who was in his office. He came to check if everything was okay with him. But he never heard any answer from him, and continued to stand at the door. The head of the Twilight Guild was in his office. Chaos reigned there, the lights were off, and he just laughed. He was hysterical, because he was definitely not prepared for such a situation. He was sure that his guild would win. The leader thought that he had enough of that fear, and now they just took him and laughed at him. He gripped the chair with his hand and said it was a fleeting moment, but the strength Shin showed was not at a level he could handle. Guildmaster Twilight understood that Shin was much stronger than him and would not be able to defeat him now. He realized that if the situation had developed this way, then he could not hide his methods and means. Cholko, who had been standing at the door for a long time and waiting for the boss's answer, entered his office and called out to the head, who called him somewhere. The subordinate couldn't understand where the head of the Twilight Guild was inviting him, and he said that it was to meet the Heavenly Warrior. A week after the Festival of the Sun, the phones were ringing off the hook. The Dawn headquarters was receiving a huge number of calls. Everyone wanted to talk to Hunter Shin Hyun. The operators responded that Shin was not a member of the Dawn Guild. He had his own guild called Martial Arts, and he was not dating Lee Ji-hee. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild invited Shin and his subordinate to her office. He reported that during the week they received 328 calls and 800 letters addressed to the Martial Arts Guild, or rather to its head. The speaker noted that most of the people who were interested in Shin were either reporters or those who wanted to join his guild. Shin thought for a moment, and the young man reported that all but one of the offers had been rejected. The chief secretary was interrupted because he urgently needed to go out and look at some documents. He couldn't understand what had happened this time and quickly left the room. The vice guild leader asked Shin what it was like to become a superstar. He guessed about this state of affairs, was not against fame, but this hype was unpleasant for the young man. Li Ji-hai said that she definitely needed to thank the person named Oh Dun-hwan. She said that she was a little late and asked Shin Hyun for forgiveness, but he couldn't understand what was going on. Lee said she asked him to give up at the competition because she did not want to reveal his identity and did not take his opinion into account. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild noted that there was a situation where Shin was in danger and something terrible could have happened to him. Shin noted that Lee was really working herself up and asked if she thought he would suffer greatly from such a trifle. He shared with the girl that he was annoyed that he had to use martial arts, but Park Tae-hoon couldn't do anything with this information either. The limit of the Twilight Guildmaster is that he must realize how superior Shin is to him. Park Tae-hoon is so broken and disappointed that he will definitely be inactive for a while. Shin told Lee that he was worried about Park targeting his sister and that these thoughts made him want to strangle him. The vice leader of the guild thought about something and noted that the intensity of the Twilight had indeed decreased after the holiday. Lee also noted that Pen Tae-hun would put pressure on Dawn, but most likely the guild leader was very shocked, locked himself in the house, and did not go anywhere, and his veteran hunters came to Dawn. The girl noted that this gave their guild huge advantages, and all this was not without Shin Hyun's participation. She said that she wanted to officially thank Cha Shin Hyun on behalf of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The young man was proud of himself and liked the fact that Lee Jae-hee thanked him. The man noted that the girl had finally become normal, and he promised to rely on her in the future. Shin took the phone, looked at the screen, and realized that a lot of time had passed, and it was time for him to return to his sister. Lee asked why he accepted the invitation to ally with the Jeju Island Guild, and why Shin had rejected other offers. The guy who was already heading towards the exit said that he was tired of the capital's dungeons, and his level wasn't rising much. Shin then added that it was Jeju Island, which is an ideal place for family trips. The young man told Lee that he would return in about a month, and then they would be able to see each other. Shin thought about how he believed in Lee Ji-hee. No, he believed in himself too much, but if he had known about what would happen, he would not have gone to the island. Yoon-sol, who saw Jeju International Airport, was very excited. She couldn't believe that she and her brother had arrived here, happily dragging their huge suitcases. The girl told her older brother that it was her first time there and asked if they would be eating black pig meat or macaw perch. Shin Hyun looked at his little sister with a smile. He was glad that Yoon-sol liked everything here. He asked his sister if she liked everything so much and reminded her that they were not here for fun, and then someone called out to him. The brother and sister were met by representatives of the Jeju Island Guild Union, and they were very happy to see them. The same cannot be said about Yoon-sol and Shin. They were not prepared for such a huge attention. The guild representatives told the brother and sister that they were glad to see them on their island. Shin and Yoon-sol didn't need such attention. They thought that deciding to take a rest wasn't a bad idea. One of the guild representatives was dancing near the brother and sister, and Yoon-sol wasn't very pleased with such attention. So the red-haired young man grabbed Shin's hands and started dancing with him. The weirdo then said that he was the leader of the Tamra Kim Ki-yul Guild and thanked her for accepting his invitation. He talked about how he really liked Shin's battle at the Sun Festival, which is why he became his fan and later wants to ask for his autograph. Shin's arm hurt, and he was already thinking about returning home, and the guild leader approached Yoon-sol and asked if she was there as an escort. The girl said that she was his sister. Then an employee approached the red-haired guild leader and informed him that time was running out. He invited Yoon-sol and Shin with him, said that they needed to leave, and he would tell them where exactly along the way. Shin felt out of place and asked him and his sister to let him go, but the leader laughed and said that the schedule was very tight. He asked if it was their first time on the island and said that he would definitely arrange a tour of all the establishments here, but a little later. The security guard radioed someone in Chinese and informed them that Cha Shin-hyun had already arrived. The interlocutor answered him that in Korea it is necessary to speak Korean because there is a high probability that he will reveal himself, and they do not need that. The young man, who was lying on a sun lounger under an umbrella and only said that he was with security, laughed. He walked across the sand and informed his subordinates that the sweet rest was over and it was time to work. The guy was happy with the information that Shin-hyun was already on the island and said that he had fallen into a trap. And the red-haired guild leader continued to bore Yun-sol and Shin-hyun with his stories. The young people finally arrived at Woljong-ni, where beautiful landscapes opened up before them. There they were happily met by a tall, black-haired man who introduced himself as the leader of the Tamra Guild. His name was Kim Hagen. He grabbed Shin's hands, began to dance joyfully, and said that he was very glad to meet them. He will then offer the guests a special treat because they have come a long way. His assistant brought some treats, and Yun-sol was curious about what kind of delicacy it would be. The assistant to the head of the island's guild noted that they will not forget the taste of this delicacy for the rest of their lives. The guild leader proudly presented a carefully selected fresh and premium tangerine. All alone, a small orange tangerine lay lonely on a huge plate. Yun-sol and Shin were shocked by what they saw, because they certainly did not expect such a development of events. The girl took out a bow and wanted to shoot the tangerine, but her brother stopped her. Yun-sol was peeling a tangerine, and the guild leader apologized for the fact that the guests had to get to work right away. The current situation was conducive to this, because there are two other large organizations on the island, and they decided to create their own independent one. The young man was worried that other organizations might take over the island, as they had had their eye on it for a long time. Tamra played a key role in governing the island, but then dungeons with a high risk of danger began to appear very often and in large numbers. There are 5 dungeons with 11 levels of danger on the island. Only guilds that have veteran hunters above level 40 can clear them, and they don't have any. So Tamra needed a strong hunter to clear the dungeons. Shin couldn't understand why they couldn't just ignore them. The head of Tamra noted that in such a situation, they would not be able to manage the dungeons at all, and this right would pass into the hands of other guilds, and they would never get it back. He also said that they had to do a lot to ensure that other guilds could not gain a foothold here. They could take over the island. The members of their guild thought that there was no way to save themselves, fell into the abyss of despondency, and mentally said goodbye to the island. But Shin appeared as a ray of hope. The guild leader believes that he can really help them a lot. He noted that it was great that Hen was not affiliated with other guilds and took a neutral position. Also, members of the Tamra Guild noted that Shin can outshine hunters all over the world with his radiance. Hen thought that these guys were probably crazy, then said that he came here to make money and raise his level. The guild members were very happy and immediately suggested heading into the dungeon, and Yun-sol grabbed her brother by the clothes. Shin stopped and asked what was wrong, and his sister replied that there was a problem that needed to be solved. The elder brother was surprised and frightened. He could not understand what had happened in such a short time. Yun-sol told Shin that they hadn't had a chance to try the island's real delicacies, such as snapper and black pork, and her brother became amused. The young people arrived on Jeju Island, specifically in the Songzap Iyup dungeon. The members of the Tamra Guild were very scared because the dungeon was in a state of unrest. One of the guild members said that they attack the opponents hard, but in the end it doesn't change anything. The monsters, the fire-poisonous monkeys, didn't care. They were very fast and agile. The monkeys did everything to ensure that the guild members left the dungeon as quickly as possible. Everyone began to think that it was necessary to retreat as the monsters used superpowers. Not only did the monkeys spread fire during the fight, they also secreted a dangerous poison. One of the guild representatives said that he had heard that monkeys were poisonous, but he did not expect that they were so strong. Their power was dangerous, and he wasn't sure how long his shield would last, as the flames were very powerful. The hunters felt that their strength was running out, and they could not resist the monsters. The young people were already prepared to be killed either by flame or by the poison that the monsters secreted. The hunters did not fight the monsters, but simply defended themselves from the flames and poison they released. One of the young men said that he heard the monsters being called bulldogs and thought they would be dogs, but in fact they turned out to be terrible and impudent monkeys that exuded fire and poison. Shin, who got into the dungeon, noted that the monsters were ordinary and it was very boring. He defeated them with his strength. The hunter, who had been fighting monkeys for a long time, did not think so, since he did not have any special skills. The Tamra Guild representatives thanked Shin for saving them, because they couldn't deal with those monsters on their own. Yunsol carried one of the guild's hunters out of the dungeon. He thanked her and said that she helped him preserve his magical power. They didn't waste any of their power thanks to Shin and Yunsol, so the hunters can continue their work. One of the guild's hunters wished his colleagues to always be prepared, because monsters are insidious. The young people looked at the representative of the Tamra Guild with distrust. He seemed strange to them. After all, anything could be expected from the monkey-like monsters. They were confronting the strangers who came to their territory. The representative of the Tamra Guild said that Shin was an amazing leader and asked where he learned his magic skills, what kind of attack it was, and what his magic level was. He happily replied that he was just a little short of level 40. Yunsol was surprised since her level was much lower. And then the guy said that other hunters were also level 40. He watched them for a short time, but noted that they were quite skilled. The hunters that Shin saved were high level because they were in charge of the island's dungeon. They would be ashamed if their level was lower. The teleportation magic that the red-haired guy used was quite interesting. He noted that it was also difficult, since he spent a lot of time training. Then he noted that this power was not worth Shin's attention. Then the young man thought about something. He looked at Shin Hyun and asked how he understood what kind of magic was used, and Shin Hyun thought about how annoying the people on this island were. Then Shin thought that he finally had an answer to his question and decided that he needed to invest in his intuition. The guy knew that intuition is an ability that allows you to see things as they are, and he does not need to invest in other characteristics except intuition. He knew he was talented in martial arts, but intuition allows him to see the essence of things, so he needed to master it. And the red-haired young man was very happy and said that he would show the magic of teleportation. He then told Shin not to be surprised by anything, and he froze in an interesting pose. Yunsol and the red-haired young man looked at Shin Hyun, wondering what would happen next. Shin asked if teleportation magic was used, and then he pretended that the guy had succeeded. Everything was done in order not to embarrass the opponent, since he does not understand how the world works. So Shin asked how the guy managed to activate teleportation magic. There were monkey-like monsters on a green meadow. They had found something and were examining the find. A red-haired young man approached them from behind and asked what they were doing. The guy looked funny and ridiculous in front of the monkey-like monsters. He disturbed them. The monsters were very angry, just a little more, and they were ready to attack the guy. Just as he greeted them unexpectedly, he said goodbye to them in the same way, apparently realizing that he could be killed. But the monkey-like monsters were not prepared for such a development of events, and they began to attack. The red-haired man then informed Shin that this was how he used magic. He said that he directs a stream of magic at monsters one by one, and then makes them fly up to be thrown from a height. The guy said that he has a limitation on his strength, and he can only lift an object to a height of 150 meters, and monsters that fall from such a height simply die. He continued to talk about how the teleportation range is regulated in empty space within the line of sight, and any object can be moved within this range. Then the red-haired guy thought about something and asked why he was asked to talk about his skill. Could it really be useful to his brother and sister in their work? Yunsol looked at her brother and saw that he was able to use teleportation, and the escort was very surprised. Shin said that it would take him some time to learn how to use this magical skill properly. The man who accompanied the brother and sister thanked them for their help and suggested that they take a break and eat. Yunsol noticed that there was a dangerous monkey around, and they decided that it was dangerous to eat here. Monsters could attack. They told her that there was nothing that could be done in this situation, but thanks to them, the situation with her brother had stabilized a little. And there is a little time to refresh yourself and gain strength for further action. The red-haired guy noticed that it is very important to eat. Without food, it is impossible to replenish energy. He also told Shin that they were different in level from other people, and he replied that having mastered at least one to the limit, it would be much easier for another to learn. Shin caught the star and began to talk about how it is necessary to train for a very long time. This will help to reach his level, however, in 200 to 300 years. Yunsol thought that even though he was her brother, he was acting disgustingly and said that she shouldn't blindly follow Shin. The brother has the skills and can use them alone, so it is unlikely that they will be able to learn anything new from him. The red-haired guy took out a notebook and said that it would be wrong if he stopped at what he had achieved and did not continue to improve his skills. He would like to learn something new, because not all team members believe in him and follow him. It is important for him to become stronger so that they trust him. The young man noted that if he became stronger, he would be able to protect his comrades on his own. Yunsol listened to his important speeches and thought about how she and her brother were the ones who helped the dungeon guards, not him. The red-haired guy laughed and apologized for bringing up such a sad topic. Yunsol decided to eat, because it certainly wouldn't hurt her, and the girl liked the national food. And the person accompanying the brother and sister was very surprised that Kim Papai liked Yunsol. He said he was glad to hear it and could bring a whole truckload of the national dish. The girl said that it would be unnecessary, and Shin asked how long it would take to catch the monsters. The red-haired young man said that they are very fast. Their number is quite large, so it is very problematic to assume anything. There is a limit to the use of teleportation. If he could plan ahead, he would try to develop continuous use of magic. This thought angered Yunsol. Shin only thought about how he would fight and what he would do best in battle. He opened the system messages to find out what to do in the situation that had arisen. The young man found what he was looking for and noted that he would never have thought that he would need this skill. He remembered how he got the monster skill stone in Bushin Dungeon and realized that he could use it here. Shin thought that by using this stone he would be able to learn the monster's skills himself, but it works completely differently. What was very interesting to the young man was that it was possible to control the target's mind while using the user's will. Shin was able to test all of this on proteins and modify this skill in a special way. Shin will be able to force monsters to perform certain actions by fusing multiple skills. The skill has been used a few times and only for fun, but it is still unclear how effective it will be against monsters, since it will be more difficult to master their minds. Shin had no choice but to test his skills directly in combat against monsters. The young man really hoped that everything would work perfectly in battle. He was going to use such a skill as telepathic subordination. When he uses his skill at a long range, the monsters will feel like they are being tied up hand and foot. But first you'll need to get out, use mind control, and only then give the order. Shin used his powers and commanded all the monsters to immediately appear before him. Although they were tied hand and foot, they were trying to deal with the uninvited guests of the cave as quickly as possible. At that very moment, Shin felt very bad, grabbed his head, and cried out in pain. Yunsol and the red-haired guy asked him what happened to him and where it hurt. Shin asked Kim Ki-yul if he had any mana left for teleportation. He replied that it should be enough for about 5 minutes. Brother Yunsol noted that this was very good news, since what he was about to say was unlikely to please anyone. Shin reported that a huge herd of monsters was rushing here, to this very clearing. The guards, who were in the cave before Shin arrived, thought it was an earthquake, but natural disasters don't happen in dungeons. Everything around was shaking with incredible force. It was very difficult even to stand still. The monsters were getting closer and closer to the people. They were clicking their sharp fangs. The hunters were covered in sweat, They didn't know if they could resist such a strong monster. The people who were in the clearing saw the monster not far from them and were surprised that he was alone. Yunsul noted that the earthquake was very strong, and one of the guards thought that there would be a horde of monsters. Therefore, the guards relaxed a little, because it would be much easier to deal with one monster. Literally a second later, the sky darkened, and a huge number of eyes shining with fire were visible. Everyone was scared. Everyone who was at the edge of the forest could not understand where the monsters came from. It was so unexpected. Shin asked Kim Ki-yul to take his comrades as quickly as possible and leave now. The red-haired guy looked at Shin and realized that he wanted to use that special ability here. He approached his charges and said that they needed to leave, and Yunsul screamed why her brother wanted to fight everyone himself. The monsters didn't care about their conversations. They were getting closer and closer to the hunters. Kim Ki-yul began to lead his subordinates away, and Yunsul said that she would not leave her brother alone. The girl was very worried about her older brother, but what she saw shocked her. The brother stood at the edge of the forest, a strong wind was blowing, and behind him was a fiery cage. The monsters came closer and closer, their eyes burning with the red fire of hatred. Shin realized that he could fight them calmly. He would succeed. The young man felt it. He began to use his magical powers to deal with a huge number of monsters. Kim Ki-yul stood at the exit of the dungeon and watched the fight. He was amazed by Shin. He told his charges that guild leader Cha was amazing, but they didn't believe that he was not an ordinary person. Then the red-haired guy noticed that it was Shin who summoned the monsters to start the fight. Yunsul was standing nearby, heard this conversation, and was very worried about her brother. And Kim Ki-yul thought that Shin, whoever he was, had a family and he was left to fight a huge number of monsters on his own. He felt sorry for Yunsul. He approached the girl, said that he understood her, and reassured her that she didn't need to worry about her brother, because he was a very strong person. Kim told Yunsul that she knew her brother very well and could trust him without any problems, and the girl, hearing these words, was a little confused. After some time, Shin's sister got angry because she thought the red-haired guy was talking nonsense. Then Yunsul said that her brother was collecting a huge amount of experience on his own and doing it alone, and she would like to stay there. Kim replied that the girl shouldn't worry about her brother, but Yunsul didn't understand why she needed this. She thought that her older brother was the only person in the whole wide world about whom she didn't have to worry at all. Meanwhile, Shin was happy with his new skill in the dungeon. It worked on all the monsters in the dungeon at once after the order. The young man used the sovereignty skill and his strength, which allowed all the monsters to gather in one place. Shin came to the conclusion that after using such skills, his dungeon crawls would be much faster. He activated the sovereignty skill and commanded all the monsters to appear before him. The young man was in a good mood and ready to fight. He believed that everything would work out. The deputy guild leader Dawn thought about something and almost spilled the coffee from her cup. The assistant asked if everything was okay with her. Perhaps she didn't feel comfortable in that place. Lee turned to face her interlocutor and said that she thought she heard someone's abnormal laughter. The young man cleared his throat and said that he would continue reporting if everything was okay. He reported that the head of the Twilight Guild was inactive and the activity of its members had decreased. The assistant told Lee that the rights to the disputed dungeon could be obtained without difficulty. Jiha thought that all this was very strange for Park Tae-hoon, and she definitely didn't expect such a reaction after what had happened. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was interested in his activities behind the scenes. She looked at the documents that lay on the table and thought about some urgent task. The document greatly interested the deputy head of the guild, but the assistant covered it with his hand. She snatched the document from the assistant's hands and began to examine it with interest. The dungeon, which was discovered in the desert-like Taeksan Mountains, appeared out of nowhere. The sun in the dungeon is incredibly painful for people because there is a desert climate there. People feel very bad because of the abnormal heat, and on top of that, the monsters there are very fierce. Their height reaches a 10-story building, and the insect monsters hide underground. The number of monsters is not that great, said Lee's assistant, but they have enough strength to fight. The deputy head of the guild reported that there was very little information about the dungeon, and that a raid would need to be carried out to find out everything in detail. The girl thought about the situation for a bit, and noted that it was not easy for her at such moments. She remembered how Shin had saved her and came to the conclusion that it would be very good to have the young man by her side. Here, the deputy head of the guild was called out by an assistant. She felt a little awkward. He asked what she was thinking about, and noted that Lee was not in a good mood, and if she was feeling bad, she needed to rest. The girl said she was fine and accidentally knocked a cup of tea off her table. The cup fell and shattered into pieces. Tea spilled all over the floor, and silence reigned in the office. The assistant wanted to clean everything up, but the deputy head of the guild said that she would clean everything up herself. Lee looked at the broken cup. She didn't feel very well. Sweat was running down her face. The girl thought that she would soon go crazy, and also about when Shin Hyun would return. He also thought that a month had already passed since the beginning of the expeditions through the dungeons of Jeju. He stood in a clearing, watched the waterfall, and saw that the horse was flying straight towards the people. They did not expect such a development of events. The animal seemed to have gone mad and was not going to stop. Just a little bit more and he will attack people. Shin used the skills of sword spirit and sovereignty, got used to the skill of subordination. Yunsol noted that her brother hit the target with one shot, and Kim Ki-yul said that the shot was great. Shin thought that he could summon monsters from the Jeju dungeon without any problem, but his sister couldn't deal with Kim. An information page appeared in front of the young people, stating that everything depends on the damage that was inflicted on the opponents, and the system distributes experience icons to everyone who attacked. Shin thought that he had the right not to interfere in the fight, but that was definitely not about him. The young man watched as a herd of horses ran after a local resident and noted that he was a fool. Shin realized that he had to help him to save the fool, so he began to use his magical power. The local hunter ran away from the horses with all his might. He didn't even try to fight them. The horse had almost caught up with its victim because it understood perfectly well that they would not fight with it. Shin lifted the hunter up into a tree. He cried with joy and thanked him, and Cha thought about the level of intelligence. The young man looked at his sister, who was fighting with Kim Ki-yul, and thought that he had completely mastered his teleportation magic. Shin realized that he had surpassed him in skill, but he still needed time to fully master the skill. He thought that he had not reached the heights of teleportation that he had desired, and then his sister told his brother that she had finally tried it. There was a beautiful sunset on the seacoast. The nature was conducive to relaxation. It was warm and cozy. On a table near the cafe were the island's signature dishes, macaw grouper and black pork, which is what Yunsol tried. The girl said that the restaurant was pretty good, but she had to level up and become stronger than the hunters on the island. Kim Ki-yul noted that Shin's level had increased greatly after the dungeon raids, and they had also managed to learn something. They drank the alcoholic drink soju, and Kim said that it was delicious on the island. Shin thought that the trip was a family one, and that Yunsol would be overworked with training, and Kim reported that the schedule for the next raids had arrived. The guy was talking about a new dungeon, the risk of which is 11 and there are werewolf mice in it. Shin heard that the monsters had a wolf-like face and a bat-like body, and asked what location the dungeon was. Kim Ki-yul noted that the next dungeon was in the form of a cave, and Shin was thinking very hard about something. Shin Hyun clenched his fist and continued to listen to the red-haired guy with interest. He continued to broadcast that reinforcements and the leader of one of the groups were ready to be sent to those who went into the dungeon. The relief of the caves is unusual. They are narrow and very dark, so teleportation and arrows will be useless in it. Yunsol noted that under such circumstances they definitely won't be able to do anything, and she feels like they are being made fun of. The elder brother said that he was determined to win, and his interlocutors were a little tired, so they needed to get some proper rest. Shin said there was no need to worry. He could handle everything himself and finish things as soon as possible. He thought that the cave was not very ordinary, and bad memories came flooding back to him. A man approached Shin and said that he was in charge of today's raid, and his name was Lim Jong-wook, the commander of the Samdado Guild. He asked if Shin was aware of the work they were about to do, and if he was ready to begin the raid. Shin said that he was aware of the details of the operation and was ready to begin work, but when he saw the dungeon, he was upset. The young man hoped until the end that the dungeon would not be a cave, and he was also haunted by a strange feeling of anxiety. Shin thought that he needed to finish this matter as quickly as possible and go back, and a group of people went into a dark cave. No one knew for sure what awaited them there. And there were very scary monsters there. They were huge, with big wolf heads and wings like bats. Shin immediately went further into the dungeon, and the guild hunter asked the leader what they should do next, since the progress of the passage was going faster than planned. And then Shin announced that he had finished the work, and his companions were very surprised by the incredible speed. The guild leader then noted that there was still a little bit left to reach the unexplored territory. Shin said that they needed to hurry, but the escorts couldn't understand why there was such a rush. They asked him what had happened to him, because Cha had turned very pale, but he replied that he was fine. And then he thought about how even after so many years he was still troubled by old memories. Shin recalled how he found himself alone in an unknown cave after a car accident. The commander of the Samdado Guild put his hand on Shin's shoulder and asked him if he was tired. Perhaps he needed a rest. The guild representative was scared because the guy yelled at him and replied with irritation that everything was fine. Shin's eyes were burning with the fire of hatred, and he himself turned very pale. He asked Lim Jong-wook if he understood everything. He apologized for being annoying, noted that he was just worried, and offered to drink a restoration potion. Shin became even more angry. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he needed to quickly get out of the ground, otherwise he would kill them. Guild Commander Samdalo looked at the map and said that the road was very confusing, so they would have to sweat, but they were already finishing their study. Then he added that the road would need to be cleared, gave the order for everyone to line up and set out, and Shin thought that they were behaving suspiciously. He walked along with the guild representatives and thought that he was winding himself up too much. The guild commander noted that it was dark in the cave and that he needed to watch where he was going, then asked if Shin had been to Sakuraam Grotto. It was brighter than this gloomy cave. Lim Jong-wook then told Shin to visit all the local attractions later and noted that the young man's expression scared him. The guy didn't respond to this remark, but only asked how much longer they had to walk. He raised his head and thought about the unpleasant feeling that was bothering him. Shin saw some sign and realized that it could confuse all of a person's senses without causing any damage. The formation forces a person to walk in circles, and that is what happened to the escorts. They did not know whether they were walking correctly or in circles. Shin looked at the energy flows from the formation and realized that it was leading to a specific place. The young man thought about what a Murim formation does in a normal dungeon. Surely this is another path to that world. Shin became interested in whether the formation was here initially. The boy understood that he was somehow connected with Murim, but he no longer had the desire to see that world. He needed to calm down because everything was in the past. He didn't need to let himself be led astray, so Shin decided to see who or what wanted to see him. At the same time, in Taibak-san, in the Sands dungeon, a very interesting event was also taking place. Huge, nasty monsters in the form of snakes were angry and turned everything upside down in their path. The young man was very tense and shouted to his team to get ready. He encouraged them and said that they needed to hold on a little longer while using the Crusader skill. The monsters resisted the fact that people broke into their territory and began to fight them. The hunters understood that the situation was only getting worse, and one of them noted that he had used up almost all his strength. People looked up and saw flashes above them that looked very much like fireworks. Thus, the monster demonstrated its strongest skill. The team leader said this and noted that they must defeat it. He dodged heavy fire and told his team that they would not leave the cave until they won. And then the deputy head of the Dawn Guild joined the fighting. She was not empty-handed. She used not only weapons in battle, but also her skills. The fight was over, and Lee noted that it was very hot in this cave. Her charges said that she was great during the fight. The head of the Dawn Guild praised the girl and said that she was worthy of being his deputy and noted that she could have killed them on her own. Lee saw the reaction of those around her and noticed that the leader himself could easily deal with the monsters, but they finished off 3, and the team was not in the best condition. The vice guild leader told her subordinates to find shelter under the shade to rest. The chief asked if the girl was ashamed to go on a raid with him, which surprised her. He then asked if they were in a close relationship with Shin Hyun, and if so, then for them the test in the dungeon was like a date. Lee Ji-hee noted that the leader was very funny, and he was glad that he was able to amuse the girl. She asked him to keep his mouth shut next time. And the team stood carefree near the narrow entrance to the Sands dungeon, as if it were completely harmless. One of the hunters heard information that they needed to do what they thought was necessary, then he would accept them. The young men were talking about how it would be easier to explore the dungeon with the martial arts guild, since Shin was incredibly strong. The chief secretary approached the boys and asked what they were doing near the entrance to the dungeon. They noted that nothing would happen near the gates and invited the secretary to join them, since he had nothing to do anyway. He told the guys that they shouldn't relax too much, even though Twilight isn't as active as before. The chief secretary emphasized that they should not be forgotten anyway. The calm and measured conversation of the Dawn Guild employees was interrupted by flashes that appeared in the sky. The chief secretary's eyes were filled with tears, sweat was breaking out on his temples, and his face was cut as if by shrapnel. He noticed that the archer skill, Meteorite Hail, was most likely used and wondered who else besides the top brass knew about this raid. The chief secretary of the Dawn Guild looked ahead and saw a large silhouette in a purple glow, which surprised him. The guild employee approached the secretary, and he realized that all these pranks were arranged by the Twilight Guild. The young man asked the secretary how he was feeling, if everything was okay with him. The chief secretary was glad that he was not alone in this terrible place, and asked what was happening here. He noted that the Twilight had resumed its work. The secretary got very angry. He called the Twilight Guild names and said that they had been sitting in silence for some time and then decided to start a pogrom. The young man thought that the chief and deputy needed a few more hours to get through the cave, and whether he should stay where he was or bring reinforcements. The secretary looked at Director Yoon Sung-min and asked how he knew about this place. He noted that he was not given this information for some specific reasons. Instead of answering, the director, completely unexpectedly for the secretary, hit him very hard in the stomach. He was very angry. His eyes were burning with fire. He said that he was already finishing the matters that interested the secretary so much. Director Yoon Sung-min stepped away from the Secretary General and took out his mobile phone. He told his interlocutor that he had already finished cleaning and that Kwon Oh-jung should arrive soon. The person on the other end of the line smiled broadly at this news and noted that the work was not bad. He then added that he and his assistants were already on their way and were glad that everything was going smoothly. The black-haired young man noted that the director of Dawn had done a very good job and that it needed to be kept up. After some time, he and his assistant appeared in the clearing. He looked around, noticed the dead Dawn employees, and noted that the director and his assistant had done a good job. They bowed to him, he laughed, said that he liked the work, and wished the performers further advancement. The boy then narrowed his eyes and thought that Ji-hee, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, was too soft and naive. The girl couldn't even think about the fact that there were traitors in the ranks of their guild. He looked at the performers and thought that they had become his ever since the Sun Festival. He cynically walked over the bodies of the dead and sang a joyful song. Everything was going as he had planned. He looked at the entrance to the dungeon and thought about how 7 years ago he and Ji-hee had cleared the dungeons together. It was immediately after his return from Murim that he was joyfully greeted by Lee and her charges. Ji-hee invited him and the group to go to a new dungeon that no one had entered before. The girl, anticipating that they would see something new and gain skills, hurried forward. The guy asked Ji-hee how long they would be going with the other performers, since he didn't want to babysit them. He asked if she remembered Murim and emphasized that they should be stronger as soon as possible. Taehoon asked Lee if she thought about what he told her last time and asked her to look at the jade that the heavenly warrior had given him. A beautiful pendant appeared in the guy's hands, and he said that with this stone, the power of martial arts increases several times. Tae-hoon suggested following the heavenly warrior. With him they could become much stronger, but Lee stopped the guy. The guy looked at the girl for a very long time with incomprehension and could not understand anything. Ali said that she understood his worries and concerns, but they were not in Murim now. No one would take their lives, so there was no reason to be stronger. Jihi asked Tae-hoon to forget about Murim's burdens, and then her charges called her to them. The guy squeezed the pendant in his hands with all his might and thought that he believed that Lee was the only one who understood him, because they had gone through the same thing. Tae-hoon realized that he was left far behind Jihi, and all this happened because of these pathetic wards. He was so furious and angry that he began waving his weapon at Lee's charges. Tae-hoon was standing there covered in blood, thinking about how weak those people were, and Lee was screaming. She realized that they were hurt, but she couldn't figure out who, so she asked if they were monsters or not. The girl thought about what kind of monsters could hurt her charges. She was very worried, and tears were rolling from her eyes. Lai checked the girl's pulse and thought about how weak she was and how to help her. Tae-hoon didn't care about all this. He didn't feel guilty at all, and was only thinking about finishing them off as quickly as possible. The guy at that time asked him for help. He was told that it was unsafe to remain in the cave, and that it was necessary to leave it as quickly as possible. Tae-hoon didn't hear anything, and the guy asked him to hurry. Since there was no time to waste, he begged for help. Pak thought that everything in his life was happening as usual. He always helps Lee, follows her, and she rejected him because she was weak. Lee Ji-hye had forgotten about the ordeal she had gone through in Murim, Tae-hoon thought. The young man felt broken and disappointed, and was very worried about his relationship with Lee. He had a pendant hanging around his neck that he wanted to give to Ji-ha, but she didn't take it, so Pak decided to get rid of it immediately. Lee Ji-hye's protege looked at Park Tae-hoon and couldn't understand what was happening to him, while the hunters he had wounded were dying. He just continued to look down on them, a devilish smile frozen on his lips. Pak, as if he had gone crazy, repeated over and over again that he would save Ji-hye from the surrounding weakness. The young man was proud of himself, and the smile never left his face. His pupils became like dots. Park Tae-hoon emerged from the events that happened to him and Lee Ji-hye several years ago. He stood at the edge of the forest near the cave and could not understand where he was and what was happening to him. And the traitors of the Dawn Guild were behind him and could not understand what was wrong with Pak and what to do next. The man who accompanied Pak told the traitors that they should remain in this place and guard it. He walked away from them at some distance, looked around and gave an order. Pak's escort said to kill anyone who escapes from Dawn so that they don't interfere. The traitors were perplexed by such an order. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Pak and his assistant walked away from the traitors and began to talk about what was happening to Shin Hyun. Guildmaster Twilight Park said that everything is going smoothly in Jeju and there is no need to worry about it at all. He told his assistant that Gowlin had already begun to act against Shin, setting traps that were impossible to escape from. So they all don't have to worry that their carefully planned plan won't work. The assistant told the chief that he had been informed that everything was going according to plan, but that Shin and his escorts were moving a little faster. He then told the 2 Dawn Guild members to prepare to go into the dungeon with him, but he immediately noted that he would kill Lee Ji-hye on his own, as he had promised earlier. Park Tae-hoon was pleased with the words of his assistant and said that if he promised, then let him do it. He allowed them to do whatever they wanted with the dungeon explorers. The assistant was overjoyed and informed the head of the Twilight Guild that he wanted to make amends. Guildmaster Twilight was very happy with this information and said that it was time to start. Park Tae-hoon and his subordinates approached the entrance to the cave, saying that the hunt would be theirs. The head of the Twilight Guild had a terrible smile on his face, and his eyes glowed with the fire of hatred. He ordered an attack on Dawn. Meanwhile, Shin was in another cave, and there was a whole swarm of thoughts in his head. He thought about why he accepted the invitation, but nothing happened. There were no monsters in the cave. One of the guides said that something was wrong in the cave, and the other said that everything was fine, but he thought that someone would be waiting for them. Shin thought deeply and asked who was supposed to be waiting for them, but he did not hear an answer to this question. He looked at the men and asked them directly to tell the truth, what they really had in mind. One of the men started to ask a question, but Shin grabbed his face, surprising everyone. The young man said that he had turned a blind eye to all the pranks for a long time, but he certainly wasn't going to keep quiet until the end. The older man's mouth was covered by Shin's hands. He was not prepared for this turn of events. He told the group leader to tell the truth if he wanted to leave this dungeon alive. While Shin was dealing with the escort, he felt unwell and began to think. His surprise knew no bounds, and what he began to guess plunged Shin into incredible shock. A tall young man with a pigtail said that he was fast, so there would be no need to wait for him. The assistant, who was standing next to him with a tablet, said that the target was already in place. A red section appeared in the cave in front of Shin, and he realized that those who had lured him into the cave had decided to show themselves after all. And then he saw that the red light was coming from an explosive device. It was located between the rocks. He did not expect to see such a welcoming gift. Shin found it very funny, and considered those who came up with this type of murder to be madmen. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Small pieces of rock and dust flew in all directions. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was surprised. She couldn't understand what was happening. Beads of sweat were running down her face, and the girl thought that some strange and unpleasant feeling was haunting her. Then Lee Ji-hee thought that she was overheated and needed to relax a little. She stood on the mountain, looked at the monsters, and thought that there were 2 more people there. The first 400 meters to the east, the second 700 meters to the west. Perhaps it would be possible to finish everything in one day. Lee Ji-hee was distracted from her thoughts by a powerful explosion. It was so unexpected for the girl, she could not understand whether it was an explosion, and then she thought that their group had made a stop in that direction. The flames devoured everything in their path, and heavy dark smoke rose into the air. At this time, a fight broke out in the dungeon. One of the warriors raised his sword and shouted that there were sins. Other warriors tried to escape from his weapon. Dirt and dust flew in all directions and blood flowed. Each of the hunters used their skills and strength in the battle because they wanted to emerge victorious. One warrior's sword slammed into the ground with all its might, and it was dodged at the last second. The man who swore to kill Shin thought to himself that it was hard for him to deal with Jang Sung-hyuk, and there were still 2 strong hunters in the dungeon. At this time, Park Tae-hoon sat on the mountain and calmly waited for it all to end. He did not interfere. Pak's subordinate was no longer so confident in his abilities. He began to understand that he would hardly be able to cope with Shin. Tae-hoon was confident that everything would work out, praised his protege, and said that he was a hunter, then added that he deserved to become the head of the Dawn Guild. He asked for forgiveness for not taking Jun-ho into account earlier, and then he was very surprised by something. Under the mountain where Tae-hoon was sitting, a man stood and asked what happened to the guards at the entrance. No one expected to see him here. Park Tae-hoon was having fun. He was laughing and couldn't clearly explain what happened to those guys. Then he asked his interlocutor with malicious glee what he thought might have happened to them. The interlocutor's face twisted with anger, misunderstanding, and rage. He guessed who did what to the guards. He clarified how Tae-hoon discovered this place, since no one knew about this raid. The young man squeezed the sword in his hands very tightly and thought that there were definitely traitors among them. He screamed very loudly, his eyes became angry, and he promised that he would erase all the traitors from the Twilight. The man with red hair, who was also in the cave, noted that the guy with the huge sword had become stronger and needed to speed up. He was very angry. At first he couldn't understand what they wanted to tell him. He thought for a few seconds, and he began to wield the sword like a real hunter. His opponents certainly did not expect such a development of events. One of the guys had tears rolling down his eyes. He was coughing up blood and whispering some inarticulate words. The head of the Dawn Guild looked at him, and he begged for mercy, because he did not want to die. Then he told the warrior who was accompanying him to ease the wounded man's suffering, but he kept repeating that he wanted to live. Park Tae-hoon enjoyed what he saw and quipped that it was a sad sight that he couldn't look at without tears. And then he said that at such moments the beetles are a great burden to strong warriors. And then, from the darkness, the silhouette of Lee Ji-hee appeared. thinking that someone made a mistake. The people around her who were in the clearing did not expect to see the deputy of the Dawn Guild here. She greeted one of the guild members and said that she was very glad to see him. He didn't know what to answer to the greeting and grimaced in displeasure. He knew that he had done wrong. Park Tae-hoon, who continued to sit on the raised platform, smiled and asked why the girl did not greet him. The leader of the Twilight Guild looked at Lee Ji-hee with a smile and said that he missed her very much. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild looked at Park Tae-hoon with a piercing gaze. Lee Ji-hee then told the guild leader to stop talking nonsense and approach him. Then, Vice Guild Leader Rasset told Park Tae-hoon to understand that they had been enemies for a long time. The same one continued to smile maliciously and called Sun-hyuk to him and ordered the guy to deal with Lee Ji-hee. The air was filled with intense tension as each hunter began to use their superpower. Sun-hyuk and Lee Ji-hee began an active fight. The former wanted to show off his strength to Tae-hyung. The girl wanted to save her life. The already hot air was filled with intense tension. It was not an easy fight. The deputy guild leader of Dawn was very tense because she did not expect that she would fight with Sun-hyuk. Therefore, the girl gathered all her strength into a fist, and her opponent was ready to do a lot. Sun-hyuk used his power. It seemed like he was about to hit Lee, but at the last moment she dodged. This made the young man very angry, but he knew very well that Lee was not a simple hunter either. The girl approached Seung-hyuk and laughed. She told the guy that he and Pak had really become stronger, and once he couldn't even hold a dagger. These words made the young man very angry. He didn't think that Lee would remember what happened so long ago. He got so angry that his eyes were burning. He started using his powers, and the girl just laughed, then said that Sun-hyuk was in a hurry. The guy became a little depressed and came to the conclusion that the fight would be harder than he had expected. The deputy guild leader Dawn thought that she would definitely deal with him. But there was a group of Twilight hunters nearby and the girl had no idea what to do next. Guildmaster Dawn fought with all his might. His opponents were bleeding, and he called for the bastards from Twilight to attack him. Lee Ji-hee understood that the leader would be able to hold out for some time, but what would happen next was unknown. Deputy Chief Dawn dodged Sun-hyuk's weapon, slowly wearing him down. The girl thought that the main problem was not the Twilight hunters, but their leader Pak, who was calmly sitting on the mountain and watching what was happening around him. The guild leader felt absolutely great. He sat on a raised platform and smiled. Lee looked at him and thought that this crazy man wouldn't just sit there. She couldn't understand what he really wanted. Park Tae-hoon asked Lee if the girl had become much stronger than she had been before. He then turned to his hunters and said that the operation on Jeju Island was about to come to an end. He was very happy, and the leader of the Twilight Guild noted that if everything went smoothly, then Cha Shin-hyun was already dead. At this time, Shin, who was in the cave, felt unwell and said that this disgusting feeling had arisen for the second time. Then the young man became very angry and shouted into the void, asking if they wanted to die. The escorts who were with him in the cave crawled along the narrow passage. One of them asked his guild leader what happened. Everyone was scared and surprised. Shin stood with his back to the escorts. The leader called out to him, as he could not understand what was happening. Cha Shin-hyun thought for a moment, and then said that the situation that happened was not funny at all. The young man noted that his haste had caused them to show up earlier than planned, and then asked if they had intended to kill him with explosives. The head of the local guild only laughed in response. The man grabbed his head and asked Shin if he was injured. The young man then wondered who actually came up with the idea of planting explosives in such a place. A few seconds later, the face of the head of the local guild was distorted by a grimace of pain. He became very pale, his breathing was short, and white foam came out of his mouth. He really scared those around him. The hunters of his guild began to ask what had happened to him, and Shin asked if the leader wanted to tell him something. His eyes were burning with anger, and Shin demanded to know what was going on here, but the leader insisted that he knew nothing. Shin said that it would take time to set up explosives in such a place. Since it was a guild dungeon, the leader should definitely know about it. The head of the local guild still continued to insist on his own, and Shin did not believe him. He continued to look at his opponent, who was writhing in pain and waiting for at least some explanation of the situation that had developed. The guild leader felt very bad. He was on his knees and had great difficulty breathing. But the man still insisted that he knew nothing, and he further noted that if it weren't for Shin, the explosion would have killed him and his subordinates. Tears rolled down the guild leader's eyes and he screamed, "They were almost killed because of Shin." He thought about the man's words and continued to insist on his own, saying that he had given him enough time. Shin said that he activated the absolute submission skill, the first time he used it on people. Then he told the guild leader that he himself is to blame if his consciousness is completely destroyed. And he only cried harder. Tears flowed from his eyes like a stream. He began to think about something. Guildmaster Samdado then spoke about how their guild had been supported by Twilight from the very beginning, and their main task was to maintain their authority on Jeju Island. Just recently, a man came into their office whom they had never seen before. He felt like the master of his life. He said that the office was rather poor but cozy, and asked if the Samdado Guild was located here. The guild leader was surprised and scared. The guy asked if he had been contacted before and said that he was Park Tae-hoon's death sentence. He had no idea how he was connected to Twilight, but the man said his name was Galen. Guildmaster Samdado noted that he felt an incredible aura from the stranger. He said that they needed their help, but first of all, a car. During the confession, the guildmaster burst into tears and said that they had received orders from Twilight to carry out all of Jiaolin's requests. The man said that their task was to get Jiaolin and his company to the dungeon within the specified time frame, and they were to do the rest of the work themselves. The guild leader was all wet, and Shin thought that people must be in the dungeon since they detonated the explosives. Shin thought that he needed to concentrate to figure out where the people who planted the explosives had run off to. Then the young man noted that he really wanted to see those who were plotting against him. One of the guild's hunters shouted at Shin to move away from them and call for the head of Samdado. Shin responded to the guy that he was blocking his way. He was going to use his skills. The young man said that his name was Vicky and that he would protect the head of his guild to the end. Shin did not pay attention to the hysterics of the people around him, but began to use his strength. The hunters saw that Shin had done nothing wrong, but only a peculiar passage in the cave, and through it, they could return. One of the hunters asked what kind of skill it was, and another looked after Shin as he left the cave and asked why he wanted to leave them there. One of the guys started to shake the head of the guild, who lost consciousness. The young people were glad that they would be able to return. But Shin said that they would all remain in the dungeon because sins had to be paid for, and he was not going to forgive for that. The young people were horrified by what they heard. They could not fully understand what Shin was doing. He came out of the cave, and the hunters screamed at the top of their lungs. One begged the chief to wake up, because they would all die here. The head of the guild, Samdalo, never came to his senses. One of the hunters screamed that he did not want to stay here. Another begged to save them because they did nothing wrong. Loud screams and curses for salvation were heard from the cave, but Shin wished the boys to enjoy their new home, as he himself had lived in a cave for 10 years, and advised them to try it too. He then thought that this was not a bad reason and thanked them for the wonderful chance to destroy them. But first, he needed to say hello to Galen. At this time in the desert, Lee Ji-hae continued to fight with all her might. What she saw shocked her. Her opponent, Seong-yuk, was not as simple as he seemed at first. He used the assassin skill, cloning. She noted that the training had paid off, and the guy said that she still underestimated him and asked the girl to wipe away the blood. The vice-guild leader laughed loudly and asked Seong-yuk what he was talking about, wondering if she should use the skill now. It wasn't easy for Lee Ji-hae. She was tired, including from the heat. The girl thought whether it was worth attacking the opponent right now. Seong-yuk was wondering if he should use his skill now, since it was very valuable, and he didn't want to waste it on the enemy's boat. The guild's deputy could read minds and told the enemy that he couldn't defeat her even with the skill. These words made Seong-yuk very angry. He didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. The girl stood at the edge of the forest, and around her, like a swarm of flies, many copies of Son-hyuk were flying, calling her. Lee Ji-hee responded to the enemy to watch carefully how a real killer fights. The girl used the skill Moonlight of the Bloody Path and told her enemy that she would show her strength. She used her strength and began to rise up, with several Son-hyuks following her. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild dodged the attacks of her opponents as best she could. During the fight, Lee Ji-hye asked Sun-hyuk if it was true that he was a fan of Park Tae-hoon. Sun-hyuk remained silent, most likely in order not to give himself away, and the girl noticed that her opponent was as persistent as the head of the Twilight Guild. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn used her powers and saw that some of the duplicates began to fall down. She looked back and saw Sun-hyuk approaching her from behind, with a gun in his hands. Lee Ji-hee's opponent cupped his hands and used the origin skill, but it didn't seem to be enough. Then Sun-hyuk used the poison spear skill, and the girl barely managed to dodge his attack. Lee Ji held a weapon in her hands. Blue smoke was rising from it. It was melting before her eyes. The girl could not understand what was happening. Sun-hyuk began to move away from the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and she followed him. The girl looked at her daggers. It was as if some kind of acid was eating them away. She saw again that the ghosts of Seong-hyuk were standing in front of her, and she understood perfectly well that she could make one mistake and die. Lee Ji-hee noted that she was having a lot of fun because the passions were running high, and she told her enemy that his style hadn't changed at all. Then the girl said that she needed to change her weapon because it had become unusable. Seong-hyuk looked suspiciously at the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. He hoped that she wouldn't notice what was happening to her daggers. Then the opponent decided to thank Lee Ji-hee. The girl was very shocked by this phrase. She definitely did not expect such a development of events. And Seong-hyuk continued. He noticed that it was the deputy head of the guild who played a big role in his life. She showed him how to become stronger. Lee Ji-hee changed her weapon and noted that she didn't remember how she taught the guy to be stronger. Then she thought about how she had to be careful with poison and couldn't hesitate. She was wondering where the real Sun-hyuk was now, and the young man was asking if she really couldn't remember the events of the past years. Then the enemy looked at Lee Ji-hee and said that he could remind her of everything. Sun-hyuk pointed out that they needed to use the shadow play and that it was the last chance, but she definitely decided not to use it and save it for another time. Lee Ji-hye said that this skill was not for her opponent. She knew that this skill could not be used because she still had a battle with Park Tae-hoon. Sun-hyuk's face was distorted with hatred and discontent. He asked if the girl was sure of her choice. Then the guy got angry and started attacking Lee Ji-hee. Everything happened so fast, the girl wasn't ready for it. Seong-hyuk hit the deputy head of the Dawn Guild with all his strength, causing blood to flow from her mouth. Lee remembered asking the boy to look at himself and ask if he had tried to copy her dual dagger technique. The girl asked the young man if he was applying for her place and if this was what Park Tae-hoon had suggested to Sun-hyuk. She stood in front of Seong-hyuk, who fell to the ground and said that the leader of the Twilight Guild was a real bastard. Seong-hyuk was scared, and Lee noted that although he was pathetic, his existence bothered her. He irritated her with his whole appearance. She came closer and said that in order for a killer to become stronger, he must sincerely try to kill someone. Some people appeared in the clearing and informed Pak that Lee Ji-hye was near Sun-hyuk, and he was glad that he was discovered. The girl told her opponent that she would postpone his death for later because most of all she wanted to kill the man who had arrived here. Then Lee Ji-hye told Sun-hyuk that he had no talent in martial arts, so he needed to quit and start his life from scratch. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild informed her opponent that he was definitely not cut out for this. Sun-hyuk said that she trampled his pride and denied his existence, after which he began to study again and changed his fighting style. He did all this in order to kill Lee Ji-hee. The girl listened and bled. The young man said that he respected her even though she was from an enemy guild, and then asked what would happen if she was disgraced by the person she admired. Then Sun-hyuk raised the dagger above his head and noted that the deputy guildmaster Dawn was right. The boy screamed that he had become much stronger thanks to the regret of killing her, the science that Lee Ji-hee had given him. The air in the cave changed its light. It became acid pink. The girl remembered something. Sun Hyuk's eyes narrowed and sweat began to run down his cheeks, and Lee Ji-hye noted that the guy really wanted to surpass her. The girl laughed very loudly, and then asked her opponent whether he had learned his lesson or not. Then Lee Ji-hye noticed that Sun Hyuk had missed 1 point, because she had told him that the guy needs to quit this business. Then the girl asked if it was true that it was very dark in this cave, and the guy, sweating, thought about shadow clones. Sun Hyuk got really angry and thought that this was all at the wrong time. Lee Ji said that she would give the guy one more piece of advice, that a killer only shows his true face once when he kills his opponent. Sun Hyuk gritted his teeth. The young man had not expected such a development of events at all. It was as if invisible forces had tied the young man's hands and feet, and he began to call out for Lee Ji-hye. The girl looked at him with hatred and said that he was enjoying his victory so much. Then the deputy head of the Dawn Guild noted that in fact, everything was an illusion. Lee called Sun Hyuk an idiot, moved away from the guy a little, and heard Park's voice saying that he really had become strong. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild looked at Park Tae-hun, smiled, and noticed that he had finally climbed down from the mountain. She looked at the young man and thought that she really wanted to kill this bastard. Park Tae-hun began to approach Lee Ji-hye and asked the girl how she liked the performance that he had performed especially for her. The girl raised the dagger in front of her and said that her feelings were rather mixed. The young man smiled, and Lee noted that he should not expect an easy death. She was going to torture him long and painstakingly. These words only amused Park Tae-hun. He was not afraid at all. He used force and a sword appeared in his hands. The young man noticed that he really wanted to hear these exact words from Lee Ji-hye. Each began to use their powers. Lee and Pak entered into a duel, because there could only be one winner. Lee Ji-hye thought for a moment about what awaited them. It would be a game of shadows, and she needed to be prepared for anything. The head of the Twilight Guild was calm, confident in his strength. He thought about something and noted that it was time to start the battle. The young man tried to call Lee Ji-hye, but the phone was ringing with long beeps. The automated voice said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. It was possible to leave a message after the signal. He thought that the girl was busy, but he needed to tell her about Samdado. Someone answered Shin. He looked at the interlocutor. The young man asked whether he was trying to call Lee Ji-hye. And then he noticed that the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was unlikely to answer the call. She was in the dungeon, and mobile signals did not reach there. A young man with a scythe approached Shin. He said that apparently the guy was wondering how he knew everything, but for those who came from Murim, this was a common thing. He hid behind his sunglasses and asked Cha Shin-hyun if he had satisfied his curiosity. Shin noted that his interlocutor did not particularly look like an expert. He was not sure that he was definitely from Murim, and it was important to him how the stranger knew about the attack on the dungeon. The guy with the pigtail was surprised by Shin's interest and said that he would not answer his question as he was being rude to him. He then took off his glasses and asked if Shin would ask him more politely for information about the dungeon. The young man realized that he was not particularly eager to tell anything, but it was not particularly important to him. Shin thought that he had the ability to force people to tell everything. The guy with the pigtail thought that he had assumed all of this and noted to himself that Shin was simply amazing. The young man realized that the rumors about Shin were not lying. He was able to control magic at a high level. He could combine magic and martial arts. The guy with the pigtail folded his hands. He used special skills. This young man was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Shin found himself in the middle of a circle with yin and yang symbols, surrounded by people he didn't know. The young man came to the conclusion that it was a gravity trap, and sweat began to run down his temples. The guy with the pigtail confirmed Shin's suspicions, and also noted that the trap was not simple, because it was his greatest creation. He said that he combined the gravity trap from Murim with his magic and clenched his hand into a fist to activate the heavenly golden seal. Shin laughed and asked what kind of cheap tricks these were. He didn't expect any serious actions from his competitor. But after a minute, he realized that he had gotten too carried away. His body became very heavy. The opponents began to actively attack Shin. using their weapons and skills. Shin understood that he did not control his body, and this all made him very wary. He wanted to use his inner energy, but he couldn't do it. An unknown force was stopping him. Shin saw his opponents approaching him, actively waving their weapons, and he could hardly dodge them. Sweat was running down his temples. It was very difficult for him to resist his opponents. Shin looked at his opponents and didn't like his guesses at all. He had never been in such situations before. And the enemies came closer and closer. Their leader was pleased with himself. They did everything easily and unhurriedly. Shin looked at them and wondered if they were all from Murim, but that couldn't be true. The young man with the pigtail was very happy. He told Shin that he was very pleased to look at his desperate face, and then asked how he could live without inner energy. Shin covered himself with his hands and tried to put up a defense. The attacker noted that his heavenly seal was absorbing all the energy. And then he added that all of Shin's energy was transferred to his subordinates, thereby putting the enemy in a dead end. The guy with the pigtail was very happy. He said that no matter how strong Shin was, he couldn't defeat them. And then he added with a smile that the stronger he is with his team, so Shin has no chance of winning. Guys gradually started flying up to the young man, their eyes glowing with excitement, and the guy with the pigtail said that Shin would be killed by the power he had accumulated. The fight was unequal. Shin had a hard time. He just gritted his teeth and told his opponent that he was talking too much, and he was tired of listening to him. Shin then remarked that he was not called the Immortal Sword Emperor for nothing, and he would show his opponent how pathetic he was in front of true power. The young man decided to apply the true law. It is created with the help of natural amulets and objects that are arranged in a special order. With such a ritual, it was possible to create something resembling a new space, and this is what Shin did. Zhuge Liang was a legendary strategist and formation master. He could summon lightning and wind, as well as use the octagonal method, thanks to which he destroyed entire armies. The guy with the pigtail admired him, and even after Murim honed his skills, he pointed out that if the truth is to be believed, he could also be compared to a deity. He closed his eyes, then opened them. They burned with the fire of hatred. He was sure that he was a deity. One of the attackers flew up to Shin and wanted to hit him, but the young man defended himself from him with the last of his strength. An epiphany came to Shin. He thought a little about his opponent's words, and finally understood everything that had previously baffled him. Shin said that gold is energy, thus a play on words was used, which the opponent called the heavenly golden seal. The enemies became very angry. Apparently they were not prepared for their plan to be revealed and raised their weapons up. Shin calmly told them to stand still, and the opponents felt very bad. They could not understand what was happening to their bodies. The young man used his force and told the attackers to wait a little. He was almost finished. The leader of the attacking gang thought that Shin had created a new law that he had never heard of. He was also curious about where he had found the weakness of the formation. He looked at Shin's back and thought that all this was impossible, how he had changed the law, that it had gone unnoticed. Shin read his enemy's mind and said that he was a good guy, and also asked him to answer the questions he needed to know. One of the attackers asked Shin if he worshipped a devilish cult that contradicted Confucianism. In response to this question, Shin only laughed and said that he was not very familiar with this cult, but their energy was very similar to him. And then he added that despite the fact that they possessed martial arts, they were definitely not returned from Murim. Shin thought about it and noticed that their skills were rather mediocre, and for people who had been to Murim, they were performed too roughly. And I noticed that the harmony of pure art does not resonate with them, but this is very important and is the main confirmation. One of the opponents grinned nastily and noted that Shin Hyun had a very well-trained eye. The leader of the attackers said that Shin was right, emphasizing that the people from Murim were indeed different from ordinary people. And his subordinates, he called them artificial people, which greatly shocked Shin. The guy noted that, at his level, this was not reasonable. Shin said that when teaching his students, he also broke through other people's flesh and thus transferred his energy. Then he thought about it and said that the attacker trained his subordinates in a completely different way. Shin even doubted a little that this was possible, but he was shocked by his own guesses. The young man said that if the hunters were created in the usual way, Shin would not feel the difference. But this is the magic of earthly magicians or a demonic cult. The guy with the pigtail was very surprised. He couldn't understand how Shin figured it all out so easily. He reported that he was being hunted by slackers whom he had converted into useful ones, and this cost worthless lives. And the speed of research was very high with several thousand test subjects. The guy noted that as a result he received excellent subordinates who could be compared to high-level adventurers. And then he told Shin that he would squeeze all the juices out of him with his formation, and Shin noted that his opponent used people as sacrifices. The opponent just laughed because he didn't think how wrong it was done. So Shin said he had enough, even though he liked the enemy's tricks, and began to act. The enemy started coughing, his breathing was blocked, he thought it was resonance and what was really happening to him. Shin began to use his skills because he decided that this whole thing needed to be put to an end. He said that he does not feel any pity for the followers of the devil. On the contrary, he finds it all refreshing. Shin was ready for a difficult fight, decided to start hunting the demon. The young man's eyes glowed with joy. At this time, his opponent felt extremely bad. He called Shin names and cursed him with all his might. And then he folded his hands for the ritual and asked how he could say such things about him. One of the subordinates of the guy with the pigtail came to his senses. His body was his again, which he was incredibly happy about. And other hunters noted that their body was moving again, and they were filled with energy again. Shin stopped their advance and told them that, to his delight and their disappointment, they were in his trap. But this information did not stop the young people at all. They prepared to continue fighting. And their leader again folded his hands in order to use superpower, but it was all in vain. His charges screamed very loudly, because their bodies were like they were on fire. They asked for salvation. The leader looked at their suffering and could not understand what was really happening, but they continued to ask him to do at least something. Shin stood to the side and calmly observed the situation that had developed. This was quite expected. Then he said a few phrases about fiery gold and fire-melting metal. His opponent could not understand what they wanted from him. And Shin continued that the foundation of the foundation is the understanding of the 5 elements. He noted that he removed his energy essence and replaced the gold by correcting it. The opponent was very surprised by the words that Shin told him and asked how he managed to do this. He also noted that in Murim he studied the formation a little, and for Shin the opponent's skills were insignificant. And then he added that he had quite a lot of fun with him, and the guy with the pigtail noted that he had spent his whole life in experiments and research. He then told Shin that he had trampled all his pride and asked how he had managed to achieve so much. He replied that his opponent should not be upset about this, because he knows his true level and there is no need to worry. Then Shin laughed and said that talent is needed in this field. Without it, even with great efforts, you will not achieve much no matter how hard you try. The opponent leaned forward. He felt bad, but thoughts of killing Shin did not leave him. He approached his enemy and noted that he had taken away many people's energy. Shin hoped that he would not mind if he took it away from him. The young man used his power, the absolute command skill. He wanted the enemy to tell everything. It was very important for Shin that he was with Li Jai. His eyes were burning with fire and his pupils became small. The opponent began to whisper the name of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and before him appeared a picture of a girl lying on the ground, covered in blood. Li Jai had blood pouring out of her mouth. Her eyes were closed, and she showed no signs of life, so the guy with the pigtail said that she was dead. Li told Puck that she had been alone her whole life in the original world, then in Murim, and then she met him. No one knew that there were others who had returned from Murim. In that world, Puck protected her, said that everything would be fine. The young man noted that this cave still reminded him of the time when he was in Murim. Li knew it was hard to rely on him, but at the same time she was grateful to him. The girl noted that it was the first time in the cave that someone needed her so much. Li was thinking that she and Pa shouldn't have met, and the young man said that it was time to get up. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild stood up, and the young man asked if she would be satisfied with such a death. The girl just laughed at his words. She felt exhausted, as she had spent a lot of energy during the fight. Lee Ji-hee couldn't shake the thought that she needed to finally finish off Park Tae-hoon and swung her weapon at him. The young man was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. He immediately used the shield skill. The young people began to fight again. Lee put all her strength into the blow, but Park used the reflective shield skill. The dagger passed within a few millimeters of the young man and did not even touch him. Lee Ji-hee definitely didn't expect such a development of events. She looked at the dagger and was very surprised. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild stepped aside to gather her thoughts and strength. Park continued to mock the girl. He noticed that Lee Ji-hee was very tired. The girl looked at her opponent with hatred, clenched her teeth, and sweat was running down her temples. Park Tae-hoon told her that during the fight, she didn't use such a skill as shadow play. This surprised him. The young man told Lee that she needed to give up, and the girl wondered when this idiot had become so strong. She looked at Park Tae-hoon, assessed his appearance, and thought that she had also been training all this time and not playing games. Lee Ji-hee looked at her offender for a long time, thought about something, and then asked him to ask the last question. This request did not surprise the young man at all. He asked what the girl wanted to know so much. Lee Ji-hee thought for a moment, not knowing how to properly formulate the question that was bothering her. And then she asked about those guys who died. The girl was interested in the cause of their death. Park Tae-hoon got very angry. He noted that Ji-hee was raising this issue not for the first time, and it really got on his nerves. Maybe she had a more interesting question. The girl squeezed the dagger tightly in her hands, asked what had gotten into him again, then asked why the words she was supposed to say were coming out of the young man's mouth. Lee Ji-hee then pointed out to Park that he had always avoided answering regarding this matter, and now she would like to hear the answer to the question. Park Tae-hoon didn't expect such impudence from the girl, so he even thought about what to answer her question. He began to whisper something nonsensical, and then replied that the young people were simply very weak. Then Park Tae-hoon laughed sarcastically and noted that the desire to trample someone weaker than you is inherent in human nature. Lee Ji-hee said that she went crazy for a moment because she really hoped that talking to Park would give her some answers. Tears started flowing from the girl's eyes and she said that she was very tired, so she told the young man that it was time to finish. She flew up to the young man, put a dagger to his face, and said that she would definitely kill him. But Park Tae-hoon very deftly blocked Lee Ji-hee's dagger with his sword. The forces were unequal, since the girl was very tired. She fought with all her might because she understood perfectly well that of the two of them only one should remain. It was a life-and-death battle, but suddenly there was an explosion, or a bright light illuminated everything around. Shin Hyun was sitting on a huge rock. The sea could be seething near him, but he did not see this beauty because he was looking at the phone screen, and long beeps could be heard from it. The young man was very upset, looked at the phone screen and realized that he was in Taebaeksan. He remembered how the enemy told him that the Twilight Guild served the Heavenly Warrior. Shin thought that they were not hunters, but scum. Shin wanted to get a lot more information from the guy, but he was a weakling, instantly turned gray, and then died. The guy knew Park's location, but he had to walk 450 kilometers in a straight line, and that wasn't easy. A familiar face appeared in front of him, a strange vision with monsters. All this made Shin think. The young man thought to himself that there was one way to solve the problem that had arisen. Shin said that at his current level he could get there in 20 minutes, and whether he should worry about it. The young man walked along the cliff and thought that he and Lee Ji-hee were just partners, and he was not obligated to go to her aid if she was in danger. In Murim, it was common to die and kill, so Shin wondered if he had a reason to save the girl, then noted that there was no particular reason. But then the guy remembered how Lee Jae invited him on a date, which shocked the young man. Shin also remembered how they discussed Chinshan's silver needle tea and the cafe that served this divine drink. The memory of Lee Ji-hee grabbing him by the collar and telling him that Yunol was no longer a child also haunted him. Shin remembered the moment when Lee Jae-hee formally thanked him for the work he had done. The young man thought about the deputy head of the Razvet Guild. and a stingy male tear rolled down from his eyes. Shin began to laugh for no reason, calmed down a little, and thought that he had most likely gone crazy. But before, he thought that only he and his younger sister Yunsul were important to him. Now the young man came to the conclusion that another person had been quietly added to this list. Shin used a special skill and began to hover like a bird above the ground, a light breeze blowing in his face. He kept telling Lee Ji-hee to wait for him for a bit, as if the girl could hear his words. Thus the young man left the island without any problems. He saw white smoke rising up. The young man held his hands behind his head. He was happy and pleased with himself, and there was a smile on his face. He told his interlocutor how good he felt, and he agreed and noted that it wasn't hard either. Then one of the guys told the other that the decision to move to the Twilight Guild was the right one. The salary was 3 times higher, and the work was not hard at all. The second young man thought for a moment and noted that he still wondered what that madman had in mind. He thought about Shin Hyun. It was lucky that Mr. X knew about such a monster joining Dawn. The second interlocutor clarified whether it was true that Shin was most likely dead, and his interlocutor confirmed the guess. The guy laughed and noted that even if he had survived, he would not have been able to get here from Jeju Island. The young people's faces were distorted as if they had eaten too many lemons, and they were also very scared. There was some kind of sound above the trees, but there was absolutely no wind. The young people were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their temples. The guys could not understand what was happening. And the extraneous sounds only grew louder. One of the guys noted that this place should be quiet, and that this could actually be the case. One of the young men said that he felt something very creepy. He was very scared. And then it became very dark, and a dark human silhouette with glowing eyes came out of the bushes. It extended its hands to the young men, but did not say a word. There was tension in the air. The guys began to look at the one who appeared in front of them. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces out of fear. They realized who had disturbed them. Park Tae-hoon laughed very loudly. He asked Lee Ji-hye what she was doing and why. The young man had a terrible grin. He asked Lee if she was going to kill him and demanded to show her strength. The girl was very badly injured. Blood was flowing from her head. One eye was not opening, and Park Tae-hoon was asking where her passion had gone or if she was making fun of him. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild fought with all her might, and Puck's sword flashed. Lee's dagger fell from the girl's hands and crumbled like clay. She did not expect such a development of events. The girl understood that she was left unarmed. She had suffered greatly in the battle and had no idea how to fight on. Her enemy was approaching Lee Ji-hye. She had no way to hide from him, and he was stretching out his hands to her. Park Tae-hoon grabbed the young girl's hair very hard and ordered her to concentrate on the battle and not be distracted by anything. The young man then left the bleeding Lee aside, walked away a little, and noted that he was very bored. He pushed Lee very hard. She fell to the ground, and then asked what forces she was going to use to defeat him. The girl looked at her offender with fear, and he continued to mock her, saying that she had no strength to fight. Park Tae-hoon approached the exhausted Lee and asked how she felt about this outcome, whether it was now clear to her which of them was right. The girl was silent, and the young man grabbed her neck very hard with his hand. Lee winced in pain. Park Tae-hoon continued to mock the girl. He said that following the heavenly warrior was beneficial, and it was not too late, so he was ready to give Lee another chance. The young man continued to hold Lee by the neck, offering to go with him, because together they would become very strong and no one would dare to threaten them. Lee Ji-hee was in great pain, and she very quietly thanked Guildmaster Twilight for his offer. The girl said that she would rather die than follow Park Tae-hoon and asked the young man to leave her life. The guy continued to hold her by the neck and called the girl a child because she gave preference to the heavenly warrior. Lee's wounds were bleeding profusely as Pa strangled her, but she told her tormentor that he would die for following the heavenly warrior like a dog. Park Tae-hoon was very angry. He did not expect such a strong rebuff from Lee Ji-hye. Shin Hyun appeared in front of them, but how could he be here and find them so quickly? He is looking for the heavenly warrior, and his thoughts are filled with revenge. He wants to take revenge as quickly as possible on the one who ruined his life. Park Tae-hoon's subordinates, who had transferred to his service from the Dawn Guild, only laughed hysterically. And the head of the Twilight Guild continued to pester Lee. He asked if Shin would leave the servant of the Heavenly Warrior alive. He then stopped strangling the girl and suggested that Shin Hyun was most likely already dead. This information shocked Lee Ji-hee. She couldn't have thought about it because she was confident in Shin's abilities. And Park continued to talk about how he entrusted the Tenjo Guild with the murder of Shin Hyun, whose hunters are very strong and follow the Heavenly Warrior. The guy continued that the people who returned from Murim went to Jeju Island. They are much stronger than high-level adventurers. Shin heard all this and just sighed. Park continued. He noted that Shin had indeed been in Murim for a very long time, but was very weak against Tenjo. Here, Park Tae-hun froze in place, surprise frozen on his face. He heard a familiar voice that demanded that he continue the story. He turned around to see who was talking to him and was very surprised to see Shin. Beads of sweat appeared on Park's face. He began to stutter and asked how Shin got there, since he should already be dead. Shin did not come himself, but brought Park's dead charges. He was surprised why he should be dead if he was still alive, and said that he would return his guys to their owner. He noted that he had seen these young people at the Sun Festival, and they were fighting for the Dawn Guild, but how they became Puck's wards was still a mystery. Shin shook off his hands, put the boys on the ground, and said that he killed them because they were in the way. Then the young man heard a weak female voice. He looked down and saw Lee Ji-hee. His heart beat even faster. He was glad that the girl was still alive. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was also very surprised, because she was not sure that Shin was alive. The young man looked calmly at the girl. He did not want to show his emotions. At this time, Park Tae-hoon was thinking about how Golin could have lost to Shin, but what interested him most was how he got here, since he was supposed to be on Jeju Island. Realizing that all his plans had gone to waste, beads of sweat appeared on Park Tae-hoon's temples. Shin said that enough time had passed. The last time they saw each other was at the Festival of the Sun. Park Tae-hoon immediately decided to start fighting, so he used the shield skill and surrounding shield. But Shin was prepared for the fact that he would have to fight the enemy, and the fight would not be easy. The eyes of the Twilight Guild leader became very large from fear, and he was covered in beads of sweat. Shin was very amused, and only asked if Park Tae-hoon had a religion. The guy made a fist, and said that if Park had no religion, he advised him to accept anyone, so that he could start praying to God, praying for his life. Shin Hyun then noted that he did not think that Park would survive today. He was ready to act immediately. These words shocked Park Tae-hoon. His face twisted into a grimace, and his eyes were very scared. He raised his sword up and continued to scream, apparently wanting to scare those around him. The young men came together in battle. Sparks flew from them. No one wanted to die, so they fought like madmen. In the distance, two guys could be seen fighting, each using their own skills. Shin fought with his bare hands, while Park had not only a huge sword and shield, but also protective clothing. The leader of the Twilight Guild swung a huge sword. It almost touched Shin. He also thought that from the moment he entered another world, Murim, he almost died. Shin then used his special skills and told Park that he would use martial arts as a courtesy. Thus the young man used the skill 100 Descending Dragons. Paku didn't like this at all. He got nervous and started shouting what was happening. Shin didn't listen to the enemy's cries. He knew that it was useless to take them into account. The young man continued to use the skills further, this time soaring sky dragons. Park looked at the sky. Huge white stripes were spreading across it, and he understood that his opponent was incredibly strong. The leader of the Twilight Guild gritted his teeth, frowned, and thought that these were unusual martial arts because they used the energy of the body. The sword fell from Pa's hands, and Shin told him that his competitor did not possess such techniques. The Twilight leader became very angry, although he knew that his position was quite precarious, and continued to threaten Shin. The fight was so intense that a fiery cloud appeared in the sky, and no one was visible. Lee Ji-hee looked at everything that was happening and couldn't understand what really happened. She looked into the distance at the clouds of dust that rose up and thought about how the young people had been swept away by the attack. Someone asked if the girl was okay. She heard a familiar voice, turned around, and was very surprised. In front of her stood the exhausted head of the Dawn Guild. The young man said that he was very glad that Lee Jahae was safe. The girl ran up to him, she was very surprised, and then began to ask how the leader got here and what happened to the other team members. Guildmaster Dawn became darker than a cloud, tears flowed from his eyes. He told Lee that all their comrades were dead. The young man remembered how they fought, noted that the battle was very difficult, and then the chief reported that of all the survivors, he was the only one left. And then Park Tae-hoon appeared. He was very angry, holding a sword in his hands, and noted that he barely survived the fight with Shin. The young man thought to himself that the destructive force had exceeded all his expectations. Then he saw his charges running towards him, inquiring about Pa's condition. They were surprised, so they asked what was going on here. Because a large piece of land was destroyed, the guys thought that it was Jihee's doing. Indeed, the area looked like it had been blown up, Shin thought, and then realized that he was hearing familiar voices. He looked around and recognized Pak's comrades, then asked what they were doing there. The young men didn't expect to see Shin here. One of the guys asked how he got here, and Pak thought that his competitor didn't even get tired during the fight. The head of the Twilight Guild had beads of sweat on his temples due to the tension. He realized that everything was bad because he hadn't even had time to recover from the fight. The guy understood that he needed time, then looked at his charges. A wonderful thought struck him, and his bad mood was quickly replaced by joy. He ordered his men to act, to kill Shin Hyun. The young people were shocked by such an order. Shin stood to the side, watched what was happening, and realized that Pak was weakened, and this was an ideal chance, and said out loud that 2 more corpses would soon appear in the clearing. The wards of the Twilight Guild leader heard what Shin said. They did not want to attack him, but Pak did not change his decision. He screamed like hell for his men to get rid of Shin if they didn't want to die on the spot. The young men, although they were scared and had no desire to fight Shin, could not disobey the order. The guys decided to motivate themselves and therefore went into battle with the words that they would avenge the Festival of the Sun. Park Tae-hoon was glad that he managed to get out of a difficult situation, at least for a short time. He wanted to recover as quickly as possible. The Twilight leader looked to the side, and what he saw shocked the young man. Lee Jahae was moving through the cave. She was not alone. She was accompanied by a stately young man. Guild leaders Dawn talked about Shin. The young man was surprised. He could not understand how he appeared here, because he was on Jeju Island. Lee said that this issue should be discussed later, and showed the head where the explosion occurred. One of Park Tae-hoon's charges lay bloodied on the ground, whispering that he felt great relief. He looked at the entrance to the cave and thought that he was stuck in it, but suddenly, someone's voice was heard. Shin was glad that everything was going very well. He told Pak that he had hurried here to teleport over the mountains and the sea. Tae-hoon's charges were lying next to the guy, and he continued that he knew that the head of the Twilight Guild needed to recover. The leaders of the Dawn Guild, who saw the 2 dead guys, were shocked. They could not understand how Shin was able to deal with them in such a short time. They realized that very little time had passed, but Shin noted that the snack was not bad. And then he continued that it was time to have dessert and approached Park Tae-hoon, who had nowhere else to go. He just grunted, clenched his teeth, and thought about why he still hadn't managed to recover. Guildmaster Twilight was wondering if he could even recover and stand up to Shin. Park Tae-hoon really wanted to defeat a monster like Shin. He blamed him for all his troubles. Something appeared in front of the guild leader and told him not to worry, because it was time for him to wake up. Pak suffered a lot. Now he can be sure that the one and only has come to him. The voice told Tae-hoon that he could show himself to the fullest, and that he needed to fight for his life, and from these words, Pak's pupils narrowed. And the head of the Twilight Guild was ready for battle. He began to approach his opponent, Shin. Pak was very happy because he felt that his whole body was filled with energy. He screamed with joy, because he realized that with the power he had gained, he would definitely defeat Shin. He just laughed, and then asked if it was true that Park Tae-hun still had some trump cards. He asked the head of the Twilight Guild if he was going to cling to his life, and told him not to doubt, because he would definitely die today. Some voice whispered to Park that he was his devoted tool. They were almost there, and he missed Shin Hyun very much. Shin was very surprised, noted that Park had quite a bit of strength, and then asked why he hid all this from him. Then the young man thought about something and came to the conclusion that this power was radically different from the original one. Shin looked at his opponent and saw Park Tae-hoon's necklace burning in the darkness. The leader of the Twilight Guild approached Shin Hyun very quickly, which surprised the latter greatly. He said that he was even a little excited and took the sword from Park, since he decided not to use his power. Shin took the sword out of its sheath and noted that it was a great honor for Park that this weapon ended up in his hands. Park Tae-hoon didn't respond to Shin's barbed remarks, but raised his hands, which held another weapon, up. Then he used the origin skill, which was necessary for a lightning-fast victory. Shin held Park's sword in his hands and said that this weapon was perfect for killing him. It was as if some unknown force had possessed Park. He screamed loudly and waved his weapon. Just a little more and he would have hit Shin, but the guy stood calmly, holding the weapon in his hands. Shin Hyun looked at his opponent's sword, laughed cheerfully, and asked if the weapon would hold up. During the fight, Park swung his sword at Shin, but he defended himself with his own weapon. The sword cracked from the strong blow. It was no longer suitable for fighting, but Shin noted that his opponent did not value weapons at all. He laughed at Park because he had to be so stupid to lose his weapon during a fight. This is a sure sign of imminent death. Shin drew his opponent's attention to his suspension and noticed that his toy was starting to run out of power. He extended his hand to Park Tae-hoon and asked if his enemy had any hidden abilities that he wanted to show and used his power. The opponent started bleeding from his mouth and his eyes rolled back, and in a little while he would leave this world. But Park began to come to his senses little by little. He started coughing, and Shin decided to ask him a few questions. The Twilight Guildmaster had difficulty breathing and coughed from time to time. Shin grabbed him by the throat. Then he began to ask about who was hiding behind the identity of the Heavenly Warrior. Park only wheezed. Shin held his opponent by the throat and said that he was alive only because he wanted to hear the answer to his question. Otherwise, he would have finished him off back when Park touched Yun-sol. Shin realized that Pa would not answer his question so easily, so he used the absolute control skill. He continued to hold his opponent and continued to inquire about who the Heavenly Warrior was that he was constantly following. Pak continued to bleed and whisper something incomprehensible. He was wounded, and Shin was holding him by the throat. Then the leader of the Twilight Guild said that the Heavenly Warrior sent them to Murim. Shin certainly didn't expect such an answer. It shocked him. He was very surprised. Park Tae-hoon screamed loudly, and a huge number of system messages appeared in front of him. Shin couldn't understand what was really happening. His eyes became very big. Huge metal chains wrapped around his entire body, and Park Tae-hoon said that the Heavenly Warrior was living within his body. Shin was chained. He couldn't move from the spot. But what shocked him most was the information he heard from Shin. The young man understood that he was trapped, but he couldn't even imagine how to get out of it. Beads of sweat appeared on Shin's face. He was very surprised and scared. The guy screamed very loudly about what had happened to him, and then he had some guesses. He had seen all this before in his life. He realized that he was in a cave from Murim. The young man had tears running down his cheeks and fear in his eyes. He couldn't even believe that he was in this damned place. Then Shin heard a familiar voice asking if he knew this place. Park Tae-hoon said that he created this place with the soul sword skill, and then asked Shin about the memories that came flooding back. The head of the Twilight Guild informed his competitor that he was the first one to come here, which he was extremely happy about. Park Tae-hoon was very happy and clarified with Shin Hyun that this was their first face-to-face meeting. Shin screamed with all his might. He couldn't believe that his opponent was going to hold him in this cave. Pak replied that the opponent should calm down, because the entire space of the cave was made of the soul of the sword, and it would be very difficult to break the chains. Shin Hyun grimaced and asked the young man if he was Park Tae-hoon or not. Something was bothering him. He then continued that his opponent had excellent sword skills, so he assumed that Puck was the heavenly warrior. He asked if Shin had any questions about this, and he noted that he could ask whatever he wanted, since this was a very rare meeting. The young man was preparing to answer all the questions that interested Shin, but for some reason he fell silent, then asked if he had fun. After all, he watched Shin survive in a terrible world where death lurks around the corner, not knowing if his family was alive, suffering for 140 years. The opponent saw Shin very well for 140 years, watched his suffering, so the young man asked whether he was having fun. Park Tae-hoon didn't expect such a question from Shin, was silent for a while, and then said that he was bored. Shin couldn't believe what he heard. This answer shocked him, and the guy noticed that he was tired. He began to approach Shin and said that he had gone through a huge number of trials, battles, and almost died. Park Tae-hoon came even closer and said that he waited patiently. He did all this in order to see how Shin's levels increased. He then elaborated on why Hen remained human after going through the suffering and hardships in that world, as he remained the same as before. Shin was very surprised by his opponent's words, and he only asked what the young man was talking about. Then Hen became very hysterical, laughing and unable to calm down. Park Tae-hoon looked at him for a long time, piercingly, and could not understand the reason for such laughter. Shin calmed down a little and noted that he really wanted to know something from him. Then the young man noted that he didn't even want to think about Park Tae-hoon's words, and that was good, since he had been bored for a long period of time. Shin grabbed the chains in his fist and said that he had one regret that he wanted to avenge. He only wanted one thing. Then the young man shouted loudly that the heavenly warrior was a bastard who had ruined his entire life. Shin Hyun folded his fists and began to frantically tear apart the chains and said that he wanted to kill his opponent. All of this surprised the young man. He freed himself from the shackles and without thinking immediately attacked Park Tae-hoon, driven by hatred and anger. Park Tae-hoon was not prepared for Shin to free himself from the shackles so quickly, so he took the blow on himself, causing blood to come out of his mouth. The strong impact broke the pendant that was hanging on Park Tae-hoon's neck, and it began to fall down. And the confrontation between the young people continued, because everyone wanted to emerge victorious in this battle. The blow caused blood to flow from Shin's hand in a stream. He was very angry, and due to the intense tension, beads of sweat appeared on the young man's face. And Park Tae-hoon ordered the boy to listen to his words, open the doors to ascension, and go beyond human boundaries. Shin was on the ground. Blood was flowing from his hands. Pak was lying on the ground and thinking about how his opponent would lose everything. Lee Ji-hee and the head of the Dawn Guild appeared behind Shin Hyun, and the girl called out to the young man. What she saw shocked the deputy head of the guild. The girl could not imagine that the fight would be so brutal. Shin Hyun didn't expect anyone to appear in the clearing. He gritted his teeth and didn't want to answer any questions. The next day, the Twilight Guild representatives heard from the Dawn Guild that Park Tae-hoon had died and agreed to follow their advice. In this situation, the members of the Twilight Guild were forced to declare complete capitulation. Many people learned that not only the guild leader had died, but also most of the high-level hunters. And those who remained alive and saw the death of other hunters tucked their tails between their legs and retreated very quickly. Thanks to this, Twilight was very quickly joined by Dawn, and the chief secretary of this guild, Dunwan-oh, decided to resign. The members of the Twilight Guild who had transferred there from Dawn were pleased with themselves. The young men who fought Shin pretended to be dead and then healed themselves. The head of the Dawn Guild was preparing for the conference. There was supposed to be a performance today. Shin and Lee were sitting in the room, watching as the guild leader was being gathered for the conference, but there was a silent silence in the room. Shin took a sip of tea from his cup and thought that this was some kind of déjà vu. The young man was nervous. Then the guy clarified that the tea he drank was Chinchan's silver needle. Lee thought that Shin did not like it, but the young man noted that drinking this drink was a pleasure. The vice leader of the guild asked what Shin would do next and suggested that the young man move on to the current situation. The girl said that Twilight merges into dawn thanks to a peace agreement, but there are still parts that are difficult to negotiate with. Shin noted that they try not to notice, but the whole world knows about what happened, so they have no choice. Lee Jae noted that it was no big deal, paused, and noted that she was a little disappointed. Shin asked what was bothering her. The girl noted that Park's life was very hard, and she did not think that he would leave like this. The young man said the name of his enemy out loud, and then thought that he was the heavenly warrior. Shin remembered the words that Park told him before his death. He asked to open the doors to ascension. He wondered what his state was between ascensions. The guy remembered that if he didn't cast aside his humanity, he would lose everything, and he noticed that the heavenly warrior lived like a rat in the darkness and dared to threaten him. Shin thought about how he wouldn't let the offender get away next time, and Lee Ji looked at the young man and couldn't understand what had happened to him. She asked what happened to the guy. He said that he was lost in thought, and Lee noted that he had a frightening aura about him. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild asked Shin to look at an interesting device, which left the guy stunned. Lee said that it was a secret safe that was in the office of the head of Twilight, and it was protected by some kind of magic, and Shin thought about something. The young man laughed, looked at the safe, and then noticed that he didn't have the habit of touching other people's things. Shin activated the abilities, because it would be a pity since there are valuable things in the safe. Lee Ji was very surprised, because Shin Hyun opened the safe very easily. The guy noted that it was simple and easy. The young man opened the safe, took out important documents, and said that they had been kept very carefully. Shin became interested in what was in the folder. He opened it and began to study the document in detail. Lee Ji-hye walked up to the young man very quickly and snatched the folder from his hands. Shin was surprised. The guy sat down on the sofa and noted that he had not yet fully familiarized himself with the documents, but Lee said that she had already seen them somewhere. It was an agreement between Pak and the Cheongjo Guild. The document stated that the North Korean dungeons, in cooperation with Twilight, were being transferred to Cheongjo. This information greatly surprised Shin. The young man's mobile phone rang. He picked it up. It was Kim Ki-yul calling him. Kim informed Shin that he and the guild hunters were near the entrance to the dungeon, and that the Samdaho guild members had been captured and would be arrested. Kim then asked if explosives were used against Shin, as there was chaos in the dungeon. Something was happening there that was beyond imagination. Kim really hoped that Shin would come back very soon, since Leader Cha had been angry for 5 hours without stopping. Shin took the phone away from his ear and thought that his little sister was very annoying. Lee turned Shin's attention and informed him that the documents also contained information about the Tenjo Guild. Shin asked what exactly was written there. The girl said that there was information that, in addition to Galen, 4 more people had returned from Murim. The young man took the folder and saw that it contained personal information, that they were masters who had reached level 50, and their guild was called Cheongjo, which meant bestowed by heaven itself. Shin thought about something and came to the conclusion that all the guys from the Cheongjo Guild were damn fanatics. These guesses surprised Lee Ji-hye, and the girl agreed that everything was really like that. The young people were surprised because they certainly didn't expect to see exactly these documents in the folder. Shin smiled and said that he now had a different goal. He had to find all the members of the Heavenly Warrior Guild. And to use poison against them, it means that one evil person will erase other people with his anger. Shin was sure that he would win, because in Murim it is common to be absorbed by someone stronger. In the room, a gray-haired man sat on a throne and had very important conversations with his ward. She asked if it was true that Twilight and Dawn were merging, but Twilight was joining in. The subordinate confirmed his suspicions and asked whether he had contacted Gowlin, since 36 hours had passed and he had not responded. The guy thought for a while and came to the conclusion that both young men had failed. She wasn't surprised that Park Tae-hoon lost, because he was too confident in himself, but she was surprised that Gaolin lost too. She thought that all the 10 commandments approaching the cultivation masters had lost contact. So Pak was right. Shin shouldn't be underestimated, because he had been in Murim for a very long time. The guy came to the conclusion that Shin Hyun was about 68 levels stronger than him, and this information made him laugh. But the subordinate could not understand what the reason for joy was. He looked at his boss in surprise. The guy ordered his subordinate to find out more about Chin Hen, avoid contact with him, do everything smoothly and slowly. He agreed with the leader's words. He noted that Shin's external and internal levels do not matter, because victory can be achieved not only by the level of strength. The action takes place on Jeju Island, at the headquarters of the Tamra Guild, on the seashore. Yun-sol was surprised when she saw her brother. She told him that from now on, if he runs away from her, then the girl thought about it. And she said that she would beat her brother. The sister lightly hit Shin on the head, and he made excuses, because he didn't want everything to happen like that. Yun-sol asked Shin to tell her where he went, but then the guild members appeared in the room and began to calm the girl down. The girl continued to punch her brother in the head. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He thought that this was not the best greeting. Shin thought about the news on TV about the leader of the Dawn Guild announcing the disbandment of Twilight, and Lee Ji-hee tried to find out as much as she could about the Cheongjo Guild, because there was a high risk that they would cover up all traces. The girl decided to take on the matter herself, so there was no point in Shin Hyun stirring up the matter. The young man had a whole swarm of thoughts in his head. He was thinking about how best to take revenge and apparently forgot where he was. He was distracted from his thoughts by members of the Tamra Guild, but the young man did not hear what they were talking about. One of the hunters said that he was to blame for the situation that had developed, because he did not expect that there could be traitors in the Jeju guilds. The guy offered his sincere apologies and asked how he could make amends. Shin and Yun-sol thought about it. Yun-sol lowered her head, closed her eyes, thought about something, and then began to speak. The girl noted that even now there are traitors in the guild. One of the young guys was covered in sweat and could not utter a word. Shin said that he tried to believe the guild members, but now his faith was gone. These words surprised Yun-sol very much. She clarified the reason for this. The guy continued. He noted that if the guild members are not against him, then he is not their enemy. Shin suggested skipping this moment. The guild members were very happy that they were not turned away, and justice would prevail. The young people were happy and laughing, but after a while their fun was interrupted by Shin. He asked if the members of the Tamra Guild planned to go under Dawn's leadership. Shin announced that the guild union could join Dawn, and everyone present fell silent. But then Shin was reminded of what he said, that he would not take sides because of their feuds. Shin still insisted that Tamra go under the wing of Dawn, because the forces were not enough to contain the local dungeons. Guild member Tamra had beads of sweat on his face as he looked through the documents and noted that he himself could not say anything, and that this issue needed to be resolved by the entire alliance. The young man thought for a moment and noted that this offer was the best deal for them. He bowed before Shin and thanked him, who replied that it was easier to trust each other in the same boat. Shin then thought that if he spread his influence throughout the entire island, it would be much easier for him to track down all the traitors from Cheongjo. Then the young man asked if Kim Ki-yul was the leader of the group. He agreed. Then Shin asked if the dungeons they had agreed on existed. Kim noted that there was one left, near Mount Halasan. Shin invited them to go there, and quickly, all this greatly surprised Yun-sol. And Shin only confirmed their guesses and thought that in the near future he would have many more things to do. Everyone was assembled. The group consisted of warriors, priests, and tanks. Shin noted that this was an unusual combination. Yun-sol asked why the archer and mage were excluded. It turned out it was because of the cave landscape. One of the guild members noted that this is a unique dungeon, so the hunters are selected carefully. The young man reported that in the dungeon, long-range attacks that rely on vision are useless. Shin was also told that the Halasan dungeon is the worst on this island. All the difficulty is due to the fog. The thing is that there is a very thick fog over the entire dungeon, It is difficult to determine who is where, even if people are nearby. But this is not the main danger of the cave, because there are terrible fog monsters in it. A young man from the guild told Shin this information. He thought about it and realized that it would not be easy. Another guild member noted that the monsters blend into the fog, making them difficult to counter with normal attacks. The guy explained that damage to monsters can only be done with wide-range attacks, like sacred magic using Ohm. The young man noticed that there was something else in the cave, and this information greatly interested Shin. The guy showed a shield that had scratches from the paws of huge animals, and noted that they had extremely high strength, and he was almost killed once. Shin said that everything was now clear to him, but the explanation was incredibly long. These words angered the young man. Shin added that he understood everything and noted that the monsters needed to be hit hard with some skill. He stepped aside and said that it was time to stop explaining and get down to work. Sheena was not at all afraid of anything. He was cheerful and ready to work. The only thing he noted was that he would put in more effort. One of the guild members didn't take Shin's words seriously, while the other was glad that the young man was so confident in himself. Shin saw a blue clot in front of him and thought that all this was so familiar to him. He stood, a light wind blowing across his face, but it was not visible at arm's length. Shin felt calm and peaceful, was preparing for the fight because he knew that the cave was not simple when someone called him. A young man approached him. He was glad to see Shin. The guy managed to quickly find him in this impenetrable fog. He recommended that at least at the beginning they stick together, because even if they move a short distance, there is a high probability that they can get lost. Then the guy called someone from the group and asked them to turn on the light, and a mini sun appeared in the hands of a guild member. The young man told Shin that the safest way to move around the dangerous cave was with lighting. Then Shin asked Kihageon if he was the leader of the group. The young man was confused and did not know what to answer. Shin said it was all elementary, then asked if there was a completely safe area near the entrance to the dungeon. The guild members thought for a moment, and then confirmed Shin's words. They noted that monsters had never appeared at the entrance to the cave before. One of the guild members was left alone in the impenetrable fog. He couldn't even believe it. He was very upset. He wondered where everyone had gone. It was all strange and surprising, when suddenly a huge monster began to attack him. The young man was very confused and scared, as he was not ready for the attack, and the monster's large paw was already hanging over his head. As if out of nowhere, Shin appeared and used his superpowers to save the guy. He grabbed the monster by the face, used the special slap skill, and thus saved the young man. The other guild members were very scared as there was a very loud noise. Shin thought that during the attack the monsters materialize and become visible. The young man looked at the monster. It was surprising in its enormous size. It had huge teeth. The guild members were wondering why there were monsters near the entrance to the dungeon, and the leader said to form a line and be on guard. One of the guys disobeyed the order, but kept to the company, stepped aside, and something landed near nothing. Shin realized that Hila was nowhere to be found and began searching for him. The young man was on the alert, as he was prepared for the fact that monsters were everywhere. Shin used his force in a flash as he needed to save the guild member from death. There were several monsters. They were very angry. Their silhouettes resembled cats. Their eyes glowed, and saliva dripped from their mouths. Shin dealt with the monsters very quickly because he had a special power. Then he called out to someone. He asked if everything was okay with the guild members. His gaze was frightened. Something made the young man wary. The guy said that he had checked using search magic, and there shouldn't be any enemies nearby. Now he could take a little rest. The guild leader heard these words, thought about it, and then noted that everything happened in a short time. Shin asked which of them had escaped, since he had sensed the energy of the fugitive, and then allowed them to ask him for help if necessary. Shin was told that they could only understand the situation and formulate a plan, as he did everything himself. The group's leader reported that their group was unable to withstand this pressure even from the very beginning. At this point, Shin thought about something. His eyes became very big, and he called the leader of the group to him. He wanted to talk to the young man about something important. The chief was not against frank conversations. They stepped aside and Shin asked again if there had been any attacks in the area in front of the entrance to the dungeon. The leader replied that there had not been. Then he told that they hadn't cleared this dungeon for a long time. Apparently the reason was that there were a lot of monsters. They gradually reached the very entrance. Shin didn't know what to answer and thought that he should find out more during the cleanup. And the monsters approached. They were very big, angry, and warlike. Shin was not afraid of them at all. Since he had the necessary skills to fight, he scanned them. A group member was watching him from the side and was surprised by his calmness and well-coordinated work. Then the girl asked if everything was okay with Shin. Perhaps he had infinite ohm. Then she asked if perhaps the young man should take a break, since there were many more monsters compared to previous raids. The head of the group noted that all this could be due to the number of people. It is still very early to judge anything. Shin noted that he scanned everything around, and the most suspicious one was located 4.5 kilometers from this place. Everyone was surprised that Shin's search magic had such a wide range, and the guy replied that they would soon see for themselves, because this was a dungeon. And an hour later, the head of the group was very scared. What he saw shocked him. No one present could understand why the fog had become so thick, even thicker than before. Shin was delighted, and Kim noted that it looked very much like a white wall. There was something curious about this fog. Here, someone's voice ordered Kim to throw a dagger into the fog. He was like a slave. The guy agreed, and his hand pointed to a clot of energy, which was where he had to go. Kim promised to hit the target, took good aim, and the dagger flew along the desired trajectory. The heavy weapon flew very quickly. Like a light feather, an unknown force led it straight to the target. The dagger hit the monster's eyeball right in the target that the unknown voice had indicated. All the guild members were very surprised, including Kim, but for Shin it was expected, so he smiled and told everyone to be ready. The leader of the group became very nervous. Beads of sweat covered his face. He began to understand that monsters were approaching them. Shin was calm and focused, ready to actively fight the monsters. The group members looked up at the sky, and even through the very thick fog, they saw some kind of silhouette. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It looked like a huge cat. Drool was flying from its mouth, and its eyes were burning. One of the group members couldn't understand why the giant fog monster was heading towards him. He put up his shield, clenched his teeth, sweat ran down the young man's temples, and he barely held back this huge creature. The leader of the group, who was holding the sword very tightly in his hands, came to his aid. He knew that his ward could not cope with such a big monster on his own, so he went to help. Kim told the guild member to calm down and stop whining, and to stop panicking. Indeed, the monster is big, but size is not the main thing, because they can easily cope with everything, working in a team. The cat monster stood on its hind legs, screaming at the top of its lungs, but the team members actively fought with it. Shin noted that the group leader was not bad. The young man thought that he saw no point in helping the group, since they could handle it on their own. Shin decided to go deeper. The guy saw another monster and wondered why they were following each other. The young man thought that he was expecting another very large prey to appear. This was already the second time for him. If you take into account the monster in Bushin, Shin was curious about how it would appear. The monster seemed to appear completely unexpectedly, its eyes glowing red. Shin felt that the monster was behind him and stopped it with his hand. Then the boy thought that there shouldn't be more than 2 types of monsters in the dungeon. The young man then thought that if Li Jaihe found out about this, her hair would stand on end in fear. Shin looked up and saw something interesting in the sky. He thought it was some kind of gate. He looked at it for a long time and then realized that it reminded him of something else. It reminded Shin of a status window that he couldn't touch, as if there was nothing to grab onto. The guy realized that he could only see it, but it was impossible to influence it. Shin demanded that a status window appear in front of him, this unknown phenomenon that permeates matter. The guy even felt dizzy from it. He made a fist to activate his special status, but the young man was disturbed. Kim found him and was glad that Mr. Cha had not gone far. He told Shin that there were no large monsters nearby. Then Hyun asked Kim if he saw anything that looked like a crack. The guy said no, and then asked what happened. Shin just laughed, then was surprised that he could see this vision in the sky alone. Then the young man became very serious and thought that this could be the work of the heavenly warrior. Shin's head lit up with white fire. The young man became wary, because he didn't think that they would meet again so quickly. Lee Ji-hee was sitting in her office looking through some documents when someone knocked on the door. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild said not to disturb her and not to enter the office, but the man said he would come in. The doors opened and a young man appeared in front of the girl, smiling and holding documents in his hands. Lee Ji-hee lowered her head and said that the man most likely didn't hear her since she had forbidden entry. The guy said he heard her very clearly, but in fact she was waiting for the documents he had more than anyone else. Lee laughed and thought that the young man was impudent, then noted that at the sight of Dunhwan, everything inside her began to boil. Ji-hee asked if the young man knew why this was happening. He said that it was because he was throwing in new work. The young man became serious. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said that this time everything concerned the scene of the incident. The Vice Guild leader stretched, and Dongwon showed her the documents. Lee Ji-hee's eyes became as big as saucers, as she read that there were fatalities while exploring the new dungeon. Lai was shocked, and the young man noted that the research team was made up of mid-level hunters, but they died without even being able to use their skills. Therefore, Dunwon was sure that this matter required intervention, because the dungeon that appeared was impossible to conquer. Shin and Yunsol arrived at the airport. They were met by a huge number of fans, and the young people thought that they had completed the program that was stipulated in the contract. In Seoul, a brother and sister got into a car to get some rest and go on some business. Shin held a huge green stone in his hands and was thinking very hard about something. At this time, Yunsol called him. She called out to her brother louder and asked why he was floating in the clouds, then clarified that it was the stone that Shin found in the dungeon. The young man clutched the stone in his hand and said that this stone had fallen from a large-sized monster and that he had received it as a reward. Yunsol thought that if she sold the stone, she could get up to 1 billion won, and then suggested that her brother eat meat. And then the girl began to talk to her brother about the appearance of large-sized monsters. She asked if he had seen something similar in the dungeon of Bushin. Shin thought about the fact that the two monsters had already appeared twice. He thought that they were probably going to destroy the world. Shin's mind was racing with thoughts, and he was thinking that the real problem wasn't the big monsters. The guy thought about the crack that appeared in the dungeon and what it really was. Because it lets through martial arts and skills, it cannot be detected by sensing energy. But the most interesting thing was that only Shin could see the crack. All the members of the group saw nothing. And Kim Ha-gun noted that this is possible due to Shin's unusually high perception. But the young man cannot draw any conclusions and does not know for sure whether this is connected with the heavenly warrior or not. Then Shin was distracted from his thoughts by his sister. Yunsol asked where he was all the time, and the girl asked if it was true that he was dating the vice leader of the guild. Shin asked what kind of nonsense his sister was talking about and who told her such information, to which the girl noted that everyone was talking about them like that, and it was high time for them to start dating. The sister noted that Lee was beautiful and talented, and was perfect for the role of daughter-in-law. Shin noted that he had never thought of Lee in that way, and Yunsol advised him to think about it now. Lee Ji-hye realized that she had fallen asleep in her office among the huge stacks of documents. Shin sat opposite her, watching her and sipping tea. His manners were excellent. The man did everything quietly so as not to wake up the deputy head of the guild. Shin laughed and noted that Lee woke up in time because he wanted to boil the tea again. The girl screamed and asked when he arrived. The guy said that an hour ago, and Lee Jaha noted that some kind of sign had to be given because he entered like a murderer. Shin noted that the girl was tired, so he did not wake her up. She just laughed. She said that her head was splitting because of the mid-level Twilight hunters who were against the unification. Lee said she was also going to find out about Cheongjo, but there was no news yet, so they sent a Chinese informant. Jiha felt sick. Beads of sweat appeared on the girl's temples. She began to fall, but Shin caught her. The young man was very scared and began to worry about the deputy head of the guild. Lee Ji-hee was also shocked by what was happening and thanked the young man for not letting her fall. Shin noted that it was very strange that such a trained warrior as Lee was tired of just an office job. Lee wondered if she had gained a few extra pounds, but the young man continued to ask if everything was okay with her. Ji-hee started asking Shin about the incomprehensible dungeon, and after the difficulty level stabilized, she stopped using the name. Shin looked at the vice guild leader with huge eyes. He saw a huge wound on her arm. The girl said that a dungeon had appeared in Chuncheon. Its difficulty was difficult to measure, so she decided to go there alone, and as a result, she was injured. Lee noted that she even used the shadow play ability, but she only managed to suppress one monster. The girl said that she had never seen or heard of such a strong dungeon, and large monsters appeared in it repeatedly. The rules of the dungeon changed quickly. Shin thought for a moment and said that he wanted to report something to Lee separately, but decided to put off the details for later. The young man asked where that place was and decided to verify everything personally. Shin Hyun found himself in the incomprehensible dungeon in Chuncheon, where it was as hot as a volcano. The young man covered his mouth with his hand because there was an unpleasant smell in the dungeon. He looked ahead and, through his energy perception, felt that there was something inside. Everything around was spinning, smoking, and a very scary monster appeared in front of the guy. Shin was glad that the monster came out to greet him, thus saving him from unnecessary trouble. The guy asked the monster if it was he who left the burn on Jiha's hand and apologized for disturbing him. The monster made scary faces, but Shin continued to joke that he looked down on him, and that this irritated the guy. The young man then began to fight the monster and noted that the magma was quite hot. Shin thought that the monster was a difficult opponent, and it was very difficult for ordinary hunters to fight it in such an environment. Due to the intense heat, melee warriors will not be able to attack him, and due to his thick build, the power of ranged attacks will not work. Shin came to the conclusion that this was an impassable dungeon for the people of this world, worse than any he had ever encountered. The guy looked at the monster from afar and thought that he had good regenerative powers. It's been 15 minutes since he tore it apart, cut it, froze it, beat it, but it's still intact, and it's very annoying. Shin then thought about how one of the monsters was killed by Jie, but he didn't specify the method of killing in his haste. The young man looked at the monster for a long time and thought about something. He had some interesting thoughts. He saw how the prostrate monster gradually returned to its usual position. The guy thought that something was holding this giant back, which is why it was not easy to deal with him. Therefore, Shin decided that it was necessary to use his special skills against the monster. His guesses were confirmed. He looked at the monster and found its core. This was the monster's riddle. Shin noted that he had to tinker a bit to deal with one monster. A board with system messages appeared in front of the guy, and he was very surprised by what he saw there. He was happy because his level had increased by 3 units. Shin realized that he needed to try a little, and he would get good benefits from it. The young man came out of the dungeon and started calling someone on the phone, but he didn't notice that someone was following him. When asked if he managed to defeat the monsters, Shin replied that everything was fine, but it was fun. The young man asked to borrow this dungeon for a while, as he had a good idea. The stranger stood to the side and heard the entire conversation very well. Unfortunately, Shin did not see him. The guy was talking on the phone with the deputy head of the guild, Lee Ji-hee, and she understood what Shin was telling her. The girl told the young man that she would do whatever Shin said and asked him to take care of himself. The conversation was over. Lee Ji-hee held the phone in her hand, looked out the window at the evening city, and thought about something. Yunsol's eyes were frightened, beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she called out for her brother. The girl couldn't understand where they were and what to do. She wasn't happy that she came here. Shin asked Yunsol to look at the thing in front of her and try to break it. The sister threw a tantrum that her brother had forcibly brought her into the dungeon and made her fight lava monsters, and she also didn't like that it was very hot there. The brother asked Yunsol to calm down, asked if she believed him, and noted that he would not do anything bad to her. The sister said that he was playing the same record, but did not explain what was what. Shin told her to try to hit the thing in front of her in one attack. Yunsol said that she would do everything as her older brother said, and shot the bow. A window of experience appeared before the girl, and what she saw brought her into wild delight. Yunsol was in complete shock. She didn't expect that this job would add so many levels to her. The girl shouted that she was now level 43. Shin said that it was more than he expected. He noted that the experience was shared between them, as they also hunted together. The older brother laughed and said that this was all very amazing, and invited his sister to start pumping. Shin extracted them from the core, and Yunsol immediately destroyed them. They did this painstaking work for the whole day and defeated 13 lava monsters of the dungeon. When Yunsol looked at the system message board after the work she had done, she was shocked by what she saw. She was level 50. She screamed and thanked her brother for becoming a high-level hunter. She would get a pay raise, and she would be able to buy herself an apartment. The girl fawned over Shin, said that from now on she would consider him a brother and would stay with him forever. The guy noticed that he was already her brother and asked who he was before that. Yunsol stepped aside and screamed that her brother was the best in the world. Shin asked her to stop being hysterical. The guy was pleased with himself and thought that his sister began to idolize him and hoped that it would always be like this. He was glad that his sister would have a decent salary. The girl calmed down a little and asked her brother if he had lost experience points because of her, since he was the one who had done the hardest work. Shin told his sister not to worry because he leveled up with her. Now he is level 60. The brother then informed his sister that she would be rewarded for her hard work and gave her a cube in honor of the new high-level hunter. Shin said that this cube, a skill stone, he received it on Jeju Island quite recently, and his sister noted that it was expensive. It would be better for him to sell it and buy the most expensive house in Seoul. The brother advised his sister not to talk too much, but rather to try harder, because she must be strong in order to maintain her status as a high-level hunter. Yunsol accepted the gift, and Shin said that he would be leaving for a while. The sister asked where exactly her brother was going. Shin laughed and said that there was another rat in the dungeon besides them, and it needed to be caught. Behind the mountain sat a young man looking through binoculars. He lost sight of the man, apparently because it was very hot in the dungeon. The guy noted that there were no more monsters. Shin had raised the entire dungeon single-handedly. He started biting his nails and began to doubt that Shin was that strong, but if he was, then they were all in danger. And then he heard someone meow behind him. The guy was very scared. He started sweating from fear. Shin used his abilities, but the villain was able to dodge at the last moment. Shin laughed and said that the guy had good speed and reaction. He was pretty fast. The villain didn't expect to be exposed, so he screamed loudly. He knew perfectly well that Shin would not leave him alone. And so it happened. The villain's feet lifted off the floor. Shin grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up and said that the heavenly harmony did not resonate. The young man recalled his recent fight, in which his opponent had performed Murim's techniques rather crudely. Shin asked where the rat villain learned the techniques from Murim, but he only gritted his teeth. He didn't answer Shin's questions. It was as if he had swallowed his tongue. All this made the young man very angry. Shin noticed that he had been following the rat since the previous day and was sure that it would constantly follow him, and he sensed the villain very easily. Shin's eyes lit up with a mysterious fire, and he immediately asked the guy if he was ready to die. The villain began to cough heavily, and white foam came out of his mouth. He could not answer Shin's questions. But he continued to tease the rat and demand that he tell him everything he knew, and tears began to flow from the guy's glass eyes. The young people gathered in an apartment and discussed an important topic. They came to the conclusion that everything was much more serious than it might seem at first glance. They were worried about the collapse of safe dungeon zones and the emergence of new types of monsters that had become very large. But what was most troubling was that only Shin could see the cracks, and it was impossible to contact them. Lee said that with the addition of Twilight, the dungeon anomaly, There was a feeling that something else was about to happen. Yunsol reassured the vice guild leader, saying that they had already cleared the incomprehensible dungeon, and she thanked them for their hard work. Shin said that they left the misty dungeon under the supervision of the Tamra Guild. They will contact if there is news. The guy stated that all these events happened simultaneously, and this is a clear sign of the destruction of the old foundations. Shin said that no one knew what dangers awaited them, which is why he raised his sister's level. He said that he would continue her training. This is all necessary so that she can easily overcome any danger on her own. Yunsol needs to be strong. This is necessary so that she can protect herself from those who will be looking for them in the future. Lee Ji-hee was very surprised by this conversation, so she asked what happened recently. Shin said that he was being followed in the dungeon and that rat from the gang, although that guy didn't have any valuable information, but he managed to get a little from him. Guild member Cheongjo was in the dark room, holding a phone in his hands and thinking about something. Liu Wei was supposed to contact him, but the phone was silent, so Zhuo's Feng began to worry that something had happened to the guy. Then someone started knocking on the door and said to open the door, as it was room service. They knocked persistently on the door and demanded that it be opened. Zhuo's Feng became very angry and asked not to disturb him. But the man who was behind the door was not going to leave. He kicked it down. Zhuo's Feng immediately had a knife in his hand. He was angry and asked the guy who entered the room if he was crazy. He shouted for the man who had knocked down the doors to leave as quickly as possible, otherwise he would see his internal organs. Shin, who entered the room without an invitation, asked why Zhuo's Feng was swearing. He continued to joke and noted that he came there specifically to see this. The guy continued to scream very loudly, and Shin calmly apologized for damaging the door. Shin called the young man by name and asked why he was shouting so violently. Zhuo's Feng recognized Shin Hyun and asked how he got there, still holding the knife in his hands. Shin wondered if he had made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't Zhuo's Feng in front of him, and then asked where their boss was. Beads of sweat appeared on the young man's face. He picked up the phone again and thought that this couldn't be happening. Zhuo's Feng pressed the emergency call button on his phone. He was incredibly happy that he had this opportunity. Shin looked at him because he wanted to get answers to the questions that interested him. The young man threw away the knife as he realized that it would be of little use in a fight. A huge sword appeared in his hands, and Zhuo's Feng said that he didn't know how Shin got here, but he definitely couldn't leave. He held the weapon out in front of him and informed Shin that he had entered his grave. Shin heard the sound of feet behind him, turned his head and saw many men, then asked them if the guys were warriors who learned martial arts using magic. Someone started talking about how all the guild members were experts, but Shin didn't listen to them and started attacking them. The first to suffer was Zhuo's Feng. He said that his level was bleeding, and for some reason he couldn't see anything. The guys were very scared for their boss and quickly rushed to help him. Shin said that he was too lazy to interrogate them and asked if they could see Muram's status window since they had studied martial arts. The armed men were walking in a crowd towards Shin, and he said that lately he had only used the status of a hunter. It was worth stretching the body because at this rate it would definitely rust. Shin then told the boys to open their eyes wide and look out for the status window. It would show them the end of the world experience. And then the men began to fall one after another, as if dust had been blown off the floor, and those who remained on their feet were surprised. Shin stood to the side and wondered what was happening, asking the guys who were still standing if they saw anything. They continued to stand there in bewilderment, so Shin said he would show them one more time. He stood in the middle, smiling with delight and using special skills to fight the crowd. The young men, not having time to concentrate and take out their weapons for battle, fell dead to the floor. And Shin kept asking them whether they had seen this status window or not. He knows it by heart, since he watches it closely. The young man's face turned burgundy from the tension. He said that he was very nervous, because before no one could see the status window. One man who remained alive ran into the room, and Shin asked him if he wanted to see the status window. The guy was very scared by what he saw. There were corpses on the floor. Then Shin asked him where their bastard boss was. He was dead on arrival, left his hotel room and began to move along the corridor. He walked quietly, looked around, and was very surprised that there was no one there. Boss Weihai walked down the corridor and thought about what was going on here, because everything around was quiet and calm. He took out his phone and decided to contact Zhou Feng when suddenly someone called out to him from behind. It was Shin. He grabbed the boss by the arm and ordered him to come with him as quickly as possible. He turned his head and saw Shin. He screamed very loudly because he definitely didn't expect to see him here. The boss's mobile phone fell out of his hands. Long beeps could be heard, but the person he was talking to would definitely never answer the call again. Among the dead men was one who was very badly wounded, and he whispered to the boss to run away from Shin. He calmly replied to the boss that his subordinates were sleeping and that it was all his fault. But Weihai was not interested in all this at all. He asked Shin how he got here. Shin wondered why they were all so surprised by his presence in this place and were behaving so rudely. The boss had a weapon in his hands and asked what Shin had done to his men. A huge number of men lay lifeless on the floor, a sight that shocked the boss. Shin suggested that he follow the path of his charges so that he could find out for sure what happened to them. The boss stood before the young man with his sword at the ready and was ready to fight, but Shin said that he would share the fate of his employees with him. But then Shin used his special skills, and the boss, who had been very confident in himself a few minutes ago, suddenly screamed hysterically. Shin squatted on the edge of the pool where Weihai was located and asked if it was customary in their country to swim in suits. He then looked at the boss, whose complexion had turned burgundy, and asked if he knew about excessive politeness. Weihai was very angry with his opponent. He did not understand how he ended up in the pool, but he thought that he should not give in to provocations. The boss tried to calm down, but the thought that teleportation with a group is advanced technology and few people have such skills, and if this is the case, then Zhou Feng and the others are already dead. Weihai thought about how strong the opponent was, and Shin was curious about what the boss was thinking. He looked at his aura and realized that he could be compared to Yang Chun and was perhaps stronger than him. The boss became hysterical because he realized that with Shin's teleportation skill, it would be difficult for him to escape, and even if he died, he had to report the enemy's skills. Shin asked the boss why he was so happy, and he replied that his mind had cleared up thanks to his opponent, but he shouldn't be underestimated. He said that he was the third in the Heavenly Sword team and used his skills to create a storm in the pool. Then he promised Shin that he would drown the young man in his own blood. He was very warlike. People standing under the hotel where the action took place saw water gushing from the roof of the building. They thought that something had exploded there. The boss climbed out of the pool, holding the sword tightly in his hands and trying to catch up with Shin. He was determined. The young man continued to joke about his opponent, adding that he was a good runner, and the guy who was following him was also not bad. The boss didn't like Shin's jokes, so he held his weapon in front of him and ordered his opponent to shut up, clarifying that he knew he was from Murim. Shin ran forward, but Weihai demanded that he not run, but fight, warrior to warrior. The boss's eyes were glowing red. He was very angry and shouted that they needed to fight to the death. He immediately began to use his special skills against Shin, who eluded his power as best he could. Shin did not use any force against his opponent. He only maneuvered away from the blows. Then the young man began to laugh loudly. The opponent could not understand what was happening. The boss asked Shin what was funny, and he politely apologized and said that he couldn't laugh anymore. A silent question appeared on the enemy's crimson face, but Shin immediately said that he didn't like the boss. And he laughed because an ant, which he could easily kill with one finger, dared to threaten him. Weihai became even more angry, and Shin asked if Chengzhou was a zoo full of bugs, and their leader was probably a monkey. The boss became even more angry at these jokes, while Shin noted that it was not worth bragging in front of such mistakes of nature as he. Shin then rose up, used his special power, and told the enemy not to be stupid. Weihai became even more angry, mentally calling Shin an impudent bastard. And then he decided that all this arrogance was to his advantage, because he had a chance to defeat Shin. Therefore, he immediately used the Heavenly Tribulation ability and began to use his skills. The boss stood up and held the weapon in front of him. He believed that he could win. Shin was floating in the clouds and was calm, and Weihai was approaching him, holding a huge sword. The people below raised their heads up and looked at the sky, delighted. The guys were talking about how it was a hunter's battle, but not in a dungeon. One of the young men advised to zoom in on the photo on the phone and take a photo. At this time, the boss used his abilities, and Shin realized that this was the same trick that was earlier, and this time, it definitely would not work. Weihai flew up to Shin and screamed loudly for him to die, which only made the young man laugh. The boss felt unwell. He couldn't understand what was happening to his body. And Shin, who used his special power, urged the enemy to attack him further. The sword was a few centimeters away from Shin's neck, but Weihai froze, unable to move his hand. The boss was very scared and said that this couldn't be, and guessed that the soul sword skill was used. Shin approached his opponent even closer and demanded that he tell him about the heavenly sword, and if he didn't do it, it would only get worse for him. Weihai's pupils narrowed and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Shin noted that he had done a good job, but there was nothing else to look at. Then the guy said that it was time for Weihai to die, and then a powerful explosion occurred. The camera was able to capture everything that happened in the sky. Some invisible force pushed Weihai aside. A young man, possibly a cameraman, was filming the entire fight between the hunters on camera, and he was tense. As he heard a voice from behind, Shin was asking about the cameraman from Dawn and whether he had filmed everything from the very beginning. The young man was very scared. A little more and he dropped the camera. Then he said that he tried to film everything as accurately as possible as he was ordered. Shin said to edit the video so that it would not be clear who lost. He also ordered the video to be sent to the deputy head of the guild, and the operator asked where this video would be used. Shin smiled, looked at the dead Weihai and said that the cameraman could think of the video as a teaser for a movie, then added that it was a declaration of war. The TV showed news that Shin had been attacked by an unknown person in the city center. Everyone watched this news. Even in the subway, the news said that the scale of the battle was very large. The news anchor then added that nothing is currently known about Shin's condition, including whether he is alive. Two young guys were watching the news and discussing it. They were wondering whether Shin won this fight or not. Other people asked each other who worked at the hospital, since that was where Shin was rumored to be receiving intensive treatment. Everyone was talking about Shin Hyun. Everyone was worried about this young man. People were wondering who attacked him. Weihai's body was loaded onto a stretcher and covered with a white sheet in order to remove him from the scene. Shin was at the table near the hotel balcony, and the vice guild leader, Lee Ji-hye, was looking for him. The girl brought him a warming drink and told him that the days were getting cooler. Shin was very happy with such care, thanked Lee, and she asked if the young man had found out anything. The guy took a sip of the drink and reported that the enemy died immediately after being interrogated by the Absolute Order. Lee noted that it was like some kind of magic that was cast on certain words, and if they were spoken, the person would die immediately. But now they have evidence of the attacks on them. The memory card has been preserved. Ji-hee noted that she thought so, that they were quite annoying opponents, and Shin agreed with her. The girl was amused by what she was thinking, but she voiced the idea that Shin had a way to turn the entire continent upside down and find the offenders. The young man asked if Ji-hee would try to stop him in that case, and she agreed, since there was no point in raising the issue at the international level. The guy noted that he didn't want to do that. He found it funny that they were sticking their heads out, hiding, in a word, teasing. The guy said that if you bet blind and count on a strong hand, then the opponent will easily fold, but it is worth pretending that you are on equal terms. Shin said that they could play a little and then see the reaction. Lee Ji-hee asked him if the young man was leaving. The guy said that he was a little tired, so he wanted to rest at home and asked the girl to prepare a press conference and be careful. And only a week later, the press conference took place. A huge number of journalists were invited. Lee Ji-hye arrived a little later, and the journalists asked if it was true that she was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. They then noticed that the alliance between Dawn and martial arts was strong as Lee was shining in public, and the reporters also discussed the news that Jihyo and Hyun already had a child. All the journalists were shocked by what they saw. Their mouths dropped open in surprise, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Shin appeared in front of them. His whole body was covered in plasters, and his hand was bandaged. The journalists began to ask the guy if it was true that he was badly wounded. People were wondering who could have done this to Shin, and Lee thought that she should have pulled her injured hand out of her pocket. Shin walked up to the podium and greeted everyone present. He thanked everyone who took the time to attend the press conference. The guy also thanked the Dawn Guild for providing the premises for the conference. He noted that journalists had a huge number of questions about the incident, which occurred a week ago, and many cameras were pointed at the young man. The guy noted that he wanted to express his position. He said that time was needed to recover from the moral shock and trauma. He apologized for not being able to come out earlier. Shin said that now journalists can ask him their questions, and he will try to answer them all. The first to ask a question was a journalist from a well-known publication. He asked whether there was only one attacker, since there were rumors that there were many of them. Shin began to say that there were about 20 killers, and that they all attempted to take his life. This information surprised the journalists. Then he added that the man who was captured on camera at the scene of the incident was their leader, and he was a high-level hunter. The journalists became very animated, and one asked what the hunter's fight was like. The second journalist asked the name of the attacker, what happened to him and where he was now. Shin replied that the battle was fierce. The young man then broke into a wide smile as reporters continued asking questions about what happened next. At this moment, Lee Jihye was thinking about something, and Shin said that it was difficult for him to talk about the identity of the attacker, but it was clear that they were all Chinese. Shin noted that they planned to formally request cooperation from China in the near future. The hall became noisy. Everyone started talking about how hunters from another country attacked ours. This is a problem of national level. Shin said he didn't know who was trying to catch him, but if the offender could hear him now, he wanted to tell him that sending his dogs was a bit rude. And then he said that it was worth coming himself and attacking if he had enough courage, and made a sign with 3 fingers, calling the enemy a bastard. The gray-haired guy was smoking a cigarette through a holder, his eyes focused on something. He asked his employee what news there was of Weihai, and he replied that he could not be reached, that he was either delayed or that everyone was dead. And then the guy suddenly attacked his protégé. Blood flew in all directions. He was very angry. There were drops of the employee's blood on his face and clothes. He did not like what the young man said and in what tone. The guy then asked that the third seat from the dark team, Cheongjo, died along with the others. He was very worried that the mission had failed, but what he was most worried about was that his identity had been exposed. The guy grabbed his employee again, and he replied that he was going to act in stages, but had to change the plan. The fair-haired youth was very angry. His face was distorted by a devilish smile. He replied that the young man should do what he wanted, but he would come and tear him to pieces. Yunsol heard someone knocking on her door. She wasn't expecting anyone. She walked to the door and thought about who came. The girl opened the doors and was very surprised. Because those people were definitely uninvited guests, they came to Shin. Yunsol went to her older brother's room. He was just reading a book and fell asleep, and she began to wake him up. The young man, half asleep, could not understand where he was and what they wanted from him. His sister said that someone had come to see him. The young man approached the guy and asked if he was the hunter Shin Hyun. The guy replied that it was him. He was invited to go with them. Since Sheena wants to see VIP, these words scared Yunsol very much. Shin noted that the one who wanted to see was some kind of bold son of a bitch, since he showed up at their house so openly. The guy walked into the cafe and thought that it was quite bold to get close so quickly. He looked around, because he didn't know who invited him here. He was very curious. Chon Chukno stood up from the table and waved his hand to Shin, saying that there was another man there, were waiting for him. Chon told Shin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, asked if everything was okay with him. The guy couldn't understand why the former head of the guild called him here. The former head's interlocutor was an imposing man. He said that he was pleased to meet Shin and noted that he looked much better in person. He extended his hand and said that he was President Park Chung-soo. The man smiled very kindly at Shin. He was not ready to see this man here and wondered why he was suddenly here in the cafe. Park Young-soo noted that Shin was surprised by his sudden invitation, apologized, and said that the matter was very urgent. Shin asked the former head of the guild how they knew each other. He said that the best guilds of Korea have connections with the government, but their friendship is a state secret. The young man furrowed his brow and thought that the president must be close to Twilight and have some connection with Cheongjo. He then asked why the president needed a hunter like him, but Cheongjo advised the young man to be more polite. The president looked at Shin in surprise. He didn't expect that he, a high-ranking person, would be treated like that. But still deciding to get to the point, Park Chon-soo said that a couple of days ago he heard a rumor about an attack by Chinese hunters. Shin was very annoyed and asked the president if he knew that all the media were talking about it. Park Chon-soo was calm and said that he was well aware of this. The man thought about it. A minute later, he said that, contrary to the information that the media was saying, we were the ones who attacked them, and Hunter Cha must have known about it. Shin thought about the president's words, and the former guild leader had beads of sweat on his face from worry. The president continued. He noted that after the appearance of the dungeons, all international relations began to take a new course. They united because of a common enemy, the monsters of the dungeon, but all is not smooth. The relations between local and foreign hunters are tense. And this incident could become a spark of fire that will spread all over the world, and the president wants to avoid this. But Shin said that everything is wrong and Park Chong-soo is judging in the wrong direction. The president did not expect such an answer from Shin Hyun. He noted that the guild that was bothering him was connected to China, just like Dawn was connected to the Chinese government. Shin asked if the president knew about the war between Dawn and Twilight, and now it was clear that Cheongjo was behind Park Tae-hoon. He noted that they have evidence that they were openly attacked. Then he asked if they had reported to the president about the papers that were in Park Tae-hoon's safe. Then Shin fell silent, thought about something, and said that he would say something very important towards the end. He asked the former head of Dawn what would happen if his guild was broken by Twilight, but he didn't expect such a tricky question. And the president noted that it was obvious that the territory and resources would end up in the hands of the Chinese. Shin noted that he had no interest in the country and that he helped only for personal reasons. And the international conflict has been going on for a very long time, if that's what we're talking about, said one of the interlocutors. He pointed out to Shin that he had definitely heard about it, but was pretending on purpose, while the guy noted that he would take care of himself and that they would leave him alone. Shin stood up from the table but was stopped. The guy wondered if the president would show his true face. He also noted that he heard the words of the hunter Cha Shin-hyun well and bowed to him. He raised his head and said that from now on, the government will make every effort to support the martial arts guild. The president then added that he very much hoped that Shin would deal with them. Hyun chuckled to himself, looked closely at Park Jung-soo, and thought that this was completely not what he expected, but he agreed. Shin was very happy and said that no matter what material the pot is made of, if you apply force, it will break. The young man left the cafe and noted that the president had more determination, although he had communicated rather strangely. The phone in Shin's trouser pocket suddenly rang, which was unexpected for the guy. He looked at the screen and saw a message from an unknown subscriber who had a business proposal for Shin. He immediately started calling the person who sent the interesting message, and long beeps could be heard from the receiver. The stranger picked up the phone. Shin introduced himself and asked his interlocutor if he wanted to contact him about some matter. The man introduced himself as the hunter Kang Chansik, and the young man was very glad that he was answered. The guy said that he found Shin's contacts on the internet and was very glad that the correct number was listed there. Kang Chansik asked if he could talk to Shin in person, since it was a bit difficult to talk about such a matter over the phone. Shin thought that it was very suspicious that the man didn't say which guild he was from, but he agreed to meet him in 2 hours. The interlocutor noted that he would send the meeting place a little later, and would stay in touch. Shin agreed, looked at his cell phone and wondered if he should call her. And Lee Jihye was in her office, working hard, as evidenced by the huge number of documents. But then the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was distracted from her work by a phone call. She picked up the phone in surprise, and the person on the other end of the line asked if she was busy or not. A happy smile appeared on the girl's face. She said that she was busy, then that she was not, then asked the reason for the call. Shin noted that the girl was having a hard time there and asked Lee to check the hunters in the association's database, namely Kang Chang-sik. A few minutes later, Lee found 4 hunters. All of them were neutral. One was level 20 and the rest were 30 to 40. Then the girl noted that this was not the person Shin could have just become interested in. There was some reason, but the guy decided that the stranger had given a fictitious name. The Vice Guild leader became nervous and asked what happened to Shin. He noted that everything was fine. He just felt something was wrong. A young man came to a cafe, ordered a drink, sat down at a table and thought that he was very tired. Since he had many meetings today, he had the feeling that he was seeing so many people for the first time. Shin considered torturing the hunter or simply frying his brains with an absolute order. The guy decided to play with it and throw it away, to release all the stress that had accumulated over the whole week. Shin sat at a table sipping a drink, and his head was filled with thoughts, and someone was approaching him from behind. The young man seemed relaxed at first glance, but he still felt that someone was approaching his table. Shin thought that the hunter he had an appointment with was weak but too open, thought that this dead man's deal was death. The young man walked quietly towards Shin, who, with a joyful smile, answered the stranger that they had met. Shin said to talk about everything and not to leave out even the smallest details, otherwise he will have a hard time and he needs to start from the very beginning. The guy froze from such impudence and even fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Then he introduced himself, said that his name was Kang Chansik, and that this was their first meeting. The guy said that he came here from North Korea. This information surprised Shin. He certainly didn't expect this, but the young man calmly looked at Shin with a smile. He asked again if he had heard correctly. Kang Chang-sik repeated once again that he came from North Korea. Shin said that it was bad, and he needed to tell him about it earlier. Kang laughed and said to be patient for a little while. Kang Chang-sik said that there is no organized system of hunters in North Korea. Thus, in their country there are no hunters, they simply do not exist, the young man emphasized. Kang noted that the Supreme People's Assembly had banned the training of hunters, all because they feared a popular uprising. Shin asked why Kang introduced himself as a hunter, and the guy replied that he had a Chinese license. Kang noticed that technically he was a Chinese hunter. This surprised Shin a lot. He never thought that this guy was related to China. North Korea is currently leasing all of its dungeons to its ally China, which is the same as selling resources. At first everything was fine, and surrendering the dungeons was a good idea, but then the country became their colony, which led to sad consequences. The country's leadership could no longer change anything due to the current situation. The people began to rapidly become poorer. People suffered from hunger and died in the open air. Those who somehow survived lost everything that was most dear to them, their family, loved ones, and friends. Kang Chang-sik, due to the fault of the authorities, lost his friends and family, so he moved to China. He expanded his power and gathered information in order to change the current situation. The guy entered the room where the officials were. They were not happy to see him. He also said that the Supreme Council did not listen to its people and did not stop no matter what. Kang Chang-sik did everything in his power to give the Supreme Council a taste of the new revolution. Shin asked if he had broken in there alone, and Kang noted that with his powers, it was very easy to incapacitate ordinary people. The guy noted that in connection with the current situation, he had every right to remove the government. He tried to implement the hunter system, but it was too late since China had become so attached to them. Shin asked the guy whether he came to South Korea as an antagonist or not. Kang noted that he was right, saying that they plan to open some of South Korea's underground and territory to free access, as well as resume the exchange of industrial information. It is important to strengthen South Korea's influence while pushing out China. Khan believes that this will allow North Korea to rebuild its foundations and restore stability to the country. Then the guy added that all this also depended on the help of the hunter Shin Hyun, and he thought about it. The idea seemed dubious to him, but could Park Tae-hoon have predicted such an outcome, since he didn't just hand over the dungeons to North Korea for nothing? He thought about China eating Korea, but was Cheongjo trying to swallow China? Then Shin told his interlocutor that he understood everything, but he had one question left, and Kang was ready to answer it. Shin asked if his interlocutor was somehow connected with Cheongjo, because this was very important. Kang Changsik apparently didn't expect to hear such a question. He was very surprised. His eyes turned red, he seemed to freeze and asked Shin again for the man's name. He looked at Kang Chansik's changed face with bewilderment and anticipation. Shin Hyun repeated the name of the person he was interested in again, and continued to wait for an answer to his question. Then Shin replied that he saw everything because he used his ability, and clarified that Khan wanted him to deal with them. The guy agreed. The young man said that if he was invited, he should go to North Korea. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild sat in a cafe under the sun's rays. She came here to taste her favorite delicious tea and enjoyed it in the pleasant atmosphere of the establishment. Then Shin distracted her. She asked how he knew that the girl was here. The guy noted that she was not in the office, his phone was dead, and he just wanted to come to this place. Lee replied that after so many years of training and being found so easily, she even thought about returning to her old way of life. The young man surprised Lee Ji-hee by inviting her on a date, a statement the girl definitely did not expect. The deputy head of the guild said that no one had invited her on a date for several months and asked where they would go. Shin asked if she could guess, but Lee replied that passive men were not particularly attractive. Then, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild thought that if it was Shin, then she could agree. The young people went on an unusual date to a new dungeon located near Ansan. They walked, looked around because the nature was gorgeous. At first glance, nothing foreshadowed trouble. But behind them crawled a huge monster in the form of a snake with red glowing eyes and huge fangs. The snake was already near Shin and Lee. The young man saw the monster at the very last moment and dealt with it. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn said that the risk of the dungeon has not yet been determined. Lee thought about him petrifying the target with magic power, and Shin said that if he got hit, it would be a problem, and it would make it difficult to clear the dungeon. Ji offered the young man a bet on who could kill more monsters, but Shin is forbidden from using martial arts. The guy had no time to agree to Lee's conditions, as the monsters began to approach them one after another. Lee began to use her skills against the snakes and told Shin Hyun that it would be fun. She took out her daggers and used her skills to climb up. Shin stood under a tree and said that he just wanted to have a peaceful talk, not fight monsters. But the snakes were not in solidarity with the young man. There were a lot of them, and they began to approach him. Shin had no other choice, so he began to actively fight against the monsters. The guy laughed and said that he would try to satisfy the monster's desire to die as quickly as possible. Shin used one of his special skills, and within seconds the snakes were reduced to embers. The young man wiped his hands and noticed that these monsters were not even suitable for warming up. He looked to the side. Lee was sitting on a huge pile of dead monsters. Shin thought that she had let off some steam. Jae-hee then pointed out that the difficulty was indeed high, but compared to the incomprehensible dungeon, these monsters were like babies, to which Shin happily agreed. Lee thought for a few minutes and said that she was very concerned about the growth of such dungeons throughout the country, and at the same time, there was a shortage of high-level hunters. Shin noted that not only is the number of dungeons constantly increasing in their country, North Korea also suffers from this. The young man said that yesterday he met with North Korean hunter Kang Chang-sik, who asked for help in order to exchange experiences. All this surprised Lee very much, and Shin said that he doesn't know whether the hunter is on Cheongjo's side or not. He doesn't believe him, because there is a possibility that they are acting out a scene. Lee said that she hopes that Shin did not accept his offer. She thinks that it is most likely a trap. The conversation did not fully take place, as the monsters continued to attack the uninvited guests of the dungeon. A huge, scary monster appeared in front of the young people, its eyes glowing with anger. Shin and Lee did not expect that there were still monsters left in the dungeon and were ready to fight it. The deputy guild leader Dawn jumped back a little and realized that Shin Hyun had used his skills against the monster. Lee called out the young man's name, but he did not respond to her cries. Jihee was very scared because she couldn't understand what happened to the guy. The girl came closer to the young man, and he froze like stone, and his face was covered in soot. Lee wanted to say something, but a huge monster began to attack her, his eyes glowing with anger, and the snake showed his sharp teeth. The girl realized that she needed to fight the snake, so she took out her daggers. She used them very skillfully and professionally, and dealt with the monster very quickly. Lee Jihye again approached Shin, who was standing in the clearing as if rooted to the spot, and called his name. The young man stood as if made of concrete. He did not react to any of the girl's words. She came very close and asked the guy to stop making fun of her. All this was really annoying her. Then she said that if he didn't get back to his old self, she would break him. Shin returned to his old self and said he didn't want to be saved like that, Lee asked when he learned to use teleport so quickly. The young man answered the girl that he does not pump physical damage, but puts everything into intuition, then suggested talking about what was said earlier. The vice guild leader asked why Shin accepted the potentially dangerous offer, since it could be a trap. Lee noted that there could be pitfalls since it was North Korea, and Shin noted that he couldn't refuse such a show. The guy then asked if Jihye was worried about him. She noted that she couldn't help but worry about a superhuman like Shin, but it was up to him to decide whether to go or not. Lee said she really hoped that the young man would listen to her words because she would feel guilty. Shin noted that he always leaves the difficult work to Lee, and previously only contacted him in critical situations. The guy took the girl by the shoulders and said that he would go there and she would stay here because she was the closest person who could look after Yunsol. He asked Lee, no matter how far away she was, to call him at any time if anything happened. Shin said that just like on Jeju Island, he would be able to fly anywhere. Lee Jihye was a little upset, thought about Hyun's words, and said that she was glad to hear these revelations. The guy was glad that everything worked out this way, and the young people said goodbye and went their separate ways. A lot of time has passed since that meeting, and the date of departure to North Korea has already been specified. Neighboring countries pricked up their ears, as such agreements between North and South Korea were very rare. Everything was going smoothly thanks to Chansek's active work. Shin had no reason to object to him. The young man and his sister Yunsol practiced in different dungeons. She reached level 54 and Shin 67. In the morning, my sister went to take a shower in order to wake up and prepare for an important meeting. And Shin was sitting on the sofa and reading something. He, as always, was calm and unshakable. The young man heard some sounds behind him. His sister called out to him and he turned his head. The water treatments helped Yunsol. She was cheerful, happy. The girl told her brother that her overall martial arts level was 30. Shin thought that his sister had reached the initial stage of fencing. This was the beginning of the path of martial arts, and now she would be able to easily stand up for herself. A huge red and white bus was driving through the city. Who was in it, and where were the people heading? There were a lot of people on the bus. The main one took the microphone and started checking how it works. Shin greeted those present and announced that he was the general manager of this department. Level 47 warrior Jaewon Woo looked at the young man. Beads of sweat appeared on his temple. He couldn't believe that it was actually Shin in front of him. He looked at the level 46 tank Ju Yeon Seok and noted that they were all promising high-level hunters. Level 45 priest Hana Song looked at Shin with huge, surprised eyes, and Shin continued that everyone present understood the scale of the operation that lay ahead of them. Level 45 assassin Go Min Hyuk looked at Shin in surprise and wanted to say something to him. He asked if those present had any questions, and one of them asked to lower the microphone a little. The young man laughed and noted that they were young so they could hear Shin so well. This request stunned the guy, and he thought that in Murim, the louder, the more effective. Shin continued to say that the North-South Korean hunter exchange project is a very important diplomatic undertaking, so the operation will not be restricted by rules. Shin added that through this, he would make the employees into real high-level hunters. The people on the bus were very surprised when they heard Shin Hyun's words. The young man asked why there was such a reaction. Perhaps people don't trust him. Hana doubted whether this would be possible since they had been leveling up for so long. Shin listened to the girl and then called Yunsol's sister to give her the right to vote. The girl greeted them, said that her name was Yunsol and that she was a sniper from Dawn, and thanked everyone who had arrived. Shin reported that in the North Korean raid schedule, Yunsol will be the leader, and the dungeon will be cleared on her command. There was a noise on the bus, and one of those present stated that the leader is usually the most experienced player, although he personally does not doubt Hunter Cha's abilities. Shin interrupted the speaker and calmly said that he entrusted this position to Yunsol. The guy who spoke out against Yunsol didn't know what to answer. He didn't expect such a rebuff and felt awkward. Shin calmly said that Yunsol has a lot of experience in leadership, having been the leader of the group in the past. The girl also reported that she had recently cleared a huge number of high-level dungeons and was able to visit the incomprehensible. The people present were shocked by what they heard from Yunsol. They couldn't even believe it. Shin and Yunsol showed a system message about her level. It was much higher. One of the guys said that recently they wrote that Yunsol is just a leader. Shin noticed that in just a couple of months, Yunsol had raised 20 levels. She had risked her life, but this risk had paid off. The girl felt so ashamed that she wanted to die of shame. The young man noted that he would help the leader Yunsol and look after them. Upon returning to their homeland, they would become real high-level hunters. Then Shin asked if the people were ready to trust him. They thought for a moment, and the whole bus was ready to follow him. The action took place inside the Kumgasan dungeon, and heavy snow was falling over the mountains. A gray-haired guy stood on the mountain. His subordinate was reporting something to him. The words were inaudible because a strong wind was blowing. This time the young man was happy. He said that this time he would prove to Shin Hyun that he had made a mistake in his choice. A very strong wind blew, but the gray-haired young man was unwavering, looking down from above. A group of people were in the dungeon of the Port Toads, southwest of Pyongyang. The leader asked to pay attention to him. Shin showed the monsters that live in the area. They attack within a radius of 2 meters, and their claws most likely have poison. Shin clicked his fingers, and a hologram of a huge toad monster appeared in front of the people. The hunters saw it and were very surprised. The young man noted that the monster's jumping power was also quite good. If you got in its way, it would definitely not be easy. And then a huge, scary toad appeared in the clearing, its eyes glowing with a red fire. It was angry that people had disturbed its peace. Yunsol instantly fired her bow, and the arrow hit the target. The monster no longer posed any danger. Shin praised his sister, and a hunter who was nearby noted that they were definitely brother and sister, because Yunsol easily defeated such a dangerous monster. The young man said that he would leave the regrouping to the group leader, and Yunsol called Young-seok to her. The girl gave out instructions. The warriors should be in the front row, the priest in the center, the tank protects the team, the reaper uses the gaps in the defense and kills the enemies. Yunsol said that she, as a sniper, would protect the group's perimeter and invited everyone to gather. Shin looked at his sister with love. Hen was sitting in a restaurant and eating. His interlocutor asked him to repeat what he had said. The guy repeated that the schedule should be as tight as possible, once every 2 days. The interlocutor was surprised and said that these were explored dungeons with an unknown risk of danger. He added that there was no precise information about the monsters, landscape, or climate at the moment, but Shin just calmly placed the knife on the napkin. And he said, getting up from the table, he smiled, "If you need to do a cleaning, do not spare anyone, but work hard." A huge, toad-shaped monster appeared on the horizon, its eyes glowing red. He stuck out his tongue and was ready to destroy everything in his path. A little more, and he destroyed the hunter, but he managed to defend himself with a shield. The second man used force, rose up, and was ready to destroy the monster with his weapon. The fight was very difficult, since the toads attack very well. and the presence of poison on their paws stopped the hunters a little. Another hunter warned that a monster was coming towards them, and they needed to be very careful. He was very upset, angry, and definitely not ready for this kind of test in this dungeon. Javan was completely inattentive, so he got into serious trouble. The toad captured him with its tongue like a cocoon. The young man was shocked. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he had difficulty speaking. A member of the group rushed to the boy's aid, taking with him a reliable weapon. He hit the toad on the head with all his might, and in surprise she let go of the young man. He fell and almost hit the ground. The girl who saved him immediately ran up to the guy to check if everything was okay with him. The young man began to scream loudly and asked his savior not to come near him, as this was not all. She turned around and saw that there was a huge number of monsters behind her. She did not expect such a development of events. The girl, with all her might, began to run away from the monsters. Not far from the scene of the incident, she saw a light. She ran as fast as she could, but the monsters were faster than her, just a little more, and they would have reached her. Yunsol came to the aid of her ward in time. She released an arrow, and the chase stopped. The girl asked her ward if everything was okay with her. She sincerely thanked her for saving her and reported that Javan was wounded. The young hunters were very scared. Yunsol ordered the girl to start treating the guy, then gave the order to the tank and the Reaper to change positions. They agreed with the group leader's order, and Hana began treating Jaewon. The girl looked at Yunsol and thought about how she had been running around all day, scouting and intercepting, and even managing to protect, while all her shots hit the target while no one had hit her. One of the members thought that the difference in their levels was not significant, but then how could Yunsol be so strong? One of the hunters felt like Miss Cha had read his mind. He gritted his teeth as the leader of the group told them to pack up and head out. They decided that they had had enough rest. Jaewon started shouting for Yunsol to know her limits, because he hadn't rested enough yet. The group had been on their feet all day. There were no fewer monsters, and their MP and HP were running low. He shouted at the girl that she wanted them dead, and that there was a line that could not be crossed. Jaewon suggested stopping the raid there and shouted that he would not tolerate any objections from Yunsol. Then Shin appeared. He was, as always, in a great mood, and said that he had heard the word edge several times already. The young man then approached Jaewon and told him that he was weak, no matter what they called him or what kind of candidate he was. Shin said that he has to question if it's enough, even when he doesn't have the strength. He pointed to the other hunters and noted that others also make mistakes. He pointed at Yunsol and noted that their levels weren't that different, but she was stronger because she never gave up in the face of death compared to the others. Shin pointed out that he himself had to make himself stronger, but he gave up very quickly. Jaewon replied that he understood Shin. But the young man continued that he too was not so strong to begin with. Then Shin smiled. He remembered how difficult his path was, but he was able to become clever and even famous. The young man told the young hunters that patience alone would not be enough, and that it would definitely not make you stronger. The people who were in the clearing were terrified, because the sky turned black from the number of monsters in it. Shin stood calmly and watched everything. The young man folded his hand into a fist. He was always ready for a fight. The guy started using his special power. Jaewon approached him, who was surprised and scared. Shin's eyes lit up with a yellow fire, and he said that anyone who wishes to seek ways to become stronger. And the monsters in the sky became more and more numerous. They really didn't like the uninvited guests. Shin continued to talk about those who do not need to be strong, and those who are against growth are only looking for an excuse for their weakness. The young man ran his hand through his hair and asked Javan what he was looking for. The guy looked at Shin with delight. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he began to whisper something quietly. Then Jaewon knelt down in front of Shin and said that he was a god, and promised that he would find a way and follow him forever. The hunters trusted Hyun, and the tour was a success. The events took place a month later. Yunsol approached Shin. She wanted to clarify something with her older brother. They were near Mount Kaigan, in front of the incomprehensible dungeon, and the girl asked if there was a gate in front of them, and Shin thought that this was where Cheongjo was. The young man was distracted from his important thoughts when someone from the group called him by name. One of the hunters asked if there would be enough of them to clear the incomprehensible dungeon. Shin just laughed heartily in response and said that he could easily go there himself. He took Yunsol by the hand and led her along and told the other hunters to stay in the clearing and wait for them. 3 days ago, Shin was in a restaurant sipping a cold drink and looking down at the evening city. He thought about how well the hunters' levels had improved since the North Korean tour. Each of the hunters successfully passed 2 or even 3 levels, which made Shin Hyun very happy. He thought that although their strength was hard to explain due to the high level of trust in him and Yunsol, there were no special questions. Shin wondered if he could continue training them at the same pace he had achieved in less than a month. The guy drank the drink and thought that no one was bothering him, and if everything was going smoothly now, it was not a fact that after some time everything could change. He knew that he was specifically clearing high-risk dungeons so that the experience and money would be with them. Even if China did nothing, Cheongjo would definitely not miss it. Shin was wondering whether his predictions would come true or not, but then a young man approached his table and said that he wanted to talk to him. He put a bottle and a glass on the table and said that Shin was good at handling everything. He didn't think the guy could clear dungeons every 2 days. The interlocutor laughed and noted that the number of active dungeons had sharply decreased thanks to Mr. Cha. Shin was only very surprised. He said that his plans included clearing the underground only to the south of Pyongyang, and then clarified whether the plans had changed or not. The young man said that everything would remain as it was. He was very happy, and then added that there was still a little left. Shin also sat with a satisfied smile. He also noted that everything would soon be over. Then he asked his interlocutor where to go next, and the young man was pleased. A group of hunters slowly moved inside the Kumgasan dungeon. A fine, nasty snow was falling. Yunsol's teeth were chattering. She called her brother and told him that it was much colder here than they said, simply unbearable. The girl said she thought everything would be fine because the equipment was cold-resistant, but she needed to take more clothes. Shin heard that all the hunters were complaining about the cold, and he thought that even his sister had problems with her temperature, and it wouldn't be easy. One of the hunters approached him and asked if they should turn back, since it was too reckless to go further. Shin got angry and asked the young man what had happened to him, because just yesterday he had eagerly offered his services as a guide. The cold made a tear run down the boy's cheek, and he thought about how he had been too impulsive and what the hell had bitten him. He knew that this was a dangerous dungeon from which he had to escape. How could he have forgotten about this incident at all? Shin thanked the guy for his concern and calmly told him to continue his work. The young man noted that this dungeon would be the last one, so there was no way he could miss the reward, and the guide agreed with his words. The hunters continued on their way. Everyone said that they were cold, and Yunsol thought that it had become even colder and that they would definitely freeze to death before fighting the monsters. The girl's eyes became very big in surprise. She definitely didn't expect to see this. The monsters did appear. The group members moved one after another. Snow fell from the sky, and a huge monster flew from above. One of the hunters who heard the birds' cries thought that the monster would not appear so early. He is the main culprit who complicates this very difficult dungeon. The huge monster was ready to attack. It was not afraid of the cold, but Shin used special abilities. And the hunters who stood near him screamed in horror as they were not mentally prepared to meet him. They saw fire coming straight at them from the sky. Yunsol screamed loudly for her brother to use the shield, but he was unmoved. The guide who went with the hunters into the dungeon reported that one ice flow can easily kill a mid-level hunter. When destroyed, they emit flames and cannot be blocked. The monster flies at a height and does not descend, making it difficult to attack, and the freezing rain is like a bombardment. One of the hunters said that melee classes like his are useless here. Shin was very calm. He asked his sister to attack the monster with a bow. The girl was very surprised, asked if it was worth doing in such a situation. Since the elder brother remained silent, the girl took out an arrow, pointed it at the bow, and took careful aim. Yunsol fired and the arrow flew right to the target, but unfortunately it didn't reach its target. It hit an ice floe and cracked. It began to shatter into hundreds of small pieces. The hunters pressed themselves close and tried to cover their heads. Shin just laughed, because whatever is done to make us stronger. He used a special skill, summoned fire, and thought that, as always, something impossible came to mind. With the help of Shin's skill, he managed to get rid of the deadly snowflakes, and the group was able to move freely. The young man thought that he had many ways to get rid of the snow, but the unevenness was a great hindrance to him. The hunters were glad that they managed to warm up. The guide noted that it was amazing that Shin gave the barrier the fire attribute, but the ohm consumption was very high. The young man asked him not to worry and said that it would not last long. They will go further, and there will be an area where it will be much easier to fight monsters. And the group of hunters calmly moved forward towards unimaginable adventures. The young people were very surprised at how the peace and quiet had suddenly disappeared. In front of them, on a high mountain very far away, a dark silhouette appeared, either a man or some kind of monster. But literally, a moment later, it began to slowly dissipate like morning fog. Hana asked if she thought she saw someone there, but the young man reassured her and told her not to talk nonsense. The hunters stopped abruptly. They were very frightened by the loud, scary sound, and the guide noted that it was all very strange. The guide was very scared because a huge avalanche was approaching their group. Everyone knows very well that it destroys everyone and everything in its path. It carries a mortal danger. And then, a gray-haired young man with a smile on his face appeared in front of the group of hunters and said that everyone had a choice, victory or defeat. He noted that there was no other way out. The guy was so happy that it became clear that he definitely expected to win. Yunsol, who saw all this, was very scared because she understood perfectly well that all this was organized because of her brother. And the guide who accompanied them on the hike advised Shin to run, but he paid no attention to anything. He thought that the gray-haired guy was mocking him because he was confident of his victory. At this time, the snow avalanche continued to slowly descend from the mountains, but no one was afraid of it anymore, as they had been before. The long-haired beauty Linmei is the fourth most important among Cheongjo. The girl approached her master and thought that he was the king of their dynasty and the true ruler of China. She looked at the avalanche and thought about how anyone could ever anger such a great man as their master. Linmei knew that Shin had caused the loss of several leaders and a huge number of people, and she had to catch him. The girl was sure that her master would tell her not to think about how to catch Shin, but to go with them. The boy was approached by Zhang Jianwon. This young man was the second most important person in Cheongjo, and said that after the battle he would approach Shin and check if the enemy was dead. The gray-haired young man was very pleased with himself. He was determined only to win. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Linmei and Zhang Jianwon, on the other hand, were tense, as they were prepared for a difficult fight. A huge number of warriors lined up in front of Zhang, all of them prepared to fight Shin. Among them was the Legion of Golden Lions, which consisted of 40 men, their faces hidden under masks. The Lightning Arrow Legion also consisted of 40 men, and they also hid their faces. The Dragon Legion was also ready for battle. It was smaller and consisted of 20 people. Zhang Jianwang gave orders that all warriors must obey the master's orders. The young man turned away from the army, and what he saw shocked him. He was definitely not prepared for this. A tall flame appeared in front of the gray-haired gentleman, Linmei and Zhang. The gentleman was calm, but his wards were frightened. It was Shin who used his special abilities. He appeared in front of the people as if from fire. The guy was calm and pleased at the same time. He liked the reaction to his abilities. Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't find words. The guy didn't even guess how Shin managed to make this a reality. The gray-haired guy, who was tired of watching all this, gave the order to kill Shin, and quickly. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and he turned to his opponent with words to show his true strength. Shin was the picture of calm. This young man, despite everything, was confident in his abilities. The group members who went on the raid with Shin were very scared. They could not understand what was happening, because the enemy soldiers lined up in a column and began to walk. The guy's eyes were burning with fire. He was already in anticipation of victory, since he understood that he had a whole army against Shin. The guide who accompanied the hunters looked at the enemy warriors and thought about who they were and what had happened in one moment. The young man understood that it all started with an avalanche, and then many warriors appeared. The hunters didn't expect this. They felt as if someone had thrown a huge snowball at each of them. Shin went against the wind. The young man had an idea to stop the avalanche. His charges shouted at him not to go, to stop, to go back, but the guy set a goal for himself. He got as close to the avalanche as he could, the strong wind blowing in his face, but he used the skill. One of the hunters in Shin's group thought that the force that stopped the avalanche was invincible and even existed, and the fact that Mr. Cha was with Marima was also no less shocking. The guide approached the warlike people and asked who they were to threaten them, then asked if the avalanche was their doing. The gray-haired guy was very surprised and noted that the hunter made a lot of noise and noted that there was nothing that was not subject to the master. And then the hunter of Shin's group had a very bad headache. He grabbed it with his hands, his face twisted in pain. The gray-haired young man noted that the boy was very impudent, then asked what happened to his memory, since he had sworn to give his life for him. And then the guide had a memory of himself kneeling before the blond man. Shin clapped his hands and noted that his opponent had manipulated the hunter's memories very well, and even erased some. Cha admitted that these were not bad skills. Then he asked the gray-haired young man where he learned Korean, since he speaks it quite well, and he replied that he did everything for the sake of this meeting. The blonde-haired boy finally introduced himself. His name was Yang Cheng. He said that he was the head of Chongzhou and the heir of the heavenly warrior. Shin, hearing these words, only laughed loudly. He called his interlocutor a boy and noted that this was all very interesting. Then he asked Yang Cheng if he knew where the heavenly warrior was now, since he was his successor. The fair-haired guy with a smile on his face noted that he also really wanted to hear something from his lips. He admired his abilities, and it was not so easy to reach such a level, and then he laughed. Shin asked if his interlocutor admired him, and how dare he laugh at him, and then added that Yang Cheng was not even worthy of this. Yunsol stood aside, thinking that the guys were like little children. The fair-haired young man continued to laugh and noted that Shin had gone too far. Then a huge cloud of smoke, dust, and dirt rose up, as if after a powerful explosion. The hunters who came to explore the dungeon with Shin began to cough heavily and cover their faces with their hands. And Yanchen continued to tell Shin that his arrogance would be his undoing, because he didn't even know why this dungeon was called incomprehensible. And it all arose because a powerful monster appeared in the dungeon and its existence was recognized as a disaster. Then Yan Chung added that the Ice Phoenix, that very strong monster, would teach him a lesson. Shin clarified with his opponent that he had lured him to North Korea for this very reason, to play snowballs and have cockfights, because this was not at all serious. The young man used his skill and said that if Yan Chung was so sincere with him, then he would reciprocate in kind. Shin used his special skill against the monster bird that was already flying towards him. Yanchen only became very cheerful. He saw that Shin had used a special skill. Mr. Cha, seeing the consequences of his power, was also very surprised. The monster bird lost a piece of its head from the blow, but continued its flight toward its target. Yancheng was very happy and asked Shin what he thought about dealing with the monster of the incomprehensible dungeon so easily. He added that the bird would not die as long as it had energy. Shin lowered his head, and the enemy continued to mock him. Mr. Cha thought about something for a while. A weapon appeared in his hands, and the guy said that nothing was impossible for him. Shin looked at the enemy's huge army, then at his weapon, and told it that he very much hoped that it would not disappoint him. The warriors began to talk about the guy holding a training sword. Shin thought that his stars were bright. Shin Hyun had a simple sword, but a polar sword. He considered it a part of his essence. Bird monsters were approaching the young man. They were very scary and huge, and he asked for a sword to punish his enemies. What happened further away took everyone by surprise, and Lin Mei's mouth dropped open in surprise. And Zhang Jianwong screamed in horror, his hair stood on end, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Yanshin's eyes were burning red. His mouth was twisted into an evil grin, and his nose was wrinkled. And Shin said that he should know his place. That was the moral of his words. The real emperor of the sword. The young man was very pleased. The guy took the weapon out of its sheath, raised it up, activated his power, and walked forward. There were huge monster birds flying above Shin Hyun, but he didn't pay any attention to them. He went against all odds using only his sword. The young man was calm and focused. Limni's eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. A bead of sweat appeared, and she stared at the sword without taking her eyes off it. The hunters from Shin's group noted that the sword in the hands of this young man was like floating clouds, like a leaf that stirred the surface of the water. Shin's opponent, a fair-haired young man, was also shocked by what was happening, his mouth opening in surprise. Limni, as if waking up from a dream, was very surprised. The girl turned to Jang. She noted that she had just come to her senses, and Shin Hyun was already in front of them. The young man uses his weapon with precision and skill and moves towards them with purpose. Not only Limni and Zhang, but also the warriors who had been prepared for battle and lined up in advance were in shock. Zhang looked at Shin's weapon and thought that the tip of the sword was already exposed. Limnaeus could not utter a word. She only gasped for air, since already 2/3 of their army was destroyed. There were very few people left who were prepared to fight Shin Hyun when he managed to deal with them. The warriors gathered in groups of several people and were not against leaving this place. The silver-haired man, the leader of their guild, was very angry and annoyed, shouting for his guild members to get into line as quickly as possible. But the young men, who saw what had happened to the other warriors, did not want to obey him. Therefore the guild leader Cheongjo was forced to use his special power against them. He extended his hand towards his army, his eyes burning with hatred. The young man could not even imagine that the guild members would turn away from him in a difficult moment. Shin looked up and found that his opponent had risen very high, apparently to hide. Mr. Cha laughed and asked what Yan Cheng had used to fuse magic and magic skills, and demanded that the opponent show his best. Guildmaster Cheongjo ignored Shin and ordered the surviving archers to fill the sky with arrows and the Golden Lion Legion to prepare for strong resistance. He ordered the warriors to fight in the name of Cheongjo, and they began to act as if under a spell. Shin Hyun looked at what was happening to the warriors and was a little surprised. The young man gathered his strength and told the warriors to hurry. Each of them would get what they deserved. But Yanshin did not calm down. He gave orders to Lin Mei to provide the warriors with magic support. The girl said that she would carry out the master's order. Zhang Jianwong also did not remain without Yang Cheng's order, although it is worth noting that he was a little out of his mind from everything he saw. Guildmaster Cheongjo told Zhang to look at one of the girls present with a sarcastic smile. It was Shin Yunsol's sister. Yanshin gave the order to catch her and bring her to him as quickly as possible. Shin continued to fight the enemy army alone, telling one of the attackers to aim better because his eyes were in the right place. The young man found it very funny that the members of the Cheongjo Guild looked slow and awkward, but he thought about not killing them all, but leaving a few. Shin went through all the tests with humor. It was his calling card, and this time he was not discouraged either. The young man continued to fight his opponents using his special abilities. Without them, it was not easy for him to defeat the whole horde. This time he used the first style of martial arts. He easily dealt with the attackers, blood flew in all directions, and Shin offered to attack the next warrior. But here the young man was a little surprised, since he was prepared for single battles with each warrior. 2 rows were occupied by warriors with iron shields. The head of their guild ordered the iron wall to press on the enemy. The warriors were maximally protected and prepared for battle, so Shin also had to think about other tactics. Linmi commanded the warriors. She gave the order to everyone without exception to open fire. And all the archers simultaneously released arrows from their bows, but at the same time they hid behind their shields. Shin looked at the number of arrows and noted that there weren't that many, then wondered if the attackers were confident that they would have enough. And the arrows continued to fly very quickly, straight towards Mr. Cha, and only the wind whistled. The guide who was accompanying the group into the dungeon screamed very loudly. He was worried about Shin, and Yunsol asked him to calm down and watch further. She said that her brother would now handle everything on his own, and indeed, the arrows simply fell near Cha's feet. Lin Mei thought about how many attacks Shin had withstood, and the hunters were high level. They also had martial arts, but Hen hadn't been hit even a hair. The girl thought for a bit and decided that after this attack, she should attack Shin, and this blow should reach him. She flew up to Mr. Cha, was already a few meters away from him, and was ready to use force. Lin Mei was very surprised. She couldn't attack Shin. The girl couldn't understand what was happening to her. She fell to her knees and couldn't get up. Shin passed by, and Lin Mei thought that this man couldn't be defeated. Guildmaster Cheongjo watched from above, as he grew angry and called the girl names. He ordered her to throw everything away and attack Cha with all her might. Yancheng was shouting, angry and furious. He wanted the girl to hear that Shin was violating the internal order. So he turned his attention to Zhang Jinwang, who was much more willing to carry out his orders. A little more, and he would have stolen Yunsol, but the girl attracted attention to herself, as she screamed loudly. A blue four-pointed star appeared, and everyone heard a voice saying that Zhang was going to grab his sister almost right in front of his brother's nose. Shin walked quickly through the snow and asked the villain where he got so brave. The young man used special skills and asked Zhang if he thought he had reached a high level and was the first one to dare to do such a thing. The blond boy clenched his teeth in anger. He didn't think that Shin would notice that they wanted to kidnap his sister. And Zhang was getting closer and closer to Yunsol. His hand was almost at her throat, when Shin asked how he dared to go against the one who knew all of Murim. Mr. Cha then noted that it was useless to take a loved one hostage. Shin told Zhang that he was thinking too narrowly. The villain's body seemed to be caught in metal shackles. He thought about how everything quickly fell apart, because a lot of time had passed since the last entertainment. Mr. Cha was very angry, but he didn't show it. He just told his opponent to just die, and blood gushed out of Zhang's mouth. The young man knew he was in chains, so Shin used his skills, but how did this injury happen? Yunsol and her guide were near the scene of the incident. They saw Zhang bleeding, and the guide thought that all this was impossible. Now the guild leader Cheongjo thought about it. He was worried that Shin might be the soul of the sword. Mr. Cha, with a sense of accomplishment in protecting his sister, calmly approached Yang Cheng. The head of the Cheongjo Guild had a hysterical fit for no reason. He felt sick from his own guesses. At first he thought it was all a brand, but then he noted that even he hadn't achieved that. He used force and began to rise up. Apparently this is how he wanted to be safe. And Shin just thought that the opponent wanted to appear taller, so he rose to the very end. Hen got fed up with this whole circus performance, got angry and told Yanchen that he should be punished. Shin didn't put things off for long and used his skills. The enemy was covered in blood, but he couldn't understand what was happening to him. Then Mr. Cha asked guild leader Cheongjo if it hurt, and then told him not to whine, because he was not a little child. Shin asked how long Yanchen would continue to look down on him from above, as he was already getting quite tired of it. Guildmaster Cheongjo looked calmly down at the enemy and thought about something. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. Then something started falling from a great height at such a high speed that even those around could not understand what it was. Yancheng landed with his butt right on the ground under Shin's feet, groaned in pain, and Hen noted that he had thrown the impudent fellow from a height. Then Shin added that now he needed to be taught a public lesson, and grabbed him hard by his dyed hair. He asked Guildmaster Cheongjo if he realized how different they were from each other. Yancheng began to laugh and called Shin an ascended one, which means a person is close to becoming before a god, and asked if he was the one the heavenly warrior spoke of. Then the blonde added that Hen was not ready yet. These words surprised the young man. And Yancheng kept saying that Shin would hate the heavenly warrior. He was like that from the very beginning too. Then something happened to Shin. One of his eyes turned red, and he heard a voice asking whether Yancheng was really his true enemy. Guildmaster Cheongjo said that the heavenly warrior told him the truth, that the world would soon be destroyed, and only those who came from Murim and achieved mastery would be able to stop it. Yanchen smiled and asked Shin if he could handle this disaster. He should already be feeling the harbingers of it. Hen was surprised by this news and said that he knew little about the end of the world, and if the guy was lying to him, he would die right there on the spot. Yancheng coughed and noted that maybe he was a sacrifice to compliment Shin. He grabbed Hen's hand very tightly and didn't want to let go. Most likely he was planning something bad. Shin was very surprised. His eyes became big, he looked suspiciously at the gray-haired guy, and he only smiled. And Mr. Hen was also depressed because he didn't know whether the head of the local guild had told him the truth. Yancheng decided to take advantage of this situation and use spirit magic. A smile appeared on the young man's face. He said that he had obtained this ability through experiments. The blond young man then said that Shin had given him too much time and he should have killed him before he looked him in the eye. With a satisfied smile, confident that victory was in his pocket, Yanchen ordered Heng to stand up. He obeyed, and the young man noted that Shin was under his complete control, then asked how he felt when someone controlled him. A victorious smile appeared on the face of the local guild leader, and he decided to play a little before winning and to test Mr. Cha. The fair-haired young man lowered his head, and his face changed greatly. It became puffy and very scary. And then Shin asked the head of the Cheonjo Guild what he was doing. He was surprised and shocked by such a drastic change in appearance. And not far from the guys on the ice lay the ward of the head of the local guild, Lin Mei, whispered something under her breath. At that moment, Shin sharply but very accurately hit Yang Chen on the head, and the girl who saw it screamed in horror. The gray-haired young man just screamed. Drool, snot, blood flowed down his face and his front tooth fell out. Shin told him to raise his head higher because the heart will not stop from bruises and contusions. Yanchen didn't expect this development and only wondered why his magic didn't work. Despite his pitiful appearance, he began to shout at Hen that he did not recognize him and wondered how he got into this situation, since he was the true successor of the heavenly warrior. The young man seemed to be possessed by a demon. He screamed at the top of his lungs, rushed about and threw himself at Shin. Tom got tired of enduring these crazy attacks, so he used his fighting skill. Guildmaster Cheongjo was barely standing on his feet. Blood was pouring out of his mouth, nose, and his entire head was covered in blood. Shin Hyun asked the white-haired young man when he would finally shut up. Yanchen had gotten on Shin's nerves to such an extent that he could no longer control himself, and his conversations had become quite boring. Hen pushed the head of the local guild with all his might, sending him rolling head over heels in the snow. But Yanchen still remained alive. Despite the huge number of injuries, he continued to threaten Shin. Mr. Cha's eyes lit up and he thought, if the opponent was alive, then it was now his turn to ask questions. The head of the Cheongjo Guild was very surprised by this decision, and his exhausted face became even more distorted. Yanchen was lying on the ground, and Shin stood over him with a sword in his hands and demanded that he tell him everything that the heavenly warrior had told him. And the head of the local guild made inarticulate sounds, and then said that a deadly catastrophe was coming soon. They were sent to Murim to gain important skills and prevent it. Then Yancheng said that Mr. Cha was a genuine ascended being who would save everyone. Shin Hyun listened tensely to his opponent's words as he spoke barely audibly. The young man heard a very familiar sound. He had heard it a long time ago in Murim. Shin then asked Yang Cheng how he had achieved such success in magic. He said that in North Korea and China, there are a lot of people and no one cares about each other. So if some people go missing, everyone turns a blind eye to it. Shin asked again about the human casualties and asked how many people Yancheng had killed. The fair-haired opponent did not tell the guy the exact number of people he had killed. Shin asked if the local guild leader had any final words, and he thought for a bit. And then he said that he would like to slaughter all of Shin's loved ones like pigs, but he didn't have time to finish. Hen didn't listen to his words until the end. He was already very irritated by Yanchen's face. The young man killed his competitor and told him not to waste such opportunities next time, and raised his sword. Linmi watched everything that was happening with horror in her eyes, and tears ran down the girl's face from fear. She looked at Hen, who was holding a sword in his hands. A huge pool of blood had spread out under his feet. Linmei approached Shin, knelt down and said that she obeyed him as a master in loyalty and asked him not to kill her. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes like a stream, and she asked the young man help. Then Linmei looked around and saw blood and said that there was a lot of blood, and it was very dirty. A month later, people gathered in the huge assembly hall, including representatives of the guilds. The speaker reported that the inter-Korean exchange of hunters has been completed and that this is a significant event in relations between North and South Korea. He also wanted to tell about another very good and important news for both countries. The young man said that several more high-level adventurers had been born. The speaker introduced each one, stated their name, and also named the hunter's level. He then added that the emergence of new adventurers was the merit of just one person. And he introduced the hunter Cha Shin-hyun to everyone present with great pride. Yoon-sol, who was nearby, became sad. The report was interrupted for a while as a guy approached the man and whispered something in his ear. He asked again how it was that he suddenly disappeared, because this was an official event and you can't just leave it, but Shin went out into nature. Shin and Lee were in the clearing. The young man laughed and asked why he was the only one to blame. The girl was his accomplice. She laughed and noted that she had kidnapped Shin-hyun himself. The young man noted that he also deserved a short break, because each time there was more and more work. Lee said that Shin was very late, because the group left in the winter and arrived only in the spring. The guy explained that he had a lot of things to do and people who were bothering him. Shin then added that he had now entrusted all his affairs to his new subordinate, and he thought it was a good idea to leave the Cheongjo Guild members and take advantage of their connections, strength, and money. While North Korea's hunting infrastructure is still developing, they need help from China and the Cheongjo Guild, Shin said. Lee Ji-hee listened to Shin with half an ear, looked around absent-mindedly, and then, completely out of place, remarked that the weather was very nice today. After a while, she turned her head and looked at the young man. It seemed that Shin felt ill, so the girl asked if everything was okay with him. He replied that everything was fine, and this time she didn't learn anything about the heavenly warrior. Mr. Cha fell silent and began to think about something of his own, because he had learned a lot of new things. The girl remembered a conversation with a fair-haired man who said that the world was approaching a catastrophe and urged him to go beyond human boundaries. Otherwise, he could lose everything. He remembered the voice saying about the collapse of the world and the ascension. Then Shin thought that there were many more questions that had no answers. Then he added that if you think about it, he is not interested in such questions, since there is no answer to them, and noted that his eyes are still foggy. Shin stood up, looked at the beautiful spring sky, and thought about whether he could just forget all of this. There was a huge monster in the clearing. His eyes were burning with fire, and his teeth were very sharp, and many arrows were flying at him. A moment later, the monster was killed, and a huge amount of experience stones poured out of it. And one of the hunters asked if this was the last monster. His guess was confirmed. The leader of the group gave the order to collect loot. These are stones that fell from wolf monsters. The hunters began to pick up the experience stones that lay in the clearing. They were of different sizes, but of a beautiful bright red color. One of the hunters said that he was constantly running out of steam at the stage of collecting loot, and asked the leader if he had such a skill to collect all the drops at once. He replied that such a thing had not yet been invented. The leader held the experience stone in his hands and said that such a useful skill could not be found in the whole world. And then one of the hunters was very surprised and shouted loudly for all members of the group to be careful. Another huge, scary monster appeared in the clearing. Everyone was relaxed and did not think that there was anyone else left. The hunter had beads of sweat on his face. He was confused about where the monster was hiding, but he used his power. After some time, the monster lay dead in the clearing and did not pose any danger. The hunters collected the experience stones, their things, and began to leave the dungeon. And the leader of the group thought that one monster did not drop a magic stone, and this should be reported upon arrival. A young man approached the leader and said that he had received a call from the Chaksan dungeon. He asked what happened. The assistant replied that the body of a monster was also found in that dungeon. This information shocked the group leader very much. He was not ready to hear such information. After the death of Park Tae-hoon, the leader of the Twilight Guild, the Dawn Guild proposed a peace agreement, which was the basis for their unification. New high-level hunters have appeared. Everyone knows who helped them with this, and they are all members of the Martial Arts Guild. It was Shin. When he appeared, no matter where and when people rejoiced at his appearance, it became the impetus for an active exchange of hunters with China and North Korea. Cha Shin became very famous and was often called the new star in the hunting world. There were plates with a variety of food on the table. A delicious breakfast was waiting for someone, maybe lunch. But Shin, who folded his arms across his chest, was not very happy with the food he saw in front of him. His sister twirled the noodles on her fork and was very happy that they would eat with her brother. He didn't share her joy and asked what she liked about this swamp noodle soup. The girl corrected him and said that it was spaghetti. She added that she didn't have a loving family as a child, so she dreamed all her life of eating with her family in such a restaurant. She envied those families who ate at the same table with a smile. Shin said that his sister can order absolutely anything she wants here. He understood that Yoon-sol had a difficult childhood. The older brother smiled at his sister and asked if maybe they should get together more often and have get-togethers in places like this. Then he added that they were a family. These words touched the girl very much, and tears came to her eyes. At that moment, Shin received a message on his phone and awkwardly took the device out of his pocket, trying not to attract attention. What he saw on the screen of his mobile phone shocked him. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, unable to utter a word. He stood up from the table and told his sister that something very urgent had happened and he needed to leave, which angered Yoon-sol. The younger sister was shocked by everything that was said and wanted to say something back to her brother, but he told her to enjoy the delicious food for now. Yoon-sol was left alone at the table, and those around her looked at the girl with sympathy. She got angry and noted that her brother said that he would buy her whatever she wanted, but he left her and ran away. How can he be a brother after all this? At this time, Shin arrived to Lee. She asked if he had seen their laboratory. The guy answered that he had not, and added that she did not really want to show it to strangers. The deputy in the guild said that magical research is often highly classified. But now it doesn't matter, because the reason she called was very unusual and important. The young people entered the laboratory. Lee showed Shin a huge box and began to lift the lid. Shin saw a huge wolf-like monster with large, sharp teeth. Naturally, it was dead. Lee Ji-hee explained that it was a monster from one of the dungeons of Gyeonggi-do. Shin-ui became curious how he got out of the dungeon. The girl noted that this question did not interest them. The fact is that not a single magic stone was made from this monster. This information shocked the guy. The young man stood in front of a huge box, looked at the monster, and thought about something. The vice leader of the guild noted that Hen knew nothing about this either, but showed the monster just in case. The young man thought about something, smiled, and asked the girl why she was so upset. Lee didn't understand the question. The guy told her to tell him the coordinates of the dungeon from which this monster was taken and also advised to restrict access to it. The girl became nervous and asked the young man if he wanted to see the monster in person. Shin replied that everything would definitely become clear if he saw the monster with his own eyes, but for now, he shouldn't approach that place. The events take place in New York. The secretary reported that with the increase in the number of monsters from which stones do not fall, serious economic problems may arise. The young man asked his assistant what the situation was in Northeast Asia, and she replied that they were also experiencing similar difficulties. The girl told the boss that there was close cooperation between the guilds of the countries, and there was hope that they would be able to find a way out of the situation that had arisen. The boss liked this information and asked his assistant for her opinion on whether he should go to these countries personally. When the secretary gave no answer, the man said that China was a vast territory, and perhaps the talent he needed could be found there. On a beautiful green edge there was a family of wolf-like monsters. They were calm and relaxed. The guy stood on the cliff above and watched them carefully. The monsters didn't notice him. The young man walked to the edge of the cliff and wondered whether he should kill them all at once. Shin used force and jumped off the cliff straight towards the monsters, who raised their faces in surprise. The young man used his special power and skills, and within seconds, only parts of the monsters remained. Shin stood among the dead wolf-like monsters and saw gems falling out of them. The young man saw that there were a lot of stones and looked around to see if there were any more monsters hiding in this clearing. He began to calmly collect stones and thought about how many more monsters he would need to kill to find the right one. His back began to hurt from collecting stones. Shin Hyun thought that it was worth looking for a skill for collecting stones and a sponsor. By the way, it would be relevant for many hunters. The young man raised his head and noticed a blue glow in the sky. It immediately reminded him of the mysterious glow he had seen earlier in the misty dungeon. The stones he collected fell out of his pockets, and Shin thought that their color, aura, and glow of the radiance were slightly different from last time. This time, they were darker. Shin again remembered Yanshin, who said that the world was approaching a catastrophe, and that he needed to open the door to ascension and go beyond human boundaries. Otherwise, he would lose everything. The guy wondered if his opponent was talking about this or the catastrophe that was in the sky. Shin continued to look at the spot that was in the sky and was very surprised as something began to appear from it. The first thing the young man saw was a huge paw with large, sharp claws. A moment later, the monster crawled out completely. He was very big, his eyes were burning with a red fire, and his teeth were white and very sharp. Shin was definitely not prepared for such a development of events, but it was worth taking a risk, so the young man began to fight. In an instant, only a few parts remained of the wolf-like monster, all thanks to the boy's special skills. The young man looked around to make sure that the stones had fallen from the monster, but there were none. This time Shin was very happy because he found exactly that monster, which did not look like a monster at all, and the stones did not fall out of it. Shin Hyun thought for a moment and realized that the monster came from there, from that other world. The young man looked at the sky and wondered what was hidden behind this crack, whether the heavenly warrior knew about it. He seemed to hear him, began to laugh, and thought that they would meet very soon. Even though he was wrapped in huge metal shackles, he was having fun. Shin continued to think about what was beyond that blue spot and thought that there were most likely gods there. The young man paused and noted that he was absolutely certain that wolf-like monsters appeared from there, and when they died, they did not drop stones. Shin came closer to the strange spot and stuck his hand in there, and it was as if he had fallen into jelly. The young man said that it looked very much like the misty dungeon, and it was very important to make sure that it was not disturbed. The guy realized where the special monsters were falling out from. It turns out they can pass through cracks, and the crack is the entrance to the dungeon. The guy's head began to split, as he could not understand what the point of ordinary monsters was then. A lot of thoughts came to mind. One of them was that the current dungeons were something like training. Whatever it means, the guy will have to work hard, because it still won't be enough for any kind of evidence. Shin came to the conclusion that he needed to watch for a while longer. Perhaps someone else would see the crack. The young man decided that he needed to go to Jeju Island, because there was also an interesting dungeon there. Thanks to such a skill as teleportation, he was very quickly on the spot. The hunters of the local guild saw him and ran to meet him. Guildmaster Tamra told Shin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how Mr. Cha was doing. The young man said that he was doing well and looked at Kim with a long, tense gaze. And then he asked the local guild leader about why he was having a hard time, and he replied that it was very obvious, and he was ashamed. The guy fell to his knees, grabbed Shin by the leg, and asked if he remembered that there were 6 high-level dungeons on the island, and since then, another one has appeared, and he is asking for help. Shin was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. He tried to push the guy away from you, and thought about the fact that anomalies somehow began to appear very often. Lin Mei, the new guildmaster of Cheongjo, spoke on the phone about the dungeon anomalies that have been occurring in China since the second half of last year. The girl noted that the public believes that these are just the results of mutations and that it does not bother her very much. Lin Mei also told Shin, who she had just spoken to on the phone, that she would let him know if she received more information. After this conversation, the young man thought that he would need to figure everything out very quickly. The local guild leader, Kum, continued to hold Shin by the leg. They tried to pull him away, and Hyunai asked if they had brought in reliable people this time. The guy cried a lot and said that this time he had gathered the best team, and only those he trusted, and he also asked for forgiveness for the previous incident. Shin calmed him down, said that he believed, and they went into the dungeon, but Hyun noted that he would go first. The young man thought that he would grab everything he could until the monster corpses appeared. When he entered the dungeon, he was met by monsters. There were a lot of them, and they looked like tigers. Mr. Cha, not without his special skills, quickly dealt with the tiger-like monsters. The entire ground of the dungeon was strewn with stones that had fallen from the monsters. There were a lot of them. Kum looked at all this and thought that even a high-level hunter would not be able to kill so many monsters at once. Shin told him to collect stones, turned his head to the side, and what he saw surprised him. Again, like last time, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Shin noted to himself that it had grown very large. The head of the local guild approached the young man to ask him a question. The guy was very surprised. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he couldn't formulate his question. Kum pointed his finger at the crack that was above and asked Shin what kind of phenomenon this was. Mr. Cha was very surprised. He didn't think that anyone other than him could see the crack. The head of the local guild confirmed that he saw it, and his charges also saw everything. They noted that it was cracking and creases were appearing everywhere. Shin was very surprised and thought that not only he could see the cracks, but other people too. Hanai thought about something and used magic. It passed through the crack very easily. Kum, who was watching all this, was very surprised. He was curious as to why the magic passed through so easily. Further events unfolded in the Chaksan training dungeon, which was unusual because there were guards there. One of the guys was suffering a lot because he wanted to eat and asked his friend if he had something to eat. He replied that he only had dried meat and whether such food would be suitable. The guy was not that hungry. That's why he refused. One of the hunters stood up, stretched, and said that guarding dungeons is complete crap and they only have to hold out for another month. At this rate, he will lose all his skills. The partner laughed and said that he would succeed, especially if he fooled around somewhere else. He replied that he was not going to go anywhere because it was another hassle. The guys were joking with each other when suddenly the TV turned on and there was some kind of interference on the screen. Two guards asked the third why he turned on the TV, and he noted that he did nothing. A golden-haired goddess appeared on the screen and said that they did not consider this blessing in vain. Then she added that they didn't take the message seriously. This picture was on the screen, not only in the guard booth, but also in the metro. She was also seen by Lee Jihye, who was working on her laptop. The goddess said that what has happened so far is the fate of man, and the only thing she could do was put everything aside, and then she added that hope that people will be able to avoid this nightmare. The room where the guards were located suddenly became dark. The lights went out, and the TV turned off by itself. One of the guards asked if it was the voice of the goddess, and another confirmed that it was the voice he heard during classes at the Hunters' Academy. The hunters had a feeling that something was happening outside. They were very surprised and nervous. One of the young men said that everyone should get out of his premises, and it was assumed that the security booth would fall and collapse. When they went outside, they couldn't believe what was happening. One of the guards even thought he was hallucinating. But the other two saw the same thing and were very scared. They were definitely not prepared for such a development of events. Monsters in the form of rabbits jumped out from the dungeon, which was surrounded by barbed wire. One of the guards wondered how those rabbits managed to break through the dungeon. A huge wolf-like monster with huge teeth emerged from a crack in the sky, its eyes burning with hatred. The local guild members were not prepared for this. They immediately asked what the hell this was, and only Shin was prepared for such a development of events. The hunters had no idea what the monster was doing there, and Hen thought that a strange monster had emerged from their cracks, and the principle of the dungeon was collapsing. At this time, the monster did not waste time, but immediately began to run towards the people. Its terrible mouth was open. Shin thought that one monster needed to be captured alive in order to be delivered to the lab. Guildmaster Tamra was surprised where this wolf-like monster came from. After all, this is the Misty Dungeon. Shin held the monster very tightly so that it could not escape, and said that anomalies occurred in the dungeon, and something went wrong. Hen used his special skills to put the wolf to sleep, and remarked that it was valuable material for research and that so the hunters would not worry, it would not bite. Shin was thinking about something. He was standing near a huge crack in the sky, and there was a swarm of thoughts in his head. The young man then decided to use the soul sword skill, but something went wrong. The system message said that attacking was currently prohibited. Shin Hyun didn't expect to see him and was very surprised. In the second message, he saw information that humanity was not ready yet. Well, the third surprised the young man because it said that Shin himself was not ready for an attack, and if he did not cross the last line, then there was no point in interfering with his strength. The young man realized that there were targets against which the soul sword was useless. All this didn't upset him. On the contrary, the guy realized that he still had room to grow. Shin thought for a moment, stood near the crack, and decided that this was enough. A press conference was held in a huge assembly hall, and a lot of journalists had gathered. Representatives of the Dawn Guild were ready to give interviews and answer questions that interested those present. The first to speak was Junho Jong. He greeted everyone present and said that he was the leader of the Dawn Guild. But before getting to the main topic, the young man would like to express his sincere apologies. They both lowered their heads with the guild deputy. The guild leader said that a phenomenon of a dungeon breakthrough had recently been discovered, and monsters had come out and caused great damage to the country. The young man also said that mutants were discovered among the monsters that do not leave mana stones after death. Junho Jong added that a major economic crisis is expected because the population of monsters that do not leave stones has increased, and the whole world is paying attention to this issue. Rather, he seeks to establish connections with external guilds, and they will actively work to solve all problems. At this point, Junho Jung would like to conclude his press conference. The man thanked everyone for their attention. But this was not enough for the journalists. They wanted to find out as much as possible. One was interested in what had been agreed upon with Twilight. The second asked whether the leader planned to act alone. The Dawn leadership rose from the table, and the journalists pestered them with questions about whether the hunters would be held accountable for failing to protect citizens, all of them wanting their questions answered. Lee Ji-hye and Junho Jung left the press conference room together very quickly, and they had nothing more to say to the reporters. When they left the hall, they ran into Shin. The young man thanked them for their work. The guild leadership was not ready to see him here. Lee asked Shin if he was the one who said that he would not be able to attend the press conference today. Shin said that he hadn't been able to do it, but at the very last moment he received a very interesting offer, which he decided to tell the management about. The head of the Dawn Guild was very surprised. He became curious about what kind of proposal Mr. Cha had received. He explained that he had been invited to a meeting in China. Shin Hyun left the room where the guild was located and went to the meeting. At the entrance to the cafe, he stopped to look around. Lin Mei was sitting at one of the tables. It was she who invited Shin to a business meeting. The girl greeted Mr. Cha timidly. She felt awkward. The young man sat down opposite the girl at the table, and the pause dragged on. Lin Mei did not know how to choose the right words. Shin immediately asked why she had called him, noting that he had heard that the matter was very urgent. The girl's face was so wet that beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she said that she had come to ask Shin for a favor, and he was very surprised. Lin Mei said that she wanted Mr. Cha to represent China in the negotiations with the United States, but he just wondered why he needed all this. The girl noted that they do not have a hunter in the guild who could represent China, and the hunter who will come from the USA is the strongest in the world, Alex Winchester. Shin got up from the table and said that it was none of his business, If the girl was going to continue talking this nonsense, then he would leave. Lin Mei really wanted Shin to represent China, so she said that Korea would be given the right of first refusal. Only these words made Shin stop. The young man thought about the offer. And then he specified what kind of advantage would await them, and based on this data, he would make his decision. The girl said that her guild was ready to share the information obtained during the negotiations, the benefits of cooperation that China would receive. Shin scratched his beard and smiled. It was a good offer, and he decided to take full advantage of this opportunity. The young man sat down at the table again. He was in a good mood, and he told the girl that he would fulfill her request. Lin Mei was very happy. When Don Shin told the guild leadership that he would have to go to China for a short time, they were very surprised. Shin Hyun and Guildmaster Cheonjo were in a huge room. This was where the meeting with the American hunter was supposed to take place. The pause dragged on for too long, so Lin Mei said that Alex had really asked for a private meeting. This information surprised Shin, and the girl said that Alex wanted to meet with a hunter as famous as himself, accompanied by a secretary or deputy. Shin got angry because he thought that Lin Mei would introduce him as her secretary, but she immediately calmed him down and said that she would be his secretary. The young man finally calmed down a little and said that it would be fun, but the girl saw no reason to have fun. Shin answered her that she would understand everything herself when she saw the American hunter Alex in person. The guest was not long in coming. He entered the room together with the secretary and greeted those present. The hunter said his name was Alex Winchester and that he was accompanied by his deputy, Barbara Allen. Shin also immediately introduced himself and introduced those present to his temporary secretary, Lin Mei, the girl sitting next to him and looking very worried. And Alex asked again what the young man's name was, then asked him if he was a Korean hunter and why he was here. He said that he had business. The American hunter said he wanted to talk to a Chinese representative, then asked if China would mind if a representative of another country spoke for them. The line, which had calmed down a little, said that it didn't matter, then added that if Shin hadn't wanted it, he wouldn't have come here at all. Alex sat down on the sofa as the answer satisfied him and prepared to communicate. He started the conversation first, asking if there was any concern about the underground breakthrough. Depending on the country, there may be differences, but in the future, serious economic problems may develop. Line lowered her head, beads of sweat appeared on her face, and out of worry, the girl agreed with everything Alex said. He decided to say everything directly. He had an ace up his sleeve, since he knew how to solve the problems with breaking through the dungeons. Lin Mei. She raised her head, her eyes were very wide open, and she was simply surprised. Did it seem to her, or did she really hear that Alex had options for solving the problem? He also said that he was putting forward a hypothesis, but the probability of this is very high. Research was recently conducted, and based on their results, everything will become much clearer. Lin Mei said that it is not yet possible to say that there is a way out of the current situation and clarified the reason for his arrival. Alex didn't beat around the bush and said that he decided that China's strength could turn theory into reality, but there were very few worthy hunters. He looked at the girl intently and said that there really were very few hunters like her, but she didn't understand what Alex meant. The young man asked if the girl remembered his request. Because he wanted to meet a hunter like himself, he thought that such people could be found in China. The girl asked Alex again, but he told her not to pretend that she didn't know worthy hunters, and asked her if they were graduates of that very place. Lin Mei thought about Alex talking about Murim, while Shin noted that if the conversation was about that, then he really should join in. The young man didn't beat around the bush. He immediately asked Alex if he was looking for people who had returned specifically from Murim. The American didn't expect such pushiness. Shin said that if it was about Murim, then he shouldn't be left out, and looked at Alex defiantly. The American hunter didn't really understand anything, and Shin said that the reaction tired him out. Asked not to ask stupid questions, it was the difference in power levels. Alex said that he has very rarely met people with a resonating force in his life. The young man noted that the difference in strength levels he had just heard from Mr. Cha was unpleasantly expressed. Alex immediately got down to business and clarified where and when they could take a look at their skills, because if Shin was a good hunter, It didn't matter whether he was from China or not. Hen answered Alex that he would fulfill his wish, and Lin Mei ordered to prepare the closest one on Earth. The girl said that it would be fulfilled. The young men went into the dungeon to begin the inspection. Shin told Alex to do whatever he wanted, because he doesn't think that he has the right to judge him. Alex leaned over a little and asked permission to introduce himself again. He repeated his name again. And then he noted that in Murim he had a different name. They called him the Heavenly Demon. Shin laughed very cheerfully and said that he thought that Americans did not go to such worlds, and asked why the demon came out of Murim. Alex was very angry. He didn't like the bullying, and briefly replied that this was how his life had turned out, and in Murim there was no discrimination against people of color. The fair-haired young man told that it was in Murim that he was able to rise from the very bottom, but to do this, he had to kill everyone below him. This is where his demonic cult manifests itself. The bastards attack him themselves in order to kill him, so killing such people is doubly pleasant for him. Shin said that he was tired of talking and that he was giving the guy 3 tries to get Alex to attack him. A grimace of either envy or disgust appeared on the American hunter's face, and he replied that Shin was very kind. Thus began the struggle between 2 hunters, a Korean and an American, each wanting to appear better and stronger. The young men were fighting in the dungeon, but then something unexpected happened. The American hunter twisted his leg, and he fell to the ground with all his might. Even Shin Hyun did not expect such a turn of events. Then Alex very quickly and deftly got up from the ground and continued to attack his competitor. Shin was surprised. Mr. Cha used his special power, while thinking that the American hunter was fighting well. Alex flew very far away from Shin and hit his back. Pain froze in his eyes. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man didn't lie on the ground for very long. He was able to get up, but he didn't attack Shin. He told the Korean hunter that he understood the basis of his self-confidence, but he never thought that he would meet someone as strong as Mr. Cha. Shin asked if the American hunter was satisfied with the results of the inspection, and he replied that from the point of view of negotiations, he was very satisfied. He then added that as a gentleman he would be sorry to end the fight now, and he wondered what Shin was thinking. Alex asked the young man if he had heard of such a concept as cardiac index. This question caught Shin off guard, and he did not know what to answer, but the American hunter laughed and said that it was an act to show how serious he was. Hen grabbed his head, since he was already pretty tired of talking about nothing and trying to seem smart. Shin told Alex not to brag about his sword skills in front of him. The young man smiled and noted that he had excellent swordsmanship, and no one had equal to him. The American hunter fell to his knees in front of Shin, which surprised him greatly. He started laughing and asked Hyun if the executioner could execute him here immediately. Shin also became amused. Cha noted that the end of the invincible had come and said that if the demon had come to his senses, then the executioner was obliged to show mercy. Then Shin got serious and asked Alex what ideas he had for solving the monster problem. The American hunter became very serious after a minute, thought for a moment and told his plan. He thinks that there is an inner sanctum of monsters where the mana stones are located. Shin thought about the words of his American colleague. He himself could not come up with such an idea. The young man asked if the inner circle was not a crystallization of energy accumulated by the spirit over hundreds of years. Alex said that by Murim's standards, Shin is right, but the formation process and nature are different. But the essence is the same. They contain the energy of monsters. Shin said it was a long story, but what was the takeaway from it all? The American hunter said that the mutant corpses could be used to create an inner circle. Hen replied that it all sounded like the soul was being extracted from the corpse. Alex held the stone that fell from the monster and noted that there was nothing wrong with it. He pointed out to Shin that some martial arts were very similar to the martial arts of the green-blooded, who absorbed the spirit. That's why he thought that there must be such a thing as a suction technique or something like that, Alex added. Shin thought about it and noted that only a demon could come up with such an idea, and Alex pointed out that not all demons are evil. The young people hugged, and Hen said that it was time to return and that a deal needed to be made. The guys returned to the room and decided to get down to business. Shin agreed to cooperate with the United States in this matter. Lin Mei, who was present at this conversation, was shocked. Hen told the girl not to worry and everything would be fine. Alex held the documents in his hands, read what was written there, and suggested summing up what had been said earlier. The young man then said that the profit would be divided equally between the parties. Alex added that exclusive development rights would also be guaranteed to China and Japan, and Lin Mei was very surprised when she heard these words. The girl asked that the gentleman would be able to stop supplying the products whenever he wanted. Shin laughed and confirmed her guess. He started laughing mockingly, and then asked if he should keep the girl on a leash, and she almost fell through the ground. Alex, who heard all this, said that he promises to fulfill the promises on his own behalf, but to the best of his ability. The American hunter then emphasized that this condition primarily depends on the success of the deal. The young men shook hands, and Shin was very pleased with these conditions. In just a little while, the plane will land in the American city of San Francisco. 2 hunters flew there, the Korean Shin Hyun and the American Alex Winchester, who was the one who invited Mr. Cha here. The young men entered the laboratory, but Shin noted that this room was completely different from an ordinary laboratory, while Alex assured them that it was the largest in the western United States. He noticed that he really didn't like the word fragile in the manufacturing process, so he built it to be very robust. Alex showed Shin a device called a mana stone extractor, but Hen thought that there was nothing unusual about it. The American hunter said that you need to put your hand on the device and accept its energy. Then, in a special compartment, an artificial liner appeared, which was produced by Alex's own efforts. He showed the stone to Shin Hyun and said that everything was going well so far, but the guy started sweating, and he stopped the American. Shin asked if a dead monster could feed on energy like he could, then added that he wouldn't do that if he were alive. Alex understood what the problem was and asked Shin to help him with this difficult matter. Hen asked if there had ever been a demon in Shaolin, and the American hunter noted that demons don't go there. Shin said that Alex is like a bird in a cage, and let him create a Shaolin Taoist group. An interesting thought came into the Korean hunter's head, and he began to think about something. Then the young man began to smile and said that he thought he had figured something out. The guy remembered about the artificial Nidan. After all, this technique exists in Murim. Alex was shocked, and Shin continued that the most famous temple is the Great Shaolin. The American hunter said he thought that this was how the Taiwandang Temple came into being. Then the guy added that he didn't know about it and had almost no interest in political factions. Shin said that it was a good idea, and Alex asked how he could even think of such a thing. Alex asked the guy if he minded if he called someone over for a couple of minutes. Shin asked who, and the young man replied that he wanted to invite the creator of the prototype, a level 70 craftsman, and added that he had returned from Murim. A tall, broad-shouldered man entered the lab with a carrier in his hands. He introduced himself as Tyrone Wilson. The young man said that he had brought what was asked for and placed the carrier on the table. Shin didn't waste any time and was ready to get down to business. He opened the carrier. The young man pulled out some kind of monster from it. It was swamp-colored and had some kind of growths all over its skin. He immediately began to use his magical abilities, explained his work to those present, that it was magic. The monster in his hands spun around like in a centrifuge. The guy explained that in this way he modified the suction function. Very soon, a huge blue drop of monster energy formed above Shin's hands. The guy squeezed it in his hand and said that the energy was very unpleasant, apparently because it was taken from a monster. He transferred the energy to the converter and said that he felt not very comfortable. The device started its work, and it took time to understand whether the tire was working effectively or not. And everyone who was in the laboratory froze, waiting for the final result. Tyrone looked at everything skeptically. After some time, a small round blue stone appeared in the converter tray. Shin said that everything was ready, took the stone in his hand and demonstrated it in front of the Americans. Everyone was very surprised. Tyrone took the stone in his hand and looked at it for a long time. Surprise appeared on the man's face at what he saw. Alex not only held the stone in his hands and looked at it, he used a special analyzer. Tyrone held his head in his hands and couldn't believe it. But Shin said, "Is it that bad? Or does he not like the end result?" The young man noted that he liked everything. He was just very surprised, because this stone was very similar to the mana stone, and he even doubted whether it was real. Shin was pleased to hear these words and asked if it wasn't obvious the success of this idea, especially since he had already done everything himself, and the young man laughed cheerfully. The dark-skinned young man thought for a while and asked Shen if he could use this technique. The guy said that in order to use this device, you need a master who has magic, and to do this, we will have to teach him a modified absorption technique, if that is possible. Shin said he didn't care, but he didn't finish his sentence. The pause dragged on, and the American guys couldn't understand where he was going with this. Hen will continue. He noted that in order to learn this from him, they will have to go through a lot of difficulties. Are they ready to grit their teeth for the sake of learning? Americans don't thought it would all be so difficult. But they agreed to Shin's proposal, and a week later, they were ready to start working again. It was obvious that the dark-skinned guy had a hard time learning, but he got down to business. Using a modified energy absorption technique, he extracted energy from the monster. Then he transferred it to a special device, and everyone fell silent in anticipation of the final result. After some time, a small blue stone appeared in the converter tray. The Americans were surprised. They didn't think that they would succeed the first time, and immediately after training. Alex hugged Tyrone. The young people were very happy that everything worked out the first time and that success awaited them. The American hunter then told Shin that this was just a crazy technique, and he couldn't believe that he learned all this in just a week. Shin smiled wryly and said that violence was the best way to learn something quickly. Hyun turned to the exit and said that that was all and it was time for him to return to Korea. The Americans were very surprised. But Shin said that he was going home, since his mission was accomplished. The young man turned his head, looked at the American and said that if they took his share, he would kill them both. The boys had beads of sweat on their faces and immediately assured their Korean friend that he shouldn't worry. Sheena met Lee. She was surprised because she didn't think he would return home so quickly. Yunsol wasn't as welcoming as the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The girl noted that she hadn't seen her brother since he abandoned them. The older brother noticed that it all happened because of work, and he was very busy. Then he laughed and said that it would not happen again. Lee asked Shin for help and told Yunsol that they should report everything to him. The young man, hearing these words, became very tense and asked again what they were supposed to report to him. Lee Jihai unfurled a flag in front of Shin and said that it was the new symbol of the martial arts guild. When the girl asked if it turned out well, the young man replied that the symbol was not bad. Li Shi said that she had been racking her brains over its development for several days. Shin said that Jiha didn't look like she hadn't slept for days, and the girl asked if the guy was referring to her weight. Yunsol, who heard all this squabble, smiled and thought that something was wrong with Lee. She was eating and not getting fat. The girl interrupted her brother and Lee and asked why the young people were being so familiar. She came closer and asked Jihi why she didn't call her brother by name, as if they were strangers and not friends. The vice guild leader thought for a moment and said that she would now call the young man Shin Hyun. He replied that he didn't care what they called him, but he was much more comfortable with it. Someone started knocking very loudly on the door and shouting that the matter was very urgent, and the deputy head ordered them to come in. A young man flew into the room and said that Taebek was in the dungeon. More than 3 types of monsters were discovered. Lee Jihye wasn't happy about this news, but she asked if anything else had happened besides the dungeon breakthrough. And Shin asked the young man who had arrived if there were any new monsters coming out of the rift. He replied that he was not sure about it, but if there was something unusual, it was that there was a very strong vibration in the dungeon. She walked through all the parts. The hunters who went there, all without exception, complained of severe headaches. The deputy head of the guild thought for a moment and said that this had never happened before, and that she would go there too. Shin grabbed the girl's hand and stopped her. She looked at the young man in surprise. And he confronted her with the fact that he would go into the dungeon himself. This phrase shocked Lee Jihi. The young man thought that the goddess was involved in all this, because everything is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Shin looked at the frightened deputy guild leader and thought that the heavenly warrior might be involved in all of this. The young man very quickly, not without the help of teleportation, found himself in a dungeon. The number of monsters was staggering. With the help of special skills and magic, Shin dealt with a huge number of monsters very quickly. Then he sat down on the ledge and thought about the chaos in the dungeons and the animals constantly trying to get out. He wondered if the goddess had meant all this when she spoke in her second revelation. The guy stood up, started moving around the dungeon, and talked about how after the dungeon was looted, monsters began to appear randomly. Shin wondered if this could be a sign of the goddess's favor or a harbinger of misfortune. The young man looked ahead and saw silhouettes of some people in the distance. He was not at all afraid and went to meet them. They were members of the local guild, who did not expect to see Shin here. The girl recognized Shin and asked him when he had arrived on Jeju Island. Not receiving an answer to her question, she asked if he was also here because of the misty dungeon. Shin asked her again which island she meant, and then realized that these weren't just monsters mixed together. The guy came to the conclusion that the dungeons were all mixed together. This discovery brought him shock. Understanding that this was all very critical and dangerous made the young man think about what to do next. The conversation takes place in the misty dungeon, which is located on Jeju Island. Shin said that he went to investigate the anomaly in the dungeon, but it turned out that he entered the Taebak dungeon. The hunters of the local guild were very surprised that the young man had really met them at such a distance. They could not understand what was happening. Shin also noticed that something had happened to the dungeon. It seemed larger than it was before. One of the hunters said that they left a flag in front of the entrance to the dungeon. But when they returned, they did not find the flag. Some kind of crack had appeared there. Shin asked if there was a gate, and then thought that this was the reason they couldn't get back. The young man scratched his beard and thought that there was only one gate in the dungeon. He then said that he thought that the dungeons had merged, and that the gate he had entered through was still intact, so he needed to hurry and get out of here. The local guild hunters were very happy because they realized that Shin would save them. The guy said that first of all, they should think about safety. Everyone walked very quickly towards the exit, but only one girl stopped and asked if Mr. Cha would stay here. The young man calmed her down and said that he would try to dig into the crack that had appeared in the dungeon. Shin Hyun thought that there must be something else besides the merging of dungeons. He looked at the crack and realized that mutants were coming out from here. It looked very much like a passage or something like that. The guy became interested in where it led. Shin folded his arms across his chest and watched as a clawed paw with an arrow emerged from the crack, and then a lot of monsters came out of it. The young man was very surprised. He was surprised because lizards crawled out of the crack, but they were also dressed. The lizard turned to Shin with the order that he get out of the way if he wanted to prolong his life even by a few seconds. The young man thought about what the lizard was saying, and he had never seen such creatures talk. A young man was walking through the dungeon, blood dripping from his hand. He had just recently dealt with the monsters. It was the American hunter Alex, who also began to guess that the dungeons had merged into one. He arrived in Hawaii very quickly after receiving a report on what was happening with the monsters and dungeons. The young man raised his head up and grabbed it with his hand. He certainly didn't expect to see such a surprise. In front of him stood 3 huge lizards, who were dressed in real clothes. The guy thought that this was a new kind of monster. The largest among them turned to Alex and said that he did not know that higher beings lived in the dungeons. The American hunter froze in surprise. He could not believe that a lizard had just spoken to him. The slightly smaller lizard said that despite the fact that people are higher beings, they are still animals, and asked Alex if he understood her. The young man laughed and said that he didn't expect the lizards to talk to him. The leader of the lizards was surprised that the man understood them, and the American hunter asked where they came from and how they differed from the monsters. The giant lizard asked who the monsters were and what it meant. They probably hadn't heard anything about those mutants. Alex explained that the monsters, just like the lizards, crawled out of the same crack from which they came. One of the lizards became angry. He was surprised that they dared to be compared to monsters. The American hunter calmly replied that they had some things on them, but what surprised him most was their ability to speak. The lizard replied that the man seemed smart to him. He tried to talk to him, but it was all in vain and took up arms. He became very angry and shouted that he should not have listened to the speeches of lower beings. Alex realized that something was wrong, so he was ready to use his magic and noted that monsters are exactly like lizards. The American hunter had a huge sword in his hands and was ready to fight the dragons. The dragon-like creature asked the man if he was going to attack him with this toothpick, as he called Alex's sword. The guy was calm and said that he once pierced someone's forehead with chopsticks. The chopsticks were no sharper than a toothpick. That's why you shouldn't get in his way, otherwise it will be much worse, the guy said. The huge lizard looked at the young man and bared his teeth, as his words did not frighten him at all. The creature ordered the other two lizards to step back. He was confident that he could handle the man on his own. With his weapon at the ready, the lizard began to attack Alex. He had an advantage: his large wings. The American hunter made one blow, thus defending himself from the huge lizard. Already after the first blow, Alex realized that the creature in front of him was very strong. Even though the American hunter used magic, he didn't have it easy. After all, the monster was very strong and much larger in size than Alex himself. During the battle, the guy almost fell off his feet. The young man used the abilities he had acquired in Murim and rose up. He began to approach the lizard at full speed, but his weapon hit the weapon of the enemy creature. Alex thought that he would never be able to defeat him with physical force. But the American hunter did not think of giving up, and the lizard thought that if this was all the guy's strength, then his end would come very soon. Alex froze in place, thinking about what else he could do to defeat the nasty creature. He held his sword in his hands, thought, and decided to use magic, because he understood that it was not easy to defeat the lizard. He looked at Alex with a challenge and asked what the guy was going to do, since there was no point in fighting anymore. The young man was tired of enduring this bullying, so, without further ado, he used magic against the huge lizard. The nasty green creature fell face down into the ground in surprise and pain, and his relatives were shocked by what they saw. They certainly did not expect such a turn of events. They thought about what to do. Naturally, they couldn't think of anything better to attack the young man, and so they rushed towards him, shouting. Alex fought like it was his last time. He understood perfectly well that either the lizards would kill him or he would remain the winner. At the end of the fight, he stuck his bloody sword into the sand. And the killed lizards ended up on the sand, their weapons scattered in all directions. The American hunter was pleased with himself. Alex was very tired, but the game was worth the candle. Now he was calm, but one thought did not give him peace. The young man grabbed his head and thought that at least one lizard should have been left alive. He looked at the head that had flown off the main dragon wing and thought that without his sword, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cope. Alex noted that this fight was very difficult for him, and what would have happened if there had been other weaker hunters on the path of these monsters. Just the thought of it made him panic. The American hunter came to the conclusion that it would be a real disaster. Alex looked again at the lizards he had killed and thought that he needed to tell the executioner Shin about everything that had happened. At the same time, very interesting events were taking place in the misty dungeon. Terrible lizards, the dead ones were lying on the ground, and one of the largest ones was asking for mercy. He offered to resolve all issues peacefully, just by talking. The creature looked at its relatives and understood what could await it. Shin found it very funny and noted that this is what the bastard who ran away would say. The kneeling lizard noted that it was his fault. The guy laughed and said that it should have been like this from the very beginning, then asked who they were. The lizard began to talk about how they were creatures who inherited the blood of the very first and great dragon, and they called themselves dragon wings. The monster told them that they had been driven out of their home and were now looking for a new home. He told Shin that they did not expect to meet such a powerful person like Shin, and hostility towards him would cause great harm. The dragon stood in front of the young man and said that there was no need to conflict unless necessary. He suggested that Shin talk directly to Milord. The guy listened to the words of the terrible creature and thought about something. Dragonwing said that a person like Mr. Cha deserved a personal meeting with their leader. Shin laughed very hard, and then asked the dragon if he had come here to first make trouble and then beg for mercy. The dragon-winged creature closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and said that it had nothing more to say. Shin Hyun thought that it would be too easy for him to kill this miracle now. Well, if he puts him alive, then there is a huge chance that he will be able to knock at least some information out of the dragon. The young man told the dragon that he needed to check some data first, and the creature asked what the guy meant. Shin directly asked if everything the dragon had told him was true using a lie detector. Alex propped his head up with his hands and told Shin that he shouldn't meet a girl in such a place. Hen got very angry and told him that the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was sitting in front of him. The American hunter said he was aware that they had a fairly close relationship. I got angry, and the guy said that we had moved past this situation. The young man said that it was not just that he had the urge to see everyone. An interesting situation had happened. The guy told about how in a Hawaiian dungeon he met a monster that was very strong. Then there were quite a lot of such monsters. The guild hunters were actively discussing the situation that had developed via video link. Shin said that he also met monsters in the dungeon, but he still left one there to wait and watch. But at any time this winged creature could come for him. Lee Ji-hye thought about the words Shin said to her. She didn't really like the current situation. Then Hen told that the winged dragon spoke about the Lord. Most likely this is their main one. Lin Mei noted that if Shin was right, then these dragon wings had some sort of sect of their own. Alex agreed with her thoughts and said that they were very strong and perhaps much stronger than humans. It would be a disaster if they tried to move to the ground. Shin noted that it was not for nothing that he left one dragon alive, because he hoped that he would be able to come to an agreement with them. He suggested that those present take advantage of this situation against the dragon wings. The young people listened to each other, and the deputy head of the guild agreed with Shin's thoughts. Alex said that he also liked the idea, but he would stay in Hawaii for now, where the dragon wings had already appeared. The young man remarked that if they encountered creatures of such high rank and they wanted to take revenge, would the Korean hunters be able to help them? Shin did not refuse to help, but advised the American hunter to be more careful. At this point, the negotiations were quickly concluded, and Shin decided to turn to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. He suggested to the girl that they temporarily change the rules for hunters. Lee asked what exactly needed to be changed. The guy said that recently fewer and fewer monsters have appeared, so in order for hunters to improve their skills, they need to be sent to high-level dungeons. The girl agreed with the proposal. She thinks that it would be very good if the hunters became stronger, but what would happen to the island if all the high-level hunters were taken away? Shin said not to worry about it, because we will be with them. The girl was surprised. She didn't think that they would also go there. The young man made Lee an interesting offer to try to stay close all the time. This sudden proposal surprised the girl very much, and she asked if Shin was offering her to live together. The guy suggested that she think about it. Ji-hee asked again if the young man was offering to live together. He reassured her and said that he was not interested in all this. The Vice Guild leader blushed and asked what exactly Hen wanted from her. The guy suggested that they help each other until they finish all the showdowns with the dragon wings, because they don't know what to expect next, so it's better to stick together. The girl listened to him attentively, laughed, and said that if that was the case, then she was all for it. But for a moment, Lee thought that Shin had gone crazy. The guy was pleased that the girl agreed to his proposal and noted that he was confident that she would soon understand him. The Vice Guild leader laughed and said that she had a bad feeling about this. A few days later, Lee, Shin, and his Yunsol were already in the Misty Dungeon. Deputy Guildmaster Dawn said that it was her first time in this dungeon and she couldn't really see anything yet, and Yunsol asked what happened there. The young man stopped, turned to the girls, and began to talk about why he had brought them here. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped and said that they would see for themselves, an answer that shocked Lee and Yunsol. Then the young man said that Alex from America and Yang Chen from China are very strong. Dragon wings, who are not yet clear what they are hiding, so it is very important to become stronger and stronger in order to fight if necessary. The girls understood Shin's train of thought and agreed with his arguments, because strength is an indisputable argument. Then they asked what they should do here in the dungeon to become stronger. The young man ordered Lee Ji-hae and his sister to attack him at the same time. He set a condition, saying that if at least one attack hits him, then in that case he will recognize their strength. The girls were shocked by the conditions that Shin set, and Lee said that it would be very difficult. The young man did not change his mind about changing the conditions. He prepared for training. The guy stood in front of the girls and said that they should attack him properly. Lee and Jae-hee bit their lips, looked at each other intently, and seemed to understand each other without words. The girls quickly ran in different directions, and Shin calmly watched them. A second later, Lee Ji-hae was next to the young man and held a sword to his throat. Shin Hyun grabbed the sword a few millimeters away from his neck and replied that the girl was very slow. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild was very upset and said that she attacked with all her might. At this time, a huge number of arrows were flying at the young man's back. Shin dealt with them very easily with the help of a special ability such as the Zanpakuto. Yunsol got upset and said that it was unfair because her brother didn't even use his hands. The young man just smiled broadly and said that injustice only makes people stronger. The sister was very angry. She remembered how her brother had left her the other day, but she didn't even receive an apology. The girl screamed that she simply had to slap him, and Lee Ji-hae just laughed at all of this. The girls attacked Shin Hyun as best they could, but they didn't succeed. He didn't even break a sweat. Most likely he's not human. Lee said that it was a very good opportunity. She never thought that in such a short period of time her level would rise so much. Yunsol also noted that she grew a lot. Lee also said that she was sure that Yunsol would be very busy, but she wanted to say that she really enjoyed spending time with Shin's sister. Yunsol said that she rarely sees Lee, who very rarely comes to her house. Ji-hae asked if she could come visit, and Shin noted that he was glad that the girls got along and had a rest. The young man's eyes lit up and he said it was time to continue training. Lee and Yunsol were shocked. A week later, Lee wondered how they had endured all that training, and Shin noted that it had been worth it. A Dawn employee entered the dungeon and called out to the vice leader of the guild, as well as Shin Hyun. The young man was very scared. He said that an hour ago, a call for help had come from Hawaii. Lee Ji-hae and Shin Hyun didn't expect to hear such news. It left them at a loss. The young people became very nervous. American Hunter. Alex was scared. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he was strategizing in his head. There were a huge number of strange creatures around him that looked like dragons. The guy thought that the executioner would not arrive here soon. So Alex started to be cunning and suggested that the lizards have fair duels. There were many of them. The Dawn Guild employee told everything he knew about Alex and noted that it was necessary to hurry. Shin was thinking at this time that there were rumors about the unification of more than dozens of dungeons in Hawaii. The speaker said that the aftermath of earthquakes, the appearance of cracks that occur simultaneously, is a huge challenge for hunters, some of whom cannot cope with their work. Then the young man added that Alex was now alone in the dungeon. This information greatly surprised Shin. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, a dragon-like creature wanted to ask Alex one question. At the same time, the monster put a sword to the guy's neck and said that his relatives had come here not long ago, but had not returned, and did the guy know anything about this? Before the American hunter could even open his mouth, the dragon said that he knew everything himself. But he asked the question so that his conscience would not bother him later. No matter what you say, to some extent they were still connected. After this conversation, 3 lizards approached the American hunter and pointed their weapons at him. The main one said that the man should pay for his sins. Alex was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. He asked how the lizards dared to behave like that. But the dragon-like creatures continued to move closer and closer towards the young man. The muzzle of the main lizard was a few centimeters away from the American hunter. He was very happy that he would finally punish the killer of his relatives. The lizard used force, and Alex was thrown back several meters. The guy fell. A dragon-like creature flew through the sky, looked at the hunter, and found it very funny. The monster ordered the other lizards not to interfere with him, because he himself would catch the man. And they stayed aside to watch what was happening, their faces almost cracking with pleasure. The main lizard rose up and told Alex to show everything he could do. The American hunter asked on what grounds the dragon-like creature dared to threaten him. The lizard was angered by the man's self-confidence. He could not find words, and the young man asked the monster to shut up. The hunter gathered his strength, used his special abilities, and headed towards the lizard to cut off its head. The dragon-like creature froze in one position, placing the weapon in front of itself. It remained in place. So the guy looked at him with bewilderment and wondered if this monster was a magician. The young man's assumptions were not unfounded, because the lizard pointed the weapon at Alex. And the guy flew to the side at the speed of light. He was not prepared for such a development of events. Alex tried to collect his thoughts on how to proceed and thought that this monster was much stronger than the previous one. The young man thought that the lizards were looking down on him, took the sword in his hands and realized that he needed to try to stop these creatures. The American hunter understood that he had to catch the lizards off guard. Only then would he have an advantage. So Alex went on the attack, the young man using his special skills. The unexpected attack on the lizard bore fruit. The guy was able to cut off its paw. The lizard was still alive. He put his other paw to the one he had previously, clenched his teeth, and was outraged by Alex's actions. But the American hunter was not going to stop, because he understood perfectly well that he needed to defeat this monster by any means necessary. Alex continued to attack the lizard-like creature, but it screamed in pain and asked the man to stop. The American hunter understood that something was happening to him, but he could not understand what exactly. The lizard was also not simple. He used the pressure skill, and Alex was not prepared for the fact that the creature was so strong. The young man was thrown several meters. He fell and could not understand how it all happened. While he was trying to get up, the terrible creature put its paw on his hand. Alex was unable to fight back. The monster said that the man forced him to use dragon powers on such an empty, insignificant creature as he. Then the dragon raised his hand up, used some ability, and said that the last thing Alex had left was to pay with death. The guy was lying on the ground. His body was completely immobilized, as if an invisible force was blocking every movement. He felt his strength leaving him, and he understood that this was where it would all end. Beads of sweat were running down the young man's face. He couldn't understand what was happening to him, because he didn't feel anything at all. A second later, Alex opened his eyes and saw Shin in front of him, holding the monster by the paw. Hen asked the American hunter if he had gone mad to cause such a mess. And the lizard continued to rage. He stretched out his clawed paws to Shin and asked him not to interfere with him dealing with Alex. The guy kicked him with his foot. And the other two monsters, who were nearby, simply watched what was happening. They saw their relative fly away a long distance. Only dust flew in all directions. Two lizards decided to attack Shin to avenge the main lizard. They began to fly closer and closer to the guy. Meanwhile, Shin turned to Alex and asked what had happened to him and why he was so polite. The American hunter had not yet fully recovered. He was shocked by everything that had happened. A few seconds later, he asked Shin how he managed to get here, because he didn't expect the executioner to arrive here so quickly. Shin replied that everything was very simple and he teleported, and Alex wondered if it was possible to teleport over such a long distance. Then the American hunter began to rise. He told Shin that dragons have a similar ability to theirs. He also said that it was the dragon language. Shin listened carefully to Alex, who added that Hen should be careful. Everything was very serious. Hunter Cha said that if the lizard is stronger than Alex, then their level is above 80, and if so, then there is nothing surprising. The American hunter looked around and saw that the lizard whose arm he had cut off had grown a new one. The lizards started approaching the guys. It turned out that they were the elite dragon wings. They were very warlike. One of the monsters said that he knew that there were people in front of them. Mardil told them about them. Shin said that he offered to talk to his master, but the dragon wings made a mess. One of the monsters said that he would not listen to the beaten man. If it were up to him, he would kill him on the spot. Hen replied that the monster was not the lord of this Mardil. The man understood all this from his words, so he came to the conclusion that it was not worth continuing the dialogue. Shin used a special skill with which he was able to easily cut off the head of a terrible creature and cut another monster in half. There was only one dragon wing left in the clearing. The guy decided not to kill it so that he could talk to it. The dragon was very scared, but he didn't show it. He screamed loudly and asked the man to stop. The dragon wing fell, not without the help of Shin's special abilities. The guy told the monster that his bark did not affect him. The young man, although he could immediately deal with the monster, suggested that he begin a physical dialogue. The lizard began to talk nonsense and said that he had responded positively to the man's proposal and asked to spare his life. Shin got angry and said that he would kill the monster in the blink of an eye, but even if he really wanted to, he couldn't do it yet. The dragon wing relaxed, confident that the danger was already behind him, and Shin used his skills. A moment later, the dragon wing fell on the clearing. His guy fell asleep, and he no longer posed any danger. He was finished. Alex told Shin that he had a very hard time, but even so, he would not die until he said goodbye to the young man. The American hunter then asked what level Shin's martial art was. He thought it was level 100. Hen replied that he didn't think there was an end to his art, then thought that he came across guys like that, and that next time at least someone would be smarter. There was a bloody moon in the sky. It was a full moon, a time when all sorts of mystical events occur. On the throne sat either an elf or a demon, to whom a subordinate reported that the dragon wing had not returned. The creature reported that Mardil had given him bad news, but he himself had not seen or known anything. The elf-like creature said that he needed to talk to a person named Chashin Hyun. Shin told Alex that he would stay in the dungeon for a while in order to observe what was happening, since all sorts of creatures could continue to emerge from the rift. Hen added that this time the dragon that Mardil served might emerge from the rift. The American hunter thought for a moment and said that he really hoped that it would be just as Shin said, because this was the only dragon that could be talked to. Hen asked Alex to set up a temporary camp in the observation dungeon, as they needed to rest there for a while. He agreed to fulfill his colleague's request, and Shin asked to wrap up the dragon wing. Then the guy added that he needed to be processed a little and sent to Taeguk's headquarters, and he could keep the others for himself. Alex laughed and asked if it was true that he could take it for himself. Shin said that although the monsters were cut in half, they would be suitable for research. The American hunter laughed, thanked Shin, and said that the dragon wings would make good material. Alex noted that dragon scales and bones are a very valuable material and are among the highest quality. He then added that there was a high probability that something valuable and useful could be made from them. Shin found it very funny and told Alex to start packing up what was left of the dragon wings. Hen asked Alex to tell him when the camp would be ready, and he himself thought that he was very glad that the dragon was very strong. He could become a good shield from monsters. Evening came, Alex set up camp, and the young people were in the trailer. The American hunter worked on his laptop because he still had urgent matters to attend to. And Shin was lying on a folding bed and just resting. The young man was thinking about something, analyzing the situation that had developed during the day. So suddenly, a moment later, Hen jumped out of bed. There was surprise on his face. He asked his colleague if he felt something unusual. Alex agreed and said that he felt completely different. He felt heavy and somehow strange. Shin suggested that Alex leave the trailer, since they most likely had an uninvited guest. The young people got out of the trailer and looked towards the rift, the color of which had changed. The guys were surprised as the rift grew in size, and its color changed before their eyes. They couldn't understand what was happening, and Shin thought it was teleportation magic. The young people stood under the rift and waited for the uninvited and unexpected guest to appear, when an unusual creature appeared in the portal. It was a white, huge dragon, who screamed very loudly in order to scare the guys. Shin and Alex looked at everything that was happening with great surprise and waited to see what would happen next. A huge white dragon landed on the ravine near the trailer, and the guys looked like little bugs against its background. The creature lowered its head very low, right towards the faces of the young people, but they were not afraid. Alex noted that this dragon was very different from the previous three. Shin agreed with his words. The dragon said that, judging by their reaction, they were familiar with his family, then asked if he could talk to them. Since the young people were prepared for the appearance of a special dragon, they agreed to talk to him. At this time, Shin was thinking that, although the hope of meeting was minimal, the dragon said that he wanted to meet a man named Cha Shin-hyun. Shin was very surprised, pointed his finger at himself and asked how the dragon knew him. The creature asked again if it was really Cha Shin-hyun in front of him. If this was some kind of joke, the guy repeated that it was him. The dragon thought that if Mardil couldn't defeat him, then it really was him, but the guy didn't look very strong. Shin was the first to ask Tom if the ruler of Mardil, named Alert, was in front of them. The creature was very surprised it was not prepared for the fact that people knew its name. Shin waved his hand in front of the creature's face and said that he had been looking forward to meeting it, then added that he had never had a dragon to talk to. He replied that if it was really Cha Shin-hyun in front of him, then this man knew the location of his people. Shin said that he killed them all because they were so hostile to people that dialogue with him was impossible. The white dragon listened carefully to the young man, saying that he had guessed this when he lost contact with his people, while Shin noted that this dragon was calmer than he thought. The dragon also told the young people that he had ordered his subjects to act rashly. Then he added that they had behaved unworthily, so he was forced to ask for forgiveness for them, because dragons have a completely different will. Shin said that he could see that the dragon was trying to be polite, but Alex almost died when he rushed at them alone. The American hunter laughed and said that he was just standing to the side, and that the one who was in danger was the executioner Shin. The white dragon listened to them and asked if they were sure they had dealt with everyone. Shin replied that they had no reason to lie about anything. They told everything as it really was. The dragon said that if it was really that same Cha Shin-hyun in front of him, about which Mardil told him, then he is definitely not lying. The boy realized that the dragon was not sure that he was Cha Shin and asked if he had to prove it somehow. The young man held his hand out in front of him in order to use a skill called Soul Sword. The dragon, who stood a little further away, watched everything that was happening in the clearing. He was so surprised and shocked that his pupils narrowed very much. The dragon felt that he could not control himself, he growled, and then fell down without strength. Shin smiled and said that there was no need to worry so much, since he was just demonstrating his abilities. After some time, the young man asked the dragon if the evidence he had provided was enough. He lowered his head and said that he believed that it was indeed Cha Shin-hyun in front of him, and that he had the power to defeat even a dragon. The young man laughed heartily and said that he was impressed by the whole situation. And then he noted that the level that this world allows you to reach is amazing, and thought, if all the people here were at Shin's level, Alex laughed and said that they were the only ones. But if all people were like that, then Shin was the strongest among them, and they laughed. The dragon scratched his beard, thought for a bit, and came to the conclusion that the young people were right. Shin asked the dragon if he was the strongest and most important among his people, and if they could talk to him. The dragon was not against talking to the young people, so he immediately agreed. A few minutes later, the dragon uttered some kind of spell, and those present naturally did not understand anything. The boys looked down and saw that the paws had turned into human legs. They were very surprised. But when they looked up, a handsome young man with an alpha appearance appeared before them. They looked at him in amazement and thought that the conversation would definitely drag on. Shin's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he asked if a dragon could turn into a human. He used his special skills and again said some kind of spell. The hunters did not understand anything. They just looked in surprise at the dragon that had turned into a man. Shin looked piercingly at the dragon, thinking about something, but didn't know how to formulate the question. Then he asked what the dragon man had just done, what kind of skill it was. The young people were talking to each other, and couldn't even imagine that someone from the distant mountain was watching them closely. The dark, horned creature really wanted to know all the details of the conversation between the hunters and the main dragon. The unidentified creature heard everything it needed to and dissolved into the air, leaving behind a dark smoke. At this time, the dragon man told Shin not to worry so much. He made a spell to make their conversation easier. Hen said that it was much more convenient this way and asked what the chief dragon had been told by Mardil and his people. The dragon man said that he was told to be careful because Mardil almost died at the hands of a man named Cha Shin-hyun, who laughed and said that he was indeed a scary man. The chief dragon grabbed his head and noted that the report had indeed been useful. Then he continued the conversation and said that if we collided now, he would definitely die. Shin laughed and said that he really liked the dragon man's honesty. The interlocutor put his hand to his chest and said, "The one who bears the name of the dragon sweetly lies for us who speak a complex language. A lie is deceiving ourselves." The dragon man also said that even if we bluff, Shin still won't be afraid of them. The guy noted that he knows him well. Hen smiled and said that he could guess what the dragon would ask of him. He was going to let his people live in this world. The guy continued. He told about how at first they were going to go in one direction, but they realized that nothing good would come of it and changed their strategy. The dragon man thought, closed his eyes, and then said that he could not deny anything. Shin replied that the best way was to pretend that we didn't notice each other. The dragon man was happy because he thought the guy was letting them stay here, but Shin refused. He explained that it was better for them not to see each other. He did not come to Shin, and he did not come to the head of the dragons. The boy then asked that this did not mean that the dragon man would not come again. Shin, he put his hands on his hips, started laughing really hard, and said that he would let them live here. The head of the dragons was very happy. He could not believe his luck, and sincerely thanked the young man. Alex, who was present at the conversation, was shocked. Shin then added that if he gave permission, other people did not, so they would not be able to integrate into their society. Alert thought for a moment and said that they could handle it. He wanted to ask a question. But the guy interrupted him to dot the I's and cross the T's and tell him about the situation that had developed. Shin pointed out to the dinosaur leader that they should only live here. He meant inside the dungeon. Alert threw up his hands and could not understand where exactly to live here. He asked again. Shin-hyun confirmed that here. The head of the dinosaurs was outraged because the dungeons were not suitable for dinosaurs to live in. Shin asked what the problem was, why they didn't want to live in this dungeon. Then the young man added that he would allow them to move in, give them land, and if they lived here, they would have to kill the monsters that came. Then he asked if he liked that idea. Alert said he likes it, but the atmosphere in this place is very tense for him, and he doesn't like the fact that they will be used as shields from monsters. Shin noted that such a development of events should have been prepared for first and foremost. Alert took a short pause to think about this proposal and agreed. The dragon chief then said that he would have several requests. Shin agreed to listen to him and make a decision. Alert asked if there were any cases where cracks inside the dungeon connected and widened. Shin confirmed this, and whether they will be able to provide financial support if food supplies are irregular. The hunters replied that this is not a problem. The dragon man hesitated a little and said that he still had a small request. The hunters looked at him with questions in their eyes. Alert asked to at least be given access to the land. Sheena was very surprised by this request. But the head of the dragons continued. He explained why he needed to go to Earth. This is how he wanted to contact the hunters. The guys thought about it, and Shin asked Alex what he thought about it. The whole situation was extraordinary. The American hunter replied that if the dragon was going to deploy troops for defensive purposes, then he would need to establish contact with them. The main thing was that no one would do anything stupid. Shin looked at the dragon chief and asked what would happen if he agreed to his proposals. Alert extended his hand and said that in this situation we would consider the negotiations over. The young men shook hands, and Alex told the dragon chief to pass everything on to his people. Alert turned back into a dragon and told the young men that they see each other later, and they in turn wished him a good journey. The dragon rose and flew up, its silhouette began to shrink, and it disappeared into the gap. And the hunters watched him go as the situation was resolved in the best possible way. After the head of the dragons returned to his world, the dungeons began to open one after another. Migrating dragons began to actively move into them and began to develop them. The dragons also did important work, watching over the portals. This contribution was invaluable. At first glance, there was no need to worry about the dungeons at all, and that was the case for a while. Everything was fine. Shin was happy, because when monsters appeared in the dungeons, the dragons dealt with them instantly. Hen often came to the dungeon to see what the dragons were doing, and he also met Alert there. One day, the dragon chief said that he was very busy settling new lands, so he was unable to talk about access to the land. Shin said that the United Dungeons are scattered all over the planet. He wondered what the dragon head is going to fly every time like a carrier pigeon. Alert said that he will not fly but will simply use movement in space. For this, he only needs precise coordinates. This phrase surprised Hen very much. He asked if it was possible to move in space just by knowing the coordinates. The dinosaur leader replied that it was indeed easy to do, and Shin squeezed his shoulders with all his might. Hen knew that teleportation was limited to the visible range and needed to be used multiple times to travel long distances. Shin continued to hold Alert by the shoulders. He thought about what a wonderful skill this spatial movement was. He then asked the dinosaur leader if he could use such a skill. Shin noticed that it was very interesting to move in space, and he would like to learn how to do it too. Alert was thinking about something. He closed his eyes, and Hen asked whether the head of the dinosaurs would teach him the skill or not. Alert said that this is magic that only dragons use, but with Shin's skills, he can probably master it too. In return, the dragon chief asked for help if the number of invading monsters in the dungeons increased. Shin is very quickly agreed, because in any case, if the dragons go, then the people will be next. The young people quickly agreed on everything, and the leader of the dragons began training Shin. The guys were in a clearing. Alert was talking about the skill, and Shin was asking questions that interested him. During the training, the boys heard some sounds. They stopped communicating and listened to them. A breathless young man ran out of the bushes and said that he was looking for Guildmaster Cha. Shin was very unhappy with this whole situation and immediately asked what had happened. The man gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and said that he had an urgent report from Taguk headquarters. And the guy started talking about the events that were happening in the center of Buchan. Shin listened to him attentively. It turns out that a huge monster appeared in the city. It wasn't just him, but his entire family was scaring people. Shin, who heard these words, became very excited. He didn't think that everything would happen so quickly. The monsters felt at home. They flew calmly, growled. Their eyes glowed with red fire. The people who saw all this were very scared and tried to run away as far as possible from these monsters. And there were also very loud screams in the city. People were calling for help. They didn't want to die. The guild hunters fought the monsters as best they could. They tried to protect people first and foremost. One of the hunters killed the monster that attacked the elderly man at the last moment. Yunsol did not stand aside. She took a bow and arrows and went to help the hunters of her guild. The girl used her special skills. It was not for nothing that she trained so long and hard and improved her level. No one could even imagine that extremely dangerous monsters would emerge from the dungeon and attack people in huge numbers. That's why Yunsol methodically destroyed the monsters one by one. She tried to fly up to them unnoticed and killed them. The fight was unequal, and the girl was very tired. She hid behind the wall and thought that there were too many monsters. Yunsol was very worried because her brother and the deputy head of the guild left the city, but the hunters continued their work. There were still many residents left in the city who had not been evacuated in time, and the girl was worried whether she would be able to hold out until everyone was evacuated. Yunsol took a short rest, took out her bow and arrows, and continued to fight the monsters. She released an arrow from her bow, but it did not hit the monster, but only touched it. The monster found the girl and began to approach her. Yunsol decided that she needed to run. The girl was very scared. She screamed in fear. Beads of sweat ran down her face. Just a little more and the monster would have finished her off. He began to approach very quickly at the speed of sound. But it was at this time that the girl's internal energy was at a critical level due to fear. She saw how the monster's head flew off and began to fall to the ground along with its body. The monster's pieces fell near Yunsol, and how they didn't affect her is a big mystery. Shin, who saved his sister, told her that she needed to be careful. Yunsol was very surprised because she didn't expect him so quickly. The sister looked at her brother and asked when he had arrived. He replied that he had arrived a few seconds ago. She was surprised because Shin was on Jeju Island. Her brother replied that he really was there. The guy said that he was informed about this event when he was learning how to move in space, and he spent a huge amount of effort on teleportation to end up here. The sister replied that it was wonderful that he had come, since the situation was not the best, and the brother noted that he had had such suspicions. And at this time, a huge number of monsters were flying over the city. They felt like masters of life and were not afraid of anything. Shin looked at them and thought about something, and then came to the conclusion that these monsters were radically different from those he had seen before. So the guy immediately used special skills, Yunsol, who I saw tongues of flame, and asked him when he learned to do this. My brother said that he wanted to take the easy way out. The young man released tongues of flame like bullets from a gun, and they clearly destroyed the terrible monsters in their path. The monsters writhed in pain, smoke and wild cries hung over the city. The monsters did not want to die. Shin came up. I looked up at the edge of the roof and saw coals falling down. That was all that was left of the monsters. Then the young man turned to his sister and said that they had sorted out the urgent matters, and now he wanted to ask her, take care of the completion, take the monster bird to find out something. The girl agreed to carry out her brother's order and thought that even though Shin was her brother, she was sometimes afraid of his strength. And after some time, Shin, together with two monsters that he had previously put to sleep, found himself in front of Alert. He told the dragon chief that he needed to learn how to move in space, as he was already tired of using teleportation several times. Alert asked what kind of animals Shin had brought to him in the dungeon. They had already begun to wake up. The young man used force to remove the nets that were on the monsters' beaks, but their bodies were still immobilized. Shin told Alert that over 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters were released for the first time, which indicates a dramatic change. The dragon leader approached the monsters and began to scan them in order to find out more information. Then he told Shin that things had gotten complicated, and the young man asked him to post all the information he had received. Alert replied that the monsters were touched by demons, which is why everything went this way. Shin, he was not ready to hear such information. He was very surprised and tense. Alert confirmed that the monsters had begun to cooperate with the demons, as he and Mr. Cha felt something strange. Magic was cast on them, and demons are skilled in this area. Shin asked in surprise why the demons needed all this, and the head of the dragons thought about it. Hen demanded from him at least some kind of sensible answer, but Alert had nothing to say on this topic. Chapter Dragons noted that first of all, it is necessary to check whether this incident is a one-off, because it may be that this is just a joke. Shin was surprised, because who jokes like that? And Alert noted that demons have a different way of thinking. They just need to have fun, but the scale of fun can be different. Hen felt uneasy after hearing this. He called the demons crazy bastards, and the dragon leader said that they were avoiding them for a reason. Then he added that these creatures are not stupid, and if everything happens again, it means they are up to something. Alert drew attention to the fact that demons touched animals from other dimensions. This is an indisputable fact, and most likely they know about the existence of this place. He explained that demons can pass through dimensions at any time. It will not be difficult for them. And then the head of the dragons said that demons can come not only to the dungeon, but also make their way to the earth. Shin thought about the words that his interlocutor had said to him, and came to the conclusion that he needed to run around and look for traces of them. The young man told Alert that he understood everything, and asked him to at least protect the dungeon. He also asked to periodically check existing portals, and to catch extremely dangerous monsters, it is important to find a way to detect new portals. Shin said that he would be very busy, and his interlocutor added that he really did have a lot of things to worry about. When asked why Alert was so emotional, he replied that mid-level hunters were very pathetic, and regular ones were even worse, so the situation was difficult. Hen noted that he was strong, and without him, it would be difficult to deal with the others. It would take a lot of time to deal with everyone. Alert told Mr. Cha that he was too strong, as if he was under the protection of a divine being. These words surprised Shin, and he thought about them very hard because someone had been protecting him all this time. He thought of Murim and wondered if it had been divine protection to lock him in a cave at the age of 20 and throw him only one book. Alert said that it is possible that he is protected, but he achieved this high level solely through his own efforts. But after a moment, the young man doubted. But then he said that he himself did not know whether he was under protection or not. At first, a terrible blue hand with huge nails appeared from the young man. A terrible, nasty devil crawled out of a huge wound in his body. The man naturally could not withstand such torment, and the demon called him a weakling. There was a huge number of people lying in front of the entrance to the cave, and a monster passed them by as if nothing had happened. He stood on top of the mountain, looked around, and really liked what he saw. The demon licked his hand, which was covered in blood, and was incredibly happy, because what he had planned had very easily come true. Life. Television reported that the people who went missing during the latest incident in Buchan have still not been found, and deepest condolences are being expressed to all the victims. The announcer said that the government and the Martial Arts Guild will compensate for the damage. They are doing their best to defeat the remaining monsters. The city's residents were very scared. They didn't know what to do. Others were glad that everything was slowly being restored. Information has appeared online that the US and Russia, which have level 70 hunters, are also suffering huge losses. Journalists also wrote that thanks to the hunter Cha Shin-hyun, the country suffered minor damage because he dealt with the monsters. Shin, at Pulkovo International Airport, the one in Russia, scratched his ear and thought that someone was remembering him. The young man was met by a beautiful blonde girl in a huge car. She called him by name. The guy asked why she called him just Cha Shin-hyun, because if someone saw them, they would think that they were friends, but the girl replied that there was nothing like that. Elena Smirnova, a Russian hunter, laughed cheerfully and said that they were now going to the dungeon with dragons, which is where Shin asked to take him. The guy replied that it would be nice to see the dungeon right away. The girl asked why he needed to go there and called the young man into the car, which was still running. Shin said that dragons guard the districts in the dungeon, so he wants to create a way for them to communicate. The young people got into the limousine, which is how Elena met the Korean hunter in a rich manner, and they drove off. The girl looked at Shin piercingly for a long time and thought that she had come for him at Alex's request. Elena did not understand what was so remarkable about this kin, who seemed like an ordinary person, and the pause between the young people dragged on. Shin couldn't resist, and asked how much longer the girl was going to stare at him. She would soon drill a hole in him with her gaze. She laughed and said that the Korean hunter was stronger than Alex, and she couldn't help but be surprised. The guy asked if she learned anything after she drilled him with her gaze. Elena replied that she couldn't tell anything based on appearance alone, and then thought for a while. She suggested that Shin fight once after they arrived at the location. This request surprised the young man very much. He asked why all this was necessary, and the girl said that she heard how the guy defeated the monsters, and she wanted to fight at least once. The young people arrived at the dungeon, and Elena said that Murim was the Empress Ice and Water. Shin noticed that it looked very much like the girl was from the Ice Palace. Elena was very amused by the Korean hunter's joke and laughed heartily. The guy didn't beat around the bush and immediately offered to fight. The girl had to attack first. She thanked me, didn't stand on ceremony for long, and immediately began to get down to business, using her skills. It was as if some unknown force had thrown the tire aside, but everything was not so simple. A moment later, the young man appeared behind the Russian hunter, and the girl sensed something was wrong. Elena wanted to use her sword, but before she could use the skill, her hand seemed to turn to ice. The girl also felt a very strong heaviness in the shoulder area. When she turned her head, she was very surprised. Elena had Shin's icy hand on her shoulder, and it was not only hard for her, but also cold. She calmed down a little and said that Shin really deserved Alex's praise. The young man noted that he was very impressed by Elena's desire to win. She laughed and said that this was to be expected from a man who had defeated a dragon and then made a pact with it. Then she noted that she had no idea how strong he was. Shin explained that he did not fight the dragon chief, but simply talked to him peacefully. Then the young man asked where the dungeon with dragons was. He saw the entrance to it nearby. The girl confirmed his assumption. Shin approached the dungeon and decided to use his skills. He told Elena Smirnova to watch very carefully. The girl could not understand what was happening. Literally in an instant, Shin seemed to evaporate, and the girl was left alone near the entrance to the dungeon. She did not expect such a development of events, and wondered what happened and where the Korean hunter had gone. He must have disappeared somewhere. She grabbed her head, thought about what had just happened, and didn't know what to do, when suddenly she heard Shin's voice behind her, which said that he was here. Elena asked how he did it. He just appeared, then disappeared, and then appeared again. The guy answered that he was implementing the connection of dragons across all the gates. He then introduced the dragon chief, who had been standing next to Shin for a long time and listening to the young people's conversation. Alert asked Elena if she was responsible for this place. The girl replied that she was in charge here for now. The head of the dragons took a business card out of his pocket, and he told me to give it to the person responsible for the dungeons, and if I needed help, I was sure to call the number on it. Elena was amused by the fact that she had a business card from a dragon. It was Shin's idea, and Alert went to tell his compatriots what was happening. The Korean hunter wished him a good journey. Shin thanked the Russian hunter for the assistance provided and for his cooperation. Elena asked if they could go back now. The guy said that the delivery of the dragon was finished. Shin said that now it was time to rest, because everything he had planned had been accomplished very quickly. The guy raised his hands up and stretched, anticipating a good vacation in Russia because he had never been here. Just then, his mobile phone rang, and the person on the other end told him some very important news. Elena asked what had happened, and Shin replied that he would go first and thanked the girl for accompanying him. Then the guy looked at his mobile phone, thought, and said that something terrible had happened in his country. Shin said that he would go and disappeared. Just like then, the girl was not prepared for this and was very surprised. A driver with a tablet jumped out of the limousine and shouted that something bad had happened. Elena asked what had happened. The man screamed, showed her the tablet, and asked her to look at it as quickly as possible. He was very upset and angry. The girl picked up the tablet, looked at what her guild member had pointed out, and asked where all this was happening. He replied that it was in western Yakutia, and it looked very much like a dungeon had been discovered nearby earlier. Elena approached the car and said that they needed to go straight there and be sure to inform everyone else about the incident. She noted that even if they set out right now, they would face very serious sacrifices, and the girl was upset. As it turned out, there were terrible, unusual, fiery, consuming monsters in the dungeon. Li Jue was serious. She had her favorite daggers in her hands. The girl was ready for battle. She was in another dungeon, which was teeming with a huge number of incomprehensible monsters. The vice leader of the guild knew that she had to act proactively. As if out of nowhere, Shin appeared, and without a word, he began to fight the unusual monsters. The young man was collected and immediately used his special skills, because the monsters kept coming and coming. And after just a few seconds, the monsters that carried the fire were immobilized. It froze them. Lee was very surprised because Shin was there very quickly. The guy pointed out that the situation was urgent, and then asked how things were now. The girl replied that things couldn't be worse. She was stopping monsters that were trying to get out of the dungeon, and other hunters were sent to the city center since there were more than 1,000 monsters. Shin replied that the girl's skills would be more than enough to hold back the monsters, and he would go help the guys in the city. The young people said goodbye, and Shin immediately went to the city, as his help was very much awaited there. Shin saw from above how the hunters were fighting the monsters. There were many of them, and they were all different. As the young man descended, he thought about how to quickly defeat the monsters and help the hunters. The hunters of his guild were very brave. They fought with all their might because they understood that a lot depended on them. Shin used his skill, spiritual word, and ordered to gather, but nothing happened. The hunters continued to fight with all their might, but their strength was already running out, and the battle lasted a very long time. Shin was very surprised because his skill didn't work against those bastards. They didn't obey him. The young man was thinking about what to do, and a strange, disgusting creature was watching him from the side. After some time, the horned, terrible creature decided to approach Shin. When they met, the guy said that he couldn't understand who suddenly decided to interfere with them. The devilish creature asked the young man who he was and why he had come here. Hen folded his arms across his chest. He was completely calm and asked if there was a representative of the demons standing in front of him. The creature did not answer the guy's question, clenched its teeth and said, "Do what you know." Literally a few seconds later, the demon's eyes began to glow red. He ordered to go down, and Gin was very surprised. He had never met such monsters before in his life. Shin and the demon from the roof descended down to the ground, where fierce fighting was taking place. He said that knowledge of their existence is directly related to these bastards. Then the demon asked the young man who he was and why he was trying to control them. The little devils pointed their weapons at the hunter, who looked at them calmly. The main demon raged with all his might and shouted at Shin, demanding an answer to the question. Boy calmly scratched his ear and replied that he had no desire to answer questions. This answer made him even more angry, and the young man asked him to shut up since he was already talking too much. Then Shin used his skill. The devils looked at him with great surprise. They prepared for battle, but against special skills, weapons would hardly help. Shin fired a lot of unusual arrows straight at the devils and noted that this would definitely be the right thing to do. In a moment, one group of demons was destroyed, and the second was guarding its leader. The devils were very surprised and frightened. They did not expect such resistance, especially from their leader. Shin asked him why he was so weak and laughed. The guy was cheerful and calm. These words angered the chief demon, and he ordered his subjects to shoot at him and kill him quickly. And they seemed to be waiting for this order, pointed their spears at the guy, and began to attack. Shin stood calmly below, watched the spears fly at him, and didn't even think about running away. The young man found it very funny and felt as if he was in an unusual shooting lesson. The guy used spiritual protection. The chief among the demons got angry and sent his subordinates to attack. The demons were expecting such an order anyway, and they furiously attacked Shin. The demon took aim, and his spear was already a few millimeters from the guy's face. The young man was very calm. He was even ready to defend himself with his bare hands, which he did very well. He grabbed the spear of the demon, who was anticipating a quick victory, and he was very surprised and angry. Shin snatched the weapon from the attacker's hands. He fell in surprise, and the hunter finished him off from behind. These actions made the demons very angry, but what they didn't like the most was the joy of the guild member who was clapping his hands. The guy was pretty tired of all this, and he decided to use the ability. A sword appeared in his hand. He swung it very hard, and it destroyed the nasty demons very quickly. The main monster stretched his hands towards Shin, baring his teeth. This was not the end of the story. There was dust and dirt all around, and Shin took out his mobile phone and thought about who he should call. He dialed the number, listened to the long beeps, and waited for the person he was talking to pick up the phone. After some time, they answered him, and he asked to tell Alert to come out of the dungeon. He was waiting for him there. He put the phone in his pocket. Shin was glad that he was able to get through and pass the information to the dragon leader. The guy raised his head and saw a crowd of armed demons in front of him. He was calm. Those same people were very angry and militantly inclined. They wanted to destroy Shin despite everything. The young man raised his hand and asked the attackers to wait a minute. This delay gave him a head start, as he was able to use his strength and special skills. The demons stood in bewilderment. They did not understand what was happening to them. They blinked their eyes and were surprised. A moment later, Alert appeared on the battlefield and asked Shin what the rush was about. But when he turned his head and saw a group of demons, everything became clear to him, although he didn't expect to see them here. He asked Shin why these demons were here. He also wasn't prepared to see them and in such numbers. Shin asked the head of the dragons if he understood correctly that they were demons, and Alert confirmed his guess. Hen said that Alert shouldn't have asked for an explanation to deal with them. That's why he invited him here. the head of the dragons offered to talk to the demon. But thinking that one conversation would not be enough, he decided to use his power. An unknown force threw the demons in different directions, and they screamed in horror. The main demon watched this whole picture and was very angry, because he was losing the most faithful, devoted, and strong. It was all over. The young people were left alone in a half-destroyed city. The demons did not pose any danger. The young man asked Alert what really happened and who it was. He replied that most likely they were low-level demons, since they could not withstand his magic. He added that the low-level demons that had just died were the ones that could only shoot and nothing more. There was no other use for them. Shin asked why they were hanging around here then, and Alert couldn't find an answer to that question. Then the dragon chief said that he didn't even know that higher demons could intersect. At this time, one of the demons was very furious. He was clenching his fists and frowning. Shin and Alert. They interrogated him. The young people needed to find out as much information as possible. The city was still foggy. The air was filled with smoke, dirt, and ash, and the houses were destroyed. After some time, with the onset of dawn, the city became brighter and brighter. Li Ji was walking through the streets of the city. She called out to Shin and was very surprised to see Alert there. The young man answered the girl that he called her to ask her something. He showed the demon and said that this is the advanced team, which consists of the weakest demons, and they are at the lowest level. They don't really know anything. Shin thinks that the information will be very useful, and the guy also asked if it is possible to get to the demons through these strange gates. The vice leader of the guild confirmed his suspicions, and then noted that everything was so complicated. The young man put his hand on her back and told the girl not to worry too much. He noted that there was at least one such dungeon in Korea, and they should take care of it. She thought for a bit, and then asked if there was something similar in other countries. Shin thought and said that in America there is a wonderful hunter named Alex. He is strong and hardy. And in Russia there is a hunter Elena. She is strong and was also in Murom, so you don't have to worry about other countries. Shin told the girl that they needed to focus on the problem that had arisen in their country. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by a ringing mobile phone. Shin was very surprised. He received a call from North Korean hunter Kang Chang-sik, but it was not from him that Hyun expected to receive a call. Shin was very upset because he knew that North Korea was also infested with monsters. A lot of time has passed since Shin finished cleaning up North Korea. Then how Chang-sik took control of North Korea and the conflicts ceased. Relations between the two Koreas became very calm. The young man stepped aside to talk calmly with his interlocutor. On the other end of the line, they asked him how Mr. Cha was doing, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Shin asked to be more specific and get down to business, since he understood that the other person would not call just like that. Hunter Cha was informed that new monsters that have human appearance have appeared in the Kumgan Mountains. All nearby units were urgently mobilized for defense. Tanks and helicopters were deployed. But the humanoid monsters killed people, broke bridges, and also destroyed several villages. Shin listened attentively to his interlocutor and thought that the monsters were also advancing from that side. He asked his interlocutor if the hunters help him deal with the monsters, since this is their direct responsibility. Kang Chang-sik replied that the hunters were helping him, but he was calling to ask for help, even though it was very impudent of him. This conversation shocked Hunter Cha, and he didn't know what to answer, so he asked for a few minutes to think. Shin was in a swarm of thoughts when the vice chief of the guild approached him. The girl said she overheard the conversation and asked if the young man was going to help in North Korea. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then replied that he would be happy to help, but the problem was that he was very busy. The vice leader of the guild had an idea, but she hesitated a little, not knowing how to tell Shin about it. She suggested sending dragon wings to North Korea but not telling anyone about it. Within a few days, the best dragon wings were sent to fight the monsters. They used their secret methods, with which they easily exterminated all the demons. It seemed like everything went very smoothly, but the dragon's head became very angry. He couldn't believe that Shin would send the dragon wings to some dungeon without his knowledge. He agreed that the demons had indeed evaporated, but half of the dragons that had been sent into the dungeon had disappeared. The hunter, who did not know how to respond to these claims, folded his arms across his chest and thought. The head of the dragons wondered if it was possible that the best dragon wings had simply lost contact. Shin replied that it wasn't humans who reported high-ranking dragons missing, so there must be a reason. Then the young man said that he was going to go to North Korea. He wanted to find out for himself what was going on, and Alert was surprised that his subordinates were in North Korea. Shin sat on Alert's neck, who had turned into a huge dragon again, and they flew, but he couldn't understand why they were flying. Shin noticed that he didn't want to use his head and didn't know the coordinates, even though he had been there before, but before he learned the skill of movement. The dragon chief only laughed at these words, and they flew to their destination. Shin immediately jumped off the dragon. He was tense and thoughtful. He didn't really like the situation that had developed. And Alert immediately turned into a humanoid creature so as not to frighten those around him. The young people set off on a journey to the leader of North Korea to talk to him. He was very surprised when he saw Shin and the dragon leader accompanying him. Alert immediately asked where his people were because it was very important to him. The North Korean leader invited the uninvited guests to come with him. He opened the door of the tent and asked Shin and Alert to go in with him. The guys followed him. There they saw dragon-like creatures who rejoiced at the appearance of their leader. Alert was glad to meet his charges, but immediately asked where Deltade was. A dragon wing named Oron immediately approached him, put his hand on his heart, and said that this was his decision. Dragonwing told him that the others had not returned from the place where the demons had disappeared, so he decided to look for them. He opened his paw, and in it was a dragon talisman, and said that he found it at the scene of the incident. The head of the dragons was very upset, as he realized that there was a protective artifact in front of him. But the fact that it is broken can only mean one thing, that its owner is dead, so Alert was very upset. He asked Oren to take him to the scene of the incident, as he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. The Dragonwing did not refuse the request, and Shin asked permission to accompany them. And they all set off together with dead dragons lying on the road, and Shin noted that the dragons had sorted things out as best they could. Alert leaned over Deltade and said that the demons stopped him before he could use his power. Shin noted that this was only possible if there was a huge difference in class or if the dragons were ambushed. Alert said that Deltade was ambushed because he was attacked not individually, but all at once. After this conversation, Shin realized that the demons were stronger than the high-ranking dragon wings. Alert noted that there was a demon spirit here. Hen, who heard the words about the demon spirit, panicked, very surprised since he had heard almost nothing about it. Alert said that they are the highest ruling class of demons, and they have very similar abilities to him. Hen wondered what was going on. He had only figured out some, now there were others, how annoying it was. And then he added, whoever these creatures were, we needed to continue the search and find Alert's subordinate. But first, we needed to search the surrounding area. The Dragonwing, who had turned into either a human or an elf, screamed in pain. He was all beaten. After a while, he fell, hit himself very hard, blood started flowing from his face, and the demon asked if he had already lost consciousness. A group of demons came to the conclusion that the creature they had been torturing could not stand it. The oldest of the demons shouted that the dragon was a weakling who had opened it and could have held out for at least one day, and that he had lost the bet for it. One of the demons took out a huge pink magic ball and used it to survey the surrounding area. He then told the other demons to stop messing around and get down to business. And then he added that the head of the dragons and the Korean hunter Cha had already come for them. The group leader ordered to deal with the uninvited guests until they did something wrong. One of the demons raised his hand like in school and asked if he could take on Cha Shin-hyun. The main demon in this group asked if he was confident in his abilities, since this hunter had defeated Alert. He also said that it was natural to want to fight someone stronger, and then ask if the boss was worried about him. He got angry, frowned, and told his protege not to interfere, because he could ruin the grand plan. The demon said that these were all excuses. and he would better mind his own business, then added that his ward should be ready today. The little nasty demon was doing the job that the boss had assigned him. He was eavesdropping on Shin. There were two boats in the sea. They were sailing towards each other. Huge waves were beating against their sides. One of them contained water police, who realized that the other boat was a Chinese fishing boat. They immediately reported that a fishing vessel belonging to China had entered North Korea's own economic zone. The Marine police gave orders for the ship to turn around immediately, but their requests were not heard, which was very stressful. But when they looked ahead, they could not believe their eyes, because there was no human behind the wheel. It was a demon who calmly swam towards the Marine police ship. He didn't even think about turning back. After a while, he saw that people were turning to him. His eyes lit up, and his face broke into a smile. It all happened very quickly. The bloody ship with corpses on board, and a demon at its head sailed to land. The monster, as if nothing had happened, climbed out of the boat, was glad that it had finally reached dry land, and went forward. The demon used his superpowers and happily flew off to meet adventures. People saw him approaching the city. Those who could ran away immediately, while others were as if spellbound, as they could not understand who was in front of them. The demon really wanted to have fun. He saw a woman with a child and already raised his clawed paw. He used his superpowers and nothing was left of the boy's head. The mother screamed in horror. People whispered that a demon had killed a man, and the terrible creature demanded that Cha Shin-hyun appear as quickly as possible. And while he waits for the hunter, he will happily kill everyone who is on the street. At this time, Shin and Alert were in the vicinity of Mount Gumgang-san. The hunter told the dragon chief that he didn't think whoever had kidnapped Deltide was anywhere nearby. But then Shin-hyun's mobile phone suddenly rang, and he stared at the screen for a long time. The guy couldn't understand what kind of number was calling him so persistently. It was unknown to him. Shin picked up the phone anyway, and the voice he heard seemed very familiar to the young man. It was Park Chung-soo, the president of South Korea, who made an urgent call directly without the agency's permission. Shin immediately guessed why the president had called and asked whether there had been another underground breach and where exactly it had occurred. The president grabbed his head and said that this time the events did not take place in the dungeon. A monster that no one had ever seen was in the city and was killing citizens. Beads of sweat appeared on Shin's face. He listened attentively to the president and then asked if the monster was looking for him. The young man asked him to send the location of the monster, and he would immediately set off on his way. Alert. He asked fearfully if something serious had happened, and then asked where Shin was heading, and he replied that a monster was looking for him. The dragon head looked at Mr. Cha carefully, thought for a moment, and noted that it was most likely a demon who was looking for Shin. Meanwhile, in the city center, people were kneeling, asking for help, and the demon was thinking about why he was killing bugs if Shin hadn't shown up yet, and was really pissed off by this. And then, right in front of the people whom the demon was about to kill, Shin appeared. The horned one, as it was assumed, did not even know what Hunter Cha looked like, since he asked the guy who he was. At this time, Shin ordered the people who were still on the street to run as quickly as possible. They thanked him and tried to leave the bloody street as quickly as possible. Shin looked around, saw many killed, and said that the demon did not waste time and finished off many. Then he asked if the horned one was definitely a demon or something like that. He replied that if the guy had detailed information about him, then he was Cha Shin-hyun. Shin wondered if his name had spread that much, and the little devil said that he learned the name from a dragon named Deltide. He also heard that Shin-hyun defeated Alert. He also added that a powerful mutation was discovered among the dragons, and it was very interesting. The young man replied that if a demon had come to him, he could have behaved more politely. The horned one laughed cheerfully in response to the question and asked why he had called Shin here. The young man replied that the devil was talking nonsense and it was difficult to even call him a guest. Then the guy added that, to put it simply, this uninvited creature was a son of a bitch and hit him very hard. The demon coughed, and Shin said that he was a bastard who needed to be gutted as soon as possible. The little devil was not ready to give up, so he gritted his teeth and began to use his skills. But he didn't succeed. He froze in his tracks and was able to think about when Shin managed to use his skills. Hunter Cha didn't waste any time and kicked the demon right in the face with all his might. The young man was so angry at this terrible creature that he hit his opponent with all his might. The demon fell to the ground, but did not calm down, and asked the guy how he dared to do this to him. Shin he came closer, gave the nasty creature a slap on the back of the head, and asked him to shut up. He put his foot on the devil and asked him why he was calling a hunter for such a weak creature. Hen used his superpower called compulsion and told the demon to tell him everything he knew. The devil was convulsing, he felt bad, but he agreed to tell everything. After some time, Alert appeared and asked if this was the demon Shin was looking for. The guy agreed and replied that he had fallen into his trap and had come here thinking that he could deal with Hunter Cha. The demon also revealed that he was one of those who killed Deltide on Mount Gumgangsan. Shin told Alert that if he had any questions left, then let him decide them himself, and it was his right to release or pardon, and he would go to Mount Kirin. The head of the dragons thanked him and said that he would squeeze everything he could out of the demon. In the dungeon of Mount Kirin, China, the hunter Shin was met by a girl, whom he asked if everything was okay, and she asked what brought him there. The young man said that the demons came here from an unknown dungeon, and she was very surprised. Shin explained that demons are powerful creatures and are almost impossible to deal with. He said to put guys to guard the territory, and if the girl herself sees one, let him run away and not fight. The guy added that the residents should be evacuated and that they should contact him directly. The woman listened carefully and said that everything would be done. Shin looked at the rift and thought about how big it had become, and it was a big problem. It was unknown where rifts could appear, and he only had one body. They approached the entrance to the dungeon, and he invited the girl to go in there with him. At this time, in the dungeon in St. Petersburg, at the entrance to the dungeon, something unexpected happened. The guard approached the car and asked who he was and what he had brought, since no one was supposed to drive up today. The guy who was in the car had cuts and drops of blood, looked at the inspector, and did not know what to do to him. The security guard was very surprised, as blood started flowing from his interlocutor's neck like a fountain. He grabbed the guard by the head and began to strangle her with all his might. The other guards could not understand what was happening. The demons didn't think they would be searched, and the man who went to catch Kalpadin didn't notice them right away. And everything they don't have to do, they do for him, so you have to be ready for anything. One of the demons put his hand to his chest and said that he would do everything possible for his master. Something was happening in the rift in St. Petersburg. Demons were walking there like masters. They killed everyone who got in their way. They felt right at home. The one person who survived was watching it all. The guy thought that the barrier was indeed not perfect, but no one would have thought that 4 demonic spirits would pass through it so easily. The young man realized that he needed to communicate this news as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, he did not succeed. He was very quickly discovered by nasty creatures. The chief of the demons rose up and destroyed the only lizard that remained alive. Everyone was dead and only 4 demons felt at home here. They were very happy. The chief of the 4 demons thought that they finished with everyone, and now they can bring their master here. And he ordered the 3 little devils who were with him to wait for him here, and they happily agreed. And he went after the ruler, and the assistants remained near the castle, guarding it. Very soon the demon found himself in places familiar to him since childhood, in his own world. He immediately went to the master to report on the current situation. The demon quickly approached the throne on which the main ruler sat. He was eager to tell the good news. The Lord was surprised when he saw this demon next to him. He did not expect to see him so quickly. The demon bowed before his master and said that he had done everything as he was ordered. The master listened attentively and told his subordinate that he could rise from his knees. He then stood up from his throne and said to be led to the scene. It was the 11th Demon King Willite. He was very pleased with the information he received and decided that it was necessary to immediately invade that place. The next morning, Alert and Shin met in the northern dungeon, and Shin couldn't understand why he was being rushed without any explanation. The dragon chief was embarrassed and told Hunter Cha that they had missed that creature. Shin was very surprised. He said he had everything ready on a platter and packed it up and he let it go. Did he think that made sense? Alert replied that it was his fault and asked for forgiveness. Shin exhaled a little and asked to tell how everything happened, which was necessary for him to evaluate all the pros and cons. Hunter Cha called the head of the dragons, but the guy was thinking about something and frowned. He remembered how the monster had once told him about his subordinate. The demon said that the creature was like a piece of paper that didn't last long and simply tore into pieces. Alert's eyes turned red and a tear ran down his cheek. He felt very sorry for his ward. And the demonic creature continued to mock and ridicule him, so the dinosaur head grabbed him by the neck. The demon was calm and asked what the noble dragon was going to do with him, and then added that he would also laugh if he saw the pitiful appearance of his ward. The demon continued to mock, as he knew that Alert loved his ward very much. He grabbed the demon named Kalpadin by the face and squeezed it with all his might, calling his opponent a scoundrel. Alert used his abilities and hit the demon in the face with all his might, causing blood to flow out of one of his eyes like a fountain. The demon screamed very loudly, and Alert told him that he would never see anything normally again. So Kalpadin lost one eye. He screamed from pain, humiliation, hatred, and anger. Blood flowed down his hands. Well, Alert calmly looked at the mutilated demon and ordered him to close his mouth. The dragon chief noticed that the demon was very noisy and was screaming just because of a minor wound. Alert watched the demon whine and replied that those who died at his hands were in much more pain. The demon, as if he had forgotten about his injury, smiled with pleasure, remembering what he had done. The head of the dragon saw his reaction and said that he would not leave him alone just like that. He immediately began to use his special skills to finish off this horned non-entity. Either the strength was very weak or he underestimated Kalpadin, but the demon somehow managed to escape. The head of the dragon told this whole story to Shin, who listened and said that nothing could be done. The escaped demon was sitting nearby and heard the conversation. Shin realized that he was nearby and thought that he would catch him even if he managed to escape. The young man was curious about what the demon was up to, but he decided to leave everything as it was for now and watch him. In Moscow, in the bunker, in the conference room, there was a meeting of hunters. They needed to discuss the situation that had developed. The Russian Prime Minister thanked everyone who had gathered here. She was upset. The head of the Chinese government immediately asked about the situation. The Russian Prime Minister grabbed her head and said that the situation could be called the worst of the worst. Monsters have captured the city and are using it as a place to deploy troops. She also added that they do not know whether the citizens are alive or dead. The American president asked how the government is responding to all this. And then he added that the longer we delay, the more powerful the demons will become. The Prime Minister was very upset and said that all the measures that were taken were unsuccessful. This information greatly surprised the American president. The Russian representative said that the hunters who lived in the city were destroyed. Only a few fugitives remained alive, and the armed forces and detachments were routed. The American president was simply shocked by the information he received. He didn't even know what to say. He thought about it and asked what was the purpose of the sudden appearance of demonic creatures. The Russian Prime Minister said they had barely managed to find out what these demonic creatures were, but what they were planning was unknown. One of the people present in the conference room said that he had some information about this. Incheon, which is located in Korea, was attacked at about the same time as St. Petersburg, Korean President Park Chung-soo reported. He replied that thanks to Hunter Cha, the demons were captured and they received interesting information. The predecessor, the Demon King, and his 5 demonic spirits that serve under them are all involved in this. They have over 100 high-level demons under their command and over 10,000 soldiers who are approaching us. The American president was shocked by this figure and asked again if he had misheard all of this. He asked the Korean president if he was the one who said that low-level demons were equal in strength to high-level hunters, and he confirmed his guess. And Hunter Alex heard that high-level demons are at the same level as high-level dragon descendants. And there are more than 1,000 such enemies, and do they have any chance? The Russian Prime Minister asked if they were being asked to surrender. Everyone was talking about it so easily because it was not their country. One of those present asked what was meant by a level above a high-level hunter. Alex immediately asked if they could deal with the demons using nuclear weapons. The American president got angry and asked what nuclear weapons. The guy said that he was the hunter here, not the president. That's why he asked Mr. Cha this question. Shin Hyun, who had been watching the whole time and listening to the conversation, thought about this proposal, with Kalpadin standing behind him. Demon, I wanted to be aware of all the events and heard that if the situation is desperate, anything is possible. Then we definitely can't do without nuclear weapons, but these will be extreme measures and we will need to weigh all the pros and cons. Then the young man hastened to calm everyone down and said that at the moment everything was not so bad. The Prime Minister asked what exactly Shin was talking about, and the American president asked if he knew a way to fight demons. Hunter Cha said that before coming to the meeting, he spoke with the dragon descendant and they agreed to help, so he hoped that those present would also follow his recommendation. After 2 days, in the area located near the dungeon of St. Petersburg, there were hunters, military personnel, and also dragons. The Russian leadership decided to use not only the skills of hunters, but also military equipment. They were all in a responsible mood to deal with the external monsters when they suddenly heard a loud roar. A huge number of demons were approaching them, their eyes glowing with anger and hatred. The Russian hunter Tanya, who was also present, had a sword in her hands and said that they also needed to act. Then 2 days ago, the Russian Prime Minister asked what Shin meant by his proposal. He replied that the Demon King's army would most likely move here, south towards Moscow. This is the capital. There are a lot of people in the city, so the demon's route is obvious. Shin said that information had been collected that said that demons had a tendency towards laziness and arrogance. Kalpadin, who was standing to the side, was surprised when he heard these words. Hunter Cha continued that they would start moving in at least 2 days, so they would definitely not rush this time. The young man then suggested first evacuating people who live within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The Prime Minister agreed and said that they would immediately notify everyone through text messages and radio broadcasts about natural disasters. The American president asked him to tell him about a proposal that involved the descendants of dragons. Shin looked closely at the American president and thought about something. Elena Smirnova, a Russian hunter, thought that she couldn't believe that the guy had come up with such a proposal. She looked down and couldn't understand how everything had turned into this, and in such a short period of time. All the hunters from different countries gathered together and took out their best weapons in order to protect the other country. They were even given weapons made from the corpses of dragons. Elena thought that it was unlikely that the dragons would have allowed this to happen. The Russian hunter held her weapon in her hands and thought that an unusual operation was beginning. The tanks were the first to move. They fired at the demons, and with their help, they managed to hold back the advance, at least a little. Then the hunters rushed into battle with their best swords, but the demons were not afraid and did not try to leave the battlefield. The hunters were in a very warlike mood and bravely fought off the attacks, which they paid dearly for. One of the demons saw the Russian hunter and began to attack her from behind. He already considered himself a winner, but then something unusual began to happen to him. Tatiana used her abilities. She started kicking the demon with all her might and asked him what he was expecting. And then the girl added that you definitely shouldn't expect anything good from a guy who looks down on you but is able to freeze you. Tatiana was driven by hatred. She screamed at how the horned ones dared to look in the direction of her country. She promised that she would not leave it like that. The demons fell to the ground one after another. They certainly didn't expect such resistance, but there was nowhere to go. They were resisted not only by the military and hunters from different countries, but also by dragon-like creatures. One of the dragon wings was very angry, because the horned ones dared to follow all the way here. They are disgusting bastards. Several demons decided to attack the American hunter, but he, not without the help of his superpower, fought them off. The young man was mentally prepared for the fact that he would have to fight so many demons, and the horned ones tried to attack one person in a group, but they were unsuccessful. The Vice Guild leader also fought demons, using her favorite daggers. A monster wanted to attack the girl. He crept up from behind, but she felt it and killed him. Lee Ji-hee stopped to take a breather and looked around. There was a huge number of dead demons lying on the battlefield. Beads of sweat ran down her face, and she thought that everyone was doing much better than she had even imagined. And at this time, helicopters and planes appeared in the sky. Lee raised her head, smiled, and admired them. She wondered if everything was okay with Mr. Shin Hyun, with whom they had spoken recently. The young people met some time before the fight. The girl wanted to talk to the guy. She asked if he would attack the Demon King while everyone was fighting the demon army. The young man wanted to touch the girl's face and asked if she trusted him or not yet. He straightened her hair and told her not to worry about him, told her not to waste too much time and not to miss the moment to retreat. Shin looked deeply into Lee Ji-hee's eyes and said that he would not die for anything so that she would not worry. The girl put the guy's hand to her cheek, closed her eyes, lost in thought, and agreed with his words. But then someone or something distracted her from her pleasant thoughts. She opened her eyes and could not understand where she was. In front of her stood a terrible demon who would have already attacked her, but he was stopped by arrows. Yunsol fired her bow almost at the last minute, thereby saving the deputy head of the guild. Sister Shin looked at Lee Ji-hee very carefully, and then thought about something. The vice leader of the guild realized that she needed to focus on what was happening before her eyes. She looked up at the sky again, where there were helicopters and planes, and began to think about how Mr. Shin should be careful. At this time, the guy was in one of the helicopters. He was looking out the window and watching what was happening below. He told the dragon leader that it seemed like everyone was doing well since no one had contacted them yet. Alert was very nervous. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he agreed with the young man's words. Shin noted that the demonic spirits were most likely not sent to the front lines, and this was very expected. The head of the dragons said that there was no need for those with high status to be there, but it would still be difficult for them here. Shin looked down and thought about the Demon King, because he was not simple at all. The young man knew that if he intervened himself, the living creatures would not collect the bones. Then Shin thought about throwing away useless thoughts. They don't help at all. Alert asked if they could win this battle. He was very nervous and worried. Along with the young people on board, the helicopter was another horned creature named Calpadin. Hunter Cha confidently said that they would be able to win this time, and that Alert shouldn't worry about trifles. Shin looked closely at the head of the dragons and asked if he trusted him or not. He replied that he trusted him, and Shin laughed and said that this is how it should have been done from the very beginning. After some time, the young people arrived at their destination, and the doors began to open. Shin and Alert hurried to leave the helicopter as quickly as possible, with the wind blowing in their faces. They had already started to leave, but Hunter Cha looked at the head of the dragons and saw that he was very worried. The guy immediately rushed to calm him down because he would be the one fighting the Demon King, and Alert had nothing to worry about. The dragon chief noticed that he was jumping into the center of the enemy lines, and so he would be nervous no matter what. Shin suggested that he should rather focus on demonic spirits and not think about bad things. Alert smiled and said that they would try their best and could be relied upon. And the young people began to get out of the helicopter. They had to fly a little, using their own strength, since the helicopter could not land in the place where the fighting was taking place. Shin was having fun, and during the flight he suggested cutting off the bastard's head in a beautiful way. Not only Shin Hyun and Alert descended from the plane, but also the demon Calpadin, who had been following the hunter around lately. The demon followed him, eavesdropped on all conversations, was aware of all his affairs and plans. After some time, the hunter Cha and the dinosaur leader dropped to the ground into the thick of the fighting. Alert turned into a dragon, and he and Shin Hyun were guarded by an army of dragons. The demons who saw all this were not at all afraid. They rushed into battle. Shin looked around and realized that there were many more demonic spirits than he had expected. The head of the dragons asked how many of them were there. The hunter replied that there were 8. Shin also said that there were also quite a few high-level demons gathered. The young man realized that he shouldn't get upset. but should start everything with a greeting. The dragons that were guarding the dragon chief and Shin raised their huge and powerful weapons in greeting. It seemed that the demons did not see all this, but continued to run forward at breakneck speed. Their eyes were burning, and their teeth were bared in anticipation. It seemed to them that quite a few dragons had been destroyed. At this time, Shin raised his hand up to use his unusual skills. A very strong wind arose which swirled the whirlwinds. Shin outlined a protection around himself and the dragon wings. The demons opened their mouths in surprise and could not understand what was happening in front of them. Shin used his superpower, and fiery whirlwinds appeared in the sky. The wind drove the demons into one crowd. In this way, the young man wanted to get rid of a huge number of horned creatures. The demons burned in the fire, their faces twisted in pain, and no one could come to their aid. The dragon wings, who had been observing all this, came to the conclusion that while the enemy was in chaos, it was necessary to act. The head of the dragons also gave orders to his wards to go to battle to deal with those who were not taken by the flames. Shin looked up, and the head of the dragon flew over him along with his charges. The young man smiled, and at first could not understand what was really happening. Then someone called out to him. Shin turned his head towards the sound, and saw a terrible horned monster in front of him. The demon thought that the guy had called him because there was no one around. Calpidon was kind of absent-minded. Shin turned to him. He asked what this creature was doing here and who he was looking for. And then the young man asked what the horned creature was doing here, what he was doing here anyway. Calpidon didn't know what to answer, but the guy said that now there would be a climax and that the demon should watch carefully. Shin left the horned creature behind. He walked somewhere forward. The demon looked after him. Then he realized that the guy knew all this time that he was nearby but pretended not to know. Then he decided to look at Shin's abilities. And the head of the dragons at this time began an active fight with several demons. He cast a spell in an incomprehensible language. Alert was in the sky, but was actively destroying demons. One of them raised his head up and said that the lizards were really bothering them. The head of the dragons continued to fight the dark forces as best he could, but what he saw made him very angry. Several demons attacked one dragon wing and beat him mercilessly. The head of the dragons immediately went to help him, because he understood that they couldn't do without his skills. And the demons continued to beat the dragon wing with all their strength and all their hatred. He picked up one demon with his huge clawed paw and lifted him up. He didn't expect such a turn of events. And he began to put his paw on the other one, but the demon tried to restrain the giant as best he could. The demon said that no one could have thought that Alter would lose to a human, which means he would also lose to him. The dragon chief used his powers to deal with this horned nonentity, and it was torn to pieces, which Alert was extremely happy about. The head of the dragons said that the endurance of his wards also had a limit, so he asked Shin to deal with the main demon. The young man heard the alert and was ready to fight one of the most important horned-headed creatures. The demon said that he was surprised to see Hunter Cha in person, and the boy laughed and asked what was so surprising about that. The horned one replied that he was saying that there was a man who was stronger than the dragon, and he was surprised at how diverse the human race was. Shin used his special skills. A sword appeared in his hands, and he replied to the demon that they were not in such a relationship to have such conversations. And then he added that not everything can be understood. It's just that apparently the time has come for the demon to test the powers of Hunter Cha on himself. The demon smiled and was indignant. He did not expect to hear such an answer, as he was confident in his strength and abilities. And he told Shin that he didn't think that any person would dare to boast about their powers in front of him. Hunter Cha laughed cheerfully and began to approach the demon and replied that he might regret what he said. And the most important, most anticipated battle began. Everyone was very tense. Shin had beads of sweat on his face. He was serious and thought that the demon had no weaknesses. The fight continued. The demon's eyes were burning with red fire. There was a smile on his face because he was confident of his victory. The young man used his signature skill, Soul Sword, and fought with all his might. And the demon looked into his face, laughed and said that he saw that the hunter was using the same power as the dragons. Then the horned creature laughed and said that this was too little to defeat him. The demon told Shin that the dragons were defeated because they believed in their own insignificant strength. All this made the young man very angry, and he decided to use his main skills. The demon opened his mouth in horror, his eyes were frightened, and he asked if the hunter would kill him with one blow. Shin laughed and thanked the horned creature for the hint, which later helped him a lot. The young man finally realized that the soul sword had no effect on the rifts. Then he realized that the soul sword had its shortcomings. Shin told himself that he was a warrior and had to be able to act in any situation. He told the demon that if the soul sword didn't work, he would just hit him, which he did. Blood gushed from the demon's chest like a fountain. He screamed and growled from pain and incomprehension. The horned creature was confident that no creature could defeat it, so such a serious injury undermined it. Shin smiled and asked his opponent if he still thought they were on the same level. The demon stepped aside and said that all this happened because he relaxed too much. He gritted his teeth and replied that if he wanted to defeat Hunter Cha, he would have to fight properly. And in order to accomplish this, the demon decided to restore his powers with the help of his skills and began to release the king of demonic spirits. Kalpadin watched everything that was happening and thought about whether Shin was a human being or not, since another had long been scared in his place. And Hunter Cha turned to the demon king, wondering what he was doing because red smoke was coming from him. The demon turned to Shin and told him that this meant he was preparing to risk his life. The young man gripped his sword even tighter. As he knew that the fight would not be easy, he realized that the energy and spirit of the Memon were different from the past. At this time, isolated battles continued. The dragon wings actively exterminated the demons. Some of the horned creatures rejoiced that their king had summoned demonic spirits and that this would soon all come to an end. Alert said that the demonic spirit was the most recent spell of the demon king that he had ever seen in the records. The leader of the dragons realized that everything was coming to an end, as the demonic spirit was invincible, and one of the demons told him that their man Shin would soon turn to dust. The two demons were talking to each other about how they were very angry that they had wasted their internal energy on a simple person. One of the chief demons said that it would be in vain if the enemy won, but he was sure that their master still had a plan. Then, the chief among the demons gave his subordinates the order to deal with the dragon wings, and the battle began again. And Shin stood in front of the demon king and mentally prepared himself for a new fight. He understood that it would not be easy. The young man thought about something and then laughed. In this way, he wanted to confuse his opponent. Hunter Cha held the sword tightly in his hands and used his special skills. Without them, it would be very difficult for him. He realized that the natural energy was dissipating. The young man covered his nose and mouth with his hand as he felt an unpleasant smell. The enemy had poisoned the natural energy around him. The demon king looked at Shin calmly and did not answer his questions, but his eyes burned with the fire of victory. He held the sword tightly in his hands, wanted to say something to his opponent, but he suddenly noted that there was no point in the weapon. The demon king began to attack his opponent, unarmed, his sword crumbling into pieces. Shin held the sword in his hands very tightly, gritting his teeth, and the demon tried to take it away. The young man used a special skill to defend himself from the attacker. He began to hit him with his sword, but the blows did not get through. The demon king was as if he were impenetrable. Hunter Cha became nervous. He didn't know how to act. He gritted his teeth and thought about what to do next. Then the demon king grabbed his sword and began to ask if the young man was afraid of him. Shin gritted his teeth but didn't give up his weapon. Even though he didn't know what to do at the moment, he held on. Shin called the demon a pathetic cur, and the demon became very angry and snatched the weapon from him. Hunter Cha began to use his skills. He thought that the demon was distracted by something else. He touched the demon with his blows, but he laughed and said that it was all just like a regular tickle. The demon king was putting up a defense against the guy's attack, and then suddenly he screamed, "Where is all his power?" The guy had a weapon in his hands again. He prepared for battle and hit with all his might. Shin then used his special skills again as he got a little tired during the fight. Well, After a while, he saw a small crack on the sword. The guy didn't even have time to be surprised. As the sword broke in half a second later, there was bewilderment in the guy's eyes. The sword that was made from the bones of the dragon wings broke. It's nonsense, how can this be? And the Demon King said that he was very bored and that this was all a waste of his demonic spirit. He extended his hand towards Shin, red smoke curling from it, and sent a blow with the words, "For Han to die already." Blood gushed from the young man's mouth, and there was surprise in his eyes. Was this really the end of everything? The guy was coughing and blood was flying out of his mouth in all directions. The Demon King, who was standing opposite, was happy. Shin Hyun was flying head down, blood was gushing out of his mouth, and he was wondering whether he would die or not. After some time, the guy found himself in an incomprehensible dark place. He was glowing blue. The young man thought about how he got into this world and what he would do here next. The unknown was frightening. A moment later, he saw himself in Murim, lying on a stone and thinking about his life. Then a picture appeared before their eyes of how they finally met Yunsul's younger sister. And then he saw his last conversation with Lee Jihye, to whom he promised that he would never die. I remembered the lawful, heavenly warrior and my adventures in North Korea. The young man calmed down a little, as he realized that these were all his memories, pictures from his life. A system message appeared before him, that it was not too late, and he had to go beyond the human. This phrase surprised the guy very much, and then a new message appeared telling him to enter the path that was laid out for him. Shin read the system messages, and I didn't think about whether, if he did it now, he would be able to win. But what worried him most was what would happen if he was able to defeat the Demon King. A picture of a fallen demon appeared before him, and the understanding came that he would cease to be human. He also realized that he would never be able to see Yunsul, Lee, Alex, and Alert, his dearest people. The guy thought about it and realized that he definitely didn't want this and wasn't ready for such events to develop. The young man clenched his fist and said that he could not lose everything in order to protect them. Shin decided to use his special skill, Soul Sword, but then a system message appeared in front of him. The boy read that he must enter the path that was laid out just for him. Shin smiled and realized that for some reason the new sword wasn't working. He clenched his hand into a fist, and I decided not to listen to the nonsense that appears on the system message screen. He hit him with all the force he had, and the blows caused many cracks. The guy could still read the message that he would regret what he had just done. Shin laughed and said that he would definitely take care of that and hit the screen again with all his might. It shattered into small cracks in all directions, and the young man thought that the screen should have fallen a long time ago. This allowed the young man to return back to the Demon King, who asked him why he was so persistent, looking for adventure. But when the demon looked at Shin, he was very surprised, because the guy had changed a lot, and there was not a scratch on him. Hunter Cha asked why the demon was scared and noted that it was a slight transformation. The young man smiled, raised his finger, and said that from now on the second round begins. The Demon King was not prepared for such developments. He was surprised. His mouth opened in amazement. The horned creature realized that the surrounding energy had definitely changed around Hunter Cha. The demon also thought that the changes in appearance were very much connected with this. The Demon King decided that there was no point in wasting time. No matter what Shin had done, he needed to get to the fight. And he immediately began to fight, using his powers to destroy the young man. But Shin stood calmly, looking at his opponent. He knew that his strength would not take him. Then the young man used his powers, and the Demon King screamed in horror. Hunter Cha used his skills. A fire sword appeared in his hands. The demon screamed even louder. He raised his hands to defend himself, but it was no use. A moment later, blood gushed from the fountain demon's mouth. The horned creature swayed in pain and hatred towards its enemy, while Shin calmly approached it. Suddenly, the demon realized that enough time had passed since he used the Demon King's spirit, and the regeneration was slowing down. The horned creature asked the guy how he became stronger. He laughed and replied that for someone who would soon die, he asks a lot of questions. Without thinking twice, Shin began to use his power against the demon again and again. He wanted to finish him off. He was screaming and writhing in pain. Then he decided that the best way was to escape from the battlefield, but Hunter Cha caught up. Shin stopped his opponent and delivered his signature blow again. The demon wheezed and writhed in pain. Then Hunter Cha threw the Demon King from above and used his fire sword. And finally, the young man used the fire strike skill, and the Demon King lay lifeless. After a while, he turned his head, gritted his teeth, and asked how Shin dared to behave like that. He stood up and with his last strength decided to deal a crushing blow to the young man. But Hunter Cha wasn't like the first round. He immediately put up a strong defense against the demon. The Demon King fell to his knees in front of Shin, who looked at him with a victorious look. The demon was kneeling, not moving or making a single sound. It looked funny and ridiculous. The young man grabbed him by the horns and began to ask why he was silent, but the demon only bared his teeth. Literally a moment later, the Demon King raised his head and yelled something incomprehensible. At that moment, Shin felt very bad. His head was spinning. The boy crouched down and the Demon King leaned over him and said that this was the most powerful spell he could cast. He smiled and talked about the spell of psychic destruction that destroys the soul. The Horned One raised his hand above Shin's head and spoke for the annoying bastard to die right now. Hunter Cha, who continued to hold the sword, struck the demon with it with all his might. He didn't expect such a strong response. He was surprised, and his head separated from his body. The guy said with a smile that his opponent's speech was so banal that he couldn't hold back. And he left, leaving behind the Demon King, whose head and body lay far apart. The young man was very happy and said that the Demon King was finally finished. Hunter Cha, with a sense of accomplishment and calm, went forward to meet new adventures. But then a system message suddenly appeared in front of the young man, and he read that he needed to go there. Hunter Cha looked at the board in surprise. He couldn't understand what this message was even for, and he had never called something like this before. He came and saw the guy who was in chains. He asked Shin why he was talking to him like that guy. And the Hunter Cha turned to the beautiful girl and asked who she was and why she had called her to her. She smiled languidly and said that it was she who had done him a favor and that she controlled the status window. The guy asked if she was a goddess. The girl said that some people call her that, and she wanted to invite the guy to her place for a minute. He replied that he thought it was impossible, and the goddess was very surprised by the young man's refusal. He said that he had a lot of things to do now, but they could talk when he was free. The one who called herself a goddess did not like this answer very much, but she agreed. The status window suddenly disappeared, just as it had appeared, and the young man stood there thoughtfully. And then the guy decided that it was time to go back, because they were most likely waiting for him. The head of the dragons was very tired. He had actively participated in the battles and was scared, because he did not know what to expect. The fighting was still going on. The demons continued to attack the dragon wings, whose strength was already running out. The head of the dragons crushed one of the demons who attacked his charges like a flea. Alert, who was watching all this, thought that there were a lot of demons and asked Shin what was going on there. At this time, the sky gradually changed from blood red to a beautiful bluish-white color. The demons were overjoyed as the Demon King's spirit gradually began to dissipate, and they were confident that their master had won. The dragon chief closed his eyes and thought that in the end there was nothing he could do. He had to come to terms with what had happened. But then someone's voice scared him. It was Shin shouting that he was there and smiling at his old friend. The dragon chief looked at Hunter Cha in surprise and asked what happened to him, why his hair was so long. The guy just waved his hand and said that he would definitely explain everything to Alert, but a little later, as the demons continued to advance, they pointed their weapons at Shin, who noted that they had very little time. The young man used his power, a fiery strike, and the demons were lifted up and scattered in different directions. The dragon wings and demons who were a little further away opened their mouths in surprise. Shin climbed onto the Dragon King's back to get a bird's-eye view of the scale of the work ahead. Then he came downstairs, a satisfied smile on the young man's face, because he had a plan of action. Shin said that the first thing to do is to put an end to all this garbage. The demons, who were confident in their king's victory, were simply shocked by what they saw. They could not understand what was happening. They began to guess that the man had killed their master, but that couldn't be true. So one of the main demons told his charges to retreat, and the demons ran at the speed of sound. They tried to reach the crack as quickly as possible, and Shin looked at all this and laughed. At the last moment, the young man decided to catch up with the demons, but they had already begun to hide in the crack. The demons were in such a hurry to leave the battlefield that they did not even look back, as they understood that they could die. Shin sent a deadly fire after the horned creatures, burning everything in its path. And from those demons who did not manage to hide in another world, only fragments and coals remained. The young man shouted after the horned creatures where they were going and burned them with fire. Some demons didn't know where to run, and Shin talked about them jumping as if someone allowed them to. Then Alert, who had turned into a human, hurried to Shin. The guy told him that he had already practically dealt with this scum. The dragon chief asked Hunter Cha to stop. The boy was very surprised by this request. The demons were burning, and Cha wondered if it wasn't worth destroying them all at once, since that would solve a huge number of problems. Alert replied that it would be nice, but the more important thing was that the allies had suffered very heavy losses. The young men began to move away from the scene, and Alert said that it was necessary to strengthen security around the huge cracks through which the demons could crawl. The dragon chief took Hunter Cha by the shoulder and told him that it was time to finish the job here. Shin, who was determined to destroy all the demons, fought a little, but after a while he agreed with his friend's words. One little devil was watching their conversation, and he couldn't shake the thought that Shin would need to take revenge. Hunter Cha turned to the horned one. He did not hide the fact that he did not see him, and asked if he was alone or if there was someone else. Shin asked the demon why he was constantly following him. The guy needed an explanation. The head of the dragon became very angry. He said that he should not listen to his excuse. The demon must be killed immediately. He also immediately fell to his knees and began banging his head on the floor, saying that he was impressed by Shin's skills and would follow him. The young people looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Alert opened his mouth in surprise, and Shin thought about what to do. Hunter Cha thought that the demon had probably gone crazy, and the dragon leader noticed that he was crazy. The demon said that he knows that Shin doesn't trust him for no reason, but he swears on his heart and gives his absolute loyalty. He asked the young man to allow him to be his servant, and Alert called the demon a liar and said that he would tear him to pieces. He rushed headlong to fulfill his promises, but Shin stopped him almost at the very last moment. Hunter Cha asked his friend to wait and noticed that the demon swore on his heart. Shin asked if he could keep him as a slave. He thought that the demon might still be useful since he was in excellent shape. The head of the dragons didn't like this idea at all, but he didn't want to argue, so he agreed with these arguments. The demon troops retreated very quickly after the news of their king's death became known. The Russian Prime Minister announced that thanks to cooperation between America, China, and South Korea, the reconstruction of their country went smoothly. The security of the rift in the dungeon has been strengthened under the leadership of the Dragon Chief Alert. Shin woke up, stretched well, and thought that maybe he could finally get some rest. A clawed paw placed a glass of steaming tea in front of him. The slave knew how to please his master. The young man took the glass, thanked him, looked intently ahead, and thought about something. The demon immediately fell to his knees in front of the guy, and Shin said that he asked him not to stick his head out. Then he asked how he hid the horns. The demon replied that he used a camouflage similar to the camouflage of chameleons. Shin told the demon to get away from here as quickly as possible and not to pursue him. He replied that he wanted to be with the owner, and the young man took him and threw him out the door. And he himself went into the bedroom, lay down on the bed without undressing, and fell asleep quite quickly. After a while, Shin wondered if she would contact him if he opened the status window. The status window displayed messages one after another. The goddess was glad that he contacted her, then that she would invite him right now. The guy entered the magnificent white castle and saw the goddess sitting at the table. She smiled very sweetly at the young man and invited him to sit down next to her. Shin immediately listened to the beautiful girl's request and sat down at the table directly opposite. The young people looked at each other with a smile. The pause lasted for a while. Shin asked the girl with displeasure that she should say something if she brought him here, and she replied that she found it hard to believe that he was here. The goddess said that his presence delighted her and that he was the second person to cross her threshold. Then the girl clarified that the first person went down the same path of non-existence as Shin. That person's name is the Heavenly Warrior. This information made Shin very angry. He said that this creature destroyed everything. Then the guy calmed down and noted that even if the goddess was telling the truth, what did all this have to do with him? The girl lowered her head and said that this was exactly why she had called him, and Shin asked him to explain everything properly. The goddess noted that he was not human, but still went beyond human boundaries. The power he received was used only to fulfill his own desires. Therefore, the goddess was forced to isolate him from this dimension, since she had no other choice. The girl noticed that her seal, unfortunately, was not perfect, and this led to serious consequences. The goddess noticed that the Heavenly Warrior had called the people of the earth to his world. Then he created a gap between the sealed dimension and the earth dimension, the beauty said. She noted that the Heavenly Warrior had sent demons, monsters, and his minions there, and he was also able to send them here. Shin thought about the information he received from the goddess and agreed with her words. She noted that Shin had gone beyond his limits in this battle and was able to drive away the Demon King's army. But as long as the Heavenly Warrior exists, this will happen again and again. Shin slammed his fist on the table and said that only death would end this nonsense. He asked the goddess if she knew how to kill the Heavenly Warrior, and she noted that she knew. The goddess said that she would show him how to cross dimensions and tell him how to end the problem forever. The girl noticed that first it was necessary to get to the place where the Heavenly Warrior was located. Shin was very tense. He asked if he could go beyond the dimensions. The goddess noted that Shin was far behind her expectations, despite the fact that he had studied martial arts. She also said that those who have reached this level and their peak can separate the physical and spiritual body, thereby crossing dimensions. The goddess said that even if Shin only had a spiritual body, he could still use all of his power. The young man listened attentively to the girl, thought about her proposal, and then asked why she didn't go there herself, since she had plenty of strength. The goddess thought about the guy's words, lowered her head, and said that it was not even about that. And in order for her to get into the underworld, she must be possessed by a person who can maintain her power for some time. But ordinary people cannot withstand its power for a long time. They die immediately. The goddess said that now there are 3 people who can withstand her power, but they will all die by the end of the coming. Yunsol, Elena from Russia, and Alex can withstand the power of the goddess. Shin couldn't believe it, because they are all close to him. The girl said that she knew that Shin would definitely not like this option, so she did not suggest it. The young man replied that it would not do as the goddess suggested, and she looked at him very carefully. Shin asked what he should do. He is ready to go himself, but does not want people close to him to do it. The goddess's joy knew no bounds. She told the hunter Cha in detail how to get to the Heavenly Warrior. Alex was walking up the stairs and asked what was going on and why Shin called everyone here. The young man replied that he needed to hear something and invited him into the house. The demon who became a servant told the man not to take his place at the right hand of the master. Alex asked if this was the demon who had voluntarily become his slave, and Shin confirmed it. Alex hugged Hen and asked the demon what he would do, since they were both warriors and they were very close. These words made the demon very angry, and he said that this should not be done because it was blasphemy. Shin pushed them away and said that if they were going to continue fooling around, he would go first. Which he did successfully, and the demon and Alex began to shout for the young man to wait for them. When they entered the house, Shin saw something that surprised him greatly. He definitely did not expect such a development of events. In the room was the head of the dinosaurs, and in front of him were 3 tied demons. Aller said that he was going to call Shin here since these guys had snuck in here and let him deal with them. One demon was very surprised because he saw a demon near the hunter Cha, and he should not be with a person. Shin he immediately told his servant to question the demons properly and get all the information out of them, and he agreed. The demons looked at the one-eyed servant, asked him with fear why he was doing this, and asked him not to betray them. But the one-eyed demon did not hear their pleas and began to knock out all the information that his master needed. Shin told those present that they had very little time, so he would get straight to the point. He announced that he was going to destroy the demon seed and would do it directly through the dimension. Alex, who heard this information, was very surprised, and the head of the dragons asked how this happens. Shin told us that we had killed one demon king, and the fugitives would spread the news throughout the demon world. The young man noted that the more the war escalates, the more damage this place will suffer. It will be better when they go there themselves. Alex reported that they would not be able to cross the rift because the dragon wings had lost the battle for territory to them. Alert agreed with Alex and said that even if they could cross the rift, but they were not from there, then they should not do it. Shin said that he had a way to get there and he learned it from the goddess herself. The dragon chief and Alex were shocked by this answer. Even the demons stopped for a moment to listen to the conversation. That if you have reached your peak, as you are now, you should have an idea of how to separate the physical body from the spiritual. And only a soul in such a state can cross the rift. This information was very surprising. Shin said that this method is not universal, since once the soul crosses the rift, the body becomes completely defenseless if it is damaged or killed during this time. Alex heard this information, frowned, and said that he could die there. Hunter Cha summed it up. He said that he and the dragon wings were involved in this matter, and he brought Alex here to find out his opinion. The American hunter clenched his fist, thought for a second, and said that he would go with him. It seemed that Shin was expecting such an answer from Alex, shook his hand, and said welcome. Then Hunter Shin turned to his slave and asked if he would go with them, and he agreed. The one-eyed demon reported that the demons were going to attack on a much larger scale than expected. They connected with the demon lord Rodiak. This information alerted Hunter Cha. He folded his arms across his chest and thought about something. A week later, an interesting event took place on the territory of the laboratory, which is located in San Francisco, America. Everyone was gathered: Alex, Elena, Lee Ji-hee, Shin, and also Yunsol, who was standing a little to the side. Shin saw that his sister was very worried, so he walked up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he just up and left again. The elder brother stroked his sister's head and asked his sister to forgive him. He promised that he would come back this time. Yunsol cried at the explosion and said that her brother should return safe and sound. Hunter Cha smiled at his younger sister and promised that he would definitely come back. And then the young man turned to the deputy head of the guild, Lee Ji-hee, and the girl came closer. Shin asked the girl to take care of them. He looked at her with love. She replied that he could rely on her. Elena told Alex that there were so many people in the hall, but it seemed as if Shin and Lee were alone, and she even felt uncomfortable. The boys were already placed in flasks. Shin, he said, that demons can come again, so it is necessary to be on the alert. Elena told him to be careful too. The system has been launched, and the boys are about to move into a new dimension to fight the demons. Alex clapped his hands and said that it was really possible. Shin was calm. The young man said that very soon they would find themselves in a new place where important events awaited them. Lee Ji-hee's eyes were full of tears, and she told Shin Hyun to be sure to take care of himself. After some time, Alex and Shin saw that the dragon wings, the leader of the dragons, and also the one-eyed demon servant were waiting for them. The young people slowly walked towards them, towards interesting adventures. At this time, the devil sitting on the throne asked what would happen if she provided support. The demon who stood before the throne of the devil said that he would guarantee success. He would cover the whole world with fire, in which this man was located. And Shin flew very slowly to his destination. It seemed like he was sleeping. The young man felt uncomfortable and unusual, all from traveling through the dimension. When Alex and Shin landed, their support team immediately ran up to them. Hunter Cha looked around and wondered if this was really the demon world. and Alex added that it was no different from the earth and Murim. The head of the dragons said that this is indeed so, and they call this world Dreadville. Shin turned to his demon slave and called him a serf, but he had no idea why his master called him that. The guy seemed not to hear this question and immediately ordered the slave to tell him more about this place. The one-eyed demon reported that the building in front of them was the castle of his former Lord Willite, and the forest that was nearby was the end of the world, so the dragon wings who lost the battle fled here. The demon noticed that most demons weren't interested in this. They were most interested in the dragon wings. Willite sought to exterminate the lizards, as their territories were nearby. Shin scratched his beard and understood why, after Willite's death, the other demons wouldn't worry. One Eye said that on the contrary, now that Willite is dead, other demon lords will start to take an interest, especially his favorite Rodiak. Shin wondered how many more demon lords there were, and his slave replied that 11, including the dead Willite. Hearing this number, the young man became upset and asked if it was a lot. The head of the dinosaurs took him by the shoulder and said that it was a lot. Alex said that this battle would drag on longer than he expected. Shin agreed and said that they would need cover. He turned again to his one-eyed servant and told him to take him to Willeta's castle, and they would stop there. And the demon went to the castle, which, as it turned out, was guarded by 3 more demons. The one-eyed man was not ready for this. He waved his hand at them happily, and with a smile on his face announced that he had returned to them. The guards ran to meet him and were happy to meet Calpadine. They were very worried when they lost contact with him. The demons asked where the demon king was, but the one-eyed man hesitated. He was followed all the time by the American hunter Alex, who, during the demon's conversation, cut off the head of one of the guards. The second demon faced the same fate because he did not expect such a trick from Calpadine. The one-eyed demon said that the king died at the hands of the new ruler and smiled sarcastically. The third hunter was shaking with horror. He held the weapon in his hands and did not even think of using it. The demons were sitting in a dark room. When the doors opened and daylight appeared, they began to squint. One of the main demons turned to another, asking if he was okay, and said that he had news. He reported that he had managed to infiltrate the demon village and had barely been able to find those who had gone on reconnaissance. The demons were in prison, tied up, but they were freed very quickly. The dragon wings, after a single victory, let their guard down, which gave them a head start. Then the chief demon asked his ward if he had any more information. The fair-haired demon, in front of whom the wards stood, demanded that he tell him everything, but he hesitated. The demon raised his head and said that Alert had returned to Dreadville, along with the traitor demon and the people. The blonde elder demon was very surprised. He couldn't believe what he heard with his own ears. The demon smiled and said that he had good news. The blonde man was surprised and asked what kind. The horned one told about how the 2 strongest people had passed into another world, leaving their bodies, but the main one interrupted him and asked why this was good news. He thought Dreadville was in danger, but the lower caste demon said they could kill the flesh and blood here. The demon noticed that they had a great chance. The blonde man's eyes lit up, and he laughed. The events took place in the Demon King's castle, where Cha's team had recently settled. Shin laughed that they looked more like villains than demons, since there was a whole crowd of tied-up demons in front of them. The young man laughed and said that they come suddenly, tie up those who remain, and the head of the dragons noted that they deserve it. The demon in the pince-nez told Calpadine that he had betrayed them, and how dare he return here with this spawn. He stuck out his tongue, mimicked the demon, and said that he was only serving his master. And Shin reported that his master had died at his hands, and from now on, this would be his base. And now he needs to get used to it, just like his friends who were also tied up. For a while, the room became very quiet. The demon thought about something for a long, long time. Then he bowed to the floor and, gritting his teeth, said that he admitted his defeat. The demon in the pince-nez raised his head and said very loudly that everyone should support the new ruler. The demons who were captured had beads of sweat on their faces. They wrinkled their foreheads and looked at each other. And then the prisoners all together in chorus shouted that they accepted the new ruler. Shin decided to use his special skills and a small light appeared on his finger. The demons who saw this became very animated, as the bonds with which they were bound burned away. Alex approached the young man and asked if he thought the demons would come after him after this. He replied that they definitely wouldn't do that. Hunter Cha approached Kalpadan with orders to suppress the lesser demons. But then a demon in a pince-nez approached the guy and asked the gentleman to give him this job. Shin asked the demon's name, and he replied that his name was Salchin. He told him to take him to the room, as he needed to rest a little, and then they would get down to business. The demon Salchin walked forward and invited the company to follow him, which the young people did. Hunter Cha entered the room, sat on the bed, and decided to talk to the demon alone. He looked very intently at Salchin. His pupils became like match heads, and then asked him what he was planning. The demon fell to his knees in fright, shaking as if he had a high fever, and stutteringly asked what Shin meant. He began to bow and said that he was simply trying to come up with a plan to help his master. Shin was very surprised that the demon wanted to help him, and he said that his position is the deputy of the demon king, or more simply, he is a butler. Salchin explained that his main role is to follow all orders. He asked if Shin planned to kill all the demons. He answered in the affirmative. The demon in the pince-nez said that he would spread false information that Willite was not dead. Hunter Cha found it very funny and said that everything he said sounded good for Salchin to try, and he thanked him for his kindness. The demon in the pince-nez turned his head away, and his face twisted into a terrible, arrogant grin. One of the higher demons held a red magic ball in his hand and said that the bodies of people on the earth were still intact, and this was a great opportunity. So he exchanged information with the red-haired devil, who was incredibly happy to receive such cool information. She stood in her estate near the throne and thought about something for a while. The devil decided that it was necessary to send troops there, the more the better. At this time, Salchin was telling Shin that the current demon lord Willite had disappeared and was considered dead by many. He looked at Hunter Cha very carefully and said that he would advise who should be the first target. He believes it must be the demon lord Rodiak, a charismatic devil. Shin said that he heard about it and that it was Willite's girl, and Salchin asked if Hen knew about her. Hen said that he knew about her, and the demon asked him to tell him more about the demon lord Rodiak. He noted that she is a woman and a demon lord who is in a demonic relationship with King Willite. He is loyal to her, so Rodiak's powers have increased greatly. The demon said that she was not surprised by Willite's disappearance, unlike other demons, but she is very worried about him. Salchin asked permission to go to Rodiak to tell her that Willite was alive and well. If he says that he can't move because of his injuries, then Rodiak will want to meet him, and Shin would only have to take her place. The young man thought about the information he heard. After some time, Hunter Cha allowed the demon to go with Rodiak, and he was incredibly happy with this permission. Salchin promised that he would return very soon and flew out of the room with a scorch, and Shin remained to wait for him. In front of one of the most important demons, a whole army of horned warriors was already lined up. He gave orders to a whole group of demons to tear apart the flesh of people located in a laboratory in San Francisco. The demon was in anticipation of victory. A satisfied grin appeared on his face, and he said that they needed to be crushed like bugs. At this time, Salchin promptly arrived at the castle of Rodiak and greeted the devil. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she was glad to see Salchin in person. The demon quickly dropped to his knees and began to bow in greeting, touching his head to the floor. Rodiak allowed the devil, who had arrived uninvited in her castle, to raise his head. Salchin then turned to Nerissa, the representative of Rodiak, and asked her to allow him to say something important to the lady in private. She was very angry because a demon of a lower caste dared to speak with Rodiak alone, but the lady ordered her to leave. As she was leaving, she said that she really hoped that Salchin would not say anything stupid to the lady. The pause dragged on for a while, and Rodiak ordered the demon to speak strictly to the point. Salchin lowered his head, and then asked what business the lady was talking about. She calmly replied that she was interested in the question of the burial of Willite's lover, and the demon thought that she knew everything. Rodiak got angry and said that if he didn't come for this reason, then what was he doing here? wandering around like a dog that couldn't hold its owner. Saltian asked for forgiveness and said that he had to say something even if it cost him his life. The demon replied that he had come to her precisely for this purpose. The lady calmed down a little and allowed him to speak. He reported that the vile bastards who killed his master had captured the castle. This news shocked the devil. She was surprised, and from her worries a drop of sweat appeared on her face. Saltian said that there were few invaders of the castle, but one should not underestimate each of them. He noticed that the man named Cha Shin Hyun was the most dangerous. Hearing this name, the lady grimaced, and then shouted that all the rulers knew what he had done. She then added that a Freeze had said that the uninvited guests were currently in an unstable state, as they were separated from blood and flesh. Saltian asked if a Freeze was alive. The lady replied that the one-armed man was alive and well. The demon with the pince-nez began to bow to his mistress and joyfully said that he was pleased to hear that the flesh of the attackers was defenseless. Saltian then said that they just needed to stall for time until a Freeze targeted their bodies. The two humans would be taken care of, and they would need to worry about the dragon leader. Rodiak asked if her interlocutor had a plan, and he replied that he had told them that he would force the lady to leave the castle. Saltian noted that they needed to tie their hands until a Freeze made his entrance, and the devil remarked that it was a good plan. The demon in the pince-nez smiled at the praise from the lady and asked her to perform some actions. Rodiak, accompanied by her retinue, immediately decided to leave her castle. Saltian smiled sarcastically. Then he whispered to the devil that if they went out so boldly, people would think that the castle was empty. The lady will wait in ambush nearby, and when they enter her castle, Saltian will immediately give the signal. He was very pleased, then said that the soldiers who remained in the castle were like rat poison. The demon in the pince-nez led his mistress into the nearby forest, where she remained with her retinue. And Saltian went back to the people and said that he had managed to convince Rodiak. Someone from Shin's team said that now that the castle was empty, they had a chance. Saltian very quickly rose up, saying that they should hurry. Those present looked to see where the demon had flown, and everyone standing in front of the castle followed his example. Alert said that it looked very much like the castle was empty after all, and Alex replied that it was all very plausible. Saltian smiled wryly and asked what plausibly meant. What were they talking about after all? Rodiak had let out all the soldiers. Then the demon thought for a moment and said, "If you think about it, where is the main army?" But the head of the dragons interrupted him and said that it was nowhere. Alert thought about something and then said that he would go look for the devil Rodiak. And then, without thinking twice, very abruptly and unexpectedly, using his abilities, he cut off Saltian's head. Alex, who had been watching the whole thing, folded his arms across his chest, laughed and said that demons were no worse. What a blatant lie. Then American. The hunter suggested going and taking this castle. The head of the dragons agreed with his thoughts. Soon, Shin and his servant, the one-eyed demon, came from behind to the demoness's troops. Rodiak. The young man raised his hand and asked her to take care of the dome. The Rodiak troops were not prepared for such a turn of events. The demons turned around and what they saw shocked them. They could not understand who was in front of them. The high-ranking devil, although she was frightened, immediately realized that the person speaking to her was Cha Shin Hyun. She said that this was an unexpected phenomenon for her, and if Saltian was right, then Shin was heading to the castle, and he asked how Rodiak could believe this. The young man immediately said that he was here to deal with the main one, and would leave the castle for other people, but for the demoness, this did not matter. This answer left the guy stumped. He certainly didn't expect to hear it from the high-ranking Rodiak. And she, seeing the young man's reaction, just laughed very loudly, arrogantly, and said what a laughing-stock this was. Shin got really angry and asked what she was even talking about. She was completely out of her mind. Tears came to Rodiak's eyes from laughter. She wiped them away with her hands and laughingly replied that she had prepared something for him. A Freeze, with a huge number of demons and his warriors, headed to where the physical bodies of Shin and Alex were. Rodiak thought about this and looked slyly at Shin, she knew perfectly well that she needed to stall for time. Meanwhile, a freeze and his assistants were making their way into the laboratory grounds. The bodies of Shin and Alex were in huge capsules with a special solution. Lee and Yunsol were standing in front of the capsules, and the sister was saying that everything seemed to be okay with the capsules. And the deputy head of the guild asked if everything was okay with the two of them there, but Yunsol remained silent. Then the girl smiled and said that they were fine, because Ji-hee knew her brother very well. They were completely fine and full of strength. Lee smiled and said that Leader Cha was probably right and she was just winding herself up. Before the girl could finish speaking, the room became dark, and then the red emergency light came on. The alarm went off and Yunsol asked why it suddenly went off. The deputy head of the guild took out a walkie-talkie, contacted the guard and asked what had happened. He reported that demons had attacked them and asked for reinforcements. Lee ordered Yunsol to contact the hunters, the dragon wings, who could help now. The girl immediately began to fulfill the request. Shin, who was standing in front of Rodiak, asked why he had to guess her riddles. Not receiving an answer to his question, he used his power and said that she did not have long left. The demoness screamed at him to calm down and stop using his abilities, but the young man did not hear her. He offered Rodiak to fight him with all her might and show her demonic spirit. The young man thought about what that demon lord had said a little about the demonic spirit. Rodiak became very angry, her eyes lit up with fire, and she told the guy that his death had come. She smiled and said that the young man had killed her beloved and he would not leave so easily. Rodiak used the power of fire. Beads of sweat appeared on Shin's face. He said that it became very hot. Demoness. She was delighted when she heard the guy's words and ordered him to burn alive. Shin replied that all this was very similar to a battle between two powerful titans. The boy then thought that if ordinary demons had obtained something similar to this martial art, then Shin would be extremely irritated by it. And the demoness continued to rage. She thirsted for the death of her opponent and screamed for him to shut up and die. The young man was not afraid of her, but continued to fight, because he knew that only one of them would remain alive. This made Rodiak very angry, and she screamed hysterically at how he was resisting her power. The young man smiled, and the devil asked if he was not an ordinary person. She was very surprised. At this time, there were heated battles near the laboratory. The dragon wings fought with the demons. They understood that the dragons were stronger and asked each other why they still didn't have reinforcements. Yunsol Shi climbed onto the roof of the building where the laboratory was located and helped the dragons deal with the demon. She was driven by anger. Russian hunter Elena also came to the rescue. She used her power against the demons. Afreeze had already burst into the laboratory where the capsules were located and said that he was doing everything for the common good. He gritted his teeth, remembered how many of his charges had been destroyed, and said that these casualties were inevitable. He ran up to the room where the capsules were located and started kicking down the doors. A room opened up in front of him in which the capsules were located. The demon was glad that they were found so quickly. Afreeze had a pink flame in his hands and said that all that was left was to detonate the capsules. The demon was overjoyed with anticipation, but Li Ji-hee appeared very quietly behind him. The guild's deputy put a dagger to the demon's throat. Blood flowed, and he only wondered how he could have let his guard down. Li Ji-hee quickly stabbed the demon to death and said that he couldn't have expected the sudden attack. She went to the flask, looked around, and was glad that nothing was damaged and everything was intact. Then she lightly hit the flask that Shin was in and said that a lot of time had passed since they crossed over to another dimension. The girl asked that they return quickly. Meanwhile, Shin turned to Rodiak and asked if she had received divine protection. He approached the devil closer and then noted that she controlled it very well. Then the young man laughed and asked if he was living up to Rodiak's expectations. She was very angry and did not want to answer questions, because at first she thought that he was an ordinary person. Rodiak raised her hands up and screamed how much longer she had to endure Shin. Sweat was streaming down Shin's face, but he noted with a smile that this was what the divine power of demons looked like. He used force and moved forward towards the devil, saying that he would kill her very soon. Another ice sword appeared in the hands of the young man, and he struck Rodiak with all his might. She was surprised. Blood came out of her mouth, and she only had time to ask how he was able to pierce her with just his power, since she was a fire demon. The young man laughed in response and whispered in her ear that she should have used her powers more economically. Rodiak fell to the ground, and the boy asked her if she thought she had killed too many souls. Then the young man told the demoness that she did everything for the sake of her lover. Shin turned around and left the scene, leaving Rodiak lying on the ground covered in blood. Then he heard her moving and breathing and said he was sure she was dead. When he turned around, Rodiak was already standing with her head bowed and blood dripping from her. She looked at Shin and told him that he was a sweet, grief-stricken child, but not a living person at all. The guy calmly said that she was also not who she claimed to be and asked who she really was. Rodiak called Shin crazy and said they killed someone she loved very much. The demoness was very badly mutilated. Instead of one eye, she had a gaping hole. She said that she loved the god Dervil. The young man folded his hands in front of him and said that there is only one god. Rodiak laughed and asked if they knew that there were other gods. Had they heard about the demon god? Shin wondered if there were many gods in this place, unlike on Earth, and asked the demoness. She extended her clawed paw to him and said that the boy was a naive child and that she was not destined to die like this. The young man looked at her calmly and said that the first person to attack his dimension was Rodiak's fiancée, Willite, and he came here to protect his world. The demoness screamed. Was it not for this stupid reason that he killed her fiancé, having set up a vile trap? The guy calmly asked Rodiak if she didn't think the pressure temperature needed to be lowered a little. He spoke about what he saw with his own eyes, one-on-one, of death, and why he had to watch and lose. Rodiak held up a finger with a huge nail and said that it didn't matter now. She began to crumble into small pieces, but continued to talk about the guy killing 2 demon lords. The young man replied that Rodiak was just trash and ordered her to get out of his way. She crumbled into little pieces and said that all the demons will kill him soon. They won't sit idle. Shin stood and watched as the devil turned to dust. He listened attentively to what Rodiak was saying. The young man wondered what other brothers and sisters there were, and what kind of family games of the gods these were. The demons from the Rodiak army, who were standing a little further away, watched as the red smoke fluttered in the distance. Shin walked closer to them and noted whether they seemed to have become much more numerous. And then he said that he really wanted to have fun with them, and the demons began to shake with horror. Alert told Shin that while they were storming the castle, Hunter Cha defeated Rodiak, which is very surprising. The young man said that he was not afraid of her, even if she was a demon king with divine protection. But still, there was no need to relax. Alex asked why, because they had done very well this time. The American hunter asked if they could not kill them all together, then maybe they should be killed one by one. Shin said that it was not that easy, especially after the death of the leader, because the demons would immediately begin to take revenge. Kalpadan, the slave of the hunter Shin, became very angry and asked if he knew about all this. Alert said that they had encountered demons with dragon blood before. They also had a blessing, but he didn't think about these demons. Shin said that he thinks there is someone more than just the demon god who will be directing the demons towards him, and it wouldn't hurt for them to develop a strategy, because their future depends on it. Then he turned to his slave, the demon Kalpadan, and ordered everyone to gather as there was something to discuss. The young man smiled an unctuous smile and asked if the serf could do everything quickly. After a short time, Mr. Cha, a huge number of demons were built. Shin turned to the chief. He asked if the demon was the chief subordinate of the demon Rodic. Kalpadan, who was standing nearby, said that this was exactly the demoness that Rodic represented. She screamed at the top of her lungs and said that they thought she would give in easily to people like them. The young man thought for a moment and asked if she could resist a guy like him. Shin snapped 2 fingers, laughed and said that he had to find out, and she was crossing the line. Narissa shook with fear. And Hen used a special skill called Divine Word and ordered them to swear allegiance to him. The deviless began to sweat and began to scream loudly, saying that this should not have happened. Then she shouted very loudly that she was Nerissa and was glad to welcome the new king. All the demons were in complete shock. They said that they serve only her and she cannot do this to them. Shin stood in front of them and asked if they wanted to be brainwashed or if they would swear voluntarily. The young man smiled slyly and said that their master was kind and gave them a choice, wasn't he? The demons began to look at each other, a silent question frozen in their eyes. Then they all bowed to Shin Hyun in unison, as they understood that they were walking on a thin knife blade. Someone from the crowd shouted that it was time for everyone to congratulate the new king. There were 5 people in white robes at the table, and someone asked if everyone was there. One creature told another that only a weakling like him could allow his patron demon to be killed. He yelled at his interlocutor that he should shut up because it was very difficult to keep track of all this. The creature gritted its teeth and then said that the man who killed his demon had a mortal shell but a divine soul. Someone asked if he had raised his soul level with such a body, and the interlocutor answered that Shin came here as a human and that it was very strange. But if that is true, then he is the king, so it is important to remove his soul so that there will be peace in their world, one of those present noted. Someone else said that it was annoying, but nothing could be done for now, another being suggested giving powers to the demons. The demon was sleeping in his bed. A creature in white came to him and began to say something important. The same creature came to the second demon, an older one, and it said that there was a scoundrel from another world. And the third demon had a message that a very unique person would soon take revenge on everyone. Young demon Darius woke up in a bad mood as he was about to have a very bad dream. The older demon Foradin also woke up in a bad mood, muttering something under his breath. And the demoness Ardia woke up with the thought that she needed to find Naznel as soon as possible. Naznel was the first demon king. He was sitting on his throne, very angry and asking what was going on here. The figure of Rodiak, who was crumbling into small pieces, and who in her death throes was saying that he would be killed by demons, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Shin sat thoughtfully. He remembered the demoness, thought that she was full of madness. The young man asked, "So your brothers and sisters will kill me?" Yes, that's what he was talking about to himself. Then the guy remembered the conversation about how he asked how many demons there were with divine protection. And then Kalpadin replied that there was such information that the lords and the king received the protection of the demon god. Shin's slave informed him that he knew the demons Darius, Ardia, Faradin, and Rodiak, who had died. He doesn't know more because the information is being kept very secret, and he can't say anything about it. Shin replied that this was enough. Kalpadin said that he was the strongest and most devoted servant of his master. Alex grinned and called him lucky. The guy thought about what if the demon god himself descended to them, but this most likely would not affect anything, and they needed to be more careful. Demons who had strange dreams came to see the main demon Naznel. He wondered why they were all in the same place at the same time. He looked suspiciously at the arriving demons and asked if they had united and decided to attack him. Foradin looked at the demon king and said that it was a good offer, but it was completely wrong. Naznel asked what he wanted. If they all decided to meet, then why didn't Rodiak join? Ardiashi said that this was the reason they came, and Naznel asked if Rodiak had quarreled with her fiancé again. The demon was surprised that they came to him for some nonsense, but Darius asked to speak. The demon lord said that he had been having the same ominous dream for several nights in a row. The second lord said that in a dream they say that the god of madness fell at the hands of a king from another world. The demon then added that this was most likely a divine sign, and that the apostle of madness was Rodiak. Naznel became think that these 4, including Rodiaka, are special beings who have received divine protection. He thought that his abilities were recognized, although his position as the commander-in-chief of the strongest was very clear. The chief demon wondered if he should believe that all this was not fiction and whether someone else could take his place. He thought for a bit and asked his interlocutor if he had ever had such dreams before. He replied that he had never had them. Naznel said that a being similar to a god came in a dream, but this is the first time he has heard of them being warned of trouble through a dream. The assembled demons asked him if he denied this danger. He replied that he did not deny the existence of such a person, because he, the demon king, received protection from the demon god. The demon king said that the ancient records mentioned that powers were given randomly, and he had never heard that there could be two strongest in one life. One of the demons asked him if he doubted them and the power of the demon god, and slammed his fist on the table. The young lord said that the demon king most likely meant that this incident was abnormal, especially if it was being spoken about by the demon god. Naznel asked for forgiveness, and asked why they came to him instead of contacting Rodiak immediately. The lords replied that they had tried to contact her, but she was not giving any response, and contact with her had been lost while Artia was in pursuit. The Lord said that they came to him because he is closest to the head of the demon, and he has the authority to send demonic spirits to the territories of Velite or Rodiak. The demon king became angry and asked if those present wanted to take advantage of his power. Darius replied that they would not abuse it because he would not suffer from it in any way. Naznel told those present to go to Rodiak and contact him as a member of the royal family, and he would help them with this. Darius thanked the demon king for their assistance and said that they would report the results to him. Rodiak was sitting on the throne in her castle. 3 demons came to her, and one of them said that she needed to bow down, and they knelt down. One demon had thoughts about how someone thought that the demoness would not be there today. Would they really do everything so bluntly? Rodiak ordered him to raise his head and told one of the demons that his face seemed very familiar to her. The demon wondered if this was really that demoness, and thought about why he felt so awkward now. Rodiak asked what had happened that all 3 of them had come to visit her. The demon bowed and said that the king asked him to convey that he wanted to meet with the lady. Rodiak was very surprised and then asked why he did not come to her personally. The demon replied that he would be busy until tomorrow. The demoness turned to the other 2 demons and said that she felt that they were not the king's subordinates, since they had never met before. They replied that the lady was right. They had never met before, and were not subordinates of the king. Rodiak asked why people from different places united and came to her. She demanded to be told directly. Her eyes were glowing red, and the devil asked if they would ever get the stupid idea to deceive her. The demons fell to their knees and began to say that everything was completely wrong. The main one of them said that he would tell the lady everything. He reported that the king had recently held a meeting in the castle, and by his decision, they were sent to check on the health of the respected Rodiak. The lady smiled and asked what these 3 wanted from her, and whether she was in danger. The demon said that this is exactly what they wanted to tell her. He was on his knees and very nervous. He thought about the awkward feeling he had before, what was happening to him, because his appearance, manner of speech, everything was the same. Beads of sweat appeared on the demon's face, and his pupils became like dots, and he realized that he did not feel a demonic aura from the lady. According to the rules, the demon king must show his power, strength, and authority, even if he doesn't want to, the demon thought. Rodiak stood up from the throne and began to walk. The demon looked at her feet. She said that she had heard this before. She said that demonic spirits under the leadership of the divine protection demon lords had come to visit, and that this would be beneficial to her master. The demons who came to Rodiak were shocked and surprised to hear these words from her. They began to stutter, and after a while Rodiak miraculously transformed into Kalpadin. The demons who were looking for the lady were surprised and frightened. They asked Kalpadin what he was doing here. He laughed merrily and said that he thought he would die pretending to be Rodiak, and I'm very glad that they didn't reveal it. He approached them and asked if they were confused when Shin appeared and said that he had already despaired of looking for the rest of the demon lords. The young man was very happy. He laughed and thanked the demons for coming to him. He turned to the demons and asked how he could express his gratitude. They shook with anger, and the main one thought that the arrogant little man did not know his place. The demon took the sword in his hands and ran towards him with the wish that Shin would die. The guy stood calmly and watched all this. A moment later, the blade of the sword was right in front of the young man's face, but he was unperturbed. Shin stopped the sword with 2 fingers and told the demon that he was very brave, then snatched it from his hands. The demon was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events, and the young man, without thinking twice, cut off his head. Shin raised the sword up and said that this sword would not touch him even in 100 or 1,000 years. Then he approached the demon and said that he most likely knew the least about his abilities. The other 2 demons stood to the side in amazement. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They were silent as if they had water in their mouths. Shin ordered them to provide all the information they knew about their master if they wanted to stay alive. And they told the young man in detail everything they knew because they did not want to die. Shinhee listened attentively to what the demons were telling him and began to think about something. The demons knelt down and continued to talk, waving their arms as Shin was joined by his team members. One of the demons summed up that this is all they know and they ask you to believe them. Alex said that in the end, there was not as much useful information as he thought. Kalpadan noted that the fact that several lords had gone to Naznel was very important information and could pose a threat to them. Alert noted that even though they are a team, how do they know that they were the ones who killed Rodiak? Shin put his hands behind his head, stretched, thought, and said that he knew how the lords knew everything. The young man reported that when he killed the lady, his mind became clouded as if he was drunk, and Rodiak said that all the demons would unite and kill him. Kalpadan became very nervous and asked if his master, Alert, was okay, added that it remains to wait for the Demon King. Shin laughed cheerfully and said that they should not worry, because he was the Hunter Cha, and they would not be able to kill him since there was a reliable plan. The young man turned to the demons, who bowed to the floor, and asked them to look at him. They carried out the order in horror. They were still very scared and shocked by everything that was happening. Shin used a special skill, Divine Word, and told the demons to do as he told them. Lord Artia was not prepared for such developments. Demons entered her castle and headed somewhere. They bowed before the high-ranking demon and asked for forgiveness for their insolence. The demoness Artia ordered not to apologize, but to quickly tell the reason for their appearance. One of the demons said that Mrs. Rodiak was too noisy and talkative, and she was executed right there. Artia was shocked by the information she heard. She couldn't believe it. The demons said that they couldn't do anything about it, and they were truly sorry. Before going to the master, they came to her to tell her this sad news. Artia was very upset. The demoness calmed down a little and noted that Rodiak was indeed very talkative. Then Artia waved her hand and told the demons to go where they were going. They thanked her and left. A few minutes later, the upset demoness went to her bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. But she couldn't sleep. She dreamed of creatures who told her not to let herself be deceived. The apostle had fallen into madness, and she needed to face the truth. Artia woke up with a terrible headache. She grabbed her head and asked what he meant by that. After some time, the lords gathered in Artie's castle, and since a bad dream did not give her peace. Foradin asked the other demon if he had heard the same thing in his dream yesterday. He confirmed that everything was so, and he was told that he shouldn't deceive himself. Artia said that she was truly very sorry that the demonic spirit of the murdered Rodiak still not at peace. Darius asked what really happened. His people and Foradin's people returned safely from the hands of Rodiak, were the same as usual. Then he thought that his servants could be lying, and their dreams were really a message from God himself. Artia noted that if the demon god had given enlightenment, he would have said everything more clearly. Darius agreed with her words. The Lord grabbed his head and said that they needed to do something. They asked him what he meant. Foradin thought for a few minutes, and then said that he would go there himself. Darius and Artia were very surprised, asked what was happening to him since he was lazy, and now he was going to come there himself. The demon replied that it was so annoying to him that he had been having unpleasant dreams for several days in a row. Foradin said that he would personally check if Rodiak was alive, and then return with peace of mind, and if the dreams continued, then he would need to think about it. Darius wondered if the demon thought there was an enemy he could easily deal with, and if the Lord had a good sense for such things. Darius then asked if the other lords believed that the Rodiacs had been harmed. Ardia noted that if the lady had lost, then they would lose too. Foradin said that if something happened to him, the other lords needed to try to protect Nesnel. Ardia smiled and said that Foradin was acting like a hero who was ready to sacrifice himself for the common good. He replied that he was not going to die and therefore would not sacrifice himself. Darius, smiling, most likely because Foradin had volunteered to go to Rodiac himself, wished him luck. After a short time, Foradin and his assistant were not far from the castle of Rodiac. He asked the servant if he was ready. Their conversation was interrupted by Shin, who asked if the lord in front of him was the one who had received the protection of the gods. All the members of his group approached Hunter Cha, and the young man asked if the demon's name was Foradin. The demon became wary and thought that the young man knew him, but from where? And Shin continued to clarify who was in front of him. Foradin looked at his interlocutor and remained silent. The silence was broken by the servant who accompanied the demon. He said that Lord Foradin was next to him. The demon became very angry and told the servant that he had lied about something happening to Rodiac in order to lure him, calling him a puppet. After Foradin froze his servant, he turned to Shin's group and asked who they were. Hunter Cha happily answered the demon's question. He said that he was a human and came from another dimension. The demon asked again, and then clarified whether it was true that they were invaders from another world. Shin said with a smile on his face that it seemed like something, and then asked if the demon had seen something like a dream or a nightmare. The guy said that in the dream there was talk about the need to avenge the murder of Rodiac, but he noted that he did not understand what Shin was talking about. Hunter Cha asked if it was unpleasant for them to be dolls, since Twilight was the first to attack, and if it weren't for him, this meeting would never have happened. The demon lord thought that Twilight and Rodiac had a special connection with him, and they were most likely killed by the person in front of him. Foradin became very angry and then asked Shin if he was the one who hurt Rodiac. The young man looked calmly at the demon. He was not afraid of him and confirmed his guesses. Shin then asked Foradin if he was using ice block magic, since there was a frozen servant of the Lord lying nearby. The young man noted that everything looked very tempting, used force, and told the demon to attack him with all his might. He would fight him. Foradin got very angry and said that his whole company was crazy. Kalpadin asked Shin if they would kill the Lord. He ordered them to stand behind and not interfere. And Foradin began to prepare for battle to use his ice block powers. Shin Hyun put his hands on his hips, smiled, and asked if this was all the Demon Lord's power. Foradin, anticipating victory, announced that his power was an ice storm. He sent an attack called Ice Prison at Shin, and he was thrown back a little. Hunter Cha's legs gradually began to freeze upwards from the toes. Shin looked at all this with surprise. He began to use his abilities, and then said that if it weren't for his strength, his organs would definitely not have withstood such an attack. Shin used the power of fire, and his body gradually began to thaw, and a fire sword appeared in Hunter Cha's hands. Foradin scratched his head and told Shin that he really was a good bluffer. Hunter Cha just laughed cheerfully in response, and then told the Demon Lord to think whatever he wanted. Shin noted that Foradin was much more stupid than Willite and Rodiac, and the demon would hardly understand his intentions. The demon, who heard these words of mockery from the man, was very surprised and thought about them. Foradin began to use his powers again and asked if he was worse than those who lost to him. The young man answered why not, and then noticed that he had hurt the demon's pride. Foradin said that Shin was going to die soon. It was better for him to keep quiet and froze him, and the young man thought that this time he was not focused on extermination. Hunter Cha came to the conclusion that he could not find the source of power. He needed to do everything right so that he would join his side, because Willite and Rodiac released the spirit of demons. Shin understood that this time it would not be easy for him, and he would have to act in a special way. The guy thought about how Rodiac and Foradin were demon protector lords, but how were they different from ordinary kings? But then Shin was distracted from his thoughts by the fact that the demon grabbed him by the throat with icy hands, and he did not expect this at all. A second later, an epiphany came to him. He realized that he needed to mix their power with the power of a pure soul. Shin very quickly freed himself from the icy hands of the Lord, who was about to strangle the young man. He used the power of fire very quickly, as he understood that he had to act with lightning speed. Foridun was not prepared for such a development of events, and began to stutter in surprise. A second later, a thought struck him, and he wondered if it was not the power of Rodiak that the young man was using. The demon asked Shin how he could receive the Lord's blessing, but he continued to use his powers. The guy replied that he saw how the enemy was using his own power, which he mixed with divine protection. If you think about it, it's easy to guess. Shin offered to finally talk to the enemy, to which Foridun agreed. He asked to spare him. Foridun fell to his knees and began asking Shin if he needed information. He promised to tell everything, so he asked for mercy. The young man said that he would think about this proposal because he was interested in the information. He asked why the Lord came himself. He answered that he decided so himself. Because those demons had not yet earned his trust, he decided to personally check Rodiak. Shin thought that the Lord was right. If someone was killed, the others would not understand, and Foridun said that he had a dream. He reported that a man in white robes came to him and said that only a king with divine blessing could become the apostle of madness. The Lord said that he saw in a dream that he would be killed by people from another world, so he thought about Rodiak. He bowed at Shin's feet and said that he didn't think things would turn out the way they did. The young man began to think that the Lords receive revelations in their sleep and that this is something higher than God. The boy sat down in front of the Lord and said that he knew everything he had told him and that he had no reason to leave him alive. Foridun screamed that if he survived, he would not allow demons to stand against him, even if such demons had to be exterminated. Shin asked how he could trust the Lord, and he swore on his name. The guy thought about the demon's words. And then he laughed and agreed with Foridun's proposal. The Lord began to bow and thank the hunter Cha. The young man tried to calm the demon lord and told him that he should remain silent. Foridun was placed in a kind of prison. He screamed that the guy promised him something else and why he was locked up. The young man replied that before he could be released, to hear the opinion of his comrades, so the demon should sit and be patient. Shin turned to his servants to listen to their position. He was also interested in the dragon wing's position. The demoness thought that her mistress had failed to use her power properly and had turned into dust. And Kalpadan was confident that the demon Foridun deserved to swear allegiance to them. Assistant Rodiak replied that Shin should not trust the Lord. He asked why she thought so. And the head of the dragons noted that the war with them was a long time ago, and at that time there were more demon kings than now. They even tried to destroy the dragon wings at the cost of their lives. Kalpadan said that he would reveal his master's abilities at the slightest opportunity, otherwise they would gather crowds and go to war. Shin asked if the demons really thought about it, but he immediately denied it, saying that he was just guessing at the situation. The young man said that he had heard their opinion and would go and free Foridun. Those present were shocked by his decision. And the guy replied that he said he would let the Lord go, but he didn't say that he would stay alive. Shin came and released the demon from its peculiar prison, and he looked around. And then he rushed to run away headlong, saying that Hunter Cha and his company were real bastards. Foridun was sure that very soon Shin would regret his rashness in letting him go. But then something happened. Foridun started to bleed from his throat, and he realized that he was falling. The demon screamed hysterically. A few seconds later, he heard Shin's question, asking if the demon liked the taste of his punch. Huge icicles were visible from the demon's back. The Lord said that the guy had just started a war. Foridun said he would not be able to return home alive, and blood was pouring from his mouth. Shin said he had heard this many times before and challenged the demon to come up with something better. At this time, the demon Darius sat in his castle and thought that Foridun was most likely already dead. He gritted his teeth and thought about what they could do if the Lord had fallen into the trap with such force. The solution to the problem came very quickly. He realized that it was necessary to gather all the lords. Demon King Naznel said that they were very persistent guys. They came again to ask for something. The lords informed him that this time they had received shocking information. The king was very surprised, and Artia told him that they were talking about Foridin's death. Naznel got angry because every time the matter was connected with him, and then he laughed because the demon himself chose his death. Artia said that Foridin went to Rodiak yesterday and lost contact with him. The demon king was surprised by this news. Darius noted that if Foridin was dead, then the other two kings had been killed by invaders from another world. He added that they have little information about other dimensions, and only know about a barbaric race called humans. The demon king was furious. He noted that the situation was much more serious. Darius demanded that the king use his power and gather all the demon kings. Artia added that the place where everyone would gather must be safe. The king said that he would gather everyone. Naznel apologized for gathering everyone so unexpectedly, because something extraordinary had happened. Tyrannel, the seventh demon king, wondered what this urgent thing could do to them. Silenus, the ninth king, said he thought Naznel would tell them something interesting. Darius told everyone present that he had asked everyone to gather and asked for understanding. Jericho, the sixth demon king, began to laugh at the Lord's words. What could be so important? Bardos, the 10th demon king, asked what Darius wanted from them, and the 11th Mullane said that it didn't matter much. Darius said that everyone remembers how Willite chased beyond the dimensions for dragon blood. Naturally, everyone knew about this. The Lord noted that Willite was most likely killed. The demon kings were surprised by this news and said that such a thing was simply impossible. Darius continued. He noted that Rodiak went to get her beloved, and Foridin, who wanted to know what was happening, did not get in touch. The Lord reported that they believed the incident was directly related to invaders from another world. Darius said he would like to address those who have the ability to transform into other races, Jericho. The demon asked if he could disguise himself as one of the dragons and observe the Rodiak domain, since they needed to know the situation and the strength of the enemy. The demon king Jericho laughed again and replied that he understood everything. He was not a man of many words. One of the demons stood behind the closed doors and listened carefully to what the demon kings were saying and wanted to pass the information on to Shin. Then Darius suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder and asked why he was brazenly eavesdropping on the conversation. The demon replied that this could not be, but the Lord squeezed his shoulder tighter and said that he was lying. Darius, in anger, tore off the demon's head, from which he was covered in blood. He said to himself that he was very disappointed. The demon's body fell to the floor, blood gushed in all directions, and a pink ball fell from his hands. The Lord picked it up and realized that the entire conversation with the demon kings was recorded on it. He trampled the ball and said that now he knew that there were not only demons in the castle, but also rats. Darius calmed down a little and thought that maybe later, after some time, it would be more fun. The Lord smiled slyly and said that he couldn't wait to see the invaders from another world. Shin lay on the bed and thought that this time another demon king with divine protection had fallen. He was curious about what they would do next and what the demon god himself would come up with. The head of the dragons entered his room and he timidly turned to Hunter Cha, who asked what they wanted from him. Alert said that they needed to talk in private, and to do that they needed to step outside for a minute. This proposal surprised Shin very much. He could not understand why they needed to be alone. Alert led him to a cave and said that the place he wanted to show Hunter Cha was here. The young man looked closely at the head of the dragons and asked who he really was. Alert smiled and asked if Shin had guessed it from the very beginning, from their first meeting. The dragon chief said that he wanted to meet him as soon as he heard about him, because he is a god who will die and a dragon who will be born. Shin wondered if a god, a dragon, or if such a thing even existed in this dimension. Alert pointed out to Hunter Cha that not all demons knew of his existence, and that he had acquired this form temporarily. Shin asked why the dragon leader needed him, and why all this secrecy was necessary. The dragon chief suggested that Shin go into the dungeon to find out for himself. Hunter Cha couldn't understand what Alert wanted from him. He called him to follow him and didn't answer Shin's questions. The young man walked into the cave and thought that this place seemed familiar to him. The boys saw a young man sitting in the distance in a blue glow. Shin looked at him carefully. Shin Hyun gritted his teeth and thought again that he had definitely been to this place once. And then the thought occurred to him that the cursed heavenly warrior was in front of him, and he became very angry. Shin rushed at him, and Alert tried to stop him, because it was better to talk first. Hunter Cha rushed forward, using his special powers, and the Dragon Chief tried to stop him. The heavenly warrior was able to hold back the young man's most powerful blow at the last moment, and Shin screamed that because of him, he lost his family and left his younger sister alone. He was abandoned in this place and was completely alone, and all these problems were because of the heavenly warrior. And the earth turned into chaos, monsters, mutants, and demons poured out of nowhere. And a global battle began. Shin very actively attacked the heavenly warrior, and he defended himself. Hunter Cha screamed in pain and frustration, huge tears rolling down his cheeks and streaming from his eyes. Shin lowered his head in frustration and demanded that the heavenly warrior answer his questions. He shouted at the top of his lungs for the heavenly warrior to speak. When Shin calmed down, he asked if Hyun wanted to talk to him. Hunter Cha was very surprised and asked if the warrior seriously wanted to talk to him. And then he struck the heavenly warrior's sword and shouted again how sweet it was of him. The Dragon Chief, who was watching all this, asked them to calm down. Shin got excited again and shouted at the heavenly warrior that he would cut him into 1,000 pieces. He was furious to the limit, and wishing for the warrior to die, he hit him with all his might. Shin saw a fire in front of him with flakes rising up. He couldn't understand what was happening. After some time, the heavenly warrior appeared in front of the young man, but all in chains. He wanted to free him, but he couldn't do it. Shin was bewildered and very confused. The young man asked the heavenly warrior why he was tied up and what kind of chains were there, which were not only on his legs and arms, but also on his neck. He replied that it was a very long story, and that Shin could spare him a minute to talk about it. He said that the goddess learned of his existence when he transformed from a mortal into a deity. She invited the guy into her divine world. The goddess congratulated the guy on becoming a god. But it was a lie, because she didn't want to share her status as a deity with anyone else. She wanted to be the only one. To achieve all this, she broke her divine oath not to interfere with other dimensions, made a deal with a demon named Dreadville, and they then became enemies of the dragon god. And the celestial warrior fell for the goddess's trick, and she sent him here, sealed in chains. After they sealed the boy, the goddess immediately said her intentions that she and the demon would kill the dragon god and take control of the entire earth. And the heavenly warrior gathered all his strength and created his own world in his imagination. There the guy was able to learn all the martial arts skills that exist. The guys who were there never knew each other, because his world was parallel to this one. The celestial warrior protected it from the goddess because he was its creator in another world. While the heavenly warrior taught long and hard, the goddess gradually gathered the faith of the people. As is known, during this time a lot of troubles happened. Monsters attacked people. After all, the more a person suffers, the more he begins to believe in God, the heavenly warrior noted. Shin gritted his teeth in anger and said that everything the heavenly warrior had said earlier was impossible. He screamed and asked if everything he knew was a blatant lie. Alert said that all the words of the heavenly warrior are the real truth. The Dragon Chief noted that this god was on the verge of death, and they didn't have much time to talk. Shin clenched his hand into a fist and said that he could help the heavenly warrior lose his damn life. And he rushed at him, saying that he did not want to take responsibility, and Alert began to calm him down. He said that he understood the reason for the anger, but it was worth listening to the end, because when Shin appeared in their dimension, even he was watching him. Alert said that after seeing the defeated demon kings, he believed the words of the heavenly warrior. They need Shin's help. The head of the dragon said that he would help with combat training, but the guy wanted to clarify something else, why he needed all these fairy tales. The young man asked if the heavenly warrior knew how to stop the goddess, or he thinks that saving the human world can be done easily, without any plan. Shin was very angry, because he understood perfectly well that there was no plan. The heavenly warrior replied that a man who can compete with a god without becoming a god. And Alert added that Shin can become stronger if he practices fighting power. The young man formed a fist and hit the heavenly warrior in the face with all his might. He said that he would not kill him, but not because he decided to forgive him. Shin said that he would make a contract with him in order to protect his family and his people. The young man noticed that the heavenly warrior knew a lot about demons and gods, and he thanked Hunter Cha for noticing this. Shin grabbed the chain on the heavenly warrior's neck with all his might and asked how to get rid of them. Alert said that there were two ways to get rid of them. He would kill the one who sealed him, or the demon god would free him. The heavenly warrior lowered his head and said that he could no longer summon people into his imaginary world. He could be safe here. He would try to call Shin there as soon as he could. After some time, the heavenly warrior seemed to evaporate, and only two remained in the clearing. Shin looked at the place where the heavenly warrior had just been for a long time and said that he couldn't do anything about it. The young man replied that he had no choice but to kill them all. Shin and the dragon chief headed towards the exit, and a silent pause continued for a while. Then Alert said that now it turns out that he will also be helping Shin. The guy did not understand this question. Then the young man thought for a moment and said that in such a situation help was important. The dragon chief asked the boy to repeat the sentence again, and he did. They walked, and after a while they saw a dragon on the path crawling towards them. Alert was horrified and asked why the dragon wings were still here. The dragon bowed and said that he had a low rank, and the master most likely did not remember him. He said his name was Jerry. When crossing the crack, after the defeat, he was unable to join the pack, as he was seriously injured. The dragon wing noted that this was precisely why he was forced to stay here, in this world. Jerry said he was very glad to see his master again and knelt before Allah. The dragon chief propped his head up with his hand and thought about something, sweat appearing on his face from worry. Shin asked if he heard everything, since it was his subordinate who was seriously injured and somehow survived. The young man noted that the first thing that needed to be done was to properly cure the dragon. Alert scratched his neck and said that Shin was right, and Jerry said that he was very sorry that he couldn't take care of him. The dragon took the head of the dragons by the hands and thanked the master for being able to forgive him. And under Jerry's body was one of the demon kings, but that's another story.